Chapter 271 Death Piper. In the dark night. For flame-like colors streaked across the sky like meteors, passing through the mountains and fields. Behind them were two much larger raptors with orange wings. On one of them, a mouse with hair like silver satin was lying prone. The pair of clever eyes of this little mouse, which was glowing slightly, were constantly scanning everything nearby. 60 birds of all sizes were flying around, and from time to time, there was a team patrolling and guarding around to escort this special mission team. In the air, nothing could stop them from moving forward. Even though those helicopters and armed transport planes had passed by them, they did not find this group of teams attacking in the direction of Xiaohu City. Not long after, the outline of Xiaohu City became clearer not far ahead. "Master, we are approaching the target." The white rat Xueyao looked far away on Wei Ting body. The shocking night scene coming from the direction of the magnificent Xiaohu City also made this white rat beast feel a little awe of human civilization. However, it came here at this time with the purpose of completely destroying all this prosperity. This so-called human civilization. For mutant creatures, completely different kinds of humans, humans who pose a threat to their survival, are the ones who should be eliminated. Very good. But the time has not come yet. Be careful not to be discovered by humans. Lin Ming sensed the location of Xueyao and the others, and constantly confirmed the movements of Xiaohu City. Xiaohu City is the largest city in Tang State. It is located in the southeastern coastal area of Tang State. It has a very large area and a dense population of tens of millions. In the era of spiritual energy revival, with the continuous expansion of the spiritual realm, the population in the mountainous areas and the surrounding areas of the spiritual realm began to migrate outward in large numbers, making the population of Xiaohu City more dense. Although it is located on the coast, it is far away from the spiritual realm with countless mutant creatures. The spiritual realm on land will cause a lot of trouble and threats to humans every time the spiritual rain breaks out, eroding the living space of humans step by step, making it impossible for humans to defend themselves. Facing the ocean side, Xiaohu City has also built a dam hundreds of meters high, which is enough to withstand a huge tsunami attack from the ocean side. At present, the mutant creatures on the ocean side are relatively milder than those on land, although the disasters they cause are more terrifying each time. In total, they have only attacked humans 3 times. The first time was in Neon Country, where a tsunami directly submerged all its plains, causing a disaster with a population of more than 60 million. The second time was not too long ago, when they went to the Great North Ocean and the Deep Poison Ocean respectively, and almost at the same time, they submerged many giant cities in the south of America, as well as nearly 2/3 of the land and population of the Deep Poison Country with a tsunami. The total number of humans who died in the fish's belly this time was close to 1 billion. This was the most tragic and huge disaster that humans had encountered since the recovery of spiritual energy. And the third time was just recently. They attacked Labai Country and Fei Country again, directly turning these two places, which were not high in altitude, into swamps, completely erasing their traces from the blue planet. Of course, the humans who had lived on them no longer existed. But despite this, the mutant creatures in the ocean are still much better than the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm on land in the eyes of today's humans. After all, in their understanding, there are only a few B-level monsters in the ocean at most. And on land, the A-level monster kings who can easily attack all cities within 1,000 kilometers are much more terrifying. Xiaohu City, as the largest city in the Tang Kingdom, has also done a considerable degree of defense for this. In addition to the towering embankments on the coastline, there are also towering and extremely strong walls, like other cities. There are 20 walls, which is also a more solid defense line compared to other cities. The countless spiritual energy shielding devices scattered underground have also completely turned this place into a barrier that spiritual energy creatures cannot cross. Even on the outermost side, there are 6 gold square formations as its most reliable defense line. Not to mention, countless troops patrol day and night, and a large number of military weapons are on standby at any time. The entire Xiaohu City is as solid as a fortress that will never be breached. And what Lin Ming wants to break is this place full of human confidence and pride. The method is actually simple. However, the initial preparation is a little long. For example, let Lei Ji and Yen Lu, Qin Chun and Jin Lin go to the edge of the area to attack the secret base of the Fate Society. For example, let Feng Xiao and Panda's Panda team attack Dongping City. For example, Let Dushan and Baichi attack Xingyuan City and Ganlan City, for example. Let Giant Bear Manhua and Yin Lang Yin Si attack Baima City and Hezhou City, for example. Let Feng Ji, Feng Yin, Qiying, and Shui Jin feint to attack Nandu City. All of this is to keep the human attention diverted, so that they have to deal with it after frequent battles. At the same time, taking advantage of the outbreak of this spiritual reign and the panic caused by the tide of mutant creatures throughout the Tang dynasty, the human side is given a considerable degree of chaos. Due to the ability of Lin Ming consciousness field with the same sensing range, he can freely command his subordinates at any time according to his own ideas. In this way, the time difference can be created at will to make the human side exhausted. Just like now, many of the troops responsible for the alert in Nandu City and Xiaohu City immediately sent a large number of troops to Dongping City and Ganlan City after being attacked. The total number of garrisons in the city has dropped a lot, and the harassment and attack by Feng Ji and Feng Yan, as well as Qiying and Shui Jin in Nandu City, made the Xiaohu City side even more like a frightened bird. This creates enough time for Xueya and the others to launch a surprise attack, as well as excellent internal and external conditions. Xueya, use your ability. Let me see how well you can master this special ability. The attack on Xiaohu City does not require destroying dozens of layers of walls, or the barrier created by metal bullets. It is enough to put this huge city into a crisis. Master, I understand what you are thinking. Xueya looked at the outline of the brightly lit city, and at the same time, he was constantly gathering his spiritual energy. The ability of Death Piper has evolved to the maximum level. With this powerful ability, Xueya can instantly make tens of thousands of mice become his loyal slaves, and use them to do anything, even if it means killing them. It is just the difference between wanting and not wanting. Attacking Xiaohu City does not require a fierce exchange of fire with humans. Just Snow Fawn's sharp cry sounded, and at the same time, the color of its body turned golden, which was a few hundred meters outside the outermost wall. Countless rustling sounds began to come from all directions, and the gray-black rat sea formed by them gradually covered the entire land. First, chew up those black machines, and then, Snow Fawn looked at the human building shining in the dark night again, then extinguished the light of mankind completely. Chapter 272: A Vulnerable Civilization. In the dark and dark night, countless mice covered in gray-black fur have gathered together to form a wave of mice. This huge wave of mice kept gathering and gradually formed a river of mice, under the command of a mutant mouse that was not big in size, but shone with dazzling golden light in the dark sky. They once again became a sea of mice. This sea of mice did not make any sound at all. The gray-black fur was like a protective color, hiding them completely in the dark night, and they were not perceived by humans at all. Looking closely, these are not mutant mice. They are just house mice and voles that survive in the fields and the edge of the city that have not absorbed much spiritual energy in this era of spiritual recovery. They are almost the same as before. They are the kind that do not have much power at all and can only eat tree roots, weeds, garbage and food in the city for a living, without any weapons or extraordinary people. Ordinary people can easily beat them to death with all kinds of things. But the weakness, powerlessness and fragility of mice will be completely overturned today. The white mouse Xueya, riding on the orange-winged heavy-eyed bird Wei Ting, stood up with his small body, with a ferocious expression, and his small claws, like dry branches, grabbed in the air. My puppets, get into the soft soil now, and then eat the strange black thing for me. In front of Xueya, a long stick wrapped in light golden light appeared, and after Xueya gathered it above his head, the rats also pulled the surface apart at the same time, and then used those claws to frantically dig out the soil. All this did not make much sound, and did not even attract the attention of the guards on the wall of Xiaohu City, who were not many to begin with. At this moment, all human attention was focused on the attacked Dongping City, the attacked Olive City, and other cities. They were all puzzled by the overly noisy night of spiritual rain, and they were all confused and panicked by the intelligence of attacks coming from various cities from time to time. Even, they couldn't understand what was happening. The A-level demon king destroyed Qingcheng and all the legions around it. After this incident, the whole world seemed to have changed. Humans couldn't understand why the power of the A-level demon king became so strong. Dongping City and Olive City were attacked one after another, and the spiritual shielding devices that they relied on to prevent mutant creatures were also destroyed and damaged by mutant creatures one after another. At this moment, Everything fell into chaos and confusion. While the human side was constantly pouring bullets and gunpowder on the mutant creatures, they were also desperately looking forward to the end of the spiritual reign. Crack, crack, crack. Bursts of electronic explosions continued to sound from underground. But because of the 5-meter deep soil, the sound was almost negligible. However, a considerable number of mice were instantly turned into charcoal due to the explosion and electric current. But under Shuiya's command, these puppets did not care about injuries, bleeding and death. They would only blindly obey the mouse emitting golden light without the slightest hesitation. Even if the order was to let them die, they would jump into the river without hesitation and let the water drown them. Keep going. Break through the second and third aura shielding walls. The power of a mouse is extremely small. But what about hundreds of thousands or even millions of mice? Under Shuiya's absolute command, these mice rushed to break through the defense and began to move deeper into Xiaohu City from underground. Although a large number of mice died while digging holes and destroying aura shielding devices. As the aura shielding devices were destroyed, more mice joined this huge sea of mice. Chew up and crush all human-made things that pass by. Shuiya controlled the sea of mice and issued orders. It had just received an order from its master Lin Ming, asking the mice to destroy all the underground lines made by humans. For humans, the importance of these lines is self-evident. Whether it is optical cables, various ground wires, or even extremely thick wires, even if a small section is destroyed, the indestructible human society can collapse instantly. Although Shuiya did not understand the master's intention, it still directed the sea of mice to do such work. It was riding on Vito and stopped on a big tree. After the second and third spiritual energy shielding devices were destroyed, and dozens of thick wires buried in the ground were bitten off by the sea of rats. It also saw that the humans on the wall, who were still on guard, had also discovered the abnormality. Kill those humans. Shuiya gave an order, and several mutant sparrows from the Air Force shot out like cannonballs, and killed hundreds of ordinary guards with great accuracy in less than a minute. The blood-red mutant sparrows did not stop, and continued to eliminate these guards, who were no longer protected by the aura shielding device. At this time, the 4 blood phoenixes from the Air Force also joined the battle. Crack! As the 4th, 5th and 6th aura shielding devices were bitten and broken, the sea of rats was already underground and entered the urban area of Xiaohu City. Master, what should we do next? Shuiya continued to control the sea of rats and asked the master at the same time. The sea of rats no longer needed to dig in the soil. They shuttled through the extremely magnificent and huge pipelines in Xiaohu City, wandered in the underground drainage system, and waited for the next order. Lin Ming sensed everything in Xiaohu City and found that there were several aura shielding devices in its center, which completely covered the city center. Looking at the city center again, in addition to some extremely important buildings, the Transcendent Research Center that had never been sensed before should also be among them. The number of those spiritual energy shielding devices is also extremely large. I am afraid that if mice are used to gnaw them, it may take more time. However, there is still a way to paralyze these things instantly. Shuiya, let your sea of mice go to all the power stations nearby and destroy all the power transmission devices. After Lin Ming issued this order, he quietly waited for the fall of Xiaohu City. Without electricity, human civilization is vulnerable. At the same time, good news came from Olive City. The small army led by Bai Qi quickly destroyed all the spiritual energy shielding devices and successfully turned Olive City into a completely undefended city. It also allowed Lin Ming to fully sense everything inside. And he also found that there seemed to be something very important. It turns out that there are these things here. Lin Ming couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 273, Keeping a Slim Hope. No! I have to go. Let me go! I can't just watch those ordinary people. In a building in Bingcheng, Fei Jun was roaring hysterically. But despite struggling hard, he was still pinned down by Xingyu and Chengyu and couldn't move. His ability was weapon-related, and he was far inferior to Xingyu and Chengyu in strength. Even if Du Lao, who could temporarily block his ability, was there, he was no match for the others. Just now, Lu Feishu, who went to Bingcheng to gather intelligence, brought bad news. At this moment, in the middle of the night, several cities in Tang State are being hit to varying degrees. Dongping City, Xingyuan City, Ganlan City, Baima City, Hezhou City, and Nandu City are all in a bitter battle, especially in the direction of Dongping City and Ganlan City. Most of them have already fallen. Even Zhuoke City and Fenglin City, which are not too far from Bingcheng and are basically uninhabited, have been attacked for some reason. Calm down, Fei Jun. Xingyu pressed Fei Jun's arm tightly and released an impenetrable barrier around him with ink drops. Even so, Fei Jun was still struggling desperately. Brother Fei. Brother Fei. Calm down. How are you going now? They will control you when you get on the plane. You won't be able to catch up whether you take the train or the car. Chengyu held Fei Jun's other arm and looked at Zheng Guodong, who was smoking coldly. Brother Zheng, give me a hand. Brother Fei is too strong. Zheng Guodong exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at the spiritual realm outside, which had completely calmed down, although it was still raining heavily there. The large number of corpses of mutant creatures that could lift the ground several meters proved that a fierce battle had taken place here before. Zheng Guodong opened the window and stretched out his arm. Almost in an instant, a nearly 3-meter thick red dragon suddenly appeared in the air. It was burning with flames all over its body. And in this rainstorm, it instantly turned the rain into white steam. Suddenly, the fire dragon roared to the sky and headed straight for the pile of mutant corpses that had become a mountain. Boom! The huge sound shook the earth, and the fire dragon disappeared and turned the corpses into nothingness. Zheng Guodong said nothing. He took a deep breath of smoke, turned back to look at Fei Jun, who was still struggling, and the two people who were staring outside and holding Fei Jun. Have you had enough of the trouble? He crushed the cigarette butt and exhaled a puff of smoke. Fei Jun, you have time to waste. Why not do something useful? Zheng Guodong, even you are like this. Fei Jun roared. It's fine if the two dogs who always think they are the 9-layered heaven tower who are holding me down say this. But even you who always talk about the future of mankind are like this. I misjudged you. Zheng Guodong walked over, staring at Fei Jun, the stubble on his chin trembling. Fei Jun, I want to go now more than you do. Burn that A-level demon king bastard to pieces, and burn it to ashes. However, can I do it? Even if I get there by chance, I will be easily killed by that more powerful thing, and you will never see my body. Do you think you are the only one who wants to go? The one holding you down is a dog? Fei Jun, you bastard. Why does Xingyu always think he is a dog? It is because fate will raise us extraordinary people like dogs. Just like dogs. Use you to death when you are useful. And you are garbage when you don't want to use you. If you get hurt or die, who will care about you? You can't tell your relatives when you die. And it's a compliment to say that you are a dog. Now, that person has come back. We don't have to hide like we are now. And we are no longer the subordinates of the Fate Society. We don't have to be dogs anymore. No one is a dog. We are human beings. We are not those bastards of the Fate Society. But now, that bastard A-level demon king is already making trouble 2,000 kilometers away. And we are so far away. What can we do? We take a plane? Do you believe that the Fate Society will directly bomb you with weapons when we go up? Not to mention that after we get there by chance, we will be killed by that bastard plant that is much stronger than us. Fei Jun, if you are a man, put this anger on improving your own abilities, instead of making trouble like now. Fei Jun bit his lips tightly, and his body kept shaking. He knew that he was weak. Even if he was a B-level extraordinary person, he still knew that he was too weak. Xingyu, Chengyu was right. And Zheng Guodong was even more right. Even if these people rushed forward without caring about their lives, they would only be giving away experience packs. That mutant creature that may have become an S-level demon king is most likely a mutant plant. Although they haven't figured out the species yet. The attacks on Dongping City and Olive City from the beginning of Wan Tuhai's spirit realm to now are definitely caused by this bastard plant. S-level can attack anything within 1,000 kilometers. This alone is enough to make them be torn to pieces in an instant after approaching that thing within 1,000 kilometers. Just like the research centers of extraordinary people in various cities that were easily destroyed at the same time. Although, together with Chengyu who completed the breakthrough in the battle just now, the four of them have now reached B-level. But the extraordinary people of B-level are still too weak. They think that even the extraordinary person of a level who can teleport should not survive for a second in the hands of the S-level demon king. Not to mention the B-level people who are much weaker than them. I know. I won't make trouble anymore. Fei Jun sighed deeply. He relaxed his body, and Xingyu and Chengyu also released their restraints on him. The four people were silent. They were all thinking about the S-type demon king and the mutant plant. Everyone had a trace of unwillingness on their faces. But they knew that the end of mankind seemed to be coming. I said, "You forgot about me again?" Lu Feishu, who was holding a pile of documents, sighed. "Can you do it? Now the situation in the south is so big. By the way, there is also a problem in Xiaohu City. It is said that the whole city has lost power. It is basically only a matter of time before the city is broken." "Xiaohu?" Xingyu looked up suddenly. "You mean Xiaohu City? Are you sure?" Lu Feishu frowned. "It's fun to joke with you. But it's impossible to joke with Lao Zheng. Lao Zheng is still here. Do you think I have? Don't say it." Zheng Guodong looked around. And he looked at Fei Jun and the other three again. "Notify everyone below to prepare to move their positions. This place is no longer suitable for us to stay." "Wait, Brother Zheng. Why?" Cheng Yu didn't understand. "Xiaohu City was attacked. What does this Bingcheng thousands of kilometers away have to do with it?" "Old Zheng, do you mean that the S-level Demon King attacked Xiaohu City? And then after cleaning up the south, he will come here?" Xingyu frowned. He looked at Fei Jun. Fei Jun shook his head helplessly. "Isn't this inevitable? The Nine Heavens Tower, these B-level extraordinary people, will definitely become the next target to attack. These 2,000 kilometers. It's not far." Just then, a deafening roar suddenly broke out in the direction of Bingcheng. The five people looked at each other and nodded silently. Chapter 274, 1,000 Miles of Collapse. Xiaohu City. The city was broken. In just a few hours, the White Rat Xueya commanded the Sea of Rats to completely destroy this impregnable city. At this moment, the Sea of Rats has completely submerged the core area, and all the important buildings and humans inside have been easily destroyed by these rats, who can't even withstand a kick from an ordinary human if they are taken out alone. In the face of absolute numbers, the so-called strength of humans is simply vulnerable. If they had deployed a transcendent with elemental attributes here, perhaps the situation would be different. But they didn't do that. Or rather, it was difficult for them to do such a thing. All the elite transcendents, that is, those who were originally in the Nine Heavens Tower, now fled to the Ice City for refuge, resulting in such a tragic situation. After the aura shielding device was completely destroyed, Xiaohu City was also taken over by the Rat Sea. As long as the White Rat Xueya gave an order, the population of tens of millions would be wiped out. "Xueya, you did a great job." Lin Ning expressed his sincere admiration for Xueya's excellent completion of this task. He did not expect that Xueya's ability had become so powerful. Rat. This small animal is almost one of the creatures that Lin Ning hates the most. In the distant Wantohai spirit realm era, he still vaguely remembered the appearance of those rats, who wanted to eat Qin Shun at that time. He also remembered the disgusting image of the mutant rats that were once the followers of the silver poison dragon in the Lingxiao Peak spirit realm. Lin Ning's favorability towards them is almost zero. And from the beginning to now, except for the White Rat Xueya, he has not taken in more than one mutant rat. Hatred is one reason, and their extreme weakness is another important reason. After all, what can a mouse do? Even if it mutates and becomes as big as a pony, what can it do? But now, the ability of the White Mouse Xueya gave him a new answer. Rats are not the kind of extremely weak existences that have no destructive power, and no power at all. On the contrary, once the rats gather in numbers, they will burst out with extremely powerful power. Just like Xiaohu City, which is relatively difficult for him. Even if there are 7 barriers of spiritual energy shielding devices. Even if there are towering dams, more layers of protective walls, and a large number of defensive forces. After the Sea of Rats, what spiritual energy shielding devices? Just pile up in numbers, and bite it to pieces with teeth. More than a dozen protective walls can't stop the invasion of rats that can dig and move underground. And the most critical thing is the technology that humans rely on for survival, which ultimately led to the complete destruction of Xiaohu City. Electricity. It can be said that modern humans, even in the era of spiritual revival, are extremely dependent on electricity, even more than before. No matter what they want to do, they will need electricity. Lighting life, medical care, scientific research and defense. Especially in this moonless night, the existence of electricity is something that fragile humans rely on. But as long as it is cut off, power towers, power supply facilities, cables of various important facilities, etc. Even if there is any emergency power supply device, those rats will easily bite off its connection. In this dark night, humans without electricity are really approaching doomsday when facing those rats. And facing the counterattack of awakened humans, Lin Ning Air Force also cooperated with the rats to quickly crush these originally powerful firepower completely. Master, what are we going to do next? The white rat Shuya stood majestically on Wei Ting back. At this moment, they were on the roof of a huge building in this city that kept wailing, overlooking the entire city. You have done a good job. Next, go and help Feng Ji and Feng Yin from Nandu City to destroy that place. Lin Ning was extremely satisfied with the actions of the white rat Shuya and others this time. Xiaohu City has fallen into the abyss of despair. Countless humans kept crying and screaming, and their wailing was the most beautiful note in this night of destruction. Now, Lin Ning bamboo roots have penetrated deep into the underground of Xiaohu City and completely controlled it. As long as the human side has any extreme reaction, Xiaohu City will be completely turned into a ruin. At the same time, Lin Ning also turned his attention back to the Olive City that was captured by Bai Qi and others. Lin Ning really found something in this unusual city. Olive City is surrounded by several cities that are much larger than it, but it has a stronger defense and more troops to guard it. This is equivalent to telling Lin Ning that there are good things here. Otherwise, why do you have to set up so many layers of spiritual energy shielding devices here? This is obviously unreasonable. Now, after Bai Qi opened the light element barrier and led many companions to smash the spiritual energy shielding devices here layer by layer, eliminated all the guarding forces, and destroyed more military facilities, Lin Ning finally sensed the true appearance of the hidden things in Olive City. Spiritual stones. Those round jade-like stones contain extremely large amounts of spiritual energy. They were hidden by humans in the depths of the underground space of Olive City. And the amount is huge. This thing has really not appeared for a long time. Unlike the spiritual energy of the soul pill that has fatal flaws, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual stone is harmless. Although the total amount is not much, it is better in health. Lin Ning found out that there are nearly 10,000 spiritual stones in the underground of Olive City, and the power they contain is quite good. Almost all of them are C grade or above. No wonder it is so heavily guarded by humans. It is indeed something that must be protected. After all, it is actually quite difficult to obtain so many spiritual stones. The last time I heard the word spiritual stone from a human seemed to be a long time ago. Lin Ning recalled that he had collected a lot of spiritual stones along the way from Wantuhai to Chifeng Mountain and then to Zhuge Valley. But in general, it was not even half of what was here. Not to mention the uneven quality. Let alone C grade. There was not even AD grade. At that time, the incident of the soul pill also made Lin Ning stay away from such things. After that, it was as if it was forgotten, and Lin Ning never paid attention to it again. After the second spiritual reign, the human side was completely driven out of the spiritual realm. Faced with the increasingly difficult mutant creatures, they also had quite a lot of problems. Fate would desperately commit suicide and use extreme methods to successfully make humans regress further, from the initial equilibrium state to the later 1,000 miles of collapse. The population was constantly migrated away from the spiritual realm. And at the same time, the spiritual realm of the mutant creatures was completely integrated into the whole. In the end, humans had to enter a defensive posture and had no power to fight back. Now think about it. The people of destiny are just like his helpers. Thinking of this, Lin Ning pushed the bamboo roots deep into the underground of Olive City, while ordering Bai Qi and the others to retreat. The bamboo roots had completely wrapped the room where tens of thousands of spirit stones were hidden, and directly transported them from underground to the direction of Suzaku Valley. At the same time, Lin Ning felt a strange spiritual fluctuation. It was less than 1,000 kilometers away from Xiaohu City. The B-level demons that attacked Labai country and Fei country before seemed to be heading in this direction. Chapter 275: The Strategy of the Demon Kings. In the middle of the night, Lei Ji, Yan Lu and Du Yan, who had completely destroyed the secret base of the Fate Society in Fenglin City, along with everything inside, were now running in another direction. Although their speed could not catch up with their brothers Feng Xiao, Feng Ji and Feng Yan, they were much faster than when they were wolves. It didn't take too long for them to reach the vicinity of Guangdong City, which was less than 150 kilometers away. Attack! Lei Ji suddenly burst out with a strong spiritual energy. and the lighting condensed on his body in an instant made the surrounding area as bright as day. The crackling lightning completely turned Lei Ji into a thunder beast, and also made his body several times larger. A roar sounded, and a raging fire also ignited on the body of Yin Lu beside him. This layer of flames, which was nearly 5 or 6 meters high, burned all the flammable things nearby. Guangdong City is located in a very cold place. Although it was a large city in the past, it was too close to several spiritual realms after the second spiritual reign, and was gradually despised by humans. Now there is not even a spiritual energy shielding device in the city. When the third spiritual reign came, countless mutant creatures ran out of the surrounding spiritual realms. The tide of mutant creatures they formed attacked the Short East City countless times. However, there are still 13 walls, countless turrets and machine gun towers, pouring flames on the mutant creatures from the spirit realm. Lei Ji, Yin Lu and Dian were very smart to attack from another direction without the spirit realm, and there was not even any decent defense here. All the firepower was sent to the other 3 directions, and no one noticed that this originally the safest area has now ushered in the worst development. The 3 figures each turned into a stream of light and attacked the Short East City. In the other direction, the Lynx Jingji of Changfeng City also led the Lynx team to attack the almost destroyed human position again. Their speed is simply impossible for human eyes to capture, let alone attack with those weapons. Under the command of their master Lin Ming, the Lynx team and the tide of mutant creatures that were frantically heading towards Changfeng City completely submerged this place. From time to time, a research center for extraordinary people hidden in a corner of the city was completely destroyed. At this time, Imokai was spreading his wings, carrying Ban Hu, Dian Wei, Im Long Qin Chun, and Jin Meng Jin Lin on his back and heading towards Bingcheng City. Their mission was relatively more dangerous than the other 2 teams. Although Bingcheng was not covered by the spiritual energy shielding device, it had powerful enemies that had never existed in other places. Extraordinary people. These extraordinary people could even reach the B-level realm. They were from the 9 Heavens Tower on the human side, an enemy that Lin Ming was very familiar with. After escaping to this far northern Iceland, the number of this group of people had reached more than 100, and each of them was a very powerful extraordinary person. The reason why he chose to attack Bingcheng was because Lin Ming wanted to see if this group of extraordinary people would choose to stay out of the matter like they are now, just standing there in the building. Or would they do as they originally said, use one person's strength to protect the safety of the people? Whether it is Ban Hu, Dian Wei, Qin Chun or Jin Lin, as well as the Imokai who was supporting in the air, they have now reached the level of B-grade. 5 B-grade demon spirits, facing only 4 B-grade human extraordinary people. The chance of winning is not too big. As long as these extraordinary people come out, Lin Ning will command his lovely subordinates and make these extraordinary people the most valuable source of experience for his subordinates. In addition, if there is a change, Lin Ning can also let Imokai go to the not-so-distant Short East City and take over Lei Ji and the others to join the battle. At this time, Lin Ming has played all the cards. The subordinates are now fighting in various places, and some have completed their tasks brilliantly and quickly and are moving back. Some of them were assigned new tasks by Lin Ming after completing their original tasks. Just like the White Rat Shuya, who went to Nandu City not far away to assist in the attack after completely suppressing Xiaohu City. Whether it was the Ice City in the far north, Xiaohu City, which was the most important to Tang State, or even the seemingly unimportant Baima City and Fenglin City, his subordinates plunged humans into endless panic and despair. To be honest, Lin Ming did not plan for this battle for too long. After all, it was only less than a day ago that he directly obtained information about the bug-like technology of the aura shielding device from the human side. In the Battle of Qincheng City, Lin Ning thought that he was indeed a little impulsive at the beginning. Several missiles disguised as nuclear bombs turned a corner from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm, and he sent Chiang and others to follow, and then sent Panda and Feng Xiao and others to Qincheng City to scout for surprise attacks. Originally, he could ignore the provocation of humans and see what more they would do next. Moreover, Lin Ming's original character also wanted to hide as much as possible before becoming the strongest, until he could become an existence that humans feared and had only powerless despair towards him. He would appear in front of humans, but if he did not respond to the serious provocation of humans, it would not be hiding, but cowardice. It was obvious that he was about to reach the 4th level, but he still let humans jump on his head. which was really too cowardly. When dealing with humans, Lin Ning had never been soft-hearted. He never thought that humans would be soft-hearted towards him. If he allowed humans to provoke him and had to endure it, Lin Ning could not accept it. After sending out his subordinates, he knew the existence of A-level extraordinary people, and the other party would definitely appear in front of them when he ordered his subordinates to attack any place. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He could not easily admit defeat because of the A-level extraordinary people. How could a dignified A-level demon king be looked down upon by humans? After the battle in Qingcheng, Lin Ning also obtained a lot of useful and valuable information. Whether it was the return of that person, the metal bullet barrier, or even the aura shielding device, the earlier he knew about it, the earlier he could make corresponding countermeasures. Afterwards, after sweeping across Qingcheng and breaking the double dilemma of the Fate Society and the Tang Kingdom, he also killed those insects by the lake and raised his own level to the 4th level. In this extremely short period of time, he also formulated the strategy for this counterattack against the human side. The purpose is very simple. Lin Ning wanted to tell the human side that their so-called defense shield built by the spiritual energy shielding device could be easily destroyed without his personal intervention. Whether it was a small city without a spiritual energy shielding device or an important and heavily defended giant city like Olive City and Xiaohu City, it was nothing in front of him. As for what fate would happen, no matter how deep the hiding place was, the ending was only death. Now, the tens of thousands of spiritual stones obtained from Olive City seemed like an unexpected surprise obtained in this operation. Chapter 276: The Invasion of Marine Mutants. In the dark night, the pitch-black ocean made a shocking sound. The white waves were repeatedly born, disappeared, and crossed in the constant impact of the seawater, and gradually surged towards the direction of Xiaohu City. Under the waves, nearly 60 dark shadows lurked in the seawater. Just a short while ago, they had released a monstrous tsunami on the human side on the coast of the Labai and Philippine countries, just like what their companions did to the Americas and the deep poison countries. All the creatures on land were buried in the belly of the fish under the tsunami that was as high as 100 meters. And there was no hope of survival at all. After the tsunami, under the effect of their power, the washed land also sank in the waves, and the human civilization there perished together. Now, this group of B-level demons gathered again, and this time, the direction they were going to attack was Xiaohu City. 2 huge A-level demon kings kept swimming forward on the seabed of the deep sea. They led these 60 B-level demons to move forward, and they were getting closer and closer to the target. Shutting in this cold water, the B-level demons were also accumulating strength at the same time. They adjusted their direction from time to time and gradually gathered with the 2 A-level demon kings. The destination this time was different from the past. Tangwa was a land direction they had never attacked before. This time, they came here with the purpose of flooding all the land, including dozens of cities near Xiaohu City, which had a lot of humans. They could sense the number of humans, and every time they attacked, they targeted densely populated human gathering places. The plains of Neon Country, the southern plains of America. Everywhere is a poisonous country of people, with nearly 10 million people gathered in the coastal cities of Labai Country and Fei Country. And this time, the reason why they chose the direction of Xiaohu City in Tang Country is the same. At this moment, the top A-level demon kings and B-level demon spirits in the sea can't wait to enjoy the pleasant feeling of human flesh and blood entering their mouths. 1,000 kilometers. 800 kilometers. They kept approaching the target location, and gradually floated their huge bodies out of the water. In the sky, the spiritual rain that seemed to be pouring endlessly was boiling the dark ocean. Whirlpools, huge waves, turbulent sea water, and the mutant creatures in the fierce ocean became faster. They want to try to swallow up this piece of land and humans together with the seawater on the night of the spiritual rain. But what these mutant creatures in the ocean don't know is that in the space up to 35,000 kilometers, the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite that never stops running day and night is always watching all the movements in the ocean of the blue planet. In the combat command room of Shangjing City, the man got the accurate information that the mutant creatures in the ocean also wanted to get a share of the third spiritual rain, and the A-level demon king on land was wreaking havoc and attacking Xiaohu City. And then he sat in his original position, after constantly confirming the direction and speed of these monsters. The man, after a brief calculation, directly pressed the red button that he had not pressed in the end because of many reasons. compared to the A-level demon king who was lurking somewhere. The man knew that these mutant creatures in the ocean were far less intelligent. And the ocean, which had already made it impossible for humans to set foot on, would not cause any loss to humans even if there were a dozen more nuclear bombs. What's more, the land had been in chaos because of the A-level demon king who was unknown whether he existed in Zhuke Valley or Shitai Mountain Spirit Realm. And it was basically a complete defeat. The human side also fully exposed its own shortcomings in this battle, and was too dependent on the so-called technology. But in the end, humans had no way to deal with the A-level demon king, or even the mutant creature that might have become the S-level demon king. It was time to stop worrying about the future. In addition, with the tragic situation of Labai and fake countries in front of them, they did not want Tang country to continue like this. Compared to the chaos created by the A-level demon king on land, if the demons in the ocean join in, then humanity will really have no choice but to go extinct. The whistling nuclear bomb, after being launched from a certain place, constantly corrected its trajectory. The mutant creatures in the sea that had gathered on the sea level and were heading toward Xiaohu City were affected by the dark rain clouds above their heads, and had no idea of the impending destruction. However, after a few short minutes, the nuclear bomb group, which had been constantly calculated and corrected its trajectory, penetrated the clouds and arrived above the heads of these marine creatures. At this time, it was too late for these demon kings and demon spirits to hide again, as several white lights suddenly rose and connected. A bang that was enough to break everything was accompanied by an extremely violent explosion. The spiritual shield that was once extremely hard and impenetrable was not worth mentioning under the dual effects of the extremely high temperature and the tragic explosion. They were quickly stripped from the demon kings and demon spirits, and their skin and flesh were completely exposed to the radiation and high temperature. As huge groups of steam rose, mushroom clouds also rose over the sea, connecting with the rain clouds above. The incomparably powerful shock wave created a wall of water, dozens of meters high, rushing in all directions. Compared to the 100-meter-high water wall created by the mutant creatures, the harm caused by this water wall is much smaller. In the combat command room, the man grabbed his hair and waited for the news from the Aura Detection Department that 35 B-level demons had died, and 1 A-level demon king had died, and 1 was seriously injured. He did not raise his head and shouted excitedly. Although this was the first time in human history that B-level demons and A-level demon kings were eliminated, the man was not happy at all. The A-level, or even S-level demon king on the land had clearly told humans that as long as it wanted, all the resistance and defense of humans at present were just a joke. Equipped with so many layers of aura defense devices, defending against such powerful Olive City and Xiaohu City, they were broken as soon as they said they would be broken. It is much stronger than these in the sea. Today, several cities including Bingcheng are still being attacked by unknown enemies at the same time. Nandu City was also announced to be broken not long ago and is already in a very chaotic state. Now, let alone 1,000 kilometers, even 2,000 kilometers, this monster on land can attack, even in the most heavily guarded Shangjing City. If the other party wants to, it is only a matter of time. The signal released by the other party is just like this. Humans are completely vulnerable in front of it. After the water wall of dozens of meters high reached the shore, it did not cause any damage to Xiaohu City at all. But even if the sea water flooded in, it would only wash away a destroyed city. Chapter 277 Existence Beyond Everything. You did a great job, human. After sensing that the B-level demons and A-level demon kings in the ocean were seriously injured or killed by the dense nuclear bombs, they could not help but admire the decisiveness and judgment of humans this time. Indeed, it was not easy. The weapons possessed by humans are actually quite destructive and deterrent. The premise is that they can make them work. Facing the mutant creatures in the ocean, the nuclear bombs of the human side can obviously play a considerable role. 35 of the 65 B-level demons died, and 1 of the 2 A-level demon kings died, and the other was seriously injured. This can be regarded as a historic victory for humans. The reason why this is possible is that with the uninterrupted detection of the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite, the direction and speed of these mutant creatures can be predicted in advance, so that the nuclear bombs can be accurately struck. Humans firmly believe that the high temperature and destructive power of nuclear bombs can destroy these mutant creatures that have not reached a certain level, and even kill A-level demon kings. But there are too many limitations. If these A-level and B-level mutant creatures were not in shallow water, but in deep water, then the power of the nuclear bomb would be greatly reduced. A few nuclear bombs only destroyed half of the mutant creatures in the sea, which is proof. But for him, an S-level demon king on land, this would have no effect at all. One of the reasons is that human spiritual energy detection satellites can't find him at all. Even most of these people don't know that his true body is actually a mutant plant. Not to mention precision strikes and large-scale firepower coverage. Lin Ming actually doesn't have to fear any nuclear bombs now, regardless of the fact that he is now an S-level demon king. With his current perception ability covering the entire area of 2,000 kilometers, he will definitely know even if any missile flying in the sky enters this range. Moreover, if these nuclear bombs come directly in his direction, then Lin Ming has his own way besides the little turtle Mo Chen and the golden python Jean Lin. Bamboo root. Bamboo roots that can extend to a range of 1,000 kilometers can naturally grow from the ground and then extend to the sky. As long as human nuclear bombs dare to fall within 1,000 kilometers of him, he has the confidence to intercept them in the air. He can even use dark element attacks to create dark space, making nuclear bombs harmless. In other words, unless humans invent more powerful weapons, the damage they can do to themselves is infinitely close to zero. Even if humans really invent something, Lin Ming would like to see how they can find him accurately first. This is not an easy thing for humans. In the middle of the night, Lin Ming was not idle at the lakeside. After transporting tens of thousands of spirit stones from hundreds of kilometers away underground to his side with bamboo roots, Lin Ming also used bamboo roots to make a warehouse to store them. Lin Ming just checked these things, although the number is not small, except for 100 B-level spirit stones. The rest are C-level and D-level spirit stones. If he uses it himself, he only needs these B-grade spirit stones. Instead of using the rest to improve himself, it is better to reward the subordinates who have completed the task perfectly this time. Rewards are necessary for merit. In addition to his own Yaqiong, Lin Ming always feels that he should give some rewards to these subordinates who have always obeyed orders and completed various difficult tasks. Before, he wanted to use the soul pills collected from various places as such rewards. But after discovering the huge harm of soul pills, he had to give up this idea. Now, these spirit stones can just play the same role, without worrying about any strong side effects. The spirit stones are ready, and the next step is to wait for the return of the subordinates who have completed their tasks. Except for the 3 of Lei Ji who went to attack Guangdong City, the Link Squad of Chanfeng City, the Spot Guards and Qin Chun Jin Lin of Bingsheng City. The others are within a range of less than 1,000 kilometers from him. After completing the feint to the east and attack to the west to attract the attention of humans, the Rock Wolf Yen Si and the Giant Bear Manu, who were responsible for disrupting them, had led the wolf pack back into the spiritual realm and were getting closer and closer to him. They had caused Huzhou City and Baima City to suffer heavy damage that could not be easily healed, and they concealed their own existence very well, and took advantage of the crazy tide of mutant creatures when the spiritual rain broke out to launch an offensive. However, considering the lack of mobility of the Giant Bear Manu and the Rock Wolf Yen Si, Lin Ming did not send them to the nearby cities to continue the attack. Otherwise, with their strength, they can easily act as a battering ram and turn the walls built by humans around many cities into a completely tofu-like existence. Du Shan, who led the pack of wolves to Xingyuan City, also had a good harvest this time. The nearly 100 extraordinary people stationed there also became their delicious bait. After a short period of fighting, Du Shan led the pack of wolves to kill them all. Naturally, the large amount of spiritual energy also made them grow a lot this time. As for Xingyuan City, the loss this time was worse than the last time. The army was completely destroyed, and the whole city was completely submerged by the tide of mutant creatures that swarmed out from the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm and the Dashu West Spirit Realm after the spiritual rain broke out. And in Xingyuan City, except for some people who escaped by plane by chance, the rest of the people and the entire city were wiped off the map. This originally impregnable city also completely became history after this battle. This battle also dealt a heavy blow to humans at the same time. Even the strong city that had held out for so long was easily destroyed. Wasn't it? Du Shan's performance this time was quite good. As for Baichi Group, who went to Olive City and found a lot of spiritual stones after breaking through there, they are now conducting sweeping operations near several surrounding cities. It led his companions to constantly attack the reinforcements from Tang State that had already come. The purpose is naturally to attract more troops from Tang State and create more opportunities for the companions in the direction of Nandu City. Although, the companions in Nandu City are now just a little bit away from completely conquering there. The method is naturally the same old trick. The Rat Seed tactics. The Rat Seed broke through the spiritual energy shielding device and cut off the power supply there on a large scale, thus putting humans in a completely unfavorable situation. Sensing the hard work of his subordinates in all directions, Lin Ning felt that this time, he should also let humans understand how stupid it is to go against him. Then, in the next step, Lin Ning sensed everything. He looked for members of the Destiny Society from the panicked crowds in the attack cities. The purpose was to get some information from these people. Where exactly is the headquarters of the Destiny Society? It didn't take too long for Lin Ming to understand the location of the Destiny Society from the conversations of several people who escaped from Xiaohu City. It was actually in Bear Country? Chapter 278, Cultivating New Power. I didn't expect it. Lin Ning was also a little surprised. The headquarters of the Fate Society is actually in the Bear Country? This is something he had never thought of before. But thinking about it carefully, it is indeed possible. After all, the Bear Country is the place where the first strange beasts appeared in the world. The first sighting of strange beasts and the record of fighting took place in the snowy land of the Bear Country. Lin Ning remembered that when he learned about this from the intelligence network of the Nine Heavens Tower, he had wondered why the strange beasts did not appear first in the more densely populated Tang Country, but instead appeared in the Bear Country. But later, there were indeed countless records of strange beasts appearing in the Tang Country. And each time, they were outside the Seven Peaks Mountain, all rushing for the red diamond heart on Lin Ming's body. The large-scale appearance of the strange beasts is because they were created by the Destiny Society itself. Although Lin Ming still doesn't know what the white light gate-like thing that sent the strange beasts to his side is, and how it was made. It is also a fact that the Destiny Society has sent those strange beasts to his side again and again. But speaking of it, the strange beasts seem to have not appeared for a long time. To be honest, Lin Ming still misses them. Because the last time he came to the Sea of Strange Beasts, he contributed a lot of evolution points. Evolution points are always not enough. It's easy to spend hundreds of thousands of them. When you want to use them, you really feel that the speed of accumulating them is much slower than spending them. So, Lin Ming cherishes this hard-won moment of spiritual reign. After all, the income of 2,000 evolution points per hour is considered a big deal now. If the headquarters of the Destiny Society is in Bear Country, then if you want to destroy it, you must move it again. Bear Country, even within his 2,000-kilometer perception range, is a completely untouchable existence. In particular, the center of the Bear Country is in the direction of the far European continent, and the distance from here is at least 6,000 kilometers. Such a long distance is simply beyond the reach of Lin Ming. Even if Qi Ying and the others are sent, it is estimated that they will never be able to reach it in a short time. Even if they arrive, Qi Ying and the others will definitely not be able to find the headquarters of the Destiny Society easily. And who knows what secret weapons the Destiny Society has not yet developed. The previous A-level extraordinary person is definitely not a member of the Destiny Society. But it is not ruled out that there are no A-level extraordinary people in the Destiny Society. No matter how strong Qi Ying and the others are, they have not reached the level of A. If they are killed instantly, wouldn't it be a big loss? Therefore, Lin Ning feels that he still has to migrate to the Bear Country this time, and then eliminate the Destiny Society. Blue Star is really too big. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the Destiny Society is not in America on the other side of the world. Otherwise it would even have to cross the ocean to get there. That would be too far. Putting aside other things, Lin Ning couldn't accept the thought of soaking his bamboo roots in the seawater for a few days. Who knows what else is in the seawater? Not to mention the extremely long distance across the hemisphere of the Blue Star. Bathing in this spiritual rain, Lin Ning also sensed everything nearby. At this time when his subordinates did not come back, Lin Ning felt that he could take the opportunity to do something else. After all, there are indeed many things to do before going to the distant Bear Country. For example, the training plan for his underwater troops. In this series of actions, the subordinates in the water, who seem to have been forgotten by Lin Ning, are now enjoying the rich spiritual energy brought by the spiritual rain in the lake. It's not that they don't want to participate in the war, but they don't have the opportunity at all. Although most of them are half water and half land. In fact, no matter how you think about it, their use in this fresh water is really not strong. It can even be said that when attacking a city, These subordinates are basically useless. The terrain restrictions are one aspect, and their strength is another. Unlike his subordinates who often go out to fight. Among these aquatic creatures, only the little turtle emotion can still pick up combat experience, and the others can only soak in the water without exception. The reason is that the cities to be attacked are almost not near the water. Even the original Sanchong city, which was almost built on water, is now gradually developing inland in this era of spiritual energy recovery. After the aquatic creatures become stronger, they are gradually abandoned in the urban areas near the river. Not to mention other big cities. The vast majority of humans are ordinary people. No matter how strong they are, they can't shake even ordinary mutant creatures. The number of mutant creatures in the water is particularly numerous. In Lin Ning current perception, within the range of 2,000 kilometers, there are countless mutant creatures in rivers and lakes. Although most of them are at a very low level, it is also something that ordinary people cannot do anything about. This also means that even if you want to attack a city like Xiaohu City that is very close to the river, it is impossible to break through from the water. Lin Ning looked at his underwater troops. The silver carp satin color, the giant river shrimp giant armor, 2 blue-purple toads, 3 giant salamanders and a crab. Even if the little turtle machin is counted, there are only 9 of them. The number is quite pitiful. After all, not counting those running on land, there are now nearly 70 in total. Even in the Air Force, which is indeed a bit ugly compared to the subordinates in the water. The quantity is not good, and the quality is not good. No matter from which aspect, this is really not good. What about the marine life of the future imaginary enemy? His underwater troops are too miserable. Because of the continuous battles, there was no time to train these guys well. But it seems that this is a good opportunity. Then, while training these existing subordinates, we can also find some potential ones to capture and train them carefully. Maybe we can put the long-abandoned underwater force training plan back on the agenda. Lin Ning looked at the level of the underwater forces. The bream satin color. First level 3. The giant river shrimp giant armor. First level 5. The blue-purple toad, named Oxhorn toad, are all at the 7th level. And the 3-headed giant salamander, all with light yellow body color, are all at the 6th level. And the last crab is a standard hairy crab, at the 4th level. To be honest, it's a bit weak. The bream satin color and the giant river shrimp giant armor. These 2 were trained by me all the way in Wanzhou. And now there really isn't much change. The combat effectiveness seems to be just SOSO. And there is no special elemental control power. And the rest of them are not considered to be any combat effectiveness at all. Even if these guys leave this Suzaku Valley and head to Quanjiang, they will definitely be swallowed up by the higher level ones in the river. It's really not okay. It seems that the little turtle emotion is the strongest one among them. Lin Ning felt that he had to start training them first. Otherwise they would really become a burden. A few drops of Yuqiang flowed into the small pond dug in the woods before. And Lin Ning bamboo branch also picked up 2 blue-purple bullhorn toads and put them in. Training this kind of thing seems to be in a hurry. It just so happens that it will take quite a long time for all the subordinates to come back. Let them make the human world more chaotic outside first. Chapter 279. What a joke. The scarlet liquid in the goblet in the middle-aged man's hand kept spinning. In front of him was Wang Su, who had just returned from the rehabilitation room. At this moment, the black hood that the world's first A-level extraordinary person had been wearing had been torn for the most part, and his originally relaxed and indifferent expression had also disappeared. Instead, there was confusion, puzzlement, and a hint of chaos. I failed. Wang Su sat on the sofa, his black eyes flashing at this moment. What exactly is an A-level demon king? The middle-aged man did not say anything. He looked at the thin old man in black clothes beside him. The thin old man was Zhai Lao. He trembled and glanced at the middle-aged man, then took out a white handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master! Master! I don't know what that thing is. Zhai Lao didn't understand why the middle-aged man looked at him like that. And he was also terrified. The middle-aged man stopped shaking the goblet and stood up. Old Zhai, I'm asking you to get out. Don't you understand? Ah. Yes. 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 Old Zhai quickly bent his hunched back. He no longer had the high spirits he once had. He was once the president of the Superhuman Association. But now, he was even worse than a dog. As long as he mentioned anything about the Destiny Society, mutant creatures, etc., he would be kicked out. Wang Su watched old Jai walk out of the door and closed it. Then pursed his lips and said, "You shouldn't treat him like this." "Shouldn't? I think I'm too good to him. A stray dog. Worthless. I've done a good deed by keeping him and not letting him starve to death on the street." The middle-aged man put down the goblet and shook his head. But Wang Su knew that the reason he took an old Jai was because old Jai had value. The man in front of him wouldn't want any useless person. If he, an A-level extraordinary person, was useless, then this man would kill him without mercy. "What is an A-level demon king?" Wang Su asked the man again. The man smiled. "Is this matter so important? I thought you had already fought with the A-level demon king. So you ended up in such a miserable state." Wang Su recalled the battle between himself and the mutant panda outside Qingcheng City, and shook his head. "I'm not sure what I was fighting with. The concentration of spiritual energy on the opponent's body cannot be measured by the spiritual energy concentration detector. Although I can use my ability to dodge the opponent's attack, my attack has no effect on it." The middle-aged man looked at Wang Su with interest. "What is fighting with you?" "A mutant panda." After Wang Su finished speaking, he found that a strange smile appeared on the face of the man in front of him. "Panda?" He burst into laughter. "Wang Su, what are you talking about?" "A panda nearly 5 meters tall, extremely large, with unusually developed muscles, and first-class attack power and attack speed." Wang Su recalled the appearance of the mutant panda he met at that time. "I don't know if it is an A-level demon king, but I know that it is very powerful." The middle-aged man put away his smile and suddenly remembered something. "Wait, you said the concentration of spiritual energy on it cannot be identified?" Wang Su nodded and took off a small device on his body. "This is the video at that time. But I want to change the information. The man in front of him can be said to be the end point of the world's largest intelligence center. He frantically bought all kinds of information, and would also formulate the next action based on that information. Whether it was the Superhuman Association at the beginning, or the Nine Heavens Tower and the Destiny Society later. Their every move and what they wanted to do, the man in front of him could infer it based on various extremely rich information. And now, I am afraid that except for those people in the Destiny Society, only the man in front of him knows what the A-level demon king is. It was Wang Su himself who brought him this information. Do you think this thing can be exchanged for information worth 50 million? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows. Don't forget, I gave you 50 million at that time. Then add another 50 million. Plus this. Wang Su sighed. He knew very well that there was no time to make money when doing business with the man in front of him. He simply showed all his cards. In his hand was a piece of flesh and blood that was packed in a cold bag and preserved quite well. "Oh, this is..." It was taken from a giant monkey that controls the fire element with a strength of about B level. A giant monkey that can control the fire element. Haha. This is good? The middle-aged man was quite satisfied. He took both things from Wang Su's hands. "Well, now you can tell me. Is that A-level demon king the mutant panda?" Wang Su pressed his abdomen, where there was a very long wound. He didn't pay attention to it during the battle, but when he was transferred to the medical center in Beiyang for treatment, he found that his intestines were flowing out. He wanted to know if it was the A-level demon king who made him the first A-level extraordinary person in the world. Like this mutated panda? Ha ha ha. Really interesting. The man brought the data on Wang Su's small device to the computer. "I want to check whether your information is valuable." However, only 6 minutes later, the middle-aged man turned off the video that was originally nearly 50 minutes long. He took a deep breath. "It's not the A-level demon king." "What?" Wang Su was shocked. "Then what is it? Is it better to say the A-level demon king's followers?" The middle-aged man lit a cigarette and put it to his lips. "It has extremely high speed and reaction ability. It can even formulate a strategy to limit your ability in a very short time according to your ability, and successfully use this to basically minimize your threat." Wang Su gritted his teeth, and the wound in his abdomen hurt slightly. That's right. If the mutant panda's intelligence is really that high, why isn't it an A-level demon king? It's actually a follower of an A-level demon king. What a joke. If the A-level demon king can control such a powerful follower, then wouldn't his ability be even more powerful than you can imagine? It can take care of its companions in battle at the same time. And it can force you. An A-level transcendent known for your speed. To this point, the middle-aged man frowned. Could it be? Wait. You haven't told me what an A-level demon king is. Wang Su couldn't accept the fact that this panda was not an A-level demon king. There can't be anything stronger than this mutant creature. A-level demon king? The middle-aged man crushed the cigarette butt. It's no longer an A-level demon king now. What? S-level demon king. That's the current name. The aura shielding ability of this S-level demon king makes it impossible for us to find its specific location. The middle-aged man looked at the sea outside the window. But it is a mutant plant. A mutant bamboo. There is no doubt about it. Chapter 280, Every Detail. On this rainy night, in Suzaku Valley, blood-red bamboo branches occasionally cut through the air, making a series of crisp sounds. The soil on the ground was occasionally turned up by the black dragon-like roots, and the rumbling echoes echoed in the mountains from time to time. The water in the turbulent river, hitting the boulders, made a rumbling sound, and would pause from time to time. However, these abnormalities that would have been easily discovered by humans were now getting more and more intense. Lin Ning freely controlled the bamboo branches and roots without any scruples. After all, those humans had no time to pay attention to Suzaku Valley at all, and they were now in an extremely chaotic moment. Lin Ning's subordinates were making the human side fall into a state of distraction and fear. In the Daqing Mountain Spirit Realm, animal and plant resources are extremely abundant. Although there are relatively fewer aquatic organisms, there are still many of them. Many aquatic organisms that had never been seen before kept appearing in Lin Ning's mind. He controlled the bamboo roots and recklessly pushed them deep into the rivers and streams, turning them into huge dams with the ability to create new life. On the dams, there were countless nets with tiny pores, which constantly caught and closed the target prey, and quickly made them unable to move. Since we need underwater troops, we must find some that can be considered powerful in all aspects in these rivers and streams. Ignoring the level and the number of species, we only choose the best in all the rivers and streams within 1,000 kilometers that Lin Ning could control. As long as he liked them, the bamboo roots would fish them out. Sensing these countless underwater lives, Lin Ning's idea of the underwater troops that he had originally imagined in his mind also quickly took shape in reality. After catching nearly 1,000 fish and various aquatic creatures, Lin Ning also used the ability of bamboo roots to create new life to make extremely large fish tanks, and gradually transported these favorite aquatic creatures to the shore of the big lake in Suzaku Valley. If it were in the past, Lin Ning would not have done such a big thing. But now that humans have no time to care about him, he can catch fish without any scruples, and then transport them here. The vast smoke in front of him originally had quite a lot of aquatic creatures. But Lin Ning did not want these creatures that may have lived here for quite a long time to continue to exist. In this world of spiritual revival, it is a bit wise to still consider balance. The strong and the weak compete, and the fittest survive. If these aquatic creatures originally in the lake are strong enough, they can also have a jungle elimination match with these outsiders. The remaining ones are the strongest. After Lin Ning transported these thousands of fish and other aquatic creatures from various places to the lake, he did not put them in immediately. The bamboo roots penetrated into the lake, and one of them became like a leaky net, blocking the exit from the lake. In this way, any aquatic life in the lake would not have a chance to get out. After that, Lin Ning started fishing again. There were indeed a considerable number of aquatic life in the lake in front of him. But there was also a lot of garbage. All kinds of household garbage and waste. These things were dumped into the lake by the original humans. After all, the original Suzaku Valley spiritual realm was very close to the human living area before the spiritual energy was revived. Lin Ning could also sense the wreckage and ruins of villages, towns, roads, and buildings less than 10 kilometers away. More than a year ago, this place was indeed a human living area, and humans also through the evidence of their existence. Garbage. Into the lake. After the arrival of the era of spiritual energy revival, this place has transformed into a spiritual realm. And the towering giant trees, spreading weeds, impenetrable bamboo forests, turbulent rivers, and vast lakes are constantly hiding evidence of human existence. In fact, there is no problem if those things are not taken out. But Lin Ning feels awkward no matter how he looks at it. The bamboo roots turned into a giant net that is exactly the same size as this huge lake. After being immersed in the lake water, it is like countless small excavators, digging out all the garbage in the lake. Of course, Lin Ning still carefully picked out the fish, shrimp, crabs, and various insects in it with bamboo roots, and put them back into the lake water. These may be food for these new guys. so they can't be thrown away like this. However, just when Lin Ning used bamboo roots to hold all the garbage, and wanted to directly attack the shadow space with dark elements to send it away, he suddenly sensed some wonderful things contained in it. Ding! You absorbed the spiritual energy in the spirit stone, and gained 110 evolution points. Ding! You absorbed. Oh my! Is this considered picking up rubbish and finding treasure? After nearly 100 system sounds rang out in succession, Lin Ning also got this unexpected surprise. His evolution points unexpectedly increased by 13,000 points. And the corresponding spiritual energy in the spirit stone was also completely absorbed by him, and became a part of his body. Originally, he just wanted to pick up all the garbage, but ended up touching a lot of spirit stones. Environmental protection is still good. Having tasted the sweetness, Lin Ning bamboo root fished around the bottom of the lake again. But this time only 4 system sounds rang out. I didn't expect that there were so many spirit stones so close to me. But think about it. This is also normal. The ability to reconstruct the aura of all things is indeed very powerful. And everything within a radius of 2,000 kilometers with him can be completely materialized in his mind. But in fact, this ability also has a considerable weakness. That is the so-called inability to take care of everything. Even though this ability can materialize everything, Lin Ning cannot analyze all these materialized bodies in a short time. For example, Lin Ning can sense all the things that emit spiritual energy within this range, but he cannot quickly find and locate a certain thing in it. For example, all the spiritual stones on the ground and underground within this 2,000 kilometers. After all, spiritual stones are actually no different from ordinary stones. Those on the ground are not a problem. But if they are buried underground, it is indeed more difficult to find. However, you can't ask for too much. As for spiritual stones, you actually have a lot of them. Right? Lin Ning looked at the warehouse made of bamboo roots, which now also has a considerable number of spiritual stones. These are all precious things stored by humans in Olive City. But after Bai Qi attacked there, humans gave him these hard-to-find things again. Thinking of this, Lin Ning also put all the aquatic creatures in countless large fish tanks into the lake. Thousands of aquatic mutant creatures caught by Lin Ning from all over the world entered this huge lake this time. However, before they had time to adapt to the new environment, they suddenly felt that this huge lake was flooded with rich spiritual energy. Lin Ning put several bamboo branches into the lake and injected a considerable amount of yuqiong into it. The purpose was to create a huge petri dish. Okay. Then, those who can adapt, continue. If not, the bamboo branches flicked lightly, splitting a carp that had become extremely huge into dozens of pieces. Chapter 281 Panic-Stricken Enemies. While training these underwater troops, Lin Ning did not forget to sense the current situation of his subordinates. At this moment, Yen Si, the rock wolf, Manwe, the giant bear, and the small armies they led have re-entered the Daqing Mountain spiritual realm. And the straight line distance from him is only about 100 kilometers. And Dushan, who is a little further away, easily broke through the spiritual energy shielding device of Xingyuan City, and obeyed Lin Ming's order, and was heading towards Dongping City to support Feng Xiao and Panda. As for Bai Qi, this guy was like a cheat in this battle. He kept leading other companions. After flattening Olive City, he wiped out all the military forces of Lifeng City and Giant Fingling City next to Olive City in a short period of time. This was quite beyond Lin Ming's expectations. After all, Bai Qi combat effectiveness is really not high. Only a light element barrier can be said to be powerful. But think about it carefully. The human side is now using ordinary thermal weapons for defense. And only the B-level extraordinary people can destroy the barrier released by the B-level demon spirit. And now the 4 B-level extraordinary people of the Nine Heavens Tower are in the Ice City nearly 2,000 kilometers away. And they can't get here at all. But as long as they dare to come, Bai Qi will not have any problems. Because he is there. Lin Ning is 100% sure that if those extraordinary people step into his 1,000 kilometer attack range, they will not have any hair left, and will be directly swallowed by the dark space created by his dark element attack. These human sides can be said to be the extraordinary people of hope, and Lin Ning does not want them to survive too long. Humans have unlimited potential, courage, hope, and things they want to protect. Once these things gather together, they can create an extremely terrible opponent. And such an opponent will also unite the humans who originally despaired of the world and restore the glory of the past. This kind of thing Lin Ming does not want to see. This is also the main reason why he sent the two Jackal Kings, Banhu and Dianwei, together with the Silver Dragon Qin Shun, the Golden Scales and the Golden Python, and the Giant Bird Makai for air support to attack Bing Cheng. These 5 mutant creatures can be regarded as some of the most powerful ones among his subordinates. They are now powerful subordinates, who have reached the 2nd level, and are about to reach the 3rd level. Their purpose of attacking Bing Cheng is to kill as many extraordinary people as possible. Killing one is better than letting one go. Extraordinary people. This kind of new human beings, who have truly evolved in the era of spiritual energy revival, cannot be allowed to continue to develop. Who knows how many A-level will appear in the end? Speaking of A-level, the previous one seems to have completely disappeared from his perception range. It seems that the Panda caused him considerable damage at that time. Lin Ning knew that this guy would not let things go so easily, and would definitely come back after his injury healed. However, Lin Ning wanted him to reappear quickly so that he could kill him in an instant and cut off the seedling of hope. He sensed the direction of Ice City, but did not sense those extraordinary people rushing out of the building and fighting with his subordinates. Instead, they gathered together and seemed to be on a vehicle. Where are they going? Lin Ming continued to sense. These extraordinary people from the 9 Heavens Tower did not seem to be going to Ice City. Their cars drove into the road one by one and headed east. East? Isn't that a huge spiritual realm? Lin Ning could not understand what these people were thinking. What were they trying to do? Although Lin Ning could only sense less than half of the huge spiritual realm in the east, he could also judge that there was no city nearby, and it was almost entirely covered by a huge spiritual realm that was larger than the Great Qin Mountain spiritual realm. On the other side of the spiritual realm was a towering mountain. Even if it was crossed, it should still be a spiritual realm. Do they want to escape? There is only one possibility. Do these former 9-layered heaven towers want to take advantage of this chaotic period to escape and preserve their strength? Then, should we send our subordinates to track and pursue them? But after thinking for only 1 minute, Lin Ning gave up this plan. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Although the 5 2nd-level subordinates can cause huge damage to these extraordinary people, they will definitely suffer greater damage. The reason is that among those extraordinary people, there are quite a few who can use the ability of the barrier system. And among them, the first heavenly tower of the original 9-layered heaven tower, Fei Jun, is the leader, and their strength is outstanding. Even if these 5 subordinates of his fought hard with the other party, they probably wouldn't get much advantage. In addition, the ability of the extraordinary person named Fei Jun is also very strange. If he gets injured because of this, it will be bad. Originally, Lin Ning wanted his subordinates to cause a riot, and then to defeat those extraordinary people one by one. But after they gathered together, this strategy could no longer be implemented. Mo Kai, Dai Banhu, Dian Wei, Qin Shun and Jin Lin go to the direction of Duandong City to assist their companions in the siege. After giving this order, Lin Ming was also thinking, now, the entire human side is in chaos. Although our troops have defeated all the cities, they also have the disadvantages of being too far away and too scattered. In addition, if we want to move to the Bear Country, it is not the best time before waiting for our subordinates to return. Looking at the huge lake in front of him that has become the Spirit Lake, Lin Ning feels that it is better for him to focus his energy here. The strength of his subordinates will never be easily defeated, so let them continue to make trouble outside for a while. The dark red bamboo branches flicked lightly, and countless bamboo leaves with golden lines flew out of the air, cutting off the mutated aquatic creatures that could not adapt to the rich spiritual energy and became extremely gigantic. Survival of the fittest. If you can't accept this concentration and can't turn the spiritual energy into yourself, then you are not qualified to be your subordinates. As the extremely gigantic aquatic creatures on the lake gradually decreased, Lin Ming continued to infuse this demon into the lake. Although it is a bit quick to do this, Lin Ming really doesn't have many ways to create a large number of subordinates in the underwater troops in a short period of time. After all, the strength of the aquatic creatures is there. They want to upgrade and evolve little by little. Lin Ming can't wait that time. What he has to do is to quickly prepare this underwater force, and then get up and head towards the direction of the Bear Country. And these underwater troops will become a special combat force in the future. On this trip to the Bear Country, Lin Ning can't take all his subordinates with him, and the Tang Country can't become a vacuum after he leaves. Therefore, these underwater troops alone are not enough. Lin Ning feels that more subordinates are needed to strengthen the team. After he leaves, the subordinates left behind must do a good job of taking care of the humans on the Tang side. Then, next, we have to find some new subordinates. Chapter 282 No Second Choice. As time passed, the spiritual rain that Lin Ning thought would never stop also gradually reduced its intensity. Afterwards, the heavy rain clouds slowly dispersed, and a ray of light came from the east. It was daybreak. Lin Ning looked towards the east and saw the mist rising like white gauze. And he was also a little dazed. What a long night. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. From the outbreak of the spiritual rain until the appearance of this ray of light, it felt like several days had passed. When the spiritual rain decreased, he asked all his subordinates to suspend their attacks in the consciousness field and retreat to the nearby spiritual realms. For the white rats Shuya and others, the giant birds Jiang and Shueji were responsible for transportation. And now they have even quickly arrived near the Daqin Mountain spiritual realm. Other subordinates are also constantly moving in the direction of return. Lei Ji and others in the eastern direction of Short East City retreated to the nearby spiritual realms. And according to Lin Ning instructions, they waited for the 4 giant birds to transport them back. As for the human side, according to Lin Ning's current perception, they seemed to be still in chaos and panic, and had no time to chase these mutant creatures that suddenly retreated. Whether it was Dongping City, Ganlan City, Xingyuan City, Xiaohu City, or Nandu City, they had all become almost like ruins at this moment. Humans were busy counting casualties and rescuing the wounded, etc. Lin Ning felt that they might not be able to do anything for the time being. A large number of important cities were destroyed, and almost all military forces were destroyed. At least for now. Any B-level demon spirit could make them have no power to resist at all. But what Lin Ning wanted to destroy most at this time was not these ordinary humans, but the Fate Society far away in Bear Country. Those extraordinary people with black technology-like strength and technology established that mysterious and extreme organization at the beginning of the era of spiritual energy revival. They can be said to control everything and manipulate the entire world's human beings in their hands. Take Tang Country as an example. They first used the extraordinary people with special abilities to control that person, and then used that person's status to support the extraordinary association they founded to pave the way for the future. When the time was right, they destroyed the extraordinary association, which had already become somewhat popular, and created the 9-layered Heaven Tower. However, the 9-layered Heaven Tower was just their test product. And similarly, the Strange Beasts and Strange Beasts were also their test products. Metal Bullet Barrier, White Fog Bomb, Aura Shielding Device. These are the results of their planning from the beginning to now. And the final output, if they were given more time. Lin Ning felt that perhaps these people would create more things. Therefore, this trip to Bear Country seems to have to be put on the agenda. And it must be done as soon as possible. After eradicating this fate that disturbs everything, the next thing is those ordinary humans. Look at the lake again. The continuous input of Yuqiong makes this huge lake contain a considerable concentration of aura. Of the more than 1,000 mutant fish and aquatic creatures that Lin Ning had collected from various places, only about 300 remained after the cruel selection of survival of the fittest. Among these 300 aquatic creatures, except for the 6 that came from Xingyuan City before, as well as the giant river shrimp giant armor and the silver carp satin color, most of them have reached a level close to the first level after being soaked in the upgraded version of the spiritual liquid. Yao Qiong. The giant river shrimp giant armor is now also the first level 7. And the silver carp satin color is the first level 9. Their size continues to become larger as their level realm increases. The giant river shrimp giant armor is now a giant shrimp with a length of 5 meters. And it has completely lost the small size of the original river shrimp. As for the silver carp satin color, it has also reached a length of nearly 2 meters. And the colorful scales on its body are quite dazzling. The 2 horned toads that followed from Xingyuan City became much larger after drinking a lot of Yuqiong. However, compared with satin color and giant armor, their size was not much larger. Each of them was about 1 meter in size. The 3 giant salamanders should no longer be called giant salamanders. They are now divided into 3 colors: light yellow, dark green and dark blue. Each one is 6 meters long. If you don't look closely, you might think they are 3 beasts like dinosaurs. The last hairy crab disappointed Lin Ning a little. The size of this thing has been developing towards miniaturization. From the first 1 meter long and wide, to the current 20 centimeters long and wide. It is really small. However, Lin Ning found that the hardness of this thing's shell has reached a new height for some reason. From the outside, it looks like it is coated with a layer of metal and has special edges and corners. As for the other less than 300 aquatic creatures, although each has its own characteristics and features, and may still have unknown potential, Lin Ning does not want to continue to use Yaqiong to make them grow further. After all, we can't keep using this method and let them, who have no combat power, rely too much on this thing and be easily killed when they go to the outside world to perform various tasks without actual combat experience. Two shadows flew in the air, Qiying and Shui Jin, with the white rat Shuiya and Feng Ji. Feng Yin returned. After putting down the companions on his back, Lin Ning also saw fatigue from them. You did quite well this time. Lin Ning stretched out a bamboo branch and took out a sea-level spirit stone from the warehouse made of bamboo roots. Seeing this thing containing a lot of spiritual energy, Qiying and Shui Jin were extremely excited, and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy on it into their bodies, turning it into a part of their bodies. Master, willing to obey orders at any time, Qiying and Shui Jin spread their huge wings. They were quite satisfied with this surprise reward and asked Lin Ning to fight. Go and fetch Lei Ji and the Lynx team. As fast as possible. Yes. Master. The two giant birds spread their wings and flew in the air, quickly turning into two black dots and finally disappearing. In his consciousness field, Lin Ning kept informing Qiying and Shui Jin of the locations of Lei Ji and the Lynx team, so that they could go and find them. Not long after, Feng Xiao and the panda team, as well as the pack of wolves led by Du Shan, also returned to Lin Ning's side. After distributing the spirit stones to them, Lin Ning found that these subordinates seemed very happy. It seems that spirit stones can make them happier than any reward. After distributing the spirit stones, Lin Ning continued to sense the locations of other subordinates. He needed to collect all his subordinates faster, and then set off to the Bear Country after arranging everything. And Lin Ning did not want to give up the scope of the Tang Country. The aquatic creatures that had just been quickly cultivated, as well as the original underwater troops, and some subordinates with slow movements, all had to stay in Tang Country when he went to Bear Country this time to continue to deter humans. And the choice to lead these subordinates would undoubtedly be a subordinate with relatively developed intelligence, who was unable to go to Bear Country for special reasons. Lin Ning looked at the panda, who had absorbed the spirit stone, and was chewing on a bunch of bamboo shoots that he had found from nowhere. It seemed that there was no other choice except it. Chapter 283 Weird Mist Transformation. Lin Ning felt that if he had to choose the strongest, most intelligent and excellent in all aspects from among his many subordinates as his agent in the Tang Kingdom to go to the Bear Kingdom, then there seemed to be no other choice. Panda. It was the only subordinate that met all the conditions. Excellent intelligence, powerful enough to suppress the strength and speed of the A-level extraordinary in a short period of time, and having followed him for a long time and his performance all along, Panda was the most suitable choice. Moreover, there was another point that limited Lin Ning's idea of taking Panda to the Bear Kingdom. That was bamboo. Lin Ning did not know how crazy bamboo could grow in this era of spiritual energy revival. Nor did he know whether bamboo could gradually grow from south to north to higher cold areas due to the better living conditions for plants brought by the spiritual energy revival. But Lin Ning was sure that there would definitely not be a large amount of bamboo in a place like the Bear Kingdom with ice and snow. You know, Panda consumes a lot of bamboo every day. And not only him, but also the Panda Squad and even Giant Bear Manhwa are bamboo lovers. As a mutant bamboo, Lin Ning felt very lazy. If he wanted to take them away, he couldn't let them eat him. So in this regard, Lin Ning felt that he couldn't take Panda with him. Similarly, Panda Squad and Giant Bear Manhwa had to stay here honestly. Master, do you want to go to a distant place? At this time, Panda, who was contentedly holding a piece of spiritual stone that had been absorbed, looked at the already huge underwater troops at the lakeside filled with white mist, and suddenly asked. That's right. Lin Ning didn't answer much. When all the subordinates haven't come back yet, this kind of big event must be planned carefully. And you can't say everything at this time. After all, leaving here and going to the Bear Country thousands of kilometers away will have a lot of impact. When assigning subordinates, all aspects of consideration must be taken into account before waiting for all his subordinates to return. He did have other things to do. Cultivating the aquatic troops was only the first step. Next, whether it was recruiting new subordinates, assigning tasks to each subordinate, entrusting the situation in Tang's state, or improving his own abilities, these were all things to be done in the next period of time. Although there were many things to do, Lin Ming wanted to get them done as soon as possible. The white fog in the valley gradually spread, and Lin Ming also mixed his own fog in it. Lin Ming had not upgraded the ability of thick fog burst for a long time. The reason was actually very simple. Even with the ability to create toxins, the speed of its attack was not as direct and rapid as using bamboo roots to create new life and attack with various elements. Now this ability can at most allow him to hide in this valley. But it seems that with his current strength, even if he does not hide, humans can do nothing about it. Chicken ribs? It does feel a little bit like that. Even if this ability expands its range to 1,000 kilometers. It overlaps with the root system use of creating new life. But the speed and efficiency are much worse. Could it be that it is really useless? Lin Ming felt that none of his abilities could be called useless. Even an ability like Bloodleaf Slash that had basically never been used was because no one could get close to it. So its presence was so low. But whether it was speed or destructive power, there was almost no suspense that Bloodleaf Slash could easily cut metal. As for the other abilities, no matter which one was taken out, they were only strong and not weak. Otherwise, how could such a huge country like Tang be so distracted and have no power to fight back? Just like this battle, Lin Ming felt that if he wanted, he could guarantee that no human would survive within the 1,000-kilometer range centered on him. He only needed to use bamboo roots and dark element attacks to instantly destroy everything within this range. Just like he had previously made all the extraordinary research centers disappear. The reason why he set his subordinates down was to train them, rather than letting these guys only rely on him. Mist Burst and Toxin Creation. These two abilities are definitely not useless. Seeing that they are still at the level of LV7, Lin Ming also looked at the evolution points that had been stored for a while. It is enough to turn these two abilities into top-level ones. But compared with Toxin Creation, the ability of Mist Burst is more urgent to solve its shortcomings that cannot keep up with his overall strength. After the evolution points disappeared like water, Lin Ming also waited for the arrival of the system prompt sound. Ding! The ability of Dense Fog Burst has been improved to the top level and has evolved into Strange Mist Transformation. Activate the main body. Freely create thick fog that covers the vision and covers itself, with a range of up to 1,000 kilometers. At the same time, it can also inject spiritual energy into the thick fog to create a spirit beast clone. This is possible. Lin Ming did not expect that this ability could evolve to such a powerful level. Lin Ming had predicted the number of 1,000 kilometers. After all, this is not something that is irregular. But the subsequent explanation, creating a spirit beast clone, it's a bit strong. To create a spirit beast clone, you need to inject spiritual energy in fog. Is that so? Then, make a small one first. Lin Ming activated his own terrifying spiritual energy and injected it into the condensed fog nearby through the bamboo branches. Soon, the fog began to shrink and condense continuously. As the white fog continued to flow in that direction, its general image continued to emerge. After more lines appeared, Lin Ming also injected more spiritual energy. After a while, as Lin Ming stopped urging, a snow-white jade rabbit condensed by fog appeared under him. Lin Ming tried to control it with his consciousness, and it responded immediately. This little guy jumped in front of many subordinates, then floated on the water, and then jumped high into the air. Many subordinates looked up at this spirit beast condensed by mist, and they all thought it was just an illusory shadow. After all, it was just a ball of mist. However, Lin Ming's subsequent control over the mist rabbit also stunned all these subordinates. Boom! The mist rabbit suddenly opened its mouth in midair, and a ball of black spiritual energy appeared in its mouth. The black spiritual energy gradually became spherical, becoming nearly 1 meter in diameter. And then in a very short time it became less than 1 centimeter. And then the spiritual energy bomb suddenly flew towards the giant tree forest in the distance. Boom! Another explosion sounded, and smoke and dust floated in the mist. And it gradually fell after a while. Dozens of giant trees fell, and a huge impact debris with a diameter of 10 meters was blasted out in that direction. Even the ground showed an arc-shaped trace. Lin Ming looked at the mist rabbit, which had become like an ordinary weapon due to the huge consumption of spiritual energy. He knew that this ability seemed not enough to become a combat force immediately. It still needs to be controlled more skillfully. Chapter 284 Fresh Blood. The thick fog, like a pure white ocean, gradually covered the entire Daqing Mountain spirit realm. From time to time, black shadows descended from the sky and drilled into the white fog. Lin Ming ordered Qiang, Xuejin, Ma Jia and Zhu Yu to pick up their subordinates. The abilities of these 4 big birds are quite magical. They can hide everything about themselves in the air, and will not be discovered by human reconnaissance aircraft. And Lin Ming's ability of spiritual energy force field shielding can also cover up the thick and powerful spiritual energy on them, so that they cannot be discovered by human spiritual energy detection satellites or other spiritual energy detection devices. But their ability actually has a disadvantage. That is, shadow. No matter how well it is hidden, no matter how wonderfully it is hidden, how can it be discovered by humans at all? It is always above this shadow and cannot be hidden. As long as humans are interested, they will feel that something is wrong when they suddenly feel a shadow flashing in the sky in the sun. But they cannot find it no matter how hard they look. Therefore, every time Lin Ming sent out these 4 giant birds, he almost always chose a rainy day, or even directly in the dark. Occasionally, it was indeed very rare that this was not the case, although their strength was about to reach the 3rd level. If their abilities were known to humans, it would be quite troublesome. Time kept moving forward, and before long, the layer of fog covering the entire Daqing Mountain spirit realm gradually thinned. Under Lin Ming, the subordinates, who had fought all night, gradually returned. After several giant birds brought back the lynx team, all the subordinates gathered under him again. They hardly rested during this night, causing the human side to fall into a deep abyss of chaos. Lin Ming handed the Yuqiong bamboo branch containing a lot of spiritual energy to their mouths, and at the same time let them take a rest while they were tired. After all, since the battle in Qingcheng, the subordinates had not rested much. These 2 consecutive battles were indeed a challenge to their physical strength. However, after a good rest, some of his subordinates will follow him to the Bear Country in the next period of time to carry out precise strikes on fate. Lin Ming took this opportunity to start another task. Find new subordinates. The ability of the strange fog to transform is indeed very strong. It can use fog to create spirit beasts of any shape. But this spirit beast also has considerable shortcomings. It is far inferior to even the weakest subordinate. The first is that if you want to make this thing move, you must use your consciousness to control it. You have to control as many as you create, which is quite distracting. It may be okay to use it occasionally, but using it for a long time is basically abusing yourself. Secondly, every time you create one, you have to inject a considerable amount of spiritual energy into the fog. Although Lin Ming knows that his own spiritual energy is basically unlimited, it may still be a bit difficult to create thousands or even tens of thousands in one breath. Once these mist spirit beasts, which must be controlled by themselves, release the spirit cannon that condenses and compresses all their spirit energy into a tiny point and then blasts it out, they will disappear into smoke and turn into a ball of mist again. At present, this LV1 level of strange mist transformation ability has many shortcomings and has not yet reached the level of being both powerful and practical. But fortunately, it can continue to upgrade and evolve. But Lin Ming does not want to put his precious evolution points on it at present. Compared with the spirit beasts transformed from mist, Lin Ming trusts his subordinates more. After all, the subordinates don't need him to worry too much about fighting. From the battle against the human side that just ended, it can be seen that they can basically take charge of themselves. 0 casualties and huge painful losses to the local area. Such subordinates can't be better. But considering that they will go to the Bear Country later, adding some new subordinates to this group of subordinates will at least be better. As for the mist spirit beasts, Lin Ming felt that their power might only be unleashed when they reached the Bear Country. Now, after the spiritual rain erupted, the mutant creatures that were still alive and not killed by humans have gradually returned to various spiritual realms from the ruins of the city. Although many of them relied on the powerful strength of his subordinates, and were not killed in large numbers by humans during this spiritual rain eruption, the total number was much less than before. However, Lin Ming also discovered that some mutant creatures in the cave did not seem to become crazy because of the spiritual rain eruption. Instead, they have been in the cave, maintaining the number of their population while constantly getting stronger. This is probably because they have been deep in the cave and did not rush out to attack humans because of the rain outside. The spreading bamboo roots soon reached a place only more than 100 kilometers away from him. At that time, in the other direction of the Daqing mountain spirit realm, it was located in the mountains. Lin Ning did not take long to recognize the original name of this place. Shennongjia spirit realm. Originally, before the spiritual energy revived, there were countless mysteries here, with a layer of mysterious color. Lin Ning remembered that there were quite a lot of albino creatures here, and there were also legends of wild people. Now, through his perception, he did find some abnormalities here. In addition to the mutant bats he wanted to catch in the cave, albino elks, albino bears, albino crows and albino squirrels were also his targets. Moreover, another mutant creature with a very strange appearance aroused Lin Ning's interest. It has limbs and body like a wolf, but a slender head like a donkey. But its mouth has sharp teeth like daggers. Could this be the legendary donkey-headed wolf? In addition to this rare thing, Lin Ning also discovered creatures that had never been found anywhere else before. Clouded leopards, white storks, golden eagles, golden cats, forest musk deer, yellow-throated martens, vultures, large civets, red-bellied pheasants. Among them, most are above the 5th level. And there are 2 donkey-headed wolves that have even reached the 1st level. And after the outbreak of the spiritual reign, they can still maintain this number, which also makes Lin Ning's evaluation of their strength even higher. The huge number and variety of mutant creatures in the Shennongjia realm are simply a treasure trove. How many of them can be cultivated as subordinates? Lin Ning thought so. And the bamboo roots had completely covered the entire range of the Shennongjia realm. And all the mutant creatures there were completely covered and captured with a giant net made of bamboo roots. Among the countless mutant creatures, Lin Ning was constantly selecting, while constantly sensing their strength. These new subordinates will become important aids for him in his trip to Bear Country in the coming period. Lin Ning will also take advantage of this action to raise their levels. Chapter 285 Hidden Things. With the injection of fresh blood, Lin Ning directly obtained a total of 50 new subordinates from the Shennongjia realm this time. 3 clouded leopards, 2 golden eagles, 5 golden cats, 4 vultures, 2 mutant white foxes, 5 mutant white monkeys, 1 mutant albino elk, 6 donkey-headed wolves, and 20 bats. This time, it was a considerable harvest. Among this group of mutant creatures, there are 2 donkey-headed wolves with the 1st level. This guy has a donkey-like head, fangs and sharp teeth, a wolf-like body and limbs, and a huge body. When on all fours, he is nearly 3 meters tall, which is really burly. Not to mention how strong he is in combat. His body looks unusual. As for the others, they are all unruly. Especially the 3 clouded leopards and 2 golden eagles, which are a pleasant surprise. After all, among the mutants, carnivorous ones always have greater potential than herbivorous ones. And among them, only the albino elk is not a carnivore. In terms of combat power, it is the same. Like the Sero Dushan and the White Qilin, and even the Holy White. They are mainly auxiliary abilities. And among them, only the ability of Shadow is more special. Lin Ning checked other subordinates, and found that it seemed that only this family of 4 was herbivorous. Then look at these mutants, who are still struggling hard in Lin Ning bamboo roots. After being caught by Lin Ning bamboo roots from 100 kilometers away to the Suzaku Valley, these mutants gradually stopped struggling and became honest. The huge gap in strength made them quickly understand that the extremely strange crimson bamboo in front of them was an extremely terrifying existence. If they continue to resist, I am afraid that what will greet them next is death. Unlike those ordinary mutants, who have just entered or have not yet entered the level, these who were caught from the Jialing realm have reached a certain level of intelligence. They can distinguish what is dangerous. Not only this giant bamboo, but also the many animals and birds resting around. Which one does not possess extremely powerful spiritual energy? Which one cannot kill them easily in a very short time? Among them, it is obvious that this giant bamboo that easily caught them is the most terrifying one. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of animals. These mutant creatures that have calmed down immediately showed their obedience to Lin Ning. After Lin Ning put them on the ground, they immediately crawled on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, and even dared not to breathe. They all knew that the blood bamboo in front of them was their master. 50 bamboo branches containing Yuqiong fell, and Lin Ning signaled these newcomers to drink it quickly. Only by drinking this can Lin Ning communicate with them in the spiritual language in the consciousness field. Although I don't know what the principle is. Lin Ning has always done this. Many mutant creatures smelled the wonderful fragrance of Yao Qiong and felt the extremely surging spiritual energy coming from it. Although they wanted to drink it, they did not dare to look up. After all, the powerful spiritual energy of the huge blood bamboo in front of them was too unfathomable. Fear and fear made them dare not do anything easily. Lin Ning waited for a while before a brave clouded leopard licked it gently. Seeing the clouded leopard's wide eyes and the way it drank crazily immediately, the other mutant creatures also rushed forward. Soon, under Lin Ning, this group of new mutant creatures had become his official subordinates. From now on, you are my subordinates, and my orders are everything. Lin Ning used the power of spiritual language to tell these mutant creatures that he was everything here. Yes, Master. After all kinds of knowledge were packaged and delivered to these new subordinates in a short period of time, Lin Ning also made these newcomers understand quite a lot of things. To be honest, Lin Ning didn't want these subordinates to call him master. After all, it sounded a bit weird, but it should be much better than calling him boss. So he just let them do it. As the red shadows fell again, all the subordinates returned to his side. Lin Ning sensed the situation on the human side, and after confirming that they didn't care about this side, he looked at all the subordinates again. 7 giant wolves. Feng Ji, Feng Xiao, Feng Yan, Yan Si, Lei Ji, Yan Lu, Du Yan, and a total of 207 wolf packs. Panda Panda, 9 panda teams. Giant Bear Manhua and its 2 followers. Saro Dushan, Bai Qi, Shadow, Shumbai, Giant Monkey Bingpa, Wai Kui, Silver Dragon Qin Shun, Golden Python Jin Lin, 4 giant birds. Qiang, Xuejin, Majia, Shuyu, the 4 of Blood Luan bird. Qifeng, Hangwei, Feixia, Yinxing, and the heavy-eyed bird. Quanzhan and Whiting, and 60 bird subordinates from Xingyuan City. Lynx Jingji and 4 thunder attributed followers. The 2 jackal kings Ban Hudianwei and their 5 jackal teams. Little turtle Machan, White mouse Shueya, 3-tailed fox Xuanhua. There is also a huge number of aquatic creatures, which have reached 370 in the water, and the 3 clouded leopards, 2 golden eagles, 5 golden cats, 4 vultures, 2 mutant white foxes, 5 mutant white monkeys, 1 mutant albino elk, 6 donkey-headed wolves, and 20 bats. Lin Ning looked at all his subordinates in the lake below him. Their number has reached a height that was not there before, although the underwater troops have just been built. After a long period of infiltration by Yao Qiong, Lin Ning found that they seemed to be more loyal and obedient than his other subordinates. I don't know if it's because the spiritual intelligence has not become stronger, but these aquatic creatures have a strong ability to execute tasks. It's a bit like a dead soldier. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh, looking at these subordinates. Lin Ning is also choosing the subordinates who stay here, although the fate of the Bear Country will be very important. The same is true for the Tang Country. Whether it is the Tang Country that has not been completely defeated, or the original 9 Heavens Towers that cross the spiritual realm and don't know where to go, they are the targets that need to be paid attention to and attacked. We cannot allow humans to revive just because he left, and we cannot allow them to regain what they lost before. Therefore, the subordinates deployed in Tang Kingdom this time must be extremely strong. As for the spiritual energy shielding, Lin Ning has actually considered it. Although his original body left, it does not mean that he has no means to continue this bug ability. The bamboo root surged and headed towards the extremely quiet 7 Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm, Silverfish Mountain, and 10,000 Bamboo Sea Spirit Realm, the bulge that had been buried deep under the ground for a long time before, now quickly shed the original black shell after Lin Ning bamboo roots touched it. In a very short time, they suddenly tore the ground apart, and the blood-red main trunk grew up to a height of 80 meters, and appeared in the 3 spiritual realms like a giant tower. The Spiritual Bamboo Clone. Chapter 286 Spirit Bamboo Clone. Spirit Bamboo Clone. This is a new ability that Lin Ning had when he was at the 3rd level. In the 10,000 Bamboo Sea era, this ability was like being invisible, and it did not appear anywhere on the attribute panel. Lin Ning knew at the time that this was a last killer move. As a bamboo, even if it was a mutant, how could it not have a clone? Lin Ning remembered a sentence. A bamboo forest is the same bamboo. Bamboo with underground roots can use this place to produce countless bamboo shoots for reproduction. As a mutant bamboo, Lin Ning recalled that he was indeed special. When he just became conscious, he knew that his roots were not connected to the surrounding bamboos, but existed separately. After gaining the ability to walk, he became even more different. As for things like bamboo shoots, it seems that he no longer has them from the beginning. But Lin Ning is still very clear that a plant of the Gramineae family will have common characteristics even if it mutates. Then, after reaching the third level, Lin Ning discovered that he had a very special hidden ability. Spirit Bamboo Clone. To be honest, this ability is nothing special. It is to use the mutation of the root system to transform one section into a walking root. And then after injecting spiritual energy, bamboo shoots will grow on it. If the root system and the bamboo shoot are disconnected, the bamboo shoot will not grow, but will always remain as it is, growing under the ground at any time. But if the root system and the bamboo shoot are connected, then these bamboo shoots will quickly grow into giant bamboos that are almost exactly the same as him. And when the main body is seriously damaged, as long as the root system can be touched, it can be reborn with this clone. And this clone will also have the same ability as him. But it can only be used after the roots are connected to each other. This is how the system explained it. But it was only explained once at the time. In the Wantohai spirit realm, the human side was about to launch a siege attack. So Lin Ning used this ability before leaving, and used this ability to create a clone not far from the original place. After disconnecting the bamboo root from it, Lin Ning successively created this clone in the Silverfish Mountain spirit realm, the Seven Peaks Mountain spirit realm, and even the Suzaku Valley spirit realm. Logically speaking, after having this supernormal regeneration ability, Lin Ning should not continue to create this clone. But out of the mentality of surviving, Lin Ning created one after another. What if the human side suddenly has some killer weapon that can make him instantly disappear without even a bamboo root tip? This is not impossible. The last time in Qincheng City, it was indeed a critical moment. At that time, although Lin Ning had the spiritual bamboo substitute as a backup, if it was not done well and the bamboo root was not connected to the other side, then everything would be over. The power of the spiritual energy shielding device is still quite strong. Fortunately, there are defects. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. After leaving Qincheng and returning to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, Lin Ning had already thought about this matter in his mind. If he wanted to go to the Bear Country, this one could be said to be basically equivalent to his own spiritual bamboo clone. And it was the indispensable one. Although it could not move like himself, could not use many killing moves, and needed to be controlled by himself. There was no doubt that from now on, Lin Ning could rely on these spiritual bamboo clones to hide the spiritual fluctuations of his subordinates again, even if he went to the Bear Country thousands of kilometers away. Thus, it would not be discovered by humans that a large group of B-level demon spirits were very close to them, staring at them. After doing all this, the hot afternoon sun began to scorch this vast spiritual realm. Many subordinates had already woken up, and the rest were also struggling to wake up. After 2 consecutive battles, they were also quite tired. But they also knew that the choice that their master Lin Ning would make next was more important. Lin Ning checked and found that all his subordinates were gathered together at this moment. Even the underwater troops at the lakeside had their huge fish heads out of the water. Lin Ning knew that he could now prepare for the next step. Among these many subordinates, he chose to leave some behind and take the rest to the Bear Country. In fact, the number of subordinates to be taken away was not large. There were many reasons. This time, we had to go to the Bear Country at the fastest speed, so some of the slower ones, such as the giant bear Manu and the 2 bears, and the rock wolf Yanxi, could not be considered. Secondly, because the waterways on the way to the Bear Country were basically blocked. All the underwater troops could not follow. In addition, we need to arrange some relatively strong subordinates in Tang Country to monitor and threaten the extraordinary people and ordinary humans in Tang Country. After comprehensive consideration, Lin Ning also made a choice. Considering the comprehensive consideration of this rear area, as the one who is responsible for everything here, there is no doubt that the importance of Panda Panda is beyond doubt. Next, we will go to a very far place to completely eliminate the human group called Destiny Society there. But this time, I need most of you to be here to deal with the humans we just dealt with, and use your powerful strength to crush them and make them despair. The ability of spiritual language allowed Lin Ning words to reach the minds of all his subordinates. All the subordinates also knew the decision made by their master Lin Ning. Master, the subordinates are willing to go with you. All the subordinates lay on the ground or sank in the water, asking Lin Ning to go with them. Following the master to destroy the existence called Fate Society is the only thing they want at the moment. Even the new subordinates, who just arrived, understand that now is the time to make meritorious deeds. They all let out shocking roars and roars at the same time, showing their fighting spirit to Lin Ming. Whether you follow me or guard here, what you do is the same to fight for me. Lin Ning looked at the extremely excited and violent subordinates under him, and was quite satisfied. Panda, you are responsible for being the commander-in-chief in the rear and leading your companions to fight against any possible counterattack from humans. This task is quite difficult and important. Do you understand? Master, please leave it to me. Panda is the strongest among his subordinates in all aspects, and he knows the significance of this heavy responsibility very well. I will live up to your expectations. Yen Si, Du Yen, Qin Chun, Feng Xiao, Feng Yen, Yiling Dushan, Bai Qi, Qiying, Shui Jin, Ban Hu, Dian Wei. You are Panda's assistants. Assist him in all the actions that follow. Yes, Master. The subordinates, who were called, were very excited to get new tasks. Next, the Wolf Corps, the Panda Squad, the Bear Squad, the Jackal Squad, and the Aquatic Squad. You must obey Panda's orders. Give full play to your guerrilla and defensive support capabilities, and do not disobey. Do you understand? Yes, Master. In the Air Force, except for the Blood-One Bird, all others will stay in place as support. New subordinates, you must also try to improve your level here in the next period of time. When I come back, I hope to see the difference between you and now. Master, we understand. Many new subordinates also understood the mission of their first task. Lin Ning looked at the remaining subordinates. Feng Ji, Lei Ji and Yen Lu. 3 giant wolves. The little Soro Shadow and Sheng Bai. The giant monkeys Bingpa and Huaikue. The golden python Jin Lin. The little turtle Imo Chen, Imo Kai and Juyu. And the 4 blood-one birds. The white mouse Shueya. And the 3-tailed fox Xianhua. This combination is close to perfect. After recruiting 2 top-level donkey-headed wolves from his new subordinates, Lin Ning felt that this time it should be possible. Relying on this team and his own strong strength, any fate will probably collapse in an instant. Next, Lin Ming's consciousness moved, and a blood bamboo suddenly drilled out from the ground, spreading branches and leaves. Chapter 287, Change of Thinking. As a blood bamboo soared into the sky, Lin Ming also completely cut off his roots connected to the ground. After changing to the mobile type again, Lin Ming once again cut off the main trunk next to the half of the red diamond heart with the blood blade, which was also to reduce the total weight and facilitate movement. After all, his moving speed in an hour was only about 25 kilometers. Even though his level was always rising, he didn't seem to have made much progress in this regard. In fact, it's not that there are no shortcuts. The bamboo roots that can regenerate and change into various shapes infinitely are not only used as feet. They can be transformed into something more convenient. In addition, there is no need to walk upright. Just like animals, using bamboo roots as support and moving 4 legs alternately, it will be much faster, leaving behind those subordinates who must hold their positions. Lin Ning led the 19 carefully selected subordinates and began to move towards the direction of the bear country. This time, he really followed the simulation in his mind, using the bamboo roots to lift the heavy trunk and lay it horizontally at 90 degrees. And then used the ability to create new life to make the supporting bamboo roots stronger and larger. Finally, 8 bamboo roots lifted the nearly 60-meter-long trunk and began to move. It was indeed quite difficult at the beginning. Lin Ning kept sensing the distribution of trees around him, while also taking into account balance. And his speed was extremely slow. But with his strong perception and control ability, it took only a few minutes for the 8 bamboo roots to start moving in a very regular manner, and even branched out countless small roots as auxiliary support. And the walking speed was also increasing again and again. This can also be seen from the situation of his subordinates, who followed him. At the beginning, they were all following slowly behind, but it didn't take long for them to start running. Later, they could only rely on the flying of Imo Jia and Juyu to keep up. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things allowed Lin Ming to calculate the most suitable route to the direction of Xianghua in a very short time. and his perfect control of the swing of the bamboo roots allowed him to reach a new height. The surrounding scenery was constantly retreating rapidly. While moving, Lin Ning was also constantly estimating how far he had moved. The final conclusion was that he could walk about 80 kilometers in an hour. To be honest, it was not fast. And it was even not as fast as the speed of a car. But Lin Ning's full speed was only about 25 kilometers before, which was a great improvement. Moreover, the current size is much larger than before, which is completely different. Moreover, this is not an open field, but a place with many trees, and the distribution is irregular. Lin Ning thinks this should be the limit. After all, with such a huge size, it can only be like this. But 80 kilometers per hour seems to be much faster than he expected. The maximum perception range of the reconstruction of the aura of all things is 2,000 kilometers. And if Lin Ning wants to move to the Bear Country from the Great Qin Mountain Spirit Realm, he must move to the northwest. But if he goes straight, he will pass by many cities of humans. So Lin Ning still adopts the strategy of moving within this spiritual realm. And when he reaches a place without humans, he will take the shortest route. However, compared with the cities of Tang Country that he's seen before, Lin Ning actually knows very little about the Bear Country. He only knows that the Bear Country should be northwest of the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm. As for how far away it is, and what it looks like, he has no idea at all. But Lin Ning was still very clear that after the 3 spiritual reigns, the vast area of the entire Asia continent should have become a very large spiritual realm. At least, from Lin Ning's current perception, within this vast 2,000-kilometer range, only the completely destroyed Dongping City and Xingyuan City can barely be regarded as traces of human activities. To the northwest, there are dense forests one after another, dotted with vast deserts and gobi. Humans? Of course they no longer exist. Maybe they existed not long ago. But now there is no human-like life in the northwest. It didn't take Lin Ning long to lead his subordinates to Xingyuan City, which he had been to before. This place is different from the last time he came. It is already a ruin, and there is a strange bloody smell in the air. Lin Ning saw that there are a considerable number of mutant creatures in the ruins of Xingyuan City, and they are constantly wandering among the debris. This impregnable city eventually became like this after Dushan led his troops to attack. This symbolic fortress of hope for mankind has now become an extremely ridiculous ruin. This should be a huge blow to human confidence. Boom! However, just when Lin Ning wanted to bypass Xingyuan City and continue to move forward, suddenly a burst of explosions exploded in the direction behind him. The dust in the sky rose up like fog, and then a green giant ball rushed out from the smoke. And on this giant ball, there were countless dark green vines twisting wildly like long snakes. Lin Ning is quite familiar with this thing. Blood evil. Before, when he was moving from the Qifeng Mountain Spirit Realm to the Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm, he encountered this mutant plant. At first, he encountered the blood evil vine that could absorb all the nutrients and vitality of the giant tree. There were a large number of them, but they were very fast. After they were basically eliminated, this blood evil came out again and wanted to attack. At that time, Lin Ning only used one move to easily kill the mutant plant that attacked him. But he didn't expect that this thing still exists. Facing the blood demon that rushed over, Lin Ning reacted quickly in almost 1/10 of a second. And a bamboo root immediately released a dark element attack on it. The dark space appeared, and it swallowed the blood demon instantly with a radius of nearly 5 meters. Ding! You killed a first order 9th level blood demon and obtained 2,200 evolution points. It's exactly the same as last time. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. It's been a long time. And this blood demon doesn't seem to have improved at all? It's still first order 9th level. However, Lin Ning was also wondering. This thing is called blood evil. So is there such a thing as blood evil as its main body? After all, plants, especially mutant plants like underground roots, should not have only one blood evil. Right? Boom! Another series of roars sounded, and Lin Ning suddenly found that blood evils of different sizes appeared in all directions, and their total number even reached as many as 20. Give experience? Lin Ning raised the bamboo root, indicating that if it came this way, he would like it very much. Chapter 288. No one can save it. For a long time, Lin Ning thought that there should be only one mutant plant on this blue planet since the spiritual energy revived. But since he encountered the blood evil vine and its mother, blood evil sub, Lin Ming realized that he was not the only one who was so blessed. And there was not only one mutant plant. The last time he passed through Xingyuan City. When this blood evil vine appeared, Lin Ming was amazed. And the blood evil sub that appeared later also made Lin Ming feel strange that there was such a life form. They even have the ability to hide their own spiritual energy like himself. But they usually grow underground and only come out of the ground when they attack. After destroying a lot of blood evil sub, Lin Ming really hadn't encountered these things for a long time, thinking that they might have been extinct. After being in Suzaku Valley for so long, Lin Ming even forgot about them. Now, passing by Xingyuan City again, Lin Ming saw the blood demons again. And after easily killing one, so many suddenly appeared from all directions. However, even if more came, Lin Ming would not feel any fear at all. After all, it was just a large number. A bamboo root suddenly split into countless roots of varying thicknesses, and at the same time threw a dark element attack at the blood demons that rushed over. The dozens of dark spaces that appeared in a short period of time instantly connected into a whole piece, and also swallowed up all the blood demons. However, strangely, the evolution point that was scheduled to arrive did not arrive. What happened? Lin Ming looked at the blood demons that rushed over again, and they still existed. Illusion? Lin Ming reacted almost instantly. This is like the ability of a mirage, which can create illusory shadows that are as real as reality to confuse the opponent. In addition to this, there is no other possibility, and there is no way to explain the existence of these blood demons. Dark element attack. As long as it has a physical body, it will never escape from the dark space created by this dark element attack. However, since it is an illusion, then the caster should be nearby. Lin Ming quickly materialized a place nearly 500 meters underground nearby. However, there was nothing else except soil and gravel. So, what about 1,000 meters? Instantly, hundreds of sub-blood evil bodies were materialized in Lin Ming's mind. And at the bottom of these hundreds of sub-blood evils, there is an extremely huge root system, like a potato or sweet potato. That's it. The Lord of Blood Evil. With itself as the center, hundreds of sub-blood evils are distributed in the vast underground. And growing on its body are countless spores that can sprout more blood evil vines. This thing is located at the deepest underground of Xingyuan City, and its size seems to be ridiculously large. Lin Ming roughly sensed that this thing seems to have a diameter of nearly 600 meters. This size is indeed the largest opponent Lin Ming has ever seen. However, the more so, the easier it is to deal with. Moreover, the other party definitely did not expect that Lin Ming could sense its location, hiding under 1,000 meters. Do you think you can rest easy? Too naive. For most opponents, the hiding place of this blood evil lord has almost no weaknesses. After all, at a depth of 1,000 meters, no matter whether it is human weapons or the abilities of various mutant creatures, there is no threat to it. So this thing can grow as much as it wants underground, and then continue to breed more sub-blood evils, and let the sub-blood evils raise more blood evil vines to absorb nutrients from various plants around. So the size of this thing is getting bigger and bigger. The reason why this virtual image is released is because it knows that when facing Lin Ming, the mutant bamboo, it will be attacked by those dark elements and killed instantly. When the first sub-blood evil attacked just now, this blood evil lord understood this fact. But its subsequent virtual image attack also aroused Lin Ming's vigilance, so that its real body was sensed by Lin Ming. Although this thing looked very strong, and even the blood evil it released was about to reach the level of B, it was not a threat to Lin Ming at all. Not to mention anything else. Rather than letting it continue to pretend here, it would be better to kill it directly. Die. Lin Ming bamboo roots penetrated deeply into the ground, all the way vertically downward. The huge blood evil master did not expect this to happen at all, and wanted to escape, but he did not have the ability to do so. It could only watch helplessly, as the extremely sharp bamboo roots, vertically downward easily broke the layer of spiritual energy protection on its body. Lin Ming consciousness moved, and the moment the bamboo roots cut into the blood evil lord, he also used creation of new life at the same time. Countless bamboo roots exploded in the blood evil lord's body, directly turning it into a mass of shattered debris. Bean sprouts burst through the skull. And another ability to create new life is like this. Isn't it the same when the silver poison dragon killed the B-level demon spirit? Ding! You killed the 3rd level 2nd level blood evil lord and obtained 47,000 evolution points. Oh! This is so cool. A-level Demon King. I didn't expect it. There is such an A-level Demon King so close to me. No matter whether this guy can hide his own spiritual energy and put his body into this deep underground, he is almost in a state of invincibility. Unless there is a mutant plant like him that specifically restrains this kind of guy. It is estimated that there is no more than one in the entire Blue Star who can kill this guy. Following the explosion of the Blood Demon Lord, all the blood demons separated themselves from it and began to flee from the soil in all directions. Although they can use their bodies to push open the soil and move quickly, compared with Lin Ming wildly growing roots, they are just like snails crawling. Ding! You killed a level 1, level 9 blood demon and gained 2,200 evolution points. Ding! You! Lin Ming was very satisfied. Isn't this what he wanted? Experience packs. Experience packs. So many evolution points. So much spiritual energy. It's so cool. Isn't it? Although the Blood Demon Lord may be extremely terrifying and an opponent that other mutant creatures absolutely don't want to encounter. For Lin Ming, he really hopes that there are more of them. As a mutant plant, Lin Ming knows that ordinary mutant creatures can't do anything to mutant plants on land. Just like this Blood Demon Lord, he can control a lot of sub-blood demons and more blood demon vines to hunt and attack, while he waits and develops in a very safe place. He doesn't need to care about anything else. He just needs to raise his level to the strongest level after the continuous accumulation of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, this guy is so stupid that he dares to provoke anyone and no one can save him. Seeing that he has reached nearly 400,000 evolution points, Lin Ming is more satisfied. At this time, countless remaining blood demon vines emerged from the ground one by one. After they lost their main body, they didn't have much time left. But what Lin Ming wanted was to make sure they had no time left. My subordinates, kill all these guys. Lin Ming ordered his 19 subordinates. Chapter 289 Powerful Support. Lin Ming brought 19 subordinates this time. Feng Ji, Lei Ji and Yen Lu, 3 giant wolves, were specially brought by Lin Ming to ensure the speed and destructive power of this operation. Feng Ji's speed is extremely fast, and he is relatively stronger among the 3 wind wolves in this aspect. Lei Ji's control of the lightning element and Yen Lu's control of the fire element have now reached perfection, reaching the level of being able to do whatever they want and control them freely. Now, after several battles, they have also accumulated a lot of combat experience and have truly reached the level of second order. If any of them is allowed to attack a city now, they can destroy it. Lin Ming thinks that this kind of thing can be tried after returning to the Bear Country. As for the Little Sorrow Shadow and Saint White, after the battle in Qincheng and the night attack on the human side that just ended, these 2 little guys have been fully trained and have entered the 1st level and 7th level realm. Shadow's ability is Dark Element Control. Its ability is also a very common power that Lin Ming now uses to copy it with the ability of Multiple Element Ability Copying. The attack of the Dark Element can create a dark space that swallows everything. It is extremely powerful and destructive. But this ability is also very dangerous if it is used improperly and explodes next to itself. The accuracy and control strength, etc., all need to be paid attention to. These are not difficult for Lin Ming. His control of spiritual energy has now reached perfection and is extremely proficient. Whether it is dark elements or other elements, as long as he wants, he can use them from any bamboo roots, bamboo branches, or bamboo leaves. Moreover, the power of the ability of Multiple Element Ability Copying is not just that. Lin Ming can now use the various element abilities that have been copied without time limit. Now, all the elemental control of all the subordinates has been completely copied by Lin Ming. He can also use all these abilities at will, and can even use several or even all of them. And the power is also different from that of the subordinates. Its degree is linked to its own level. Under the effect of almost endless spiritual energy, the destructive power and power of each element used by Lin Ming are several times that of the subordinates. Just like the dark elemental ability of Shadow, the dark space it can use now is only 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and it is extremely unstable. But Lin Ming can now easily use a dark space of more than 10 meters in diameter, and simply tear the target enemy into pieces and devour it. This time, the reason for taking Shadow to Bear Country is none other. In order to prevent this little guy with such terrifying power from going astray and failing to control his power, leading to irreversible serious consequences. After all, Shadow with this ability has considerable destructive power. In fact, no mutant creature or human can avoid the attack of this dark space, if it is not well controlled. Even accidentally hurting a companion may be a small matter. And the power of Shungbai is almost exactly the same as that of its mother Baichi, both of which are the control of light elements. However, unlike Baichi's light element barrier and barrier destruction, Xingbai's ability is more offensive than the auxiliary type of ability. Its characteristic is that it uses light to turn into a sharp blade and injure the opponent's attack route, which is extremely effective and fast. But compared to the night, Baichi's attack power will be higher during the day. Compared with Shadow, this ability does not have too many dangers to pay attention to. And relatively speaking, Xingbai's control over the elements is much stronger than Shadow. Lin Ming is not too worried about little Xingbai, but hopes that these two brothers with repulsive attributes will live in harmony in the future. Sometimes Lin Ming can also see that Shadow does not seem to want to act and play with Xingbai, and is relatively more withdrawn. This is not a very good phenomenon. Lin Ming feels that he should pay more attention to this aspect. If it leads to any bad consequences, it will be bad. Then he looked at the giant monkey Bingpa and Huaikui. These two guys are much calmer now than they were before. The reason is the tragic death of Zhui Yuan, their former companion and Lin Ming's subordinate. Zhui Yuan did not obey the orders of his master Lin Ming in the last night attack on Qincheng, and took Feng Xiao back to rescue the Panda and the little turtle Imochen, who had suppressed the A-level extraordinary. As a result, he was killed by the A-level extraordinary. Although this is unacceptable, it can only be accepted. The reason is that Zhui Yuan ignored orders and trusted his own strength too much. Although Lin Ming led the army to Qincheng for revenge, Zhui Yuan could not be saved and could only accept the result. However, due to the influence of this incident, all the subordinates understood the importance of obeying the master's orders, especially Bingpa and Huaikui, whose personalities were much better than before. At least, they would never disobey Lin Ming orders. These two subordinates, who are about to enter the second level, still have a long way to go in the future. This time, I brought them out to try to upgrade them to the third level outside and make them an important combat force. After all, whether it is ice element or plant element control, they are quite rare types among all subordinates. If they can grow up as soon as possible, they will become a considerable help in performing any tasks in the future. Mo Kai, Zhu Yu, and the four blood phoenixes are basically subordinates who slack off in order to maintain mobility and combat efficiency. Their main purpose is to fly in the air, carry other subordinates or assist other subordinates in attack or defense, etc. And they themselves also have considerable combat power. The purpose of leaving Qi Ying and Shui Jin in the spiritual realm of Zhuke Valley is the same. Their mobility can bring considerable help to other partners. And the white rat Shuya, the little turtle Imochen, and the golden python Jin Lin are the subordinates with extremely special abilities that Lin Ming brought with him this time. In the battle of Qincheng City and the subsequent raid on humans, they all showed their powerful strength. Especially the white rat Shuya almost single-handedly broke through Xiaohu City, which was the most tightly guarded and terrifying city of the human side except Shangjing City, and assisted Feng Ji and Feng Xiao in destroying Nanhu City. Its own combat power is average, but its ability to summon and control the Sea of Rats is almost destructive to human civilization. The golden python Jin Lin and the little turtle Imochen are two of his favorite subordinates. One has the ability to control metal, and the other can help himself and his companions around him avoid crisis. Imochen's ability has been verified several times, but it still has a lot of room for improvement. The same is true for the golden python and golden scale. By manipulating metal, they can basically cut off most of the technology that humans rely on. As for the three-tailed fox Xuanhua, he is responsible for leading the two donkey-headed wolves and training them to adapt to battle faster. Lin Ming looked at these subordinates and was quite satisfied after they wiped out hundreds of thousands of blood evil vines in a short period of time. Their increased strength will also promote the overall strength. And next, they will completely destroy the Destiny Society, and their abilities will become the help he relies on. Chapter 290 changes 2,000 kilometers away. In the era of spiritual energy recovery, after 3 spiritual rains, most of the mountains and plains on the vast land were covered with extremely dense giant trees and countless green plants. Endless white fog filled the green sea in the early morning, and also completely covered the places where humans used to live but now became ruins. It has been a day and a night since Lin Ming left Suzaku Valley. He walked almost in a straight line, and did see a lot of city ruins along the way. In a day and a night. According to his speed, he has walked nearly 2,000 kilometers. This happened to be near the maximum limit of his perception. Now, the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley has indeed reached his perception limit. His bamboo roots stepped over the ruins of buildings and looked at the corpses all over the ground, realizing that this place was once a city with a large population not long ago. After the spiritual energy erupted, human civilization disappeared very quickly. There are indeed reasons for this, such as the invasion of external mutant creatures, and the expansion of the area of the spiritual realm after the outbreak of spiritual rain. On the other hand, there are also conflicts between them, between extraordinary people and ordinary people. Among them, the various extreme behaviors of the Destiny Society are the worst. This time, Lin Ning went to the headquarters of the Destiny Society in Bear Country, and his purpose was to eradicate everything there. But this was not for the sake of humans themselves, but for him, a mutant creature. The Destiny Society can create all kinds of extremely powerful weapons to serve their ambitions, threatening ordinary people while also threatening him. A mutant plant. For Lin Ming, this organization must be eradicated. If it is allowed to develop, then there will be troubles one after another. And after it is eliminated, the remaining humans will be left to deal with. Eliminate them all, or completely make them a minority. That will be discussed at that time. After passing this place, Lin Ning already knew in advance that there was an extremely vast desert not far ahead. If a bamboo like him, walking horizontally, were to walk through the desert in a swaggering manner, it would be too conspicuous. Although it would not be a big deal if Lin Ming revealed his true form now and let humans find him. It was not worth it to reveal his true form that had been hidden behind the scenes for a mere desert. If he provoked humans to launch dozens of nuclear bombs, and then alerted fate, they would hide deeper and be harder to find. Wouldn't that be a big loss? Therefore, Lin Ming decided to go around in a circle and started the circle activity from the edge of this huge desert. Imokai and Juyu, each with Huikue and Bingpa, had already scouted in a farther direction. Their mission was to check the terrain and urban ruins of areas outside Lin Ming perception range, and even landmarks such as human cities. This would allow Lin Ming to judge whether he was going in the right direction. Except for the 4 subordinates, who went for reconnaissance. The rest of the subordinates had been running with him for a day and a night. They were now quite tired, and could hardly keep up with his speed of nearly 80 kilometers per hour. Now they were tied to his bamboo roots, and moved closely to the main trunk. Lin Ming continued to move northwest around the edge of the desert. But not long after, he received a report from Imokai and Huikue. Master, if you continue forward in this direction, there will be a large area of blue water. Blue water. Lin Ming remembered that he had not instilled the concept of sea in his subordinates. However, if this area is the so-called sea, then it will deviate from the route. Go to another direction to check. Lin Ming issued a new order. There was no reply from Jiyu, so there was no need to be too anxious. For the time being, they moved forward according to the route. However, at this moment, a series of rumblings suddenly sounded in the desert Gobi area not far away. One after another, huge scorpions emerged from the ground, appeared in groups, and then went back into the dense forest. Lin Ming looked at the mighty desert scorpion monsters moving in one direction from several kilometers in front of him, and was a little confused. What are they doing? Just now, he thought they were the kind that wanted to cause trouble for him again. But now it seems that they are not like that at all. In addition, Lin Ming sensed that in this desert, more mutant creatures were constantly moving above and below the ground. And the direction of movement was the same. That direction seems to be Tangwa? Although it is more than 2,000 kilometers away, the general direction is correct. What is going on here? Lin Ming guessed for a long time, but he couldn't guess it. It can't be so coincidental that such a thing happened in front of him. Lin Ming also felt a little strange. But then, when a large number of mutant creatures began to move in the forest of the spiritual realm where he was, Lin Ming felt something was wrong. What was going on? In his perception, more mutant creatures were also gathering, and they were all gathering in the same direction. It was as if they were attracted by something that could attract mutant creatures. Lin Ming looked at his many subordinates and found that their expressions were also a little wrong. What are you doing? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. However, the subordinates just kept looking in that direction, as if they were psychedelic. Something was wrong. Lin Ning used his perception to continuously extend in that direction. However, he found that there was nothing at all even when he reached the limit. That thing that attracted so many mutant creatures was beyond his perception. Then, the bamboo roots instantly penetrated into the soil and continued to extend forward in that direction from deep underground at a very fast speed. When they reached nearly 800 kilometers, the roots suddenly touched a bamboo shoot that Lin Ning placed every 1,000 kilometers or so, and immediately turned it into a spiritual bamboo clone of his own. After the spiritual bamboo clone grew rapidly, because it was connected to Lin Ning's main body, the root system could continue to extend forward for 1,000 kilometers. Soon, the roots of this spiritual bamboo clone continued to move forward, spreading all the way to the spiritual bamboo clone in the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. The simple single-line connection allowed Lin Ning to have a multiple coverage perception range from this moment. Now, he could also perceive everything within a radius of 2,000 kilometers that the original location of Suzaku Valley in the territory of Tang can perceive from a distance of 2,000 kilometers. But Lin Ning also quickly understood where the location that could attract mutant creatures 2,000 kilometers away was. Shangjing. Master, they are very strange. At this time, Panda saw that the Lingzhu clone beside him had made some movements, and hurriedly reported to the master. Lin Ning sensed that except for his subordinates, almost all the mutant creatures in this extremely wide range were rushing towards Shangjing. You surround my clone, and no one is allowed to leave without my order. Lin Ning controlled the Lingzhu clone 2,000 kilometers away, and let it stretch out countless bamboo roots to tie up the subordinates one by one, while the one in the giant lake used bamboo roots to form a net to completely block all exits. This situation is really too strange. Has the human side come up with something again? Or is it fate? Chapter 291 Crisis. Report. Spirit Detection Satellite Number 1 detected a large number of mutant creatures attacking from the Dachi Mountain Spirit Realm. Report. Spirit Detection Satellite Number 2 detected a large number of mutant creatures attacking from the Shushi Spirit Realm. Report. Spirit. When reports came out from the somewhat panicked liaison officers of the Spirit Detection Department, almost everyone in the combat meeting room began to panic. Yesterday, reports from all over the country that cities were attacked and most of them were completely destroyed have made everyone anxious. The number of casualties is already impossible to count, and the economic losses are astronomical. Countless people are displaced and countless people are homeless. Although that person has sent countless troops from Shangjing to guide these people to nearby cities for relief, there are too many people who suffered in just one night. Although the attack of the A-level Demon King did not come again after the dawn of yesterday, who knows when the next wave of attacks will come? The A-level Demon King. No. It is possible that he has become the monster of the S-level Demon King. He easily broke through the city with several walls, the city with aura shielding devices, and even destroyed the Xiaohu city with 6 gold square arrays and countless aura shielding devices buried. Moreover, according to the eyewitness reports of various survivors, the mutant creatures that went to various places to attack cities were said to be giant wolves, pandas, flying birds, rats, monkeys, etc. But whether it is that person or the people in the combat command room, everyone can guess based on many previous materials that these are just the followers of the S-level Demon King. The real one is still hiding behind the scenes and has not appeared yet. Although the S-level Demon King has not appeared yet, judging from the power that can instantly destroy hundreds of extraordinary research centers and cities, it may now have the power to destroy the world. The man frowned. Despair? Although humans know what despair is, they tend to forget this word when facing life and death. On the contrary, the more humans face such a situation, the more they understand the meaning of so-called hope. After the battle completely stopped, another night passed. The continuous attack did not come again. No one dared to relax. Everyone was busy constantly in order to minimize the losses caused by this battle. People knew that if they sit and wait for death, nothing would change. On this day, the sun rose as usual, and the monster's continued attack still did not come. But no one dared to relax. No one knew when the next attack would come. However, everyone did not wait for long. This moment came soon. Moreover, it is more violent than before. According to the report, all the mutant creatures in the entire Tang Kingdom are now attacking Shangjing in extremely terrifying numbers. Build a 9-layer 6 gold square formation around the outer wall, and send everyone out to build more layers of spiritual energy shielding devices. Students, children and women are given priority. Send people to maintain order and withdraw these people to Quancheng, Jiadongqing, and Huahai City first. Call all the troops from nearby cities to arrange outer defenses. Heavy weapons troops are given priority. One order after another came out of that person's mouth. And in the combat command room, the rest of the people were also busy. Everyone knows that even if they are one step slower, even if they convey one step wrongly, everything will be lost. This Shangjing city can be said to be the most heavily defended city in the world. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Tang Kingdom is also the most difficult place in the world. From the rumors of B-class demon spirits at the beginning, to the pacification of Wantohai's spirit realm, to the appearance of A-class demon kings, the battle in Qingcheng City, and the multiple invasions from the S-class demon kings in the early morning yesterday. Not to mention the initial infiltration of the Fate Society, the chaos of the Transcendent Association, the escape from the 9-layered Sky Tower, and the collective transformation of artificial transcendence into monsters developed by the Transcendent Center. One after another. Each one is a suffering that does not exist anywhere else in the world. So, Shangjing City has gradually become more and more solid and powerful. Although it was not attacked in the previous battle, that person would never think that it would never be attacked. So, after almost all the 6 gold square arrays and aura shielding devices were concentrated in this supergiant city with a population of nearly 60 million, what that person had to do was to survive this catastrophe as much as possible, so that Shangjing City could still stand tall in the tide of mutant creatures. That person's brows were furrowed. He had not slept for 3 days. Even if the people around him kept taking turns to rest and replace, that person still had not slept once. The current situation, the slightest change, can affect the final result. He dared not sleep. Every decision he had to make would determine the future direction of mankind. Survive or perish. Humanity may be defeated in this era of spiritual energy revival, but it must not be defeated. Even if the opponent is that S-level demon king, he would say so. However, why did the mutant creatures from the full spiritual realm attack this time? Why did they attack in the direction of Shangjing? Among these mutant creatures, is there that S-level demon king and his followers? Or, is all this done by that S-level demon king? The man thought carefully. No. This should not be done by that S-level demon king. This is not the method that guy would use. From the beginning to now, whether it is that person or others, everyone has more or less figured out some of the action patterns of that S-level demon king. Act at night. Use followers to disperse the attack. And almost every time use rain. Or even when the spiritual rain breaks out, to provide cover. I have never heard that it will command all the mutant creatures in the entire spiritual realm to attack a certain city. That S-level demon king seems to have always wanted to hide himself behind the scenes. And even his followers have kept a certain mystery. Instead of doing it like now, it is better to send all his followers to attack at night or when it rains, which is what the S-level demon king will do. Then, send people to search the whole city to check where there are new things or abnormalities. Especially in the city center. Check all cameras in the city to find all suspicious people. All people related to the Destiny Society. Catch them all. Don't let any of them run away. After issuing a new order, the man stood up. The enemy is not the S-level demon king, but the Destiny Society around us. Yes. Everyone started to get busy. And the man walked towards a member of the Aura Detection Department who had been busy checking various data. Where are the original 9 heavens towers in the direction of Bingcheng? Chapter 292 A Higher Realm. The Suzaku Valley Spirit Realm was as noisy as the outside. The mutant creatures that had just returned to the Spirit Realm seemed to be summoned again. And they started from all directions, and headed straight towards the direction of Shangjing City. Panda and the others felt quite strange. Why didn't they have the urge to follow those mutant creatures? But after thinking for a moment, Panda stood by the lake and suddenly looked back at the other companions behind him. Are we fine because we drank the Master's Yoqiong? Just like the last time with the soul pill. Among the many subordinates, each one was looking at each other. Their intelligence was not as much as Panda's. Only Bai Qi was smarter, and nodded to Panda. This was the only possibility. Not only those who had been with their master Lin Ming for a long time, but also the new companions who had just joined the underwater troops, and came from the Shilongjia spirit realm. Everyone was not affected at all, and did not rush out of the spirit realm like those other mutant creatures. Panda looked at the companions left by his master Lin Ming under his command. Except for the newcomers. Everyone's cooperation is already very proficient. And Panda is also very clear about the abilities of each of his companions. even the newcomers from the A-level spirit realm and those from the underwater troops. After a short period of inquiry and letting them show, he remembered them one by one. As the commander left here by the Master Lin Ming, Panda is the most suitable one. However, since the Master left, it and its companions have never found what to do. And just one day later, the mutant creatures in the spirit realm began to go crazy again. Just like every time the spiritual rain broke out. The difference is that their routes are almost all straight. And they can't even turn. Panda looked at the spiritual bamboo clone not far away from him. This is an important tool placed here by the Master Lin Ming to assist his subordinates in all activities. According to the Master Lin Ming, this spiritual bamboo clone, which is only half the height of the original main body, can make them have the ability to make humans unable to detect spiritual energy, just like the original, and can also create demon qiong and sense everything nearby. Just now, the Master Lin Ming asked the subordinates, who stayed behind, not to follow those crazy mutant creatures and to stay where they were. But Panda had some other ideas. Master, I have a request. Panda had a new idea after watching many mutant creatures ignore them and pass by. And some even ran directly into the lake and drowned. You want to lead a team to track and attack these mutant creatures, right? Lin Ming thought of this easily. After all, those mutant creatures were like demons at this time. And they didn't care about the things around them at all. Even if they walked side by side, they wouldn't fight. Just like not far in front of him. After those desert scorpion monsters, there were some death worms and various mutant creatures such as big lizards. But each of these guys seemed to be unable to see each other. And nothing would happen between them. Just moving in one direction. Even though Lin Ming launched a shadow space attack in the huge team they formed. After reducing dozens of mutants to only their limbs, the remaining mutants acted as if they had not seen anything and continued to walk over their corpses. Master, can we pursue them? After all, many of them are already at a very high level. Panda continued to ask. Lin Ming sensed the mutants near Suzaku Valley, and found that most of those who came out of the Dachi Mountain spirit realm headed towards Shangjing from here. Although it was unclear what was in the direction of Shangjing that could attract mutants within a range of 2,000 kilometers. Lin Ming knew very well that this was definitely made by the Destiny Club. Maybe they had invented something special. Moreover, something that could attract mutants. Soul Pill? In other words, Soul Pill could attract so many mutants. Right? But if it could still attract them from such a long distance, it might be something more powerful than Soul Pill. But regardless of other things, this unknown thing was placed in Shangjing, and then attracted mutants so far away from Shangjing. And the number of mutants it could attract was definitely astronomical. Lin Ming could guess the purpose of the Fate Society. Destroy Shangjing City, the largest fortress of ordinary people. And then pull him, the S-level Demon King, from the dark to the light. These are the two purposes. Since it can attract mutant creatures so far away, it will definitely be no problem to attract the closer S-level Demon King. They probably think so. But Lin Ming did not feel any fatal charm or magic coming from the direction of Shangjing at this time. And naturally, he was not affected at all. Moreover, his subordinates, whether they were around him or those far away in the spiritual realm of Zuke Valley, were not affected or bewitched. This is probably the effect of Yuqiong, who has evolved from spiritual liquid. You are allowed to pursue, but pay attention to the reconnaissance of the human side. Yes, Master. Your subordinate Panda will definitely be careful about this. Panda replied. Lin Ming was relieved. He also disconnected the root connection with his spiritual bamboo clone at the same time. Leaving Panda to lead the remaining subordinates is a wise decision. Panda will not listen to any dead orders, but will make relative reactions and judgments according to the actual situation. This is also extremely rare. Let Panda take over the Tang Kingdom side. Maybe it will give him a big surprise at that time. Thinking of this, Lin Ming loosened the bamboo roots on his body and let the subordinates, who had rested for a while, return to the ground. Now, kill as many mutants as possible. He ordered his subordinates, who were eager to fight, and watched them rush into the tide of mutants like meteors. On the other hand, with the consent of his master Lin Ming, Panda also began to plan and formulate strategies for the battle. For it, while ensuring that its companions would not be injured or killed, it was also necessary to raise their level to the maximum extent. This was the most important task given to it by its master Lin Ming. However, Panda also wanted to reach a higher level. What if his companions could grow beyond the master's expectations in his hands? But if that was the case, The importance of this pursuit battle at this time, as the first battle it commanded alone, was self-evident. Soon, Panda also gave the order. Prepare for battle. Chase. It knew that only fighting could make the blood of these companions boil. And only fighting could make these companions stronger. Hundreds of mutant creatures came out in droves. From the air. From the land. From the water. Rushing towards the tide of mutant creatures that were like possessed and heading toward Shangjing City. Chapter 293 The Drag. Rolling yellow sand. Under the scorching sun, Lin Ming has already circled nearly halfway along this huge desert. According to the information he just received from Zhu Yu, he is also constantly correcting the direction of movement. He should have walked nearly half the distance to the Bear Country. The ability to rebuild the aura of all things has not yet sensed any city in this vast area. Lin Ming is also very strange about this. According to his memory when he was a human, there should be nearly 10 countries in this vast area. But now there is not even a city in these places. Not to mention the humans who should have existed. It only took 3 spiritual rains to completely turn the city into ruins and make humans die. Lin Ming sensed the ruins of one city after another, the messy bones inside, and the nearby deserts, Gobi, and rocks. Something is wrong. This should not be destroyed by a few spiritual rains. Moreover, I have never heard those people from 10 countries say that such a thing has ever happened in this area. Could it be some strange mutant creature that did it? If it destroyed the country, then it was an A-level demon king? If there is any A-level demon king that has not been discovered, Lin Ming would like to meet it. After all, that kind of thing is a precious source of evolution points and spiritual energy for him. The more the better. However, no matter how he sensed it, no matter how he explored it, there was no spiritual energy leaked by any mutant creatures in all the areas nearby. Gone? Hidden? Or has it never happened? Or is this the work of fate? Lin Ming guessed, sensing everything around him. It has not been a long time since the era of spiritual energy revival came. And in this short period of time, the human side, even without his rise, is slowly dying out. The mutant creatures in the sea created tsunamis, gradually encroaching on the human settlements, while on land, represented by him, they were slowly rising, expanding the area of the spiritual realm on land, and also slowly forcing humans out of the soil where they had lived for generations. Humans, with a huge population base, were already at a dead end and could not protect themselves under the attack of both sides. They fell from the top of the food chain. They fell from the position of the master of the blue planet. And they lost everything they could be proud of. Although their weapons and technology were still there, there was no doubt that if this continued, the complete extinction of humans would be inevitable. But Lin Ming did not pity them. Humans and mutant creatures like him were originally different species. In this era of spiritual revival, all things are constantly evolving and constantly strengthening their own strength. As long as they fall behind, they will be completely left behind. The human side once caught up briefly, but they soon fell behind in this competition. And the reason was the various operations of the destiny hidden behind the scenes, creating a world with only extraordinary people. Lin Ming felt that there should be nothing more stupid than this. If it weren't for them, perhaps the Tang Kingdom, or even the extraordinary people in other parts of Blue Star, would eventually cooperate with ordinary people to drive out the most threatening mutant creatures, and then completely eliminate them before they would understand or interact with ordinary people. But now, mankind has come to the most thorny road, and he, Lin Ming, has become the most ferocious death god on this road. What happens to humans has nothing to do with him. If they can become non-threatening, then it doesn't matter if they linger on. But at present, the biggest threat among humans, fate, must be uprooted, and not even the debris can be left. Time passed. Gusts of hot wind blew, and Lin Ming continued to move forward, away from the desert area. Lin Ming once again entered the vast sea of forests. Unlike the Shushi spirit realm and the Dikenshin spirit realm, this side is all coniferous forests such as pine and cypress. The temperature has also dropped a little, and there seem to be quite a lot of mutant creatures. After Lin Ming easily killed dozens of curious mutant monkeys with bamboo sticks, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Have the mutant creatures here not been affected by Shangjing? It seems that they are not heading toward Shangjing like the mutant creatures in the desert a little further away. They are now just like the mutant creatures in the ordinary spiritual realm. There is no difference at all. But, then again, Blue Star is really big. Lin Ming has been walking for nearly 2 days, and he has only walked half the distance. During these 2 days, Lin Ning has also been constantly creating spiritual bamboo clones. It does not follow the rule of 1 per 1,000 kilometers. For safety, he estimates that he will release one every 5 or 600 kilometers. Although he is strong enough now, just in case, for the sake of future development, the more spiritual bamboo clones, the better. If something happens in the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, he can quickly rely on the spiritual bamboo clone to quickly issue orders or quickly coordinate the layout. After sensing it, Lin Ning found that the height of the giant trees in the spiritual realm of this coniferous forest is actually even higher than that in Suzaku Valley. Basically, there are giant pines that are about 150 meters tall and towering into the sky. And among them, there are also many mutant creatures. How about taming a few? Lin Ning sensed everything in the spiritual realm, and did find a lot of relatively good mutant creatures. However, at this time, Master, we found a city. The report from Imokai side quickly informed Lin Ming that a human city was found in the northwest direction 2,000 kilometers away. Moreover, according to its description, the number of people is not small. Lin Ming did not choose to continue to waste time here, but left a bamboo shoot of the spiritual bamboo clone and continued to move forward. Even if you want to do something, you have to do the most important thing well. Late at night, Lin Ming, who never felt any fatigue, finally came to a place where he could sense the distance of the city. And he soon discovered that his ability to rebuild the aura of all things was powerful. Even though this place was called Heiming Federation, different from the place in Tang Country, he could clearly understand the language of the humans here. Here, Lin Ning obtained a lot of important information. This Heiming Federation had received support from the Nine Heavens Tower from Tang Country a few months ago, and killed a B-level demon spirit of Ice Soul Giant Wolf. Lin Ning was of course very clear about this. But what he didn't expect was that he would really come here one day. The Heiming Federation, which is completely adjacent to the Bear Country, is now affected by the ever-expanding spiritual realm. And now only a dozen cities remain. This city is only 1,500 kilometers away from the super-huge city of the Bear Country, Dome City. In other words, after reaching the Black Ming Federation, it would be quite easy to go to the headquarters of the Fate Society in the Bear Country. Then, let's not alert the enemy first. Wipe out the base of the Fate Society in the Black Ming Federation. Seize every moment, and prepare to go to the Dome City in the Bear Country in the shortest time. Lin Ming thought so, and immediately ordered Imokai and Zhu Yu to go to the direction of the Dome City and wait. This time, we must completely wipe out this organization. Chapter 294 Running in the Wetlands. As soon as the violent cold rain left the wetlands, thick fog filled the air. Lin Ning bamboo roots occasionally sank into the swamp in the wetlands, and sank quite deep. However, no matter how deep the swamp was, it could not stop Lin Ming's steps. After walking for nearly a day and a night from the desert, Lin Ning found that he could already sense the location of the Dome City in the Bear Country. But unfortunately, the headquarters of the Destiny Society was not in the Dome City, but in the Square City, nearly 500 kilometers away from the Dome City. However, a distance of 500 kilometers was nothing to Lin Ming. He kept sensing everything nearby. There were not many mutant creatures in the Bear Country. But there was another thing. Strange beasts. This thing really hadn't been seen for a while. Lin Ming found that in the wetlands, the traces of strange beasts could almost be said to be everywhere. They kept attacking the mutant creatures that accidentally entered the wetland, and kept turning them into their own flesh and blood. Lin Ming found that these beasts were completely different from the organized, purposeful and tactical ones he had encountered before, although there were a large number of them, such as the intelligent big-headed monsters or the ordinary ones everywhere. They basically had no rules of action. After he entered this wetland, they did run over immediately, but after being killed in a very short time, they attacked like a tide, as if they had no brains. After Lin Ming killed those intelligent and flying big-eyed ones, he left the others for his subordinates to hunt. This time was exactly the same as the last time in the Sea of Alien Beasts. And there was also an income of evolution points. Could it be the same batch as last time? But the total number was not too much, and killing one with only about 5 evolution points was really useless. Lin Ming thought about this, watching his subordinates frantically pouring their abilities on these monsters, and also sensed the situation in the base of the Destiny Society in the direction of Dome City. For some reason, Dome City is not far from their headquarters, Plaza City. But surprisingly, There is no spiritual energy shielding device here. But Lin Ning thought about it, and it was normal. The Fate Society is a group of extraordinary people. If they make a spiritual energy shielding device, it will be very fatal to them. But in this case, then for Lin Ning, there will be so many obstacles to attack these idiots. After placing another spiritual bamboo clone in the wetland, Lin Ning used bamboo branches to catch the strange beasts that blocked the way and put them in front of his subordinates for them to kill them. And he continued to move forward. As long as the Fate Society is killed, these strange beasts, humans, and anything else will be easy to deal with. However, Lin Ning also found that his subordinates were very efficient in killing strange beasts. Mokai and Juyu, who had seen and fought against strange beasts before, fully exerted their sense of responsibility as old and new, so that other companions quickly adapted to the fighting style between strange beasts. After all, if you blindly rush at a beast, you will definitely suffer. It didn't take long for Lin Ning to see that his subordinates had gradually eliminated most of the beasts in the wetland. Lin Ning soon discovered that Huaikue and Bingpa, the two giant monkeys, also gained a lot of experience in this battle, and their level realm also broke through to the second level. After reaching the second level, to Lin Ning's surprise, the overall appearance of these two guys did not change much, but it seemed that they were proficient in using the ice element and the grass element. Now their hair has completely turned into ice blue and grass green, which is quite conspicuous. It is said that these two guys have indeed been at this second level for a while. This breakthrough is probably due to the stimulation brought by Zhuo Yuan's death, which makes them pay more attention to the improvement of their own abilities, instead of just playing and having fun as usual. I believe that they will improve themselves more quickly in the future. Lin Ning looked at his other subordinates, and they all improved to some extent. If there were still some who could break through and evolve after wiping out the Fate Society, that would be great. It had been nearly 3 days since he left the Wanjusi Spirit Realm, and he was getting closer and closer to the headquarters of the Fate Society. For some reason, Lin Ning didn't actually feel any big battle feeling, compared with the previous battles with the Tang Kingdom. It was indeed a little less interesting. Moreover, he traveled all the way to the Bear Kingdom just to finish off the sneak attack that could be considered to destroy the Fate Society in an instant. And to be honest, he didn't feel too much tension. The only battle that could be called a battle at the moment was between him and this group of not too many alien beasts. Lin Ning didn't know if this kind of battle would alert the Fate Society, but he didn't really have any other choice. In the plains of the Bear Country, in this era of spiritual revival, the wetlands are the most abundant. There are many lakes and swamps everywhere. Lin Ning also sensed for a long time before he finally found the nearest road to the Bear Country. As a result, there were a few but still many exotic beasts on this road. If you want to take a detour, you really have to go around the surface sea, and there is basically no shelter there, which is really not easy to do. Mokai and Juyu have also explored other roads, and there is basically no big difference, unless he wants to delay on the road for too long. Otherwise, this wetland is the only way. In fact, Lin Ning also wants to recruit people from the Destiny Society to see how powerful they are. Even if it is a group of A level, as long as they dare to approach him within 1,000 kilometers, he can kill these fleshy enemies instantly. But after waiting for a while, Lin Ning did not sense any traces of humans. It seems that the other party may not care about this. Or, did this thick fog play a certain role? But now is not the time to think about these things. We must hurry up and move forward. Thinking so, Lin Ning used bamboo roots to grab his subordinates, who had basically dealt with the strange beasts, and placed them around the main trunk, leaving Mokai, Juyu and 4 blood phoenixes to cruise around. The ability of thick fog explosion soon allowed the thick fog produced by Lin Ning himself to mix into the thick fog, and the several bamboo roots that were separated also quickly killed some strange beasts that blocked the road. Lin Ning also gathered a thick layer of thick fog around himself and continued to release it. Even if he moved at a speed of more than 80 kilometers per hour, the strong wind could not blow away this layer of thick fog. After walking on the wetland for nearly 5 hours, Lin Ning finally reached the range where he could sense the square city. While moving, Lin Ning, who kept sensing everything there, immediately confirmed the existence of a large number of extraordinary people. The murderous aura on Lin Ning's body suddenly rose. Chapter 295 Realm Level Breakthrough. Wugo Shuang Shueming. A long roar. A cold light flashed. Hundreds of mutant creatures that had approached the first line of defense in Shangjing City were immediately beheaded and blood splattered. And with a roar of long roars, more mutant creatures became a mixture of blood and flesh. Awesome. You are worthy of my brother Fei. Pretend to be as good as the wind. Let me try it too. Chung Yu cheered loudly, and turned his whole body's spiritual energy. Hundreds of air cannons that stirred the air into layers of spiral ripples also exploded in the ocean of mutant creatures. For a moment, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Several mutant bison as big as elephants. A huge fire dragon roaming in the air rushed out from it, instantly burning it to charcoal. More small flames kept falling from the fire dragon, exploding like bombs in the mutant group, and also spreading the flames to the dense tide of mutants. Zheng Guodong drilled the fire dragon completely into the position of the most dense mutants, and quickly detonated it. Boom! One after another loud noises came. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of mutants kept turning into corpses. The three of them are now floating in the air, and what they are stepping on is the carrier transformed by the transformation of the ink droplets. This is the new ability created by Xingyu. And Xingyu also covered the 4 people including him with the 3-layer barrier made of ink drops. Even if they rushed into the beast tide, they would never be easily penetrated by those mutants that were at most less than the 2nd level. The 4 of them had originally entered the Snow Mountain Spirit Realm in the east of Bingcheng with the vehicle. But what they didn't expect was that the man found their location by some unknown method and came to them in a helicopter. Faced with the man plea, they, who had all the people in their hearts, decided to follow that man back to Shangjing. But except for the 4 of them, the others did not follow, but continued to move towards the destination. The 4 people were not stupid people. They knew how important it was to leave a trump card. Although Shangjing suffered, who knew why it became like this? Facing the person who could be said to be a representative among ordinary people, they could have refused. After all, no one knew where the S-level Demon King was, and whether he would join this battle. Moreover, they did not know what the situation of the person who was once controlled by the fate was now. They could not trust anyone, let alone that person. But as B-level extraordinary people, they still had the ideal of using one person's strength to protect the safety of all the people in their hearts. And they should rush to support at this time when the fate of mankind was at stake. The 4 people knew that it was possible that they would die there this time, but they still boarded the helicopter to Shangjing. Not only for their ideals, they also wanted to know how strong they could be. Along the way, on the helicopter, they could see the waves of mutant creatures like mountains and seas, sweeping everything and heading straight towards Shangjing. Although there were not many mutant creatures of the level, or even the 1st level, it was almost impossible for everyone to simply break through the situation in terms of number. After arriving in Shangjing, they directly set up their formation in the outermost north direction. Other extraordinary and ordinary troops were also ready in other directions at this time. The bombers and fighters that took off from various places in Tang State also began to drop a large number of incendiary bombs and other weapons to the places where the mutant creatures gathered. Not to mention that in the cities that were not attacked by the Demon Kings such as S, the missiles launched, although some were burned and blown to death, were simply a drop in the bucket for the overall mutant creatures. After all, outside the aura shielding device, the aura shield on their bodies can block most bullets and general thermal weapons attacks. And there are too many of them. That person said that if they really can't resist, let the 4 of them use their own abilities to leave, and they will never be held responsible. But when the 4 people saw the almost endless mutant creatures pressing down like mountains and seas, they still didn't hesitate at all, each carrying a large pile of spiritual stones and rushing towards those mutant creatures. The Tang Kingdom has also made full preparations for air defense. There are so many mutant creatures, and there are also extraordinary people who have been transferred from almost all over the country to support. If, like last time, Fate will launch the kind of white fog bomb that can turn extraordinary people into giant monsters from somewhere, it may cause a considerable tragedy. Therefore, the Tang Kingdom has been using the ground-to-air defense system to pay close attention to all directions. As long as there are similar flying objects, they must not be allowed to rush over. Brother Fei, do you think we are being used? After exhausting almost all of his spiritual energy, and turning thousands of mutant creatures into bloody and fleshy residues, Chung Yu glanced at Xingyu who had been continuously adding barriers to them, and asked Xiang who appeared beside him in an instant. Like him, he picked up a spiritual stone and absorbed all the spiritual energy in it. And his spirit was also shocked. Use? It doesn't matter. Fei Jun, dressed in black, turned into a black stream of light. One Sword Frost 14 states. He roared and released all his spiritual energy in an instant. Hundreds of huge mutant creatures, although each of them has the strength of about the first level. But under this stern sword energy, together with thousands of mutant creatures that have just entered the level around them, they became fragments. However, although the attack power of this move is extremely superior, it also consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Basically, after swinging this sword, Fei Jun is not far from being unable to move. He flashed to Cheng Yu's side and barely supported himself to absorb the spiritual energy in a spiritual stone. I am just carrying out the righteousness in my heart, he growled, trembling all over. No matter if they are ordinary people or extraordinary people, I will destroy all these bastard mutant creatures, even if I have to sacrifice my life and burn them to ashes. It doesn't matter. Xingyu stood beside him, silently turning the ink drops into countless spears, rushing into the tide of mutant creatures and exploding. Thousands of mutant creatures turned into meat paste, and were trampled to pieces by the mutant creatures behind them, who ignored them and continued to move forward. And they were ignited by a fire dragon and turned into ashes. Dog. Once upon a time, Xingyu compared himself and all the 9-layered heaven tower to dogs. There was no dignity, no rights, only pale orders and empty slogans. Obviously, they could do better. But every time Xingyu would find that everything they did was meaningless. The 9-layered heaven tower is basically a supernatural organization that was spun off from the Supernatural Association. It is directly under the Tang state, or even directly under that person. That person's orders determine everything about the 9-layered heaven tower. In the 9 heavenly towers, Zheng Guodong went crazy and Shui Yuming died. No one except the 9 heavenly tower knew what happened to them. As for the companions who died or were seriously injured in countless battles, even their closest relatives knew nothing about what happened to them. They only knew that they had to keep carrying out the tasks set by that person. They only knew that they had to eat, sleep, and go on missions every day. The original ideal of protecting the safety of the people with one person's strength was gradually eroded in meaningless battles. Moreover, after accidentally learning about the existence of the strange beast, which seemed to be created by that person with tacit consent, Xingyu could no longer trust that person. He did whatever the master asked him to do. And when he was injured and useless, he threw him aside, regardless of life or death. Even Xingyu remembered that at the end. He did not know the meaning of fighting for it all the time. And no one told him, told the 9 heavenly tower, that what they did was meaningful. Unable to know the truth, let alone the so-called dignity. If this isn't a dog, what is it? Until he was locked up underground by that person, and learned from Zheng Guodong, who had been in contact with him and pretended to be crazy, that whether it was the Superhuman Association, the 9-layered heaven tower, or the strange beasts, everything was controlled by a person called the Destiny Society. Xingyu finally understood that he, or the 9-layered heaven tower, was even worse than a dog. It was just a piece of waste that was used when it was useful. And when it was not, it was used as a pawn to attack Class B monsters, and then create a part of the so-called extremely huge strange beasts. Xingyu didn't know what he should fight for. Or, he didn't know what the meaning of fighting was, and what the meaning of his existence was. After being rescued from the depths of the underground by Fei Jun and Cheng Yu, and going all the way to Bingcheng, and rebuilding the 9-layered heaven tower in Bingcheng, he seemed to have found the meaning of existence again. The idea of being a dog or something had gradually disappeared. When that person suddenly appeared in front of him, Xingyu was a little resistant to it. That person was once controlled by the ability user of the Destiny Society, which made him lose his goal and direction. But now that this person, who has escaped from control, said that Shangjing City has become the target of all mutant creatures, he remembered his former ideals again. After getting on the helicopter with Fei Jun, Cheng Yu and Zheng Guodong without hesitation and following that person to Shangjing for rescue, Xingyu now controls the ink drop and looks at Fei Jun. Yes, being used. So what? Ordinary people and extraordinary people have been fundamentally different in this era of spiritual revival. They are stronger and more capable. And they are 10 times, 100 times stronger than ordinary people no matter where they are. They may be the ones who should survive in this era of spiritual energy revival. Even Xingyu once thought that the ridiculous dream pursued by the Destiny Club might be right. But at this time, the S-level demon kings are rampant. Dozens of cities have been destroyed. Not only the Tang Kingdom, but the entire human race is in crisis. Now, millions, Even tens of millions of mutant creatures have inexplicably rushed to Shangjing City, which can be called the strongest fortress of mankind, wanting to completely flatten and destroy it. Fear. Despair. Let's not talk about how many mutant creatures there are in the ocean, and how high their levels are. Just these on land can put humans in a doomsday crisis. However, the greatness of mankind is nothing more than calmness in the face of fear and despair. Shangjing City must not be captured. Even in this situation, it must not be flattened. As human beings, even if the relationship between extraordinary people and ordinary people has now become an insurmountable gap, even if it is believed that ordinary people should be ruled under extraordinary people, Xing Yu also felt that he could no longer think about the extraordinary and ordinary people, but to push the human side, which had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in this era of spiritual energy revival. Back to the dominant position. MOU on infinite refining. With a roar, countless black ink drops suddenly rushed into the sky, and then turned into countless ink guns, pouring down like a rainstorm. Under Xing Yu's extremely precise control, the ink guns have become the sharpest things in the world. They harvest the lives of tens of thousands of mutant creatures on the ground like a giant scythe wielded by the god of death. Countless spiritual energy, accompanied by this extreme burst of power, harvested the lives of mutant creatures and poured into Xing Yu's body. It was also at this time that a surge of spiritual energy exploded on his body. This is Cheng Yu, who had just released dozens of sonic booms, looked at Xing Yu, who was like a black god of death, with a lot of spiritual energy gushing out of his body, and couldn't believe his eyes for a while. Breakthrough in realm. Xing Yu, I didn't expect you to get there first. Zheng Guodong watched countless ink drops pouring down like a torrential rain, turning all the mutant creatures in front of him into pus. He also knew that a new A-level extraordinary person was born because of this. Originally, Zheng Guodong thought that he would be the first of the four to break through. But now, he didn't expect that Xing Yu would get there first. However, after he eliminated a considerable number of mutant creatures, he will also usher in this qualitative breakthrough. Boom! With a loud bang that went straight into the sky, Zheng Guodong condensed a rich spiritual energy and instantly surged out from his side, becoming dozens of extremely ferocious fire dragons. And Zheng Guodong also rode on one of them and headed straight for the sea of mutant creatures that had gathered in the distance, and turned into ashes. Let you see, we are the pride of being extraordinary and human, Zheng Guodong roared, and the whole person turned into a huge fire dragon, rushing forward, and also poured the hot flames into countless mutant creatures. After moving forward for dozens of kilometers, Zheng Guodong roared again, with him as the center. Everything within a few kilometers was completely surrounded by violent flames. Fuck. Another realm breakthrough. There were no living mutant creatures in front of him. Looking at the flames rising to the sky in the distance, Cheng Yu knew that he had seen with his own eyes the emergence of a human A-level extraordinary. We seem to be dragging our feet, Fei Jun said with a smile. Cheng Yu nodded. The two companions successfully broke through to the A-level, and the battle seemed to become much simpler. However, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. After the siege of Shangjing City was truly resolved, perhaps the real test would come. Chapter 296 Destiny will be destroyed. The sky was gloomy, and the drizzle continued. In the Plaza City, there was a huge building that was quite conspicuous. In this building, dozens of extraordinary people with different looks and colors were sitting around a very long table. They all had stern faces and frowned. The plan went smoothly. The old man with a pure white beard, who was the leader, pondered for a while. But he tapped the table lightly, and a series of videos of fighting appeared on the huge screen behind everyone. It showed 4 extraordinary people floating in the air, bombarding the endless mutant creatures from all directions over and over again. Scum! The old man slammed the table heavily. Precious ability. But they actually use it to protect ordinary people. Such extraordinary people are simply our shame. That's right. What's in this person's head? Such a powerful ability is used for this. It's simply unreasonable. A tall and thin man next to him also echoed. The expressions on the faces of several people around were also extremely distorted. The rest of the people were full of contempt and speechlessness for the 4 extraordinary people on the screen. They all felt that what these 4 extraordinary people were doing now was an unimaginable shame for all the extraordinary people. For a while, the table fell into endless abuse and ridicule of these people. After all, in their eyes, extraordinary people are noble and arrogant. They think they have evolved and have deeply believed in their consciousness that extraordinary people are no longer the same species as ordinary humans. Ordinary humans are just inferior beings in this extreme world of the survival of the fittest. Low-level beings are only worthy of being eliminated, and only worthy of living in a cowardly way until the moment they are killed by mutant creatures. In the beginning, in order to achieve our plan, in Tang Country, which has the most extraordinary people in the world, we use our abilities to control that person. And let you, Mr. Wan, establish the Extraordinary Association. Then, when the time was right, we let the Extraordinary Association smoothly transition to the 9-layered Sky Tower, which was fully under our command. Now it seems that it did not succeed, but instead created a few rubbish without dignity. The old man looked at the bald old man in front of him, who was the former President Wan of the Extraordinary Association. President Wan was the person who was once in charge of Tang Country. He also had another identity a long time ago, the President of the Extraordinary Association. He was pointed out by the old man, sighed, and shook his head. Who could have thought of such a thing? I have basically led Jian, a useless but basically consistent with our philosophy, take full charge of the Superhuman Association, and instilled our philosophy into the superhumans in it from the beginning. But who could have thought that after the Superhuman Association changed its skin, there would still be such a few stubborn idiots in the 9 Heavens Tower? Humph! According to the measured spiritual energy concentration, these people are now 2A level and 2B level. Their strength is even stronger than most of us. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with messy hair. Drake smashed the bead and went over the 4 of them. This is much more important than destroying a mere Shangjing city. Go now. Yes. Drake with messy hair stood up and walked out of the room. The old man looked at the middle-aged, silver-haired, fat woman who was fiddling with the puppet doll in her hand. He found that this person was pale and her lips were trembling. Alexandra, you reported before that a large number of alien beasts responsible for defending the Dongchabolia wetland disappeared. Have you found out the situation? What went wrong? My lord, the alien beasts there seem to have suffered a strong attack. I don't know what went wrong. Really? Alexandra stammered. The old man raised his eyebrows. Then what are you waiting for? Summon yourself to check? Immediately. Yes. Yes. My lord. Alexandra quickly threw down the puppet doll, drew a white halo in the empty space of the room, and she immediately went through and disappeared. The old man sat heavily in the chair and glanced at the others. Finally, his sight finally stopped on the big screen. The man in the corner who was sweating all the time said, Befulai, your aura shielding device was completely ignored by that A level. No. Now it should be S level mutant plant. Is there anything else to say? Sir, please give me another chance. The sweaty man kept kowtowing on the other side of the screen. We didn't expect that the plant could easily destroy and break through the aura shielding device that is almost impossible to break through with aura. Although Tangwood took it out from our inventory there. I want your solution. Don't give me excuses. Instantly, the whole house trembled with the old man roar. Yes. Yes. Our new enhanced version of the aura shielding device has been made, and it will be put into actual combat immediately. Please rest assured. This time I will definitely cover the Tang Kingdom. No. I will cover all the cities in the world where ordinary people like discarded garbage gather, so that the mutant bamboo will never break through again. Befulai was trembling with fear on the other side of the screen, and didn't dare to look up at all. Mutated demon bamboo. When they first discovered this terrifying mutant creature that had raised its strength from a mere C level to a level in a very short time, and now to S level, they deployed quite a lot of various surveillance devices in the Wantai spirit realm. After confirming the strength and weirdness of this mutant creature, they also kept observing everything about this extremely rare and strange mutant creature in the world. Using the strange beast and the Tang Kingdom, they have been seeking all the information about this mutant bamboo. But they also gradually discovered that the growth rate of this bamboo was really difficult for them to understand. After Alexandra failed again and again to use the sea of strange beasts to attack the bamboo, they also found that, as the strength of this mutant demon bamboo increased rapidly, they seemed to have lost control of everything about this mutant demon bamboo. Then, the mutant demon bamboo disappeared in the spiritual realm of Chiefing Mountain. When they searched for a long time without any harvest, the demon bamboo appeared again in Qingcheng City. The 6 gold square array, the aura shielding device, and the demon fog bomb were all born under his ability. It can be said that they are the culmination of the most advanced skills of science and aura. no matter which one. It is extremely destructive to mutant creatures, and the ultimate weapon that can make them completely powerless. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, if the 6 gold square array is arranged between the spiritual realms and the spiritual energy shielding device is placed, the mutant creatures in the vast area will become lambs to be slaughtered in this cage. The powerful power of the demon fog bomb can make mutant creatures become strange beasts, and extraordinary people become giant monsters under the condition of creating extremely dense spiritual fog. The demon fog bomb is destined to be used on ordinary people who only believe in technology after clearing out the mutant creatures in the future, so that ordinary people who are backward everywhere in this era of spiritual energy recovery will be completely destroyed in the attacks of crazy strange beasts and giant monsters. Now, in the spiritual realm of the Sahara Desert in Philu, the huge barrier created by the 6 gold square array and the spiritual energy shielding device has completely turned the mutant creatures here into waste that can be killed by ordinary swords and guns. These two inventions have basically declared that the era of mutant creatures has passed, and humans have taken an extremely important step to regain the position of the planet's master. However, in the late night of the previous few days, the mutant demon bamboo that had been under close surveillance suddenly attacked Xinjiang city of Tang State after disappearing for nearly a month. Then, under the guidance and enticement of their destiny, the Tang State side finally used the 6 gold square array and the spiritual energy shielding device to capture the unknown mutant creatures that attacked Xinjiang city. Unexpectedly, the Tang State accidentally imprisoned the mutant demon bamboo with these two weapons. But it didn't take long for the mutant demon bamboo to destroy the 6 gold square array that was impossible to break through, and also destroyed the spiritual energy shielding device. After escaping from the dead, it destroyed the giant monsters that were transformed from artificial extraordinary people in Xinjiang city, and everything within 100 kilometers around, with the spiritual realm near Xinjiang as the center. The extraordinary research centers in hundreds of cities within 1,000 kilometers nearby also. This mutant demon bamboo then destroyed dozens of cities in Tangle one after another, and even easily destroyed Xiaohu city, which had extremely tight defenses. Inside the Destiny Society, based on its successive strength, it has been judged as an S-level mutant creature, and this S-level mutant demon bamboo has destroyed the extraordinary research center in Tang country several times, showing deep hostility to the Destiny Society. Who knows if this moving mutant plant will suddenly appear in Xiong country. So, they placed the latest and most powerful technology, the soul-gathering magic bead, in Shangjing city, not far from Xinjiang city, where the S-level demon king was suspected to be. This extremely terrifying thing, which combines the power of thousands of soul pills, has an extremely fatal attraction to mutant creatures, with Shangjing city as the center, within a radius of 2,500 kilometers. Basically, no mutant creature can get rid of the magic power of its own spiritual energy. In particular, this thing is placed in the center of Shangjing city, which is equipped with dozens of layers of spiritual energy shielding devices. Basically, unless you deliberately search it, it is basically difficult to find this thing. The significance of the soul-gathering magic pearl is to attract the S-level demon king to Shangjing, together with almost all the mutant creatures in the entire Tang kingdom, to completely destroy Shangjing, and then be killed in one fell swoop by the Fate Society waiting for the opportunity. However, the Fate Society, which is always paying attention to the battle situation in Shangjing, Tang Kingdom, has not found any trace of the mutant demon bamboo in the past 2 days. Where did it go? It should be impossible for it to withstand the influence of the soul-gathering magic pearl and not go to Shangjing. The old man pressed his forehead, and he didn't know why he had a strange feeling. The mutant demon bamboo that was completely beyond their imagination and made one strange move after another did not appear this time. Could it be that it was doing something even crazier? It did not appear. Could it be that it was 2,500 kilometers away? Report. Sir, traces of the mutant plant were found in the Wantuhai spirit realm and the Kaifenshan spirit realm. At this time, the big screen suddenly received a report from the members responsible for monitoring in the Tang Kingdom, and the other party quickly sent images of giant blood bamboos in 2 spiritual realms that were almost like a mold. This is... The old man stroked his beard, and seemed a little unbelievable. But it was indeed the case in the photo. The S-level demon king was still in these 2 places? 2 places? Wait, is this a clone? One of them is a clone. Or are both clones? I want more information. Right away. The strange feeling in the old man's mind became stronger. He felt that something big was about to happen. Sir, I will go to the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm now. You. Boom. At this moment, a huge vibration suddenly sounded. And then the whole building exploded completely. And all the humans in this building, whether they were extraordinary people or various gravel, cement, flowers and plants, everything, were instantly caught, wrapped, and torn into pieces by a group of extremely black things. The extremely dark space swallowed everything. And all the buildings from underground to the ground disappeared completely in an instant. Ding! You killed a human B-level extraordinary person and obtained 3,300 evolution points. Ding! You, in a mountain valley more than 900 kilometers away. Lin Ning listened to the prompt sound of evolution points constantly popping up from the system, and at the same time searched for all the spiritual things in the square city. Catch them all in one net? It's a bit too smooth. Lin Ning muttered to himself. Fate will. The Fate Society, which had been hiding behind the scenes and had never revealed itself to the outside world, was wiped out in one fell swoop. Lin Ning did not take action immediately when he was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Guangchang City. When he was about 900 kilometers away, Lin Ning drove the bamboo roots deep into the ground and began to act. He always felt that the Fate Society was not easy to deal with. Even though they had been holding meetings to discuss the situation in Shangjing City and various things, they felt no different from ordinary people. Being cautious, he chose the fastest battle. After driving the bamboo roots deep into the ground, he urged the surging spiritual energy and used the ability of creating new life and used it to the limit. In less than a minute, the bamboo roots penetrated all the rocks, soil and obstacles. After arriving at Guangchang City, they instantly destroyed the headquarters of the Fate Society, which hid so many extraordinary people. The power of the dark element also completely devoured everything there, including the human being called Adult, who should be the so-called president of the Fate Society. There was no room for these people to react, nor was there any chance for them to survive. The biggest threat should be eliminated. Lin Ning bamboo roots extended to Dome City again. The base of the Fate Society there should also be eliminated. Chapter 297 Impossible Raid. Lin Ning always felt that this was a bit too simple. Or too easy. The dignified Destiny Society just collapsed like this? After the spiritual energy was revived, they held everything in their hands, affecting the entire human race everywhere, and even invented various cutting-edge weapons, forcing ordinary humans and mutant creatures into desperate situations. But now, they were so easily killed by him, which made Lin Ning feel that it was really abnormal. Moreover, among the prompts that kept popping up from the background of the system to remind him that he had killed the extraordinary and obtained evolution points, there were only 3 extraordinary people who reached the B level. The rest were a bunch of C level, which was simply unreasonable. Such a powerful Destiny Society. Only these few rotten tomatoes and stinky bird eggs? It can't be. At least there should be a few A level. Even one A level. To make sense. Right? But the fact is that not only are there no A level extraordinary people, but there are not even a few B level ones. The system prompt sound could not display the names and other information of these people. So Lin Ning had no way to judge who was in what level. At that time, he remembered that the old man who seemed to be the president said that Xing Yu and Zheng Guodong, who had become A-level extraordinary people, and Fei Jun and Cheng Yu, who were B-level extraordinary people, were higher than most of them. That proved that there were extraordinary people who were higher than A-level, even B-level extraordinary people. But the system, which would not lie, did not give any prompts in this regard. Is there something wrong? Within Lin Ning perception range, there were quite a few strongholds of the Destiny Society in various cities within the territory of the Bear Country. And he also found that there were quite a lot of extraordinary research centers. Using the combined attack of the bamboo roots and the dark space ability of the dark elements, he turned all the strongholds and extraordinary research centers into nothingness in an instant. Of course, the extraordinary people inside could not escape. Lin Ning did not think that the extraordinary people in the headquarters of the Fate Society had nothing to do with the Fate Society, although he sensed them before killing them. He did not give much useful information. This time, the headquarters of the Fate Society was raided. In addition to the extraordinary people who were all killed, there were 2 who escaped by chance. One of them seemed to be Drake, who could control other people's minds and fly. He was flying in the air at the moment, heading to Tang Country to persuade or directly control the 4 extraordinary people from the original 9 Heavens Tower. But what he probably didn't expect was that during the time he was flying in the air, his nest was destroyed. Right? This Drake should be the member of the Fate Society, who controlled a person from Tang Country before. Although his ability was not very useful to him. In order to consider that it would be better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let go of one person from the Fate Society. Lin Ning felt that he had to kill this guy. Who knows what kind of tricks this guy will do in the future. The other person who left the headquarters of the Fate Society was a crazy woman named Alexandra. The ability of this extraordinary person is to create that kind of white halo. And at that time, the extraordinary person who kept transporting the alien beasts to him. Moreover, this extraordinary person can not only transmit any material object to any place, but can even transmit himself or any material object in the opposite direction. Lin Ning feels that this extraordinary person may also have the ability to control those alien beasts. If an extraordinary person of this level escapes like this, I believe that there may be troubles in the future. However, after Lin Ning materialized everything in the direction of the wetland, he unexpectedly found that Alexandra had disappeared. As for where this guy is, Lin Ning sensed everything within the 2,000 kilometers and did not find it. Escaped. Trouble. It seems that there will be a battle with this extraordinary person in the future. To be honest, Lin Ning doesn't want to see alien beasts anymore. However, through their conversation, Lin Ning also understood what was going on with the white halos that allowed the strange beasts to continuously emerge from the 7-peak spirit realm, and why the strange beasts attacked him again and again as if they had wisdom. These extraordinary people of the Destiny Society had long known that he was a mutant plant. A mutated demon bamboo. Although Lin Ning still didn't know how these guys knew it. It seemed that since the people of the Destiny Society knew about it, they had been monitoring him. Through what? And how to monitor? Lin Ning had no idea. Everything was a mess. And the guy called Befulai who invented powerful weapons such as the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device. Lin Ning did not sense the location of this guy. It seems that this guy should also have the ability to integrate spiritual energy and technology. Otherwise, no matter what kind of weapon, it is impossible to be put into the battlefield between humans and mutants in such a short time. Moreover, from their previous conversation, Lin Ning can also infer that the ultimate goal of this group of people is really as crazy as they advertise. To build a world with only extraordinary people. As for the mutants, with the 6 gold square array and spiritual energy shielding device, any mutant can be hurt by even ordinary people's swords and guns. And they will attack ordinary people after all the mutants are controlled. It can be said that they really considered everything. If they are all killed, then everything else is fine. But the president, Lin Ning feels that this guy will not die so easily. However, he did sense the spiritual energy of a person in Bruce Country, an island nearly 1,700 kilometers away. But this person had been sucked into the dark space when he attacked the Fate Society just now. And he couldn't be deader. Moreover, the concentration of this guy's spiritual energy was actually at the A level. What's going on with the president of the Extraordinary Association? Lin Ning pulled the bamboo root out of the ground and confirmed it again. However, what he materialized was still the old man with an imposing manner at the beginning. Avatar. Lin Ning found that it was not that simple. The Fate Society seemed to have to be wiped out. On the other hand, Bruce Country, Irene City. An old man with a white beard sitting on the sofa suddenly opened his eyes at this time. He stood up with difficulty. And after a simple body movement, his brows frowned even deeper. A few minutes ago, several of his avatars were destroyed, together with the headquarters of the Fate Society in Bear Country. They were swallowed up by a dark space and torn into pieces. Although those clones were just things that he could create in large quantities by using his spiritual energy. All other high-level members of the Fate Society and many elite players were killed in this sudden attack. The Fate Society was basically seriously damaged by this abnormal attack. And it can even be said that more than half of it was destroyed. But he was still there. Drake was still there. Alexandra was still there. And Befulai was still there. And the Foundation was not damaged too much. The remaining people were not irreplaceable. He took out his mobile phone and called Befulai. Befulai. The headquarters was destroyed. His voice was quite hoarse. And his original body had not been active here for too long. Lord Adenauer. I have seen it through the surveillance of Plaza City. What is that? Why was the headquarters destroyed? Did anyone else escape? By the way, I will send you the video. Before trembling, he said a lot. He couldn't believe that the black light and the scene of completely engulfing the headquarters were real. But according to various information near Plaza City, there is no doubt that the headquarters of the Fate Society was destroyed. It was destroyed. But it's not a big deal. Send me the surveillance video. Right away. The old man walked to the computer and quickly saw the video. The old man Adenauer squinted his eyes, watching the black light that disappeared the entire building in just 20 seconds, and carefully looking for any clues that could prove the answer he thought of. At the moment when the headquarters was destroyed, Adenauer's first feeling was that the headquarters of the Fate Society was destroyed because of the mutant bamboo. Master, did you see it? The building was instantly covered by a black light. Isn't this what the mutant bamboo did to our extraordinary beasts? Bethuelai's voice was still trembling. He knew that the demon-like bamboo had finally found us. The extraordinary beasts referred to the extremely powerful beasts that were transformed by the beasts that devoured the soul pills of the B-level demon spirits after defeating the B-level demon spirits in the Tang Kingdom's Goganda alien realm using the Tang Kingdom's 9 Heavens Tower. It can instantly destroy the 9 Heavens Tower team with 2 B-level extraordinary people. And its speed is also extremely amazing. But such a powerful chess piece was easily captured after it broke into the attack range of the mutant demon bamboo, which was still at the level of a level demon king at that time, and then was covered by a ball of black light in a very short time, and was completely torn to the point where nothing was left. Sure enough, Adenauer nodded. The enemy is the mutant demon bamboo. When did it come out of Tang country? And when did it approach Xiong country? After all, a few days ago. This S-level demon king should have been active in the hinterland of Tang country. How could he come to this place with a straight line distance of nearly 8,000 kilometers? When the alien beast army placed there for defense in the wetland was suddenly attacked, and the number was drastically reduced. They all thought that some B-level demon spirit appeared, or some other special event broke out. No one thought that the one who broke through there should be this mutant demon bamboo. How could it know that the headquarters of the Destiny Society was there? And there was no special sound at all along the way, from Tang country all the way to Bear country. Whether it is the Hemming Federation or dozens of cities in Bear country, there are countless strongholds of the Destiny Society. Why can this mutant creature accurately find the Plaza City located on the border of the Bear country, which is not conspicuous? Everything is a mystery. Adenauer knew that since the other party could find the headquarters of the Destiny Society in the Plaza City of Bear country, he would also be able to find the Blue country and the Irene City. It's probably not difficult to find his body. Lord Adenauer, what should we do next? I've said long ago that the dangerous bastard plant should be eliminated as soon as possible. But Drake and him. No need to say. Bethuelai, things have come to this point. What we have to do is to find a place that the mutant bamboo can't reach, and then rebuild a new destiny. Adenauer stood up and began to pack up various documents. He must leave here immediately. The mutant plant may appear at any time. Anywhere at any time. Even the border town of Irene in the Bruce country is definitely not safe. Lord Adenauer, I will arrange your residence in America right away. This is a place where the mutant demon bamboo can never come. The vastness of the Great North Ocean is not a place that a mere plant can cross. Bethuelai was very excited and hung up the phone immediately. Rebuilding the Destiny Society. Although the headquarters was destroyed this time, and dozens of people died, Bethuelai, who had been excluded by those dozens of people, believed that his spring had come. Now, Lord Adenauer wanted to find a safe enough place. So the American country where he was simply a natural safe haven. The vast North Ocean is inhabited by countless powerful mutant creatures. Even if the mutant demon bamboo had the courage to come down, it would definitely not be able to cross it. And even if it really crossed over, they would make all preparations in advance this time to make it come and go. The enhanced version of the aura shielding device. Even the mutant demon bamboo could not easily break through. More information kept coming from Adenauer's mobile phone. After he quickly packed up everything, he looked at the messages on his mobile phone and realized that the extraordinary research centers in the Bear country and the surrounding countries had now been completely wiped out, just as he had seen in the videos and pictures. The final outcome of hundreds of extraordinary research centers in the Tang country. How cruel. Adenauer threw his luggage into the car and headed straight for the temporary storage of helicopters. Riding that kind of thing can be said to be the fastest. Although it is not as fast as an airplane, it is still the fastest way to reach the airport that can fly directly to America. TSK. It's really troublesome without Drake. Drake escaped because he went to Tang country because of his order at that time. If even this guy died, then it would not be easy for them to rebuild the Destiny Society in America. In addition, it is not bad that Alexandra was able to escape. After all, the alien beast is more powerful than anything else. Not only for mutant creatures, but also for ordinary humans or extraordinary people. Boom! Just as Adenauer's car drove onto the highway, a huge roar came from the city of Irene behind him. It seems that arranging a few clones there is indeed a little useful. The mutant demon Bamboo had actually chased to Irene City again in such a short time. Chapter 298 Dead, but not completely dead. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains. This kind of thing Lin Ming absolutely does not want to happen. It is even more impossible to let an opponent of the level of Destiny continue to survive. In his previous perception, he learned from the president of the Destiny Society named Adenauer that in addition to him, there were 3 other extraordinary people who were not killed by him in this raid. Alexandra, who always looks crazy and can summon and reverse summon and control strange beasts. Drake, who can control human minds and fly at a very fast speed. Before, whose ability may be to use aura and weapons to combine to create powerful aura weapons, such as aura shielding devices and 6 gold square arrays. According to President Adenauer, as long as these few people are there, Destiny will still be rebuilt in a short time. After all, the abilities of these few people are extremely important in each of them. The others, according to President Adenauer, are not too important. In fact, it is true when you think about it. Lin Ming has fought with the Fate Society so many times. And basically he has encountered the influence of the abilities of these people. Drake, the person who controlled the Tang Kingdom, founded the Superhuman Association, the 9-layered Sky Tower, and the Superhuman Research Center. Alexandra summoned and controlled the alien beasts, which brought him trouble again and again. And Befuli is even more needless to say. The aura shielding device, the 6 gold square formation, and the demon fog bomb invented by this guy made Lin Ming fight hard for a while in the battle in Qingcheng City. As for President Adenauer, what Lin Ming knows now is that this guy can use aura to create his own clones at will. The one who was killed by Lin Ming at the headquarters of the Fate Society before was the clone created by this guy. At that time, they were obviously not in any danger from any side. But President Adenauer still placed his real body in Irene City of the Bruce country. This guy is very concerned about his own life and even created multiple clones. It is worthy of the Fate Society. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Even if the headquarters was completely destroyed and most of the combat power was basically destroyed, they could still maintain the most basic combat power and revive at any time. Lin Ming also felt that his raid this time was a bit like a raid in vain. Obviously, this time, the Fate Society didn't have any room to react at all, and they were wiped out. Originally, this battle with the Fate Society could have been a head-on confrontation, which was extremely exciting, like fighting with the soldiers under his command, and then killing the middle-level people, and then having a great battle with President Adenauer. However, this does not suit Lin Ming's personality. He still prefers to be in the dark, hiding behind the scenes, so that humans can't find him at all, and then use his various abilities to make the enemy not even know how he died. Just like this raid on the Fate Society headquarters. He traveled all the way from Tang State to the northwest, and came to Xiong State, which was nearly 7,000 kilometers away, and completed a long-distance raid in a canyon that no one could find. Although it was not exciting, the purpose was basically achieved, and the operation was also very cool. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to use the root system to create a dark space and take away the Destiny Society in one go? Although the Destiny Society already knew that he, a mutant creature, was actually a mutant plant, a mutated demon bamboo. This was all they knew. After he left Chiefing Mountain, the Destiny Society lost track of him and monitored him. From their conversations during the meeting, Lin Ming also knew that these people did not find the mutant demon bamboo they had been paying attention to until the battle in Qingcheng City. To be honest, Lin Ming did not think it was bad, rather than exposing his whereabouts, stepping out from behind the scenes to the front, and confronting the Destiny Society. It would be better to catch them off guard like now. Moreover, this would also maximize the disappearance of the headquarters of the entire Destiny Society, and cause them serious trauma. After all, people are alive and can run. Lin Ming did not want to catch people all over the world, which would be too troublesome. Among these 4 people, It was actually very difficult to catch them. Although it is not clear that this president has other abilities besides clones. As an A-level extraordinary person, he is definitely not the only one who can use clones. Among the 4 people, Alexandra is now missing. She can use the white halo to summon and reverse summon. And now she may appear in any place that Lin Ming cannot reach. For Lin Ming, looking for this guy is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Lin Ming thinks that this guy is likely to be in America. After all, when he was on the phone with President Adenauer, he said that only there was relatively safe, knowing that his true form is a mutant bamboo. They are well aware that the Great North Sea is a natural barrier that this mutant bamboo cannot cross no matter how powerful it is. As long as she is not stupid. This Alexandra should be in America now. And it may not take too long for her to reunite with Bev. To be honest, this guy is actually the least threatening to him. After all, when it comes to summoning and controlling alien beasts, Lin Ming thinks that as many as there are, he can do it. When the alien beasts at the beginning could not provide evolution points, Lin Ming really thought that this thing was simply annoying. But after the invasion of the sea of alien beasts, killing alien beasts can also give evolution points, which is simply wonderful. Even if this crazy woman can create a large number of giant alien beasts. Lin Ming also said that he would accept them all. Anyway, those things can't hurt him at all. So it doesn't matter. As for Drake, who is in the air and flying towards the direction of Tang State, Lin Ming does not want to give up the opportunity to kill him. According to previous perception, this guy is just a B-level extraordinary person. Flying to Tang Kingdom? Then wouldn't it be just what he wanted? The bamboo roots penetrated into the ground. And under the ability of creating new life, they connected to the nearest spiritual bamboo clone at a very fast speed. And this spiritual bamboo clone went to another spiritual bamboo clone less than 800 kilometers away. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Ming connected himself with his spiritual bamboo clone far away in Suzaku Valley. And he immediately activated his own spiritual energy after the connection, sensing the 2,000-kilometer materialization range of each spiritual bamboo clone along the way. Soon, a human figure flying at high speed in the air appeared more than 3,000 kilometers away from Tang Kingdom. It flew in a straight line. Otherwise it would not be so easy to capture it. Lin Ming didn't expect to find this guy in such a short time. So the next step. He sensed his subordinates again, and found that they were fighting hard in waves of mutant creatures at this time, as if they were enjoying it. But to be honest, Lin Ming did not expect that the strength of this group of guys has grown so much in such a short time. Especially the underwater troops. Under the command of Panda Panda, they have been invincible in the wide river leading to Shangjing, killing people with great success. And their levels have approached or exceeded the first level. But now is not the time to see these guys grow. At this moment, Qiying, Xue Jin, and the subordinates of B-level are all assisting their companions with relatively low levels to fight. Qiying, Xue Jin, take Feng Xiao and Feng Yin to the location I marked for you, to deal with those mutant creatures that can easily kill hundreds of them without them taking them seriously. Their current goal is more important. A B-level extraordinary person can still fly, since they are in the air. Let Qiying and Xue Jin, who are also overlords in the air, deal with it. Bringing Feng Xiao and Feng Yin is for insurance. After all, although Drake can only fly and control, who knows if he has other abilities? After dealing with fate for a long time, Lin Ming had to get used to leaving a way out when doing anything. The other party still has many secrets, and 1 or 2 are not a big deal. Master, I promise to complete the task you assigned. The 2 giant birds and 2 giant wolves immediately put down their auxiliary tasks, quickly took off, and flew in the direction indicated by Lin Ming in the shortest time. For them, the master's words are absolute. The abilities of Qiying and Xue Jin can make it impossible for the enemy to observe with the naked eye, hiding their extremely large bodies. Although there is still a disadvantage of shadow projection, because of Lin Ming spiritual force field shielding ability, it can basically be regarded as a invisible state. Moreover, this effect cannot be easily discovered by the opponent in the air, whether underground or on the ground. Master, we found the target. It took less than 10 minutes for the 2 giant birds to find a black dot in the sky. Kill it quickly. Lin Ming had already started to move. What he had to do now was to command his subordinates to escape the guild leader. That guy thought that releasing dozens of clones in Irene City would be able to disrupt his perception? What was he thinking? He didn't know me at all. Lin Ming quickly came to the outer plane from the canyon. And he also found that his subordinates were quite powerful. Master, we have completed the kill. After approaching the black dot and confirming that the enemy was a flying transcendent, Qi Ying and Shui Jin rushed towards the other party like flying arrows. And Feng Xiao and Feng Yan simultaneously launched a total of more than 200 green wind blades that they had created long ago. He felt the danger, but did not see anything at all. He was surrounded by a huge green wind blade with a diameter of 1 meter without a blind spot. He also felt despair instantly. Boom! A loud bang was heard. And Drake was completely turned into countless pieces of meat under the damage of the wind blades that bombarded him almost at the same time. Well done! Lin Ming was quite satisfied with the efficiency of his subordinates. However, after a moment, he knew that things were not so simple to end. Hundreds of kilometers away, another Drake appeared. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. Drake can also split? However, he did not have time to hesitate any longer. Kill the enemies in 2 directions separately. The subordinates did not hesitate and flew in the direction where the enemy was. And Lin Ming did not relax because of this. He quickly ordered the Air Corps not far away to come to support. Boom! As the Drakes in 2 directions turned into powder again. Lin Ming also sensed the airspace he could sense at the same time. But this time, he did not find Drake's aura again. Is he dead? After sensing for a while, Lin Ming did not sense Drake's aura again. What happened just now? Although there are many questions, the person should be dead and can't die anymore. Lin Ming thinks that he can ignore him for the time being. After all, there are more urgent things that need to be completed by him now. At this moment, the president of the Destiny Society, Adenauer, is already driving on the highway outside the city of Irene. His goal should be the airport in the center of the Bruce country. After all, airplanes are something that can leave the mutant birds that have not yet evolved to threaten the sky far behind in this era of spiritual energy recovery. It is also the only means of transportation that can send Adenauer to the United States. Although Lin Ming thinks that his 2 men, Imokai and Juyu, can easily catch up with a huge iron bird flying in the sky. He wants Adenauer to stay on this land and be caught by him with bamboo roots. And then completely kill him. Even if there is a little bit of residue left, Lin Ming will not feel at ease. It's like the headquarters of the Destiny Society, which is dead and can't die anymore. But 3 people still ran out, which is simply outrageous. At this moment, Lin Ming has cut off the connection with the Lingzhu clone and is speeding towards the direction of the Bru country. The other subordinates are now riding on the Imokai and Juyu, heading towards the direction of Irene City in the Bru country at the fastest speed. Their mission is not to confront the unknown strength of President Adenauer, but to delay time as much as possible. Even Feng Ji, the most powerful among them, is only at the B level, and Imokai and Juyu are only 3 B levels. Although Adenauer has currently demonstrated an ability of clone, the concentration of spiritual energy exuded from his body has indeed reached a level. It seems that humans sometimes awaken some new abilities as their levels and realms are improved. Lin Ming first knew about this when he met Jiayu from the Extraordinary Association, who came to attack him in the Wanjusi spirit realm. At that time, Jiayu had the ability to fly and use that strange weapon. And he was also very strong. Jiayu ability at that time was only level 6 or 7 of the first order, equivalent to C grade, and not even at the level of B grade. The same is true for many extraordinary people he met later. Shui Yuqing, the 3rd tower of the 9 Heavens Tower, who can create a certain barrier, also has the ability to control elements. And Xingyu, the 1st tower, has used his ability to a certain extreme in the development of ink drops. In addition to Alexandra in the Fate Society and Drake who just killed him, Lin Ming would never think that Adina, the president of the Fate Society, who has already achieved more than 10,000 people, would have the ability of only 1 clone. After running for a while since he came out, Lin Ming continued to accelerate, regardless of the rush of his subordinates. He was also constantly improving under Lin Ming's increasingly proficient bamboo root control ability. He could also feel that his own speed was twice as fast as before, or even 3 times. The large plains of the O continent allowed him to run without scruples, constantly approaching the direction of the Bru country. He did not need to run directly for 1,700 kilometers, but only needed to run about 800 kilometers. The remaining 900 kilometers can be made up by his powerful route system. Master, we have already created an explosion in Irene City and completely destroyed that road. The enemy can't move for the time being. The report from his subordinates in the front also made Lin Ning feel relieved. Adenauer. Get ready. Get ready to meet the end of the world. Chapter 299 Prisoner's Realm. On the highway, Adenauer was not surprised to find that he could not move. The car was driving smoothly, and even reached a speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. After suddenly finding that there was a huge traffic jam ahead, it gradually slowed down. In the end, it joined the army that was completely blocked. Damn plants. They are chasing so fast. Listening to the huge explosions coming from the direction of Irene City behind him, Adenauer quickly determined why he encountered such a thing. The mutant demon Bamboo has approached here from the direction of Bear Country in a very short time. Or in other words, its followers have caught up with this side. And this congestion is most likely because the highway has been destroyed. Jumping out of the car quickly, Adenauer lifted it up instantly and threw it on the road on the other side that was driving in the opposite direction. He suddenly started the engine and sprinted in the opposite direction. As a result, Adenauer found that the road ahead had been cut off by dozens of meters inexplicably. It's cruel enough. After the emergency brake, the car dragged a very long black mark on the highway. Adenauer, who moved his face away from the airbag, knew that his opponent's fighting method was to leave no room for the enemy. Standing on the roof, Adenauer looked towards the direction of Irene City. The roar of explosions and the flames that kept coming from there proved that it had fallen into a catastrophe. Adenauer jumped out of the car. The strange power possessed by the extraordinary allowed him to lift the car easily. Although his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced after becoming a superhuman, all he can do is his strength. For example, his speed advantage has not been greatly increased. At this critical moment of strategic transfer, Adenauer still relies heavily on this means of transportation. His clone ability is distributed in various places, all for him to remotely control the entire Destiny society. Although it is impossible for him to encounter any danger that can kill him with his strength. The original intention of this clone ability is to avoid risks to the maximum extent. However, after the clones at the headquarters of the Destiny Society were suddenly destroyed, Adenauer couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After destroying the headquarters, the other party seemed to react almost instantly, and then immediately sent his followers to attack the city of Irene in the Blue State. It was as if he had known where his real body was long ago. Now that the highway has been destroyed, there are still places to go. Lifting the car, Adenauer jumped from the 5-meter-high highway to the side road in an instant. However, before he put the car down, he suddenly felt a strange heat coming from a place very close to him. Fire element control. He was startled, put the car down, and jumped back. In front of him, a 3-tailed fire fox as big as a cow sprayed purple flames at him again. It actually contains purple flame elements. That bastard Bamboo actually has such an excellent subordinate. Suddenly, Adenauer urged the spiritual energy. The people around him instantly. A clone that looked exactly like him appeared. And this clone immediately released the same purple flames at the purple flame that was about to reach him. Boom! The two purple flames collided, making a loud noise, and then turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared in an instant. Crack! Suddenly, a lightning bolt came, and Adenauer released another clone, directly using the lightning element barrier. Lightning element control. How many subordinates do you have like this? Adenauer looked at the giant wolf covered with fluffy yellow fur that appeared in front of him, and cloned more than 10 times. One after another green wind blade appeared in the air, and at the speed of lightning, a wind blade instantly blasted the clone of the lightning element barrier controlled by his clone into pieces. At the critical moment, the wind element barrier released by another clone of Adenauer blocked all the remaining wind blades. The wind element also exists. And it's a giant wolf. Adenauer howled. And nearly 300 wind blades suddenly rose up, pouring down like a storm in the direction where the opponent was originally. Amid the rolling smoke and dust, Adenauer did not dare to be careless. After retreating several dozen meters, he suddenly found that his sight was wrapped in a thick green again. However, Adenauer's other clone immediately blocked in front of him, releasing a barrier of exactly the same element to resist this attack. Venomous! Damn it! One by one, he watched the drops of green thick liquid sliding down from the barrier and falling on the broken asphalt road, burning it into a huge pit, and instantly understood what it was. The giant wolf, with dark green hair in front of him, turned out to be a poison element attribute. 3 flavors: Fire Fox, Thunder Wolf, Poison Wolf. Wind Wolf. After Adenauer's 3 clones copied the abilities of these mutant creatures with different attributes, they looked at the enemies a few dozen meters away, each of whom launched an attack and then did not move again. And they could not help but be secretly surprised. The control of elements by mutant creatures is not so common at all. 1 out of 10,000 or 20,000 is good. And it must be said that it can survive in the extremely weak and strong spiritual realm. Generally speaking, in a huge spiritual realm, dozens of them are extremely rare, and their control of elemental abilities is not perfect. In this regard, they are simply incomparable to humans, even after continuously improving their intelligence. The control of elements by mutant creatures is much worse than that of humans with sound IQ. But looking at these mutant creatures in front of him, Adenauer couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Although they only fought one move with each other, each of them has reached the strength of B grade, which is beyond doubt. The strength of the 3 Flavor Fire Fox may be slightly weaker at the beginning, but the Thunder Wolf and Poison Wolf that followed are stronger than each other. 3B grade? Although the Fate has always been monitoring the mutant bamboo and its followers, it has never detected the concentration of spiritual energy in these mutant creatures. For some reason, they can even detect the concentration of spiritual energy of any mutant creature in each spiritual realm. But as long as it is a mutant creature related to this mutant bamboo, each one is so special. Even this mutant demon bamboo itself cannot detect any spiritual energy, even if the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite is aligned together. It is useless. Why? Now, after seeing the strength displayed by the 3 mutant creatures, he felt that it might be that this mutant demon bamboo had the ability to make the spiritual energy of itself and its followers undetectable by instruments, but still exist in reality. At this moment, nearly 100 ice cones, nearly 2 meters long and as thick as arms, suddenly appeared in the air. And on the ice cones, there was a strange light green color. TSK. Adenauer knew that something more difficult had happened. These countless strange ice cones suddenly came directly from all directions. And for a while, the roar continued to sound. The dust had not settled yet. And the toxins, purple flames, lightning, and wind blades once again penetrated everything, completely covering the place where Adenauer was. At this moment, Lin Ming, who was running at high speed, entered a giant canyon again after passing through the spiritual realm near the square city. Sensing Adenauer's existence, he was also constantly giving orders to his subordinates. Facing an A-level extraordinary person, these subordinates could not do much, destroying the highway to prevent Adenauer, who wanted to escape by the highway, from leaving was only the first step. Lin Ming discovered that among the other abilities of the president of the Fate Society, there was no ability to move quickly, like the flying ability of Drake, who had just been killed. So, destroying the highway was something that had to be done. It was naturally the most appropriate to leave this matter to Fenglang Fengji. The wind blades produced by Fengji's wind element control could be selected in terms of quantity and size. It was already close to the A level, and could produce super large wind blades with a diameter of nearly 5 meters. But the number would be sacrificed, and the cutting force of these wind blades would reach a higher level after the diameter was expanded. Fengji, riding on the ink armor, rushed to the highway. In a very short time, the wind blades cut a natural chasm of nearly 30 meters wide in both directions of the highway, thus cutting off Adenauer's escape route. And the next step was easy. After Amokai and Zhu Yu transported their companions to block the president of the Fate Society, who was trying to lift the car off the highway and escape from the highway's auxiliary road, the encounter began. Lin Ming's plan was actually very simple. In general, it was to delay Adenauer as much as possible. In terms of details, it was to let the subordinates, who had reached B-level strength, make full use of their own abilities to launch various attacks on Adenauer. The purpose was to try what kind of abilities this guy had. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. If the ability this guy possessed happened to overcome his own ability, when he was finally caught, it might take some more effort to kill him. However, just after letting the 3-tailed fox Xuanhua release the ability of purple flame burst on him, Lin Ming immediately got the information he wanted, in addition to turning his aura into a clone. Another ability of this A-level extraordinary person is ability replication. Ability replication. Lin Ming himself also has an almost identical ability. However, after the successive attacks of Feng Ji, Lei Ji, and Du Yan, Lin Ming discovered that the extraordinary power of Adenauer's ability replication seemed to be somewhat different from his own multiple ability replication. Lin Ming's own multiple ability replication can be used with any bamboo branch or bamboo root, or even bamboo leaves, and there is no limit to the ability that can be replicated. If he wants, he can also use dozens of elemental abilities at the same time. But Adenauer's ability is completely different. This guy's ability can only be used through the effect of clone. After the clone uses this ability, it can almost instantly master the usage rules of such elements and create a barrier or attack. But a clone is limited to using one element, and Adenauer's clone must master the ability of this element at the same time as the other party uses the element. In other words, Adenauer's ability to replicate is passive, not active like him, but there are still some similarities, such as the ability of the absorbed elements will increase as the user's own strength increases. A specific example is the shadow space ability of the dark element attribute that Lin Ming often uses. The shadow that the little Soro can produce is pitifully small. But if Lin Ming wants to now, a dark space with a diameter of 50 meters can still be easily used. And looking at this Adenauer again, his ability is exactly the same. After simply absorbing the abilities of his subordinates, he can quickly use the abilities of various elemental attributes and turn them into barriers or attacks, thereby resisting the powerful attacks of his subordinates. But Lin Ming didn't want to see only these at this time. It's not that simple for a person to become the boss of the Fate Society with just this ability. Lin Ming immediately commanded his subordinates to continue attacking, and the players who appeared were the giant monkeys, who had been holding back for a long time. Waikue, who controlled the grass element, and Bingpa, who controlled the ice element. The abilities of the two giant monkeys were actually quite peculiar, and they had both reached B-level strength not long ago. One of their proud abilities was to combine two abilities that seemed to be somewhat incompatible with each other, forming an attack composed of ice and grass elements with composite abilities. This move was used once by Feng Xiao, the Wind Wolf, and Yen Lu, the Flame Wolf, against the enemy in the Battle of Lingxiao Peak a long time ago. But it was only in the experimental stage at that time. Soon, under Lin Ming's command, the two giant monkeys immediately used their abilities in midair after falling from Zhu Yu back. Compound elements. Adenauer. How do you take it? Lin Ming, who was running fast, found that the opponent didn't seem to have suffered any damage after sensing that the ice and grass element attack hit the target. Oh no! Did it block it? In Lin Ming embodiment, he found that Adenauer sacrificed two clones and created multiple layers of barriers to block this move. It consumes a lot of spiritual energy and physical strength. As humans, this is what they fear the most. Even as a transcendent, they have their limits. Compared with the mutant creatures that have absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth, and whose bodies are extremely adapted to spiritual energy, the transcendents are still far behind in essence. It doesn't matter that they don't have sharp teeth, although they are quite intelligent. They are limited in physical strength and spiritual energy. The main reason should be that when they face mutant creatures that are more numerous than themselves, they usually use more spiritual energy to fight with attack or defense methods. Although their attack power or defense power will be enhanced, it will also cause a large loss of spiritual energy. Adenauer's spiritual energy concentration is A level. But when he clones, he will also separate some spiritual energy to make a body like himself. And using this clone to release various elements for defense or attack is also a very spiritual energy consuming behavior. Multiple clones can also consume spiritual energy in multiples. Lin Ming did not sense the existence of any spiritual stones in Adenauer's car, and he naturally did not have such a thing on him. So, what should this guy do? How to get out of this predicament? He will not be dragged to death by his subordinates before he arrives there. If this guy is so weak, he really shouldn't be the president of the Destiny Society. And he should just report to the underground directly. Chapter 300 Old Fox. When the smoke and dust cleared, Adenauer's two clones used the two barrier abilities of Ice Element and Grass Element almost at the same time. They defended vigorously, and barely resisted the attack from the two giant monkeys. But at the same time, Adenauer also felt a little tired because he used a lot of spiritual energy. In addition, he was quite surprised at the strength of the enemy's reinforcements that suddenly increased again. After all, whether it is Grass Element or Ice Element, it is a special type of elemental power that rarely appears. In the past, the research of the Destiny Society had thought of catching mutant creatures with various precious elemental abilities all over the world for experiments. On top of the extracts from various aspects, the creation department headed by Bei Fulai continued to use advanced technology. After nearly half a year, it produced a special weapon that can turn ordinary humans into extraordinary people. With the help of stabilizers, ordinary people can be turned into extraordinary people who control various extraordinary abilities. This can be said to be a cross-era invention with great significance. Moreover, these ordinary people who became extraordinary people also lost their souls, and became puppets and dolls who could only obey orders. They were the best death warriors. But they also had great disadvantages. Generally speaking, 1/3 of people can produce aura in their bodies through aura-generating liquid and become a real extraordinary person. The remaining 2/3 died only after experiencing extremely painful torture and became a pile of rotten meat. As for the lucky ones of this 1/3, about half of them died because they could not adapt to the stabilizer that had to be taken every once in a while. In the end, only 1 or 2 of the remaining extraordinary people had the ability to control and manipulate elemental power or other special powers. But among the nearly 40,000 extraordinary research centers in the world, there were less than 20,000 artificial extraordinary people. Although Adenauer gave the matter to Bepp to be responsible for it, he had a deep memory of any artificial extraordinary person who had special element control ability and other powerful abilities. However, whether it was the mutant creatures he encountered or the extraordinary people, Adenauer had never seen any of them that had the ability to control special elements such as purple flames, grass elements, and ice elements. If he could capture the mutant creatures led by the demon bamboo in front of him, make them into aura-generating liquid, and then establish an extremely powerful army of extraordinary people who could control these extremely special abilities, then wouldn't it be easy to completely exterminate the remaining humans? But now, Adenauer did not have any time to do or consider such things. After all, he was facing 6 B-level demon spirits, even if he was an A-level extraordinary person, and had reached a certain level in the control of aura, control accuracy, ability divergence, and use skills. He was still very clear about his own limits. The clones created by aura could perform various things he wanted them to do according to his own thinking and judgment. Moreover, after he improved his own strength to A level, these clones also gave birth to another ability: imitation. The ability to imitate can be learned by the clones he released in a very short time. Even if the opponent only uses it on him within 1 second, he can use this ability to copy the opponent's ability, and then use his own level advantage to defend against the opponent's attack. This move is also a counterattack to the extreme when the composite ability can be used. Just like the ice grass storm just now, he only needs to let the 2 clones use the grass element and ice element they copied to create a barrier, and quickly merge the 2 barriers to resist the powerful attack. Now, even if these 6 mutant creatures that control different elements merge their abilities to attack him, he will not be hurt at all. The reason why he, who is called the Absolute Defender, can become the president of the Fate Society and has an authority that cannot be violated is that he is strong enough. But this strength is actually a double-edged sword. Clone, multiple clones. Imitation, multiple imitations. The subsequent defense and attack will consume a lot of spiritual energy, and the large consumption of spiritual energy will also continuously deplete his own physical and mental strength. Eventually, after the huge amount of spiritual energy is exhausted, he will also face his own doomsday. We can't go on like this. Adenauer knew that he had to turn defense into attack and find ways to escape from this encirclement. However, he was also wondering why he had never discovered these mutant creatures before. Where did they come from? And, with the power they showed now, they couldn't have rushed from the square city of Bear Country to this place. Did they come here on some kind of vehicle? Wait, why did they stop after attacking once and wait for their companions to attack? And, when he didn't attack, the opponent didn't attack at all. Has the mutant demon bamboo not come yet? Is their purpose to delay time, and then wait for the arrival of the master, and then kill him as the opponent? The more Adenauer thought about it, the more frightened he was. This mutant demon bamboo has 6 B-level demon spirits as its followers, and its strength has reached the level of S-level demon king. Not only that, this bastard bamboo, does it have the ability to imitate human tactics? Wisdom, intelligence? Can it formulate tactics to deal with humans according to various situations? Think about it. When this mutant bamboo attacked the Tang Kingdom, didn't it also attack from all sides, and even easily flatten the impregnable Xiaohu city? Strength, intelligence, and tactics. Is this a mutant creature? How ridiculous. Do you think these followers can't do anything to me? So let them waste time so that you the real owner, can deal with me? You wish. Adenauer let out a long roar. And several clones suddenly merged into one. And they also suddenly expanded into a huge figure in a very short time. It continued to expand to a higher degree. And at the same time, it also raised a very dazzling light. Feng Ji and the others were completely frightened by this huge guy. And they kept retreating. And that huge clone completely protected Adenauer's location and completely enveloped many mutant creatures. A long roar suddenly sounded. And a huge black figure fell from the sky. A ball of extremely hot flame suddenly erupted at this moment. And then, a huge hole suddenly opened on this huge clone with a diameter of 2 meters in the black space. However, this was completely unable to stop the expansion of this huge clone. It expanded 10 times and 20 times in a very short time. Boom! A very strong white light suddenly lit up. And then, a huge energy, followed by this unparalleled roar, followed by an explosion. With that strong shock wave, with a devastating force, instantly destroyed the entire Irene city and everything within a radius of 50 kilometers. So cruel. Lin Ning couldn't help but exclaim. Is this Adenauer's third extraordinary power? The clone exploded. In short, it is to gather all the clones that have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and possess various elemental attributes, and then expand them dozens or even hundreds of times, and then generate huge energy and explode violently. To describe it more simply, this guy turned his clone into a violent explosive, the kind that can destroy a city. However, when this guy's clone began to expand, he ordered Yanlu and Shadow, who had not taken action, to attack each other. After finding that it had no effect at all, he immediately ordered Imokai and Zhuyu to take many subordinates to take advantage of the moment when the smoke and dust generated by the explosion when they released their abilities were raised, and instantly flew thousands of meters high. At the moment when the clone exploded, Lin Ning was also paying attention to where Adenauer was. This guy's actions can be said to be quite fast. He actually took advantage of the huge shadow created by his clone, used another clone of his own to wrap it with several layers of barriers, and relied on the shock wave of the explosion to fly hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. And on the plain hundreds of kilometers away, there were no buildings at all, only nearly 2-meter-high weeds and numerous mutant creatures. Adenauer actually took advantage of this time to continue to escape in the direction of another city. That's good. Lin Ning couldn't help but admire Adenauer's improvisation. Or maybe he had thought about escaping like this from the beginning. Although there were no means of transportation hundreds of kilometers away, it was not far from a nearby big city. This guy should also want to hide his body among countless mutant creatures, and then find a means of transportation after reaching that large city, and then escape to the airport. I have to say, it's a beautiful idea. At this time, Lin Ning was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the completely destroyed Irene city. But Lin Ning estimated that it should be more than 1,300 kilometers away from Adenauer's location. It only takes about an hour and a half for him to let Adenauer know how terrifying a mutant bamboo is. And this 1.5 hours is enough for Adenauer to escape to that large city, and then take some means of transportation to escape. Then, Imokai, Zhuyu, lead your companions to continue the pursuit. Adenauer must not be allowed to escape. Such a transcendent, the president of the Destiny Society, must be completely turned into a corpse, so that Lin Ning can feel at ease. Otherwise, if the tiger is released back to the mountain, it may bite him at any time. Master, we will definitely kill this human. They are now extremely angry about Adenauer's clones that broke all their elemental abilities and made them unable to do anything. Moreover, in the end, although Adenauer's clone exploded without causing any harm to them, it also made them feel a little humiliated. Your mission is to hold him up to the maximum extent. Lin Ning knew very well that his subordinates were no match for Adenauer. The explosion of the clone of this guy's third ability has extremely strong destructive power. If it weren't for Imokai and Zhuyu being able to take them to the sky to hide. Otherwise, the general mutant creatures would have been instantly blown into powder under the violent explosion just now. The explosion of spiritual energy is not equivalent to ordinary thermal weapons. Generally speaking, with the strength of his subordinates, ordinary thermal weapons have no chance of hurting them at all. But the explosion of spiritual energy, even the smallest scale, can cause them great damage. Just like the spiritual energy explosion created by this A-level extraordinary Adenauer. It will definitely make his subordinates' bodies disappear, and Adenauer's several abilities, no matter how you look at it, are the nemesis of ordinary extraordinary people or mutant creatures. The ability to absorb the opponent's elemental ability and use it for oneself. Create a defensive barrier and attack. Basically makes most mutant creatures or extraordinary people helpless. Moreover, his A-level strength will also make the absorbed elemental power twice as strong, making the opponent even more desperate. Therefore, in Lin Ming cognition, this Adenauer is almost in a state of being almost invincible. This guy's ability of clone, ability replication, and clone burst almost made all mutant creatures helpless and unable to hurt them at all. Even when besieging, they might be forced into a desperate situation by any one of the opponent's abilities, or the combined abilities. But for Lin Ming, Adenauer's ability is about the weakest. As long as he approaches this guy within 1,000 kilometers, it can be determined that this guy's life can be declared over. Whether it is a clone, or any ability replication, or that kind of clone burst, it is completely useless. A bamboo root's creation of new life, or a poison burst, or a dark element's shadow space can easily kill it, leaving nothing behind. Absorbing elemental abilities? Then I won't have to use them. Right? Or, can't I use them before Adenauer reacts? Lin Ming felt that although Adenauer's abilities looked quite impressive, if he used any tricks when he wasn't paying attention, his abilities would be no different from a bunch of decorations. Master, we have found him. Attack immediately. At this time, the white rat Shuya asked Lin Ming for the next step again. Lin Ming also sensed the embodiment that was constantly running towards the giant city not far away. However, Lin Ming suddenly found that something was wrong. This Adenauer, who was blown over there by the shock wave of the explosion, seemed, although he was filled with extremely strong spiritual energy, the actions of this Adenauer embodiment were not like what a normal human would do. Normal humans, even if they want to go straight ahead, will instinctively avoid some obstacles. Right? Like a small lake or a swamp. Just rush over. Run into the water and then run out. Psycho? I'm afraid not. This must be a clone. Mo Kai. Lead your companions and move in another direction. Lin Ming speeded up and went in another direction. This Adenauer is really an old fox, actually playing a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Chapter 301 The Loser Eats Dust. Humph. After all, it's just a mutant creature. No matter how intelligent it is. What can it do? You can't guess that I've reached this level. Right? At this moment, at the edge of an abandoned city in the opposite direction of the clone, Adenauer jumped onto a high platform, took out a metal box stored under a broken wall, and blew away the dust on it. After opening it, Adenauer checked out several B-level spiritual stones stored in it. This is his safe deposit box. Adenauer likes to leave enough escape routes for himself. The abilities of his clones are actually escape routes one by one. Through the abilities of the clones, he maximizes his possibility of survival. As the strongest transcendent known to all, and as the president of the Destiny Society that secretly controls the rotation of the world since the era of spiritual energy revival, Adenauer believes that his life is the most valuable. He never wants to put himself in any danger. Normally, his real body would hide in hidden places in small cities, such as Irene City and Stola City, constantly moving and hiding, while his clones would assist him in completing various tasks of the Fate Society in various places. From creating the Fate Society, becoming the president of the Fate Society, to the attack on the Fate Society headquarters, Adenauer had been assassinated and attacked many times. But every time he would eventually let his clone kill the opponent, and the real body was not hurt at all. This, without exception. Despite this, he would not be careless because of this, and buried some spiritual stones wrapped in spiritual energy shielding devices in various abandoned cities as a rainy day. After the destruction of the Fate Society headquarters, everything took a sharp turn for the worse. Adenauer, who originally thought that the distance was too far, and he would not be hunted down by the mutant demon bamboos so quickly, found that he was too optimistic. When using the clone to produce an explosion, he also found a way out for himself. Adenauer thought that the reason why the mutant demon bamboo could know where his real body was probably because it had the so-called spiritual energy perception ability. The mutant demon bamboo sensed that the spiritual energy concentration of those clones could not reach the spiritual energy concentration of a president of Destiny. And after searching, he found his location. Therefore, even though he was in the Blue Country, which was nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the Bear Country, Adenauer found that he still exposed the location of his true body. The spiritual intelligence law of the mutant plant should be to determine the location of the strongest person and then kill him. This is correct. In the battle just now, Adenauer also took advantage of this. Inject a large amount of spiritual energy into a clone. Let it be blasted to the northwest hundreds of kilometers away by the shock wave of the explosion, responsible for attracting the enemy's attention, while he came to the ruins of the city on the calculated escape route. In an extremely weak state, absorb the spiritual stone, and then completely restore the original spiritual energy. It can almost be said to be a perfect battle plan. A perfect escape route. Then, find the car left in the ruins of the city and go to. Boom! A roar sounded, and the shining lightning suddenly attacked from behind. Adenauer suddenly absorbed the spiritual energy of a spiritual stone in his hand, and instantly released a clone, creating a lightning element barrier to resist this sudden attack. TSK, how did you catch up so quickly? Impossible. Adenauer couldn't believe that his perfect plan was discovered at this time. 10 clones were split instantly, and Adenauer stared at the enemies in front of him in disbelief. Thunder Wolf, Poison Wolf, Wind Wolf, Flame Wolf, a giant bird. Why on earth? Adener panted. He didn't think there was any possibility of omission in his plan. But the fact is that he has to face the pursuers of the mutant plant again. Nearly 100 green wind blades, burning with dark red flames, rotated continuously, forming a firestorm connecting the sky and the earth, and attacked Adener, who was still doubting everything. How could you? A mere beleveled demon spirit. Heard me, Adener roared, and his clones burst out the barrier of wind and fire elements, instantly blocking and dissolving the opponent's fierce attack. Immediately afterwards, he immediately fought back, creating a firestorm that was even bigger than the combined attack of the Flame Wolf and the Wind Wolf. Originally, Adener didn't want to fight back, but it was obvious that these mutant creatures wanted to delay the time to the maximum extent by fighting continuously, so that the mutant demon Bamboo could rush here and kill him. If he only defended without counterattack, it would be endless. Now, with the spirit stone in hand, he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual energy. Even if he used the last move of spiritual energy burst, he could use the shock wave of the explosion to go to another ruin where he had a reserve of spirit stones. In other words, if he wanted to, he could use up all the spiritual energy here and kill all the B-level mutant creatures. However, he had to consider the S-level mutant demon Bamboo. Boom! Just then, when the violent storm of fire that was rushing towards the mutant creatures was about to hit them, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound from underground. TSK. There is still earth element. Don't try to sneak attack me there. Come out! Adenauer controlled the firestorm and blasted it into the cracks in the ground. However, a dark object drilled out from the ground, and in a very short time, it penetrated the lightning element, wind element, and fire element of Adenauer's clone. What? However, Adenauer had no time to react at all. He suddenly felt that he was completely imprisoned by an extremely powerful force. The clones were completely penetrated and disappeared one after another by this dark object. And he also found that he could not break free even if he used the greatest spiritual energy. Is this wood? No. Plant. Plant. That mutant Bamboo. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Under Adenauer, a clone suddenly appeared and expanded dozens of times in an instant. Ha ha ha. Damn Bamboo. Do you think you can withstand the explosion of this spiritual energy? You. Bang. However, with a muffled sound, Adenauer, who had infused a lot of spiritual energy into the clone and wanted it to make a huge explosion, found to his disbelief that the clone was shrouded by a huge shadow like the night at this time. The clone disappeared. Dark element. No. Impossible. He roared in despair. His bones creaked, and he felt that his whole body was squeezed by a huge pressure that far exceeded his power of A-level extraordinary. What exactly is this power? What on earth? His bones broke one by one, and he felt a pain he had never felt before. Don't joke. It's just a mutant plant. How could you get from such a long distance at such a fast speed? However, he didn't get any answer. Poof! Lin Ming didn't hesitate at all, nor did he want to answer him. The bamboo root crushed the bones of Adenauer, the president of the Fate Society, who was once arrogant, extremely confident, and always kept a backhand for himself. and then used poison to burst out, directly covering the guy on the bamboo root. Finally, he felt that it was not thorough enough, and the shadow space of the dark element attack made another blow. Bad people die because of talking too much, and good people die because of forgetting to make up the blow. Lin Ning didn't want to encounter any trouble in the future because of this. Ding! You killed an A-class superhuman and gained 23,000 evolution points. The system sounded in time. Lin Ning felt that he had been fighting with Adenauer for quite a long time. And after the system prompt sound, this somewhat boring chase finally didn't have to continue. To be honest, he could have easily killed this arrogant A-class superhuman just like before. And the reason why it took so long was because he was always far away from Adenauer. However, under his continuous acceleration, the distance of thousands of kilometers gradually narrowed afterwards. Finally, after his subordinates surrounded Adenauer again and delayed him for some time, Lin Ning also relied on a straight-line sprint and finally reduced the distance to less than 1,000 kilometers. Within a distance of 1,000 kilometers, even if Adenauer was extremely powerful, there was absolutely no way for him to escape from here. And Adenauer's many abilities were not enough for Lin Ning. Even if Adenauer's control of abilities had reached perfection, no matter which one, Lin Ning could easily resolve it. Killing him was naturally a piece of cake. Nearly 1,000 kilometers away, Lin Ning was also thinking carefully about this battle with the Fate Society. After a long journey, he ran nearly 7,000 kilometers from Tang Country to Xiong Country, and then destroyed the headquarters of the Fate Society there. The next step was to chase Drake, who ran to Tang Country, and Adenauer, the president of the Fate Society, who kept chasing from Xiong Country to Bruce Country. The Fate Society was basically destroyed, but Alexandra and Bev, who had never been sensed, still escaped. Moreover, even though the fate of the whole world will be ruined, the research centers of superhumans in various places are still there, and there are still quite a lot of superhumans. For Lin Ning, although these superhumans will not pose much threat to his existence, it is still necessary to kill all these dangerous seedlings. Master, we found a strange box. At this time, the little white mouse Xueyao on the back of Imokai suddenly reported. Lin Ning certainly knew what the little guy was talking about. A small box made of a spiritual energy shielding device. And inside it, there are also several spiritual stones, with a spiritual energy concentration of B grade. You guys come back to me. After Lin Ning gave the order, he rolled up the small box with bamboo roots, poured out the spiritual stones inside, and rolled it up with bamboo roots again. Spiritual stones. These spiritual stones, with a spiritual energy concentration of B grade, are also one of the reasons why Adenauer escaped here, by taking advantage of the shock wave of the explosion. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This Adenauer really thought of a way out. Using the clone, he infused most of his own spiritual energy into the clone, and then let it be blown to the opposite direction by the shock wave of the explosion, creating the illusion that the other side is his main body. The reason for this is that Adenauer should have completely guessed that his mutant creature has the ability to sense spiritual energy. But Adenauer did underestimate him a little. This guy probably thought that he would be fooled by this guy's trick of escaping from the shell, and directly pursued the clone with a higher concentration of spiritual energy, leaving him behind completely. Lin Ning didn't know why this guy could reduce the concentration of spiritual energy of his main body to such a low value. But what was certain was that he was able to kill Adenauer now, which was really great. Otherwise, who knows what kind of flowers this guy can develop his own abilities after being upgraded to S level. The sooner he is killed, the better. Although humans are getting further and further away from mutant creatures in this world of spiritual energy recovery, they are even basically completely left behind by mutant creatures. But the potential they have is completely incomparable to mutant creatures. Unlike the simple spiritual intelligence of mutant creatures, the wisdom of humans is extremely strong in the technological era. In this era of spiritual energy recovery, after possessing spiritual energy and becoming extraordinary people, they are also constantly developing and researching their own abilities, so as to maximize the power of their own abilities. From the Zhongguodong at the beginning to Adenauer now, they all show their potential. Lin Ning looked at the city that had become a ruin, sensing everything nearby. Soon, he also found another box made of a spiritual energy shielding device in another ruin. This is undoubtedly Adenauer's inventory. This guy seems to have made very thorough preparations for his retreat. I believe that in other places, you can also find a lot of such things and find more spiritual stones. It can be said that this is also an unexpected surprise after this long journey to destroy the Destiny Society. After collecting the spiritual stones with bamboo roots, Lin Ning will make a choice next. Where to go next? The Destiny Society has basically been destroyed now, and the remaining two should be in the Tang Kingdom. If you run back like this, you can't take care of the Olu side. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ning made a decision. Stay here, spread the Lingzhu clones all over this vast land, and kill as many extraordinary people as possible in this research center with tens of thousands of extraordinary people. At the same time, train the subordinates brought here to make them stronger. If possible, Lin Ning also wants to compete with the mutant creatures in the ocean on this land next to the Great Beiyang, and test the strength of the other party. After all, this place is too close to the ocean, and most of the areas are plains, which are quite suitable for fast movement. Lin Ning feels that compared with the Tang Kingdom, which has been basically suppressed by him, this land has basically not been affected too much. He found that except for the locations in the south and southwest that were occupied by the spiritual realm, there were still quite a lot of giant cities on other planes. As for the 2,000-kilometer range that he could sense, there were no powerful mutant creatures on the land. At most, they were close to the second level, and the extraordinary people from various countries. There are quite a lot of them. Lin Ning felt that a lot of spiritual energy and evolution points were beckoning to him. Chapter 302 The Dragon Slayer becomes the evil dragon. The alarm sounded continuously, and the mutated birds and insects that invaded Shangjing City like a dark cloud. Although the spiritual energy on their bodies was stripped by the spiritual energy shielding device, they still attacked everything that was not in the 6 gold square array with absolute numbers. Zheng Guodong looked back. His hair was already soaked with sweat and stuck to his scalp. The spiritual energy shielding device was not far behind them, and if they dared to step inside, they would become ordinary people without any power, no matter what kind of fire attribute. Ink drop, short distance instant movement, or air bomb. They would be completely unusable. But, at this moment, they have been fighting here for more than 10 hours. In these more than 10 hours, they have also killed hundreds of thousands of mutated creatures of all sizes. The spiritual stones were thrown one after another, but their physical and mental strength were also close to a limit. After all, they are still made of flesh. During these 10 hours, Shangjing City arranged and commanded the weapons and firepower of the entire Tang Kingdom, and continuously launched fire at the sea of mutant creatures that rushed to Shangjing City from all directions. But the enemy was too large and terrifying in number. Even if the most advanced weapons were deployed together, even if these extraordinary people continued to attack and turn the periphery of Shangjing City into a mountain of mutant corpses, the number of the enemy was still endless, and they continued to launch rounds of attacks on Shangjing City. Several fire dragons shining with red light rose from the sky again. Zheng Guodong gritted his teeth, urged the spiritual energy, and controlled the fire dragon to roll itself into the sea of mutant creatures again, destroying thousands of them in an instant. Brother Zheng, you go down and rest for a while. I hold this side. Shang Yu was also panting at this moment. After absorbing all the spiritual energy in a spiritual stone, he finally took a breath. Chang Yu, please! Zheng Guodong gritted his teeth and persisted. Finally, he let more than a dozen fire dragons drill into the densest flock of birds and flying insects in the sky and exploded. He grabbed a spirit stone and gradually retreated. It would be a lie to say that he was not tired, even though he had broken through from B-level to A-level extraordinary in this battle. Zheng Guodong knew that although his own strength had increased a lot, he was still limited by the fact that he was an extraordinary person, a human being. So there were so-called limits in energy, physical strength and spiritual energy, in the face of this sea and ocean of dozens, hundreds, or even tens of millions of mutant creatures. Even if he, Xingyu, 2 A-level extraordinary people, and Fei Jun and Changyu, 2 B-level extraordinary people, fought together with the greatest energy, they could only be forced to retreat step by these mutant creatures, even if they could barely resist with their fighting power for a while. The mutant creatures that kept attacking them forced them to temporarily repel them like now, and then come back again. Han Yuan bomb. Changyu shouted the name of the air bomb that could suddenly explode among hundreds of mutant creatures, and use dozens of them in an instant. The roar continued, but although the range of his air bomb was large enough, the degree of spiritual energy consumption was also increasing day by day. At this time, the sky was about to get dark. and things were moving towards an unfavorable situation. A mutant bird saw Chengyu floating in the air lifted by the ink droplets, and led dozens of mutant birds to collectively pounce on Chengyu, whose spiritual energy was almost gone. One sword frosts the 14 states. A nearly 10-meter-long silver-white sword light flashed, and with bursts of screams, Fei Jun appeared in a black outfit, and the group of mutant birds that attacked Chengyu, who was completely unprepared, also turned into ashes under this powerful sword energy. Awesome. I am worthy of my brother Fei. Chengyu quickly knocked a spirit stone to replenish the spiritual energy in his body, and at the same time, he quickly used the wind element to create a barrier for himself and Fei Jun. Just now, in order to replace Zheng Guodong, he came out too hastily and forgot about this matter for a while. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly cover Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun said, holding up another long sword. No need to ask for a long rope. Tie the Tianju seed. The sword roars in the west wind, using almost all the spiritual energy in his body. Fei Jun instantly appeared in the ocean of strange beasts. The sword energy emitted by the two swords instantly surged dozens of meters, and Fei Jun also turned himself into a whirlwind at the same time. For a moment, this extremely murderous whirlwind set off waves of blood in this ocean of strange beasts, turning the Wuhu mutants into dead souls. The hymn of mankind is the hymn of courage, and the greatness of mankind is the greatness of courage. Just a mutant creature. Let me turn into Shura, and cut you off together with your soul. The violent voice sounded, turning into a fighting spirit that made people's blood boil. This fighting spirit was also constantly radiating from Fei Jun, who had turned into a whirlwind, and finally turned into a tornado with a diameter of tens of meters. Boom! The storm blew, and nearly 100 green wind blades appeared inexplicably, madly harvesting the lives of the mutant creatures in the tide. Chengyu looked blankly, and turned his head to look at Zheng Guodong, who was resting with his eyes closed behind him. Fuck! Even Brother Fei has broken through to a level. So I am the only one who is still be level and dragging us down? Zheng Guodong smiled. If you have this India spirit, you might as well kill more mutant creatures. Maybe you can catch up with us soon. Chengyu seemed to have realized something, and picked up a long spear on his back. That's right. Brother Xing. Cover me. However, just after rushing towards the army of mutant creatures, Chengyu suddenly discovered something extremely wonderful. Those mutant creatures suddenly stopped rushing forward as if struck by lightning, and then became extremely panicked in an instant, and then rushed madly in the opposite direction. Fuck. What happened? The wind element swept on Chengyu's spear had just taken shape. He looked at the mutant creatures that began to retreat madly, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. They are retreating? Zheng Guodong struggled to get up, and he squinted his eyes and looked in other directions. Amid the extremely huge roar and chaotic sounds, he found that the mutant creatures coming from almost all directions were constantly retreating. It seems that someone has completely turned off the thing that attracted them to Shangjing. Xingyu floated over from the side and couldn't help looking in the direction of Shangjing. This is the only answer. After all, the coming of this tide of mutant creatures must be due to something. And the leaving is also due to the same thing, although we still don't know what that thing is. There is no doubt that someone has closed it. Looking at the battle situation where endless mutant creatures were retreating to the rear all over the mountains, Fei Jun also put away his sword and spear, and he suddenly appeared beside Xingyu. What happened in Shangjing? Xingyu snorted and pointed to the aura shielding device that was still working not far behind him. If you want to be caught over there, go and ask. Zheng Guodong also sighed. We have done what we should do, and we should withdraw quickly. From now on, whatever happens in Shangjing has nothing to do with us. Ah? No way. We have done meritorious service. Right? Just leave like that? Chengyu put the spear behind him again. He didn't even have time to fight with his new tricks just now. But he heard what Zheng Guodong and Xingyu said again. He couldn't believe his ears. Achieve merit? Hee hee. Xingyu put away the ink droplets, and the four of them stood on the outermost wall. I used to be as innocent as you, but no matter what that person said, now is not the time for us to be with them. You know, Chengyu, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chengyu did not hesitate. Zheng Guodong stroked his messy beard and looked into the distance. The sooner they die. Ah? Chengyu was stunned. No. We saved Shangjing. They should at least. You think too much. The four of us are now 3A level and 1B level extraordinary people. The strength and power we have are indeed quite amazing. But at the same time, It has become more dangerous for ordinary people. Fei Jun sighed. You think ordinary people, and that person are too simple. Although I once believed in some things, now I don't believe in anything. Let's go. Wait. Chung, you couldn't help it. I said. That person is not controlled by the Destiny Club now. Right? When he picked us up, didn't he also say to establish an era where extraordinary people and ordinary people can live equally? Do you think what he said is not attractive? Attractive? Xing Yu patted Chung Yu's shoulder. Not at all. Ah? Why? Chung Yu really couldn't figure it out. Chung Yu, you have too little social experience. You were just a student before entering the 9-layered Heaven Tower. After a year, you haven't experienced much with us rough guys. You may not understand some things so well. Xing Yu snapped his fingers. And the 4 of them were covered by the 3-layer ink drop barrier again. Establish an era where extraordinary people and ordinary people can live equally. Does he think he is Naruto? There is no equality between extraordinary people and ordinary people. Yes, while we have gained powerful extraordinary power, ordinary people can only look up to us. Envy, resent, fear, and despair in all aspects. Zhang Guodong took out a cigarette and lit it. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. You have heard the saying, right? Chung Yu was stunned. He looked at the direction of Shangjing, where the lights were gradually burning, and lowered his head. Evil dragon. Even if we don't think we have one more head or anything, the other party will still think that we are too special and too dangerous. Because the power in us is enough to destroy a city or kill hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Although I also want to re-establish a cooperative relationship with the ordinary people. First focus on dealing with mutant creatures. Or to be more specific, to deal with the S-level Demon King. But the other party probably won't do it according to our thoughts. Fei Jun sighed. Old Xing. Retreat before Shangjing reacts. Otherwise we may be here, mixed with the corpses of these mutant creatures under our feet. Chung Yu hesitated. No. I think I should believe that person once. No. You can't believe it. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the air. The 4 looked up and found a person with a European face floating in the air, looking down at them. Who are you? Chung Yu pointed his finger at him. Which extraordinary person are you from? Answer me quickly. How dare you trespass into the Tang Kingdom? If you don't tell me, I kill you. Hey. Don't do this? At this time, why are you still confronting each other? To the surprise of the 4 people, this foreign extraordinary person floating in the air could speak fluent Tang language. He opened his arms to show that he had no weapons. You have a barrier. And 2. No. One of you has been promoted to A level. Awesome. Who are you? If you don't say anything, I'm going to attack. Chung Yu urged again. His finger already aimed at him. Xing Yu snorted. There are not many extraordinary people who can fly. And there is only one who can speak Tangguo language. You are Drake of the Destiny Society. Right? The blonde man bowed lightly. I didn't expect that the name of a small person like me could be mentioned in this foreign country. It's really unexpected. Destiny Society. Chung Yu was surprised. While Fei Jun and Zhang Guodong looked at each other, they each began to activate their abilities and prepared for battle. As A level, they are not afraid of any extraordinary people. Don't be so nervous. I came here for 2 things this time. Drake of the Destiny Society raised a gray-black bead in his hand. This is... Chung Yu frowned. Destiny Society. He looked back in the direction of Shangjing, and then at the mutant creatures in the distance, and suddenly understood something. Xing Yu sighed, and Fei Jun and Zhang Guodong nodded. There is no doubt that this gray-black bead is the thing that attracts almost all the mutant creatures in the entire Tang Kingdom. At this time, many parts of the bead have been damaged, which also proves that the retreat of those mutant creatures not long ago is also closely related to this thing. If this thing is broken, those garbage will also go away. One of my tasks is to destroy this thing. Drake crushed the bead easily with 2 fingers and let it turn into ashes and drift away. Xing Yu stared at him. What about the second thing? It represents the Destiny Society, and is here to warn us and let us enter the Destiny Society. Right? You know it very well. Worthy of being Xing Yu. Drake smiled and looked at the 4 people. Come here. How about it? Realize a common ideal? The 4 people were silent and stared at Drake again. They did not give any answer. Ordinary people. These lowly unawakened people have no power. But they are extremely defensive and fearful of us who have power. And they want to use everything they have to kill us. Instead of dealing with mutant creatures first. Do they deserve to be protected like you? Drake continued with a playful expression on his face. The tiger is tied with a dog chain and locked in a dark cage. It will only be released when needed. But there are countless guns behind it. Is this kind of life interesting? Why not follow me? Sorry. Xingyu smiled. Did you make a mistake? Drake burned the spiritual energy of his whole body and smiled with a crooked mouth. Oh? What did I make a mistake? Boom. A ball of fire dragon instantly wrapped Drake's body, so that he didn't even scream. We don't want to change our masters. And we don't want to be dogs. Xingyu looked back at the direction of Shangjing, and the roar of countless helicopters gradually approached. The tiger can also choose a second path, he continued, holding up 4 people with MOD. Helping those people to eliminate the enemy, and then returning to the mountains is the life we want. Chapter 303 You are too young. At this time, the night has completely enveloped the noisy Suzaku Valley spirit realm. Panda, the panda who was killing enemies and commanding the battle on the front line, immediately ordered all his companions to start a strategic retreat after discovering that the mutant creatures began to retreat. The goal was basically achieved. Master Lin Ming's request was to let the subordinates stationed in Tang country led by him upgrade and evolve as much as possible during the time when the master was away, and gradually expel the humans living here. It can be said that Panda has performed quite well in this incident, where the strange mutant creatures moved towards the direction of Shangjing City. Led by it, many companions who were originally in the second level have basically gained a lot of combat experience. Now, it is only 1 level away from the 3rd level, and the other companions have also gained a lot of experience. In particular, the Air Force and the Underwater Force left by the Master have grown greatly in this battle, and can basically take charge of their own affairs, which also allows it to have more room for command and layout. Feng Xiao, when you went to kill the flying human in the Master's order, did you find anything strange? I always feel that something is wrong. Panda has been thinking deeply about this question. There are some things in the report brought back by Feng Xiao and Feng Yin that made him very concerned. The extraordinary person called Drake in the Master's order, after Feng Xiao killed him, killed 2 other people who looked exactly like him. Doppelganger? The Master did not seem to say that this human had this ability. But in fact, it seems to be this possibility. Even if this is the case, then the real Drake may still exist. I felt very strange when I killed them. At this time, Feng Xiao called Qiying, Shui Jin and Feng Yin over and communicated with Panda. What's strange? Panda asked. When we killed that human, especially the first time, it felt like we had smashed a leaf. There was no such thing, Feng Yin replied. Blood? Panda knew that he had to report this to his master Lin Ming. Qiying and Shui Jin nodded. Yes. It was torn like a leaf. But there was no blood or flesh left. We went to check it out because we felt something was wrong. But we didn't find anything nearby. The master didn't give any more orders. So shouldn't we come back to fight? Feng Yin also remembered the scene at that time and said to Panda. Panda was thoughtful. Now their intelligence is quite high. Especially Panda, whose way of thinking and divergent thinking are equal to or greater than that of ordinary humans. In its opinion, this matter is definitely not that simple. The appearance of 2 other Drakes like clones was already very wrong. And after killing them, there was no blood and flesh splashing, which really made it feel a little confused. At this time, the companions also gradually withdrew to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley under its command through the communication of the Air Force. The underwater troops, in accordance with its orders, continued to kill in the Quanjiang and other large rivers. This was also specially instructed by the Master Lin Ming to further train the level of the underwater troops. Master, we have encountered an emergency and want to report to you. Coming to the side of the spiritual bamboo clone left by the Master Lin Ming, Panda tried hard to report the matter to the Master. However, the huge crimson bamboo did not move at all. It continued to call for a long time, but it was still the same. Panda knew that for the time being it could only deal with this matter based on its own judgment. And next, they still have a lot to do. Dead? Chung Yu did not move his finger away from the direction where Drake had been. He felt that things should not end so simply. No, Zheng Guodong said softly, looking in another direction. Come out. It's quite boring for you to do this. Drake. A figure appeared over there, and Drake's appearance appeared in front of everyone again. although he had a smile on his face. His eyes were more sinister. Don't you choose to cooperate with us? How stupid. Cooperation? We don't cooperate with people from the Destiny Society. There were many more ink drops around Xingyu. The culprit who completely ruined this world is your bastard organization with so-called dreams and pursuits that only idiots can think of. What we pursue is different from you. Different? Drake laughed jokingly. As a superhuman, you are a dog to ordinary people. Is this what you pursue? What a pity. You are like dogs. People are thinking about how to eat your flesh. Do you hear me? The roar of the helicopter seems to be a funeral song for your life. We are just for our ideals. To protect the safety of the people with our own strength. Humans are not your toys. Even if we superhumans and ordinary people cannot understand each other, we will stand up again for our common enemies, like now, and implement our ideals. Fei Jun drew out his sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Drake. Ideal? For the ideal of being a dog? It sounds beautiful. But it's just that. However, since you don't choose to cooperate, it means that you will be enemies with our destiny. As a superhuman, I feel sorry for you. It's shameful. Drake shook his head and sighed. We feel that it is truly shameful for an organization to eliminate ordinary people, and ignore the threat of mutants, and insist on completing ridiculous ideals. Chengyu suddenly let out a long roar. And dozens of air vortices appeared in the air in an instant, surrounding Drake. However, Chengyu then saw an extremely strange scene. Drake's figure was like a distorted picture, showing in front of everyone with a strong flow of air. Drake's ability is not only to control people's hearts, but also to fly, and to create illusion projections, and to control everything about this illusion from a very far distance. Xingyu shook his head and pressed Chengyu's arm. Yes, there is no need to say anything to this person. It's just an illusion, and there is nothing we can do. Let's go! Zheng Guodong nodded to Xingyu. Xingyu controlled the ink droplets, and the four floating people ignored Drake and prepared to move. Hey, you A-rank guys. You are a little too disrespectful to me, aren't you? After all, I am also a cadre of the Destiny Society. Ugh. However, before Drake could continue speaking, he felt that he had suffered a great trauma. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he looked at the four people in disbelief. You did what? In short, I just killed you. The loser eats dust. Fei Jun, who appeared in the other direction, put away the blood-stained long sword and said coldly, No. Impossible. You can also create illusions? Drake's eyes were full of despair. He looked at Fei Jun, who was still next to Xingyu, and couldn't believe his eyes. This? Xingyu snapped his fingers, and the Fei Jun beside him turned into ink drops. My ink drops can now simulate anything, and can also find the location of things that emit spiritual energy based on the overflow of spiritual energy. Your real body is just a few hundred meters away. You are really careless. You are obviously a B-level. But you are so weak. What? Drake's clone was also bleeding at this time. Everyone understood that this guy's own condition could also affect the illusion he created. With a look of despair and pain, Drake's clone disappeared, and Fei Jun nodded to the three people. I have to say, you have been promoted to a grade, and the speed is even more amazing than before. Zheng Guodong looked at Chengyu, who was completely unaware of the whole process, and said, Now you seem to be the weakest again? Chengyu nodded excitedly. Big guys. YYDS. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. We have to leave here first. In addition, Chengyu, do you still want to stay here? Xingyu looked at Chengyu. Before Drake appeared, Chengyu seemed to have made up his mind, but was interrupted by that guy later. Chengyu was stunned, and then nodded very firmly. I decided to believe that person again. I always believe that at this time. It is no longer a conflict between extraordinary people and ordinary humans, but a conflict between all of us humans and mutant creatures. Is that so? Zheng Guodong looked into the distance, and saw a large army of helicopters. Chengyu, for so long, from the time you and Fei Jun rescued me and Xingyu to now, I have recognized you as my brother. But, we will go our separate ways in the future? Chengyu smiled. Don't be so heartless. Fei Jun was silent, and Xingyu also looked into the distance. But, this may be the last time we meet in this life. Or, the next time we meet, we may be enemies. Chengyu was speechless. How is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. Okay? Maybe I will find you to get together next month. When the rabbit dies, the dog is cooked. And when the bird is dead, the bough is hidden. He handed Cheng Yu a cigarette and lit it with his ability. Cheng Yu, take care. Xing Yu and Fei Jun came over and lit a cigarette with Cheng Yu. Take care. After that, the three of them followed the barrier formed by the ink drops, and continued to leave in the distance. Finally, before the helicopter troops arrived, they disappeared into the horizon without leaving any trace. When we meet again, could it be the enemy? Cheng Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Are you so pessimistic? What do you mean by the dog is cooked after the rabbit dies? After the helicopter landed on a relatively flat ground, the man walked out. Cheng Yu was also stunned. It shouldn't be that serious. The highest level of reception? The man looked at Cheng Yu's side, then looked into the distance, was silent for a few seconds, and looked into Cheng Yu's eyes again, this time. You really worked hard. No. We just did what we should do. Cheng Yu stood up straight in an instant. Use your own strength to protect the safety of all people. The man nodded. The 9-layered sky tower needs to be rebuilt. Cheng Yu. Next. Your task is very heavy. Yes. Cheng Yu's heart beat fast. Use your own strength to protect the safety of all people. I hope you can remember this sentence. Yes. The man looked into the distance again. Why can't humans understand each other? Cheng Yu opened his mouth, but he couldn't answer. People can't understand each other. This was a so-called truth that Fei Jun and others told him at that time. Once, Cheng Yu thought that at least Fei Jun could follow him back to Tang State and the 9-layered heaven tower. But Fei Jun still left resolutely without even looking back. Obviously, they were all extraordinary people who shared the same ideals as him. And they were much more determined than Zheng Guodong and Xing Yu. But Fei Jun was the most determined among these people. Why? The first tower of the 9-layered heaven tower. Cheng Yu. The man looked at Cheng Yu again. Yes. Former friends may become future enemies. The man stared at Cheng Yu's eyes with an expression that he would never disobey. They have powerful spiritual energy and the strength to defeat these mutant creatures as numerous as mountains and seas. But they ignored the hope of mankind and created a small group. Are they doing the right thing? Cheng Yu was shocked. This, when the S-level demon king was rampant and the wave of mutant creatures had just receded. They left without looking back. At this moment, shouldn't it be the time to unite everything? Eliminate the gap between extraordinary people and ordinary people, and use their strength as extraordinary people who have reached a level to eliminate the mutant creatures that threaten this world and the entire human race? But what did they do? Cheng Yu widened his eyes, and his mind became extremely confused. With A-level strength, why not destroy the mutants? Why not challenge the S-level demon king, who can be called destructive to all mankind? Instead of cooperating with ordinary people, he went to the edge to establish a small force? Is it really right to do this? Cheng Yu didn't know, and he didn't understand the meaning of this. At the moment of life and death, you are still selfishly thinking about those things. What's the difference between you and the Destiny Society? The man put his hands behind his back and sighed. The Destiny Society. Cheng Yu remembered the cadre of the Destiny Society, who was killed by Fei Jun and others without anyone noticing not long ago. A B-level extraordinary person named Drake. The headquarters of the Destiny Society was attacked. And everyone, including the president, was buried with the entire association. The man looked at Cheng Yu again. It should be that S-level demon spirit who did it. Otherwise there is no answer. What? Cheng Yu couldn't believe that the Destiny Society was destroyed. And it was that S-level demon king who did it. Impossible. Doesn't the Destiny Society have many powerful extraordinary people? Moreover, this mysterious organization that has been controlling the entire human world was destroyed just like that. Could it be that Drake, who they just killed, is the last person in the Destiny Society? Cheng Yu. Now the Destiny Society is destroyed. But the extraordinary people will still establish the same organization and don't care about the life and death of all mankind. Just like Xing Yu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun. I order you to rebuild the 9 Heavens Tower as quickly as possible. And tell me all the information you know about their whereabouts. What they want to do, and where they are going. What? What? You want? No one knows whether they will become the next fate. The man patted Cheng Yu on the shoulder. Your task will become very difficult in the future. Cheng Yu stared at the dim stars in the night sky in a daze, and suddenly realized that his staying might be really wrong. It was only a few dozen meters away from here on the high wall. Using his ability, Shui Jin, who had made his existence completely invisible from beginning to end, spread his huge wings and flew towards the direction of Suzaku Valley, after seeing the army of helicopters take off and disappear in the distance. Chapter 304 Information Asymmetry. On the flat and desolate wetlands of the European continent, Lin Ming released thick fog to continue hiding his existence. At this time, he placed a spiritual bamboo clone deep in the soil in a slightly hidden place nearby. Master, we have eliminated all the higher-level mutant creatures in that spiritual realm according to your order. At this time, the spiritual language from the three-tailed fox Xuanhua reached Lin Ming's consciousness field. Before its report, Feng Ji, Lei Ji, Yin Lu and Dian also sent good news from all directions sent by Lin Ming. Now, except for the little white mouse Shuya, all his subordinates were sent to various places by him to eliminate the mutant creatures in various spiritual realms on the European continent from near to far. This is to train the level realm of his subordinates and make them stronger, so that he can be more at ease when entrusting various tasks. The second is to open up the territory on this European continent. Although the European continent is relatively smaller than the Yalu and Tang country, the terrain is complex, with cities and spiritual realms mixed together. There are nearly 700 or 800 giant cities in dozens of large and small countries. Those places have a large population, and there are many branches of extraordinary people. Although the Destiny Society was basically destroyed by him after he killed President Adenauer, there are still quite a lot of extraordinary research centers and artificial extraordinary people in the European continent. Next, what Lin Ming has to do is to appoint his subordinates to explore the various spiritual realms in the European continent and kill the most powerful ones. As for himself, his goal is to find spiritual stones and destroy various extraordinary research centers. And by the way, destroy all the extraordinary people and related institutions in the entire European continent. After erasing the potential sprouts here, go to the seaside area that is very easy to reach and launch some offensives against his future main opponents, the marine creatures. He also wanted to see if his bamboo roots could be as strong and invincible in the ocean as they were on land. As for the Tang Kingdom, with the Panda in charge, there was basically no big problem. Panda was obedient and extremely intelligent. Even without him, he should be able to lead his many subordinates to suppress the Tang Kingdom while constantly improving his own level. The bamboo roots spread in the soil and could extend to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Basically, when radiating from the center of the Brute Kingdom in the western part of the European continent, it could almost cover all the large cities on the European continent. At the same time, the perception range of 2,000 kilometers in radius could also know almost any area in the European continent clearly. In other words, except for the huge cities with those spiritual shielding devices, it was easy for him to know everything in the European continent now. However, before attacking those cities with extraordinary research centers, Lin Ming actually had another thing to do: looking for spiritual stones. Adenauer, the deceased president of the Fate Society, had placed a lot of high-level spirit stones in small boxes made of spirit shielding devices in many city ruins in order to leave a way out for himself. Spirit stones, which have no side effects but have a lot of spirit energy, are actually not easy to find. When Lin Ming was looking for this kind of thing, he also found that he could only materialize everything in the place where this thing was, but he could not accurately find the spirit stone in it. After all, spirit stones are not living things and cannot be locked by his ability to rebuild the aura of all things. Moreover, the human side seems to have done quite well in this regard. They have always attached great importance to the mining and collection of this thing for a long time, and they have indeed gained a lot. The evidence is that the high-level people of the Fate Society, Adenauer's A-level, and even Wang Su, who has the ability to teleport, are actually mostly possible to be piled with spirit stones. This seems to be quite different from mutant creatures. The rich spirit energy in the spirit realm is almost unimaginable to those extraordinary people in the outside world. Moreover, spiritual flowers, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, mountain springs, rivers, streams, and even the soil contain a certain amount of spiritual energy. The abundance of spiritual energy has also greatly improved the reproductive capacity and various physical qualities of mutant creatures. Compared with humans who still drink ordinary water, eat ordinary food, and breathe ordinary air, mutant creatures are obviously more blessed. Moreover, because of this, The gap between extraordinary people and mutant creatures is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, if humans want to practice on their own and reach a higher level, in addition to constantly killing mutant creatures, they can only find more spiritual stones to make the overall or individual spiritual energy thicker, so as to reach a higher level. However, due to their basic strength and the total number of mutant creatures, there is basically no shortcut for the extraordinary people to rise from a D level to an A level in a short period of time, except for eating spirit stones. The harm of the soul pill is too great. Simply absorbing it can turn them into a huge, irrational and powerful monster. But that is meaningless. In Lin Ming's opinion, the various things invented by the Fate Society, not to mention the internal conflict between the Fate Society and ordinary people, are indeed quite troublesome. In the previous battles with the Tang Kingdom, especially in the Battle of Qicheng, the various weapons invented by the Fate Society were really showing their power. The aura shielding device can shield any mutant creatures within the range. The 6 gold square array cannot be easily broken. And the white mist bomb can transform those artificial extraordinary people into monsters. Think about it. What would happen if such a powerful weapon was used in the spiritual realm? Use the 6 gold square array to turn a certain area of the spiritual realm, or even the entire spiritual realm, into a closed area that cannot be broken through from the inside. And then use the aura shielding device to make even the A-level mutants in it have no power to use. After that, you can send ordinary people or extraordinary people to kill all the mutants without leaving a single one. Or you can directly use white fog bombs to turn them into strange beasts. And if they become strange beasts, they can be controlled by extraordinary people like Alexandra, and become their own special weapons to deal with ordinary people or mutants. Lin Ming felt that although he had looked down on humans before, he had to admire them in this regard. If he was not a mutant, I am afraid that fate and the series of actions that Tanggui had taken in Qicheng before would be enough to make him be completely killed there. In other words, it seems that there may not be any mutants on the entire Blue Star that can resist this set of attacks. Moreover, in the European continent, the headquarters of the Fate Society, there are indeed quite a few spiritual realms with such traces, and there are even many strange beasts wandering around. Probing Lin Ming guess. These are all evidences that the Fate Society has experimented here. Fortunately, the Fate Society was destroyed in his hands, and Adenauer also died under his pursuit. Otherwise, if these guys applied the set of things to the whole world, then in this era of spiritual energy revival, humans will also be because of these extremely advanced technologies, and will pin mutant creatures to the ground and never get up again. Although, these things are nothing in Lin Ming's eyes now, unless they can make a more powerful enhanced version of the weapon. Otherwise, if they make one, they will destroy it. Even if they can really make a weapon that can destroy his body in an instant. He is not afraid. What is the purpose of the Lingzhu clone? One more Lingzhu clone means one more life. Any Lingzhu clone can be transformed into the original body in a very short time. And the number is now close to 100. Lin Ming Lingzhu clones are basically densely packed on the European continent. If he wants, he can connect all the Lingzhu clones and take almost the entire underground of the European continent into his hands in an instant. Lin Ming has collected a lot of Lingzhu. It must be said that Adenauer has really spent a lot of thought on this. From a range of 1,000 kilometers, Lin Ming can easily collect the Lingzhu in the small boxes made of spiritual energy shielding devices. The spiritual energy shielding device is to shield the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual energy stone, so that others can't easily find it with a spiritual energy concentration meter. But Adenauer probably didn't expect that Lin Ming found these spiritual stones because of this. With more spiritual stones, Lin Ming has more ideas. When attacking Olive City, he also obtained a lot of spiritual stones. Although there were fewer high-level ones, the number was enough. And he did use them as rewards and distributed them to his subordinates. And now that he has these high-level ones hidden in Adenauer, Lin Ming feels that it is more appropriate to use them for his own use. After all, he does not think that the 4th level has reached the level of absolute invincibility that he wants. Since there is a 4th level, there should be no problem with the 5th and 6th levels, and even higher levels. Now his root system can only stretch for 1,000 kilometers. Although he can continue to expand the attack range through this point after using the spiritual bamboo clone. To be honest, if he can reach a higher level, this short attack range may be further strengthened. At this time, Lin Ming has come to the Owl Mountains in the south of the Bruce country through constant movement. It is not far from various places in Europe, And Lin Ming could also radiate the root system to the surrounding areas better here. Lin Ming looked around. There were many towering trees. And there were many clear streams nearby. This place seems good. Unlike Wantuhai or Chifeng Mountain, Suzaku Valley, being in the Bulu country, Lin Ming didn't know what nice names this place had. The only thing he could understand was the various legends about this mountain range. The spiritual realm of the Ao Mountains. From the nearby cities, Lin Ming dug the bamboo roots deep into the ground and began to radiate them to various regions. The bamboo roots were like black dragons, constantly surging underground. And the ground kept rumbling. Like thunder. Countless roots also broke through all obstacles in an instant and came to the various places that Lin Ming wanted to contact. As the roots stretched, Lin Ming also reused the ability of creating new life to grow his own bamboo branches and leaves again, completely restoring the appearance when he came from Suzaku Valley. Almost at this moment, Lin Ming also stood on the earth again in a complete form posture. Next, the roots kept moving underground, and soon found a spiritual bamboo clone hundreds of kilometers away. After connecting it, more spiritual bamboo clones continued to break out of the soil and grew into blood-red clones. With the rise of these spiritual bamboo clones, all the land in the entire European continent has been completely covered by Lin Ming roots. Lin Ming knew that the next step seemed to be able to continue. However, thinking of Tang Country, when he connected with Panda and the others last time, Shangjing City in Tang Country attracted all the mutant creatures except his subordinates for some reason, and they kept pouring towards that direction. Lin Ming felt that it had been quite a long time, and after almost a day, there would be some new changes there. Right? The bamboo roots in the Lingzhu clone kept extending towards Tang Country, and soon reached there. At the same time, Lin Ming was also urging his spiritual energy to feel every move in the direction of Tang Country's Suzaku Valley. Soon, Lin Ming found Panda's location. But this guy seems to be very free and easy. He was actually with a group of female pandas. Lin Ming watched for a while and felt that he couldn't interrupt Panda's interest like this. So he found Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, who were also watching with interest not far away. The giant bear man chewed bamboo and seemed to be watching a show, while hugging the wings of the squinting Qiying. Quite comfortable. Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, Manu, Qiying. Lin Ming felt that something was going to happen if he continued like this, and immediately communicated with these subordinates in the field of consciousness. Master, they responded quickly, and did not dare to watch the show anymore. Instead, they crawled on the ground like sitting upright, not daring to look up. What happened in the direction of Shangjing? Lin Ming asked. His perception found that there was no more tide of mutant creatures in the direction of Shangjing. On the contrary, they were evacuating from Shangjing and returning to the depths of the spiritual realm. Could it be that some invention of the Destiny Society was destroyed in Shangjing? Is it related to his killing of the President Adenauer? At this time, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin and Manu all looked at Qiying on the side. Master, I witnessed the whole process when their extraordinary people were defending Shangjing in order to spy on human intelligence. Qiying answered Lin Ming. Spying on humans? This Qiying is good at it. He knows how to use his own advantages, and how to use them as his characteristics. Master, they have 4 superhumans in total, but the strength they have shown is stronger than that of my subordinates. They even killed the flying superhuman you asked us to eliminate, although 3 of them left. 1 stayed in Shangjing. What? 4 superhumans are stronger than Qiying? And Drake is not dead? Chapter 305 The Disappearing Mountains. While lamenting that Drake was not killed by Qiying and the others at that time, but was killed by 4 extraordinary people who were more powerful than Qiying, Lin Ming immediately explored the location of these 4 people with extremely strong spiritual energy within a range of 2,000 kilometers. And so, in the perception of Lin Ming ability reconstruction of the aura of all things, the 4 people with extremely strong spiritual energy appeared. This is actually them. The 4 people with powerful spiritual energy are all his old acquaintances. Xingyu, Zheng Guodong, Fei Jun and Chengyu, who were supposed to be in the original 9-layered sky tower in Bingcheng. In addition, except for Chengyu who reached the level of B, the other 3 became extraordinary people of a level in this very short time. I have been away for only a few days. How come these people have broken through? This is really unbelievable. But after a little thought, Lin Ming understood. There is no doubt that the reason is the tide of mutant creatures. These 4 people should have come to Shangjing after he left. and then blocked the mutant creatures from attacking Shangjing, and killed too many mutant creatures there, thus breaking through the level potential. This kind of thing is the greatest weapon possessed by humans. Now, Xingyu and others once again let Lin Ning know the horror of this weapon. He sensed that there were hundreds of thousands of mutant corpses in one direction of Shangjing, and knew that it was the work of the 4 extraordinary people. These extraordinary people are really strong. The level boundary is just like they can break through casually. They have easily achieved this great feat. It must be said that Lin Ning also feels a little admiration for these extraordinary people. But at this time, he sensed that only Chengyu himself was in Shangjing, and the other 3 were all moving towards the direction of Bingcheng. Parting ways? It seems that this is the only answer. Chengyu should have been fooled by the person in Shangjing City, joined the camp of ordinary people, and returned to the 9 Heavens Tower. The other 3, also 3 A-level extraordinary people, left Tang State and were out of that person's control. Although Lin Ning did not want to think of people as dark, there was no doubt that Xingyu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun did not believe in that person's promise at all, and did not expect that person to unite all mankind. They did not want to fight against mutant creatures together and restore the glory of mankind. Otherwise, these 3 people would definitely stay in Shangjing like Chengyu. However, if they chose to leave after becoming A-level extraordinary people, what would the person in Shangjing do? The Dragon Slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. This is a fixed mindset that most people have. Some people will be too wary of their own kind, even if they are facing a powerful enemy. Moreover, these powerful extraordinary people themselves will feel that they are no longer ordinary, should no longer be subservient to others, and will no longer be subject to any orders and orders. The next plot to be developed should be that while that person is training Chengyu to rebuild the 9-layered Sky Tower, he will also take certain actions against the 3 A-level extraordinary people who left. Lin Ning actually wanted to see this situation happen. Humans who are scattered like sand are much easier to deal with than those who are united. If fate would allow ordinary people and these extraordinary people to eliminate their differences, work together to deal with the enemies and mutant creatures they must face, then perhaps he would have been destroyed when he was in the Wantuhai spirit realm. But it is impossible for humans to work together. They will never be able to understand each other, and will never know that in the face of a crisis, they should abandon everything to deal with the common enemy. Humans dream of pursuing power, and power is also the desire of humans. But the hearts of humans who are swallowed by power and full strength will eventually receive retribution. Be stronger than others, go further than others, and climb higher than others. Competition, jealousy, hatred. Be overwhelmed by these things. Humans will be swallowed by the darkness they created and go to extinction. What that person pursues is the desire to control everything. In essence, he is not much different from fate. Although he kept saying that he wanted to unite all forces, and not to distinguish between extraordinary people and ordinary people. He knew how excellent the extraordinary people were, and that they had left ordinary people who had not yet evolved far behind. In his heart, he also regarded the extraordinary people as the most dangerous enemy. This was destined. No matter how much he wanted to cooperate with the extraordinary people, and how much he wanted to eliminate the common enemy mutant creatures, his fundamental heart would never associate with the extraordinary people. And he would never agree that the extraordinary people and them were the same human beings. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the extraordinary people have been strengthened in all aspects of their bodies, and their existence will also squeeze the various spaces of ordinary people. And they are almost comparable to high-intensity weapons. Their existence can destroy the enemy and also kill themselves. Just like a nuclear bomb. Its power is strong enough. But if it is unstable, then humans can only fear it, terrify it, or even destroy it. In fact, Lin Ning thinks that this kind of thing is not incomprehensible. After all, for ordinary people, extraordinary people are indeed like time bombs. If there is another fate meeting, the person in Tang country will probably vomit blood. No matter what, Lin Ning still thinks that it is best for them to fight among themselves. Otherwise, Xingyu and the other 3 A-level extraordinary people surrender to that person and return to the 9 Heavens Tower. Then 3 A-level people will make trouble in the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. Then the lovely subordinates left there will probably be wiped out. It should be no problem for Panda to tie with an A-level one-on-one. But there are 3 opponents, and each of them has a tricky ability. Moreover, from what Lin Ning knew, he didn't know whether these 3 people had awakened new abilities when they became A-level extraordinary people. There was too little information. As for Tanghua and B-level extraordinary person Chengyu, Lin Ning felt that he didn't need to pay too much attention to them at the moment. As long as Panda and the others didn't go crazy and disobey orders to attack Shangjing, Xingyu and the other three should still stay in Bingsheng. If they were to be dealt with, they would have to wait until the Fate Society was almost dealt with. After all, compared to these three A-level extraordinary people, there was Befulai in the Fate Society who could make terrifying weapons, and Alexandra who was unknown where. And there were extraordinary research centers all over Europe. Of course, the numerous extraordinary people and artificial extraordinary people on the European continent were also his targets of attack. While doing this, he could try to make a tentative attack on the ocean. As soon as his consciousness moved, countless roots spread underground, tightly wrapping all the cities in Europe that did not have spiritual energy shielding devices. Then, the next step. Using the extremely powerful spiritual energy, Lin Ning instantly locked the research centers of the extraordinary people, as well as the inactive extraordinary people and artificial extraordinary people under each city. Then, things will be very simple. Countless black spaces instantly swallowed up the research centers of the extraordinary people, as well as thousands of extraordinary people and artificial extraordinary people. Ding! The system sound began to ring in Lin Ning's ears continuously, and at the same time informed him that the life fires of these extraordinary people on the European continent were also constantly extinguished. Of course, the research centers of the extraordinary people in each city were naturally completely swallowed up by the shadow space attacked by the dark elements without leaving any room. After doing all this, Lin Ning unexpectedly found that on the attribute panel, his level realm had unknowingly reached the level of the 4th level and 3rd level. It seems that he really collected a lot of spiritual energy this time. Of course, the evolution points are also growing all the time. Not sure if it was an illusion, Lin Ning felt that this Arzon spiritual realm seemed to have a considerable amount of spiritual energy. From afar, the top of the mountain was always filled with a very thick spiritual energy, and it was always condensing there. Compared to that place, the spiritual energy in the place where Lin Ning was now was much worse. Are there any spiritual stones? Lin Ning's first reaction was spiritual stones. Just like in the Wantuhai spiritual realm, there was a small lake that looked like an Armstrong cannon, which gathered almost all the spiritual energy in the entire spiritual realm. There were quite a lot of spiritual stones. The spiritual stones created the underground spiritual river and the spiritual lake, and also made the Wantuhai area one of the few places where spiritual energy condensed. According to the experience of the Wantuhai spiritual realm, does the mountainous area of the Arzon spiritual realm also have a large number of spiritual stones? Lin Ning felt that it was better to act than to be moved. Looking at the spiritual energy condensed like mist, Lin Ning bamboo roots also quickly surged upwards from underground in that direction. Rumble. The rumble like an earthquake continuously raised smoke and dust, and the AR mountains, due to the powerful force underground, continued to crack the large amount of snow covering it. With the chain reaction of the covered snow, more snow also came crashing down. TSK. Avalanche? Lin Ning forgot that he was not far from the mountain, and it was indeed a bit ill-considered to cause an avalanche. However, avalanches were too easy for him to deal with. He casually used the ability to create new life to turn the bamboo roots into a huge baffle surrounding the entire mountain. Like the rumble produced by the tearing of violent thunderclouds, it suddenly went down amid the continuous impact of the countless snow on the mountain tops. And after encountering this huge barrier, it disappeared as if it was cut off. There were only waves of echoes, vibrating in the night sky for a long time. Lin Ning bamboo roots ignited an inextinguishable flame, melting all the ice and snow that were a bit in the way. And after the large amount of steam was raised, a huge amount of water gradually turned into a flood from all directions, and went in all directions. Lin Ning didn't care about this kind of thing. He just cared about the spiritual energy that was still floating on the top of the mountain. Without the obstruction of the snow on the top of the mountain, Lin Ning bamboo roots continued to break through the gaps between the rocks, eroding the huge mountain body of the entire mountain piece by piece. The hard rocks were gradually broken into fragments and smaller stones by the more powerful roots, and this erosion made the entire mountain tremble. Large pieces of rocks gradually rolled down from the top of the mountain. Lin Ning didn't care, and still explored the things in that direction. The roots continued to wreak havoc in the center of the mountain, and Lin Ning also used them to split the hard rocks and quickly crushed everything in it. Not long after, A very familiar feeling made Lin Ming understand that he had found what he wanted. Ding! You absorbed the spiritual energy of a C-grade spirit stone and gained 68 evolution points. C-grade? Not bad. The roots gradually wandered in the mountains, and the prompt sound kept coming. But Lin Ming did not absorb more spirit stones that he touched, but gradually gathered them together and collected them. The boulders falling between the mountains gradually increased, and Lin Ming was also speeding up his movements. Spirit stones are actually not very useful to Lin Ming except for high-grade ones. But if there are enough of them, it is also quite good for his subordinates to use. Soon, the bamboo roots moved quickly, transported the spirit stones out of the mountain one by one, and gradually piled them under them. Soon, the spirit stones formed a small hill under them. The number is really quite large, although Lin Ming could not immediately judge the quality of these spirit stones. The highest was C-grade, and there were really no more. After counting, there were about 3,000 pieces, large and small, which was a fairly large spiritual stone vein. Lin Ming used bamboo roots to dig a big pit in the ground nearby, and then buried the spiritual stones in it. It would be better to distribute these things to his subordinates. Even if they absorbed all of them, they probably couldn't upgrade to the 4th level of the 4th order. Moreover, the total number of evolution points now reached 350,000, which was already a huge sum of money. Lin Ming hadn't thought about how to spend this huge sum of money. The levels of various skills were enough for now. In fact, he wanted his bamboo roots to be longer. After all, the distance of 1,000 kilometers was long. But it was just that. From the European continent to the United States. If you want to kill the remnants of the Fate Society hiding there, Bethulai, and Alexandra who might be there, you must cross the Great North Ocean, which is at least 4,000 kilometers in a straight line. In the Great North Ocean, of course, there are those aquatic mutant creatures whose strength is unknown, and who have been hiding and not appearing. They have the advantage of geographical location and are extremely mysterious. They may launch some attacks that are completely unexpected. Lin Ming felt that he should be prepared first and test the depth of these mutant creatures in the ocean before going to America to eliminate the 2 people and the remaining remnants of the Destiny Society. After obtaining the Spirit Stone, Lin Ming felt that there was no need to keep the bamboo roots in those mountains. After gradually pulling them out, Lin Ming also put all his energy into sensing everything around him. Boom! Suddenly, a series of continuous loud noises suddenly came from the direction of the mountains, and countless boulders were constantly collapsing from them. The huge vibrations also continued to echo in the mountains, and after Lin Ming blocked the boulders rolling towards him with bamboo roots, he unexpectedly discovered that the Owl Mountains seemed to have completely disappeared from this blue planet after he obtained the Spirit Stone and pulled out the bamboo roots. Chapter 306 More important than anything else. Lin Ming quietly looked at the huge AR Mountains, which made extremely terrifying sounds in the violent vibrations, and the vibrations and sounds gradually engulfed everything. However, the overall destruction and collapse of the AR Mountains did not cause any harm to Lin Ming, the initiator, even though he was now in the canyon area near the highest peak. Getting the Spirit Stone was enough. As for what will happen to the spirit realm of the AR Mountains, it has nothing to do with him. But this huge change will definitely attract the attention of humans, and maybe they will send people or reconnaissance planes to check it out. However, they should still be in shock and confusion over the sudden death of the extraordinary people and the destruction of the extraordinary research center. Lin Ming put more energy back on the next thing to do, to test the mutant creatures in the ocean. The subordinates are now scattered in the spirit realms all over Europe, constantly killing mutant creatures of higher levels and trying to improve their realm. Lin Ming didn't need to worry about them, and basically, there were no mutant creatures that could threaten them. Even if there were, Lin Ming could quickly command them to react in time in his consciousness field. The landslide did not last too long, and Lin Ming also stretched out the bamboo roots, extending towards the north of the Bruce country. The straight line distance of more than 200 kilometers can directly reach the coastline, and the ocean facing this coastline is the vast ocean called the Barodi Sea. The reason why Lin Ming chose this place as the starting point is also because in his perception, this ocean leads to the Great North Ocean, and there is only one entrance in the southwest corner, and the rest of the place is surrounded by peninsulas, land and islands. The water area here is extremely large, and there are many aquatic creatures in it. For Lin Ming, it is the most suitable area for experiments. The bamboo roots reached the coastline, and Lin Ming paused. 1 centimeter further ahead is the ocean. This is the first time for him. It's really the first time for bamboo roots to extend into the ocean. When Lin Ming was in Tang, he only put bamboo roots into rivers and lakes, but never touched the ocean. This was not because Lin Ming did not want to, but because his bamboo roots, whether in the Wantahai spirit realm, the Kaifanxian spirit realm, or the Zhuke Valley spirit realm, could not touch the ocean. Tang is much larger than the European continent. Lin Ming sighed, and instantly probed the bamboo roots into the seawater, and in the embodiment in his mind, the locations of all aquatic creatures in the Barodi Sea were also locked for him one by one. The number is extremely large. This is Lin Ming's impression of aquatic creatures. Unlike the mutant creatures on land, the living space of the mutant creatures in the ocean is too vast, and at the same time, their number is unimaginable. But after Lin Ming carefully locked all the mutant creatures, he found that the highest level among them was only a few dozen first-level ones. The bamboo roots moved on the seabed, constantly expanding the range of perception. At the same time, Lin Ming was also paying attention to the reactions of the mutant creatures from the Great North Ocean. He really wanted to know whether there would be any B-level or A-level mutant creatures in the Great North Ocean that could sense that there was a rather strange invader in their territory. Time passed slowly, and Lin Ming had stretched his bamboo roots to the limit of his own in the Barodi Sea, and also completely mastered all the mutant aquatic creatures within this limit. The Great North Ocean was still calm. The range of the Great North Ocean that Lin Ming could perceive was only a very small point. And in this small area of sea, there was indeed no existence with strong power. He always felt that this group of powerful mutant creatures that could suddenly appear in the ocean without anyone noticing, and then launch a tsunami and storm combination attack, must have many secrets that he didn't know. In the cold seawater, Lin Ming bamboo roots have spread all over the seabed. He can also feel the rich spiritual energy contained in the seawater. Ding! You have absorbed the spiritual energy in the seawater, and the evolution point is increased by 1. Every minute or so, the system reminder sound will come once, reminding Lin Ming that the spiritual energy in the ocean is much more than that in the air on land. For a mutant creature that has just entered the level, this unique advantage may make the start smoother. But for Lin Ming, this little bit of spiritual energy is not even worth looking at. If he hadn't been accustomed to the sound of the system, he would really find this reminder a bit annoying. However, Lin Ming also felt a little envious of this. If he had been reborn as a small fish or a crab instead of a bamboo, he might have completely suppressed the blue planet by now. But Lin Ming also knew that since he could obtain spiritual energy in this way, the mutant creatures in the ocean could also obtain spiritual energy in this way. With such a large number of aquatic creatures in the ocean, how many mutant creatures would constantly break through themselves and increase their strength to a certain extreme? Before, Lin Ming did sense dozens of B-level mutant creatures and 2 A-level mutant creatures. At that time, they first submerged the Labai Kingdom and completely turned the Fei Kingdom into a swamp. Afterwards, after he broke through Qingcheng, they wanted to take advantage of the chaos in the Tang Kingdom and wanted to take advantage of the fire to rob. But they were completely destroyed by the Tang Kingdom with several nuclear bombs. Since then, Lin Ming has never paid attention to those marine creatures, nor has he cared whether there are any B-level or A-level creatures. He had no idea how many mutant creatures there were in the ocean. However, compared to these marine creatures, Lin Ming wanted to completely eliminate the remaining Destiny Society. Then, ordinary humans, marine creatures, whether they were B, A, or even S, had to be put aside for the time being. Killing the Destiny Society first was the top priority. Only after eliminating the enemy that was currently the most threatening could the things that followed be put in line. After all, now, the whole world except him and his subordinates were enemies. If he went to war with all these enemies, not to mention whether he could do it, his energy would be too distracted, and his subordinates were not strong enough to be invincible on this land. If something was not done well, then the loss of his subordinates would befall him. Losing 1 Zhui Yuan was enough, and he could not continue to lose anything. Although in this extremely weak and strong world, death and being killed are possible at any time, Lin Ming still wants to ensure that his efforts in training are not wasted. This is especially true for those subordinates who have been following him since the Wanjusi spirit realm. If they die casually, it would be too worthless. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Ming sent his subordinates to various spiritual realms and told them to improve their own levels. Otherwise, with a mere first level, let alone whether they can beat the 4A-level extraordinary people who have appeared so far. They can't stand the tide attack of ordinary mutant creatures. Although this world has a lot of variables after the existence of his mutant bamboo, and with his current strength, there is no enemy that can threaten him except those mysterious places in the ocean and the remaining destiny. But this does not mean that he can always protect his subordinates and prevent them from any harm and danger. Life is his own. Although Lin Ming wanted all his subordinates not to be killed like Shui Yuan, if they did not work hard, they would have to bear the tragic consequences of the survival of the fittest. What Lin Ming did was not to help them, but for himself. If he eliminated the Fate Society, completely suppressed all mankind, and basically controlled the mutant creatures in the ocean, then there would be nothing on the entire blue star that could threaten him. And the first step to turn these visions into reality was to start with the spiritual bamboo clones. Countless roots surged under the seabed, laying down one spiritual bamboo clone after another. Can bamboo grow in the ocean? It should not be possible. But that is because they are ordinary bamboos. For Lin Ming, the mutant bamboo, it is easy to turn the spiritual bamboo clone into bamboo in the ocean. Not to mention impossible. With a thought, a crimson bamboo suddenly grew out from the bottom of the sea under a reef in the center of the sea. Lin Ming was not too confident to use the spiritual bamboo clone at the deepest point, but deliberately chose a shallower place, which was only about 60 meters deep next to the reef. The reason for this was that Lin Ming also took into account that his spiritual bamboo clones were basically about 60 meters high, and it was impossible for plants to breathe and receive light normally in the water. After activating the spiritual bamboo clone, Lin Ming was also observing all the changes of the spiritual bamboo clone. This experiment involves many things. If the spiritual bamboo clone can survive in the sea without being affected by the high salt content, sufficient seawater, and extremely humid environment, then Lin Ming can further turn the results of this experiment into reality and directly create the spiritual bamboo clone in the vast North Ocean, and then use it as a springboard to directly enter the other side of the North Ocean where America is located. In fact, in addition to this stupid method, Lin Ming has also thought of new methods from other places. The ability of creating new life has the ability to freely enlarge or shrink any part of his bamboo body, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves. This ability has always been ignored by Lin Ming, and the reason is not anything else, but simply cannot be used. After all, in general, whether it is shrinking or enlarging, there is no benefit in fighting. If the ability of creating new life is used, the enemy can be simply eliminated by the number and the explosion of new organizations. As for another use, Lin Ming has also thought about it. Reduce his own organization to only the Red Diamond Heart. Let Xue Jin and others carry it, and then throw the Red Diamond Heart far away, so that he can use the ability of creating new life to restore it to its original whole. Lin Ming found that his ability to create new life is, to a certain extent, a passive ability. If the main body is weakened to a certain extent, this ability will be used passively, and then quickly restore his main body to about 1/5 of the extent. Lin Ming had never tried this state before, so he always thought that he could even turn his body into a tiny capillary root that was almost invisible to the naked eye. But after the experiment, Lin Ming found that the previous idea of making himself smaller to a certain extent, or a small part of himself smaller to a certain extent, was quite unrealistic. Therefore, he could only use the stupid method of the spiritual bamboo clone to experiment and find a way to cross the vast ocean of more than 4,000 kilometers. In the waves, there were not many bamboo leaves on the top of the spiritual bamboo clone that was less than 2 meters above the sea level. Its roots were deeply rooted in the bottom of the reef and were tightly connected to the roots of Lin Ming's body. Although it was constantly hit by the waves, it still stood firm. Lin Ming also found that around this spiritual bamboo clone, some mutant fish, shrimps, and crabs gradually gathered. To deal with these extremely low-level mutant creatures, Lin Ming was not willing to take action. But his spiritual bamboo clone did not have the ability to attack. Therefore, Lin Ming could only use his own root system to let these curious marine mutants know what stay away from living creatures means. Thousands of bamboo roots soon emerged from the bottom of the seabed nearby and pierced these mutants in an instant. Ding! You killed a sea base of the 4th level and gained 10 evolution points. Ding! You! As the number of mutants around suddenly decreased, their bodies also covered the nearby seabed. Lin Ming found that even if he killed thousands of mutants, there were only dozens of system prompts. which also proved that the total proportion of mutants in this extremely large marine life was still much smaller. This is also similar to the creatures on land. Just like in the ones to sea, Lin Ning had killed a huge tide of mutants in the early stage. But in fact most of them were non-mutated, or the number of entry mutants was very small. After eliminating those mutants, other marine mutants in the Ballua Sea did not dare to approach easily. Lin Ning continued to observe the spiritual bamboo clone, and after finding that it did not wither or have any other problems, he used the root system to place another spiritual bamboo clone near another small island. It seems that this method should be feasible. More than 2 hours passed, and late night had fallen. Lin Ning continued to place new spiritual bamboo clones. 1 or 2 spiritual bamboo clones being fine does not mean that nothing is wrong. Lin Ning needs more data. He even completely immersed some spiritual bamboo clones in water. Ding! You can learn new abilities, seawater tolerance, and can grow freely in the ocean. At this time, the system sounded an inexplicable reminder. Chapter 307 Target America. Lin Ning couldn't remember the last time the system asked him whether he wanted to learn some abilities, but he knew that the system had always been unreliable. To be honest, the current system is more like a machine that conveys what he has gained. It will not force him to do anything, nor will it issue any tasks that must be completed. Similarly, it will not tell him how powerful he is now. It all depends on his own judgment, whether it is the allocation of evolution points or the understanding of various abilities. He has to verify and practice it himself. Lin Ning even felt that this system was really equivalent to a property panel, and it was hard to see how important it was. Usually, the system can do more than tell him what he has done, how many evolution points he has gained, and the existence of the property panel when he has nothing to do. Now, when the system once again reminded Lin Ning that he could spend evolution points to learn some abilities, Lin Ning's first reaction was to refuse. After all, every time this guy did this, it was when Lin Ning was eager to do something, or simply wanted to do something. It can't be said that it was too deliberate. It was like coveting his evolution points. Every time it was like this. New ability. Seawater resistance. Lin Ning didn't think he needed this thing. Bamboo roots can grow freely in the rocks and soil under the seabed. And the spiritual bamboo clone can even be completely immersed in the seawater. Just like seaweed, this ability is useless. Wait. Seawater resistance? So it means that the main body can enter the seawater and move freely? No. It should be possible now. Right? After all, the spiritual bamboo clone has been completely immersed in the water. And there is nothing wrong at all? When Lin Ning was thinking about this, he suddenly found that the spiritual bamboo clone that was placed on the reef at the beginning had some problems. The branches and leaves of the spiritual bamboo clone were soft and drooping like rotten, floating in the water, and the main trunk of the whole body was slowly bent under the immersion of the seawater. Shit! What's going on? Lin Ning checked and found that he couldn't control the spiritual bamboo clone at all, and its color changed from dark red to dark brown. Was it corroded by the seawater? Lin Ning was a little surprised. Should he do this? Before, he was confident that ordinary bamboos could not survive in the sea, and his mutant demon bamboo didn't have to consider this problem at all. But the rotting and death of the spiritual bamboo clones told him that things were definitely not as simple as he thought. After a brief surprise, Lin Ning figured it out. Yes, no matter what, bamboo is still a plant, and a terrestrial plant. It may not be as adaptable to the salt in the seawater as imagined. If the main body enters the seawater, it may rot without knowing it. Lin Ning suddenly felt that this was a bit outrageous. It would be too funny for a demon king like S to die in the sea. So, is the system playing this way? Is it intentional? Or is it a stress response when he encounters some difficult problems that he can't break through? There is even a conspiracy theory. The system is not a monster that devours evolutionary points. Thinking about these things, Lin Ning looked at the system prompts and knew that if he wanted to take a step forward, he had to learn this ability. Looking at the evolutionary points on the attribute panel, it has now reached a high value of more than 375,000. Learning such a seemingly ordinary ability should not take much time. Right? Lin Ning thought so. And his consciousness moved. And he learned this ability. Ding! You have gained a new ability, seawater resistance. You can move freely in seawater. Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel. There was no level mark behind seawater resistance. He knew that this ability was also directly at the strongest. Basically, according to the description of the detailed description behind it. It is no problem to do a handstand in the seawater. So, how many evolutionary points did it cost? Shit! Lin Ming was stunned for 5 seconds as he looked at the only 20,200 evolution points left. What the hell? A broken ability actually requires more than 355,000 evolution points. Why don't you go and grab it? Are you kidding me? Amir. Seawater resistance requires so many evolution points? Evolution points are very precious now. Okay. How many enemies did I kill to get so many evolution points? You said to spin them, and I spent them? Lin Ming wanted to greet this dog system. But he knew that this dog system would only respond when it told him how many evolution points he had obtained. At other times, he is just like a mute. Looking at the other abilities on the attribute panel, Lin Ming thought about it and realized that there was no urgent need to upgrade them. Otherwise, the evolution points would not have been directly saved at this high number of 375,000. The loss will be made up from the mutant creatures in the ocean. Now that we have this seawater resistance, we can just go to the ocean and kill a lot of people, and completely flatten the Great North Ocean. All the marine mutant creatures of B and A levels will become evolution points. However, now that we have this seawater resistance, then, that is to say, the spiritual bamboo clones will not be eroded and rotted by the seawater? Using bamboo roots again and wandering between the seabed, Lin Ming quickly buried the spiritual bamboo clones on the reefs and the seabed, and immediately connected them with his own roots, allowing them to branch out on them instantly. The spiritual bamboo clones are like seaweed, floating in the seawater. But whether it is the bamboo body, bamboo roots, bamboo branches and bamboo leaves, they have not turned dark and rotted like before. Through them, Lin Ming quickly mastered everything about all the marine mutant creatures in the entire Boluo Sea. So, next, it seems that we need to make up for more evolution points. Lin Ming thought so, and quickly let the bamboo roots quickly lock the mutant creatures one by one in the water of the Baltic Sea that he could reach. Then, relying on the ability of creating new life, he could emit countless bamboo roots. Lin Ming urged the spiritual energy to turn all the mutant creatures in this huge sea into dead things. Ding! You killed a mutant northern herring and gained 4 evolution points. Ding! Lin Ming looked at the number of evolution points on the attribute panel and knew that this situation would continue for a while. But at this time, he didn't have much time to waste here. After all, in the United States, thousands of kilometers away, there were still remnants of the Destiny Society who needed him to hunt one by one. And more extraordinary research centers also needed him to destroy them all. The Lingzhu clones scattered all over this European continent were also set up to be able to connect with his main body at any time and monitor everything in this European continent. Of course, in the future, he could also rely on the Lingzhu clones to completely control this place, which was what he wanted. Lin Ming continued to place the clones that could be placed between the Boluo Sea and the nearby land. Although the Lingzhu clone did not have much attack power, it still had the ability to rebuild the aura of all things and shield the spiritual energy field. After doing all these, Lin Ming knew that it was time to leave. Looking at the extra abilities on the attribute panel, Lin Ming looked at the mountain that was still making deafening noises and collapsing not far away, and pulled out all his roots. I had only been here for less than half a day, and I had to leave again. If it weren't for the remnants of the Destiny Society on the other side of the Great Beiyang, Lin Ming really felt that he could stay for a while longer, manage this European continent for a while, and then improve the level of these subordinates he brought here for a while. But time is tight, and we have to sort out the priorities, and kill the Destiny Society first. After cutting off most of his own roots from the ground and pulling them out, Lin Ming also cut off most of the trunk and bamboo branches and leaves this time, just like before, in order to facilitate walking, and destroyed them with the shadow space. The bamboo roots lifted the remaining huge trunk from the side and switched to mobile mode. Of course, he did not throw those spiritual stones here to waste, but used the bamboo roots to turn them all into his own spiritual energy and evolution points. Ding! You absorbed a sea-level spiritual stone. Ding! After completing this task quickly, Lin Ming quickly buried the spiritual stones underground again. At the same time, Lin Ming also called his subordinates in his consciousness field. Mo Kai, Zhu Yu, bring by Xu Shuiya and Jin Meng Jin Lin, Im Long Qin Chun, Mo Chen, and prepare to move with me. Others continue the tasks I assigned. Do you understand? Soon, after receiving Lin Ming orders from various places, the subordinates immediately began to act. Mo Kai and Zhu Yu headed towards the other companions at a very fast speed, while Lin Ming immediately started to move. In the dark night, he shuttled through the spiritual realm, moving non-stop, and he also sensed the actions of his subordinates at the same time. It must be said that Mo Kai and Zhu Yu flying speed is indeed fast enough. They, along with Qi Ying and Xue Jin, who are far away in Tang country, are also the most efficient combination among Lin Ming's entire subordinates. With their huge bodies and extremely fast flying speed, they play a very important role in many battles. Among Lin Ming's other subordinates, there is currently no one who can replace them. This time, we have to cross the barrier of the Great North Ocean and go to the American country. They will also serve as our important assistants. Lin Ming felt that even if he was strong enough, he could not do everything. Especially the enemy in the American country is Bai Fulai, who has a lot of advanced technology. Whether it is the 6 gold square array or the spiritual energy shielding device, they are all his specialties. Lin Ming did not think that he could easily break through the American country and capture it. I am afraid it will take some time and energy, and some small things cannot be done by him personally. His subordinates are there to do this. Of course, if you can add icing on the cake on the main battlefield, it would be better. Lin Ming's route this time is to cross the Blue Country, pass through the huge spiritual realm in the south of the FA country, and then go directly to the sea from the peninsula area in the west of the FA country. This route is basically in the spiritual realm, without any cities, let alone those humans. From the current location to the coast, it is just the maximum radius of his bamboo routes, a straight line distance of 1,000 kilometers. At Lin Ming's current speed, without his subordinates, he can reach there in about 7 or 8 hours at full speed. Still slow. Lin Ming really wants this dog system to say ding. You can learn the ability of teleportation. If it is really possible, he will not hesitate to give it 1 million evolution points. Although as a mutant plant, it is already very good for him to be able to move. But the low speed still makes him feel that this aspect is a huge disadvantage. Otherwise, if he killed Adenauer at that time, he would not have to chase him all the way, and almost let this guy run away, and coming all the way from Tang Kingdom to the westernmost part of Europe. Although there is no so-called physical consumption, it is also a bit mentally exhausted. Lin Ming sensed everything around him, and kept going in that direction in this moonlit night. However, he also had some thoughts while moving. Blue Star is indeed vast enough. So vast that it takes him 7 or 8 hours to move a distance of 1,000 kilometers. And how many thousand kilometers are there on Blue Star? In the future, he must find a way to move long distances in a short period of time. Otherwise, at his current speed, he can't even catch up with human cars, not to mention airplanes and the like. It's not okay to always rely on subordinates, who are not so strong at present. He looked at the attribute panel and found that he really didn't have the ability to develop in this direction. Could it be that when there is a passive moment, the system will remind him to learn new abilities again? Who knows how much he needs to accumulate? While thinking, Lin Ming kept moving. At the same time, he also sensed that Mo Kai and Zhu Yu had already received the golden python Jin Lin and the silver dragon Qin Chun, and the rest were the little turtle Mo Chun and the white mouse Shuya. Mo Kai and Zhu Yu are the guarantee of maintaining mobility, and the remaining 4 subordinates are not taken over without reason. The ability of the golden python Jin Lin is to expand and shrink his body at will, which is very similar to his ability to create new life. But Jin Lin can use this to fully utilize his physical advantages to fight and kill the enemy in actual combat. And its other ability is to control metal elements. Although Jin Lin has basically not used this ability from the beginning to now, there is no doubt that this extremely precious ability is still quite useful in some special battles. For example, use this ability to deflect technological weapons such as nuclear bombs, or completely change the direction of travel. Lin Ming's understanding of the American country is that in the era of spiritual revival here, the most favorite thing for humans in this place is to use nuclear bombs. Whether it is the B-level demon spirits at the beginning or the strange beasts later, their ultimate solution is to use nuclear bombs. Not extraordinary people. Now, after the mutant creatures in the sea have completely turned their southern part into a swamp, Lin Ming is not sure whether their countermeasures will change. In order to be on the safe side, in order to avoid being attacked by their nuclear bombs, Lin Ming thinks it is absolutely right to bring Jin Lin. The same is true for the little turtle Mo Chun. If Jean Lin ability doesn't work, then its special ability of strong luck can turn the tide. Chapter 308, Poison Dragon and Crab Tide. Summer nights are not cool. This is especially true in this spiritual realm full of plants. Not only that, Lin Ning has also encountered many deep pools of water, as well as large and small swamps. There are even terrains that look like a pile of sand on the surface. But when you step on it, you will find that it is quicksand. This also made Lin Ning sigh that this kind of spiritual realm, even if there are no mutant creatures, is enough for the extraordinary people of the country of FA. It is estimated that there is no chance of survival if you come in when running wildly in the giant tree forest of the spiritual realm. Lin Ning also thought about whether he should first issue orders to Panda and others far away in Tang Country for the next stage, as well as various strategies or tactics afterwards. But then he thought that Panda was actually quite reliable except for being keen on making pandas sometimes. Then let it rest assured. Anyway, the last time I checked, the levels of the subordinates had grown to varying degrees, and not even one was killed. Even the Air Force and the Underwater Force have grown to a considerable extent, which is also unexpected to Lin Ning. But speaking of the Underwater Force, shouldn't it be better to see if there are any subordinates who can be subdued in the Great Beiyang? After all, his current underwater force can only maintain its advantage in the freshwater field at best, and it is estimated that it can't enter the ocean at all. There is still a considerable difference between salt water and fresh water. Basically, those guys can only flutter around at the estuary at best. Expecting them to enter the sea and fight against the giant whales and sharks in it is probably a waste of experience. However, Lin Ning now has no idea what the mutant creatures in the ocean are like. Judging from the situation in the Barodi Sea, these mutant fish or other mutant aquatic creatures do not have the so-called intelligence at all. This point is quite similar to those mutant insects. Mutated bugs are completely devoid of the so-called intelligence. Lin Ning had already known this after he had cultivated mutant bugs that reached the first level through his experiments. At that time, the only things that those mutant bugs could do were devouring and killing. In the completely closed small world he created, hundreds of thousands of bugs were constantly practicing the cruel and extreme law of the jungle. They were constantly on the path of becoming stronger inside, constantly reincarnating between killing and being killed, whether they were at the entry level or the first level. This situation would continue. The consequence of this was that only the strongest one was left in the end, and all the others died. The same was true for the marine creatures in the Baluo Sea. The reason why there were no powerful mutant creatures there was not because they had never been born there, but because that, or those powerful mutant creatures, had already gone to a wider space from the exit of the Baluo Sea to the Great North Ocean. The strong will only pursue stronger, and the powerful mutant creatures that left the Burrow Sea also went to the Great North Ocean, or the ocean of the entire Blue Star, to find a space to become stronger. As for whether they were killed or still exist, no one knows. As for their ultimate nature, they are exactly the same as those insects, just pursuing a stronger one. Moreover, judging from their behavior, I am afraid that their IQ is really not enough. At best, they have more instincts to know what danger is than those insects who are not afraid of death. In other words, they have some simple intelligence of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. As for those mutant creatures that can create tsunamis and storms, Lin Ning has not actually understood them, let alone seen them, so he can't easily draw conclusions. It is definitely not a coincidence that they can attack the United States and the Deep Poison Country at the same time at such a great distance in the two hemispheres. Moreover, the A and B class mutant creatures in the sea that attacked Labai and Fei before and wanted to attack Tang finally were not without wisdom. Lin Ning felt that he might be able to understand the secrets contained in them after he entered the Great North Ocean and met them. Lin Ning thought about this and sensed the whereabouts of his subordinates. He found that Imokai and Zhu had brought Jean Lin, Qin Chun, Imochen and Shuya to the shore where he was going to go to the sea and waited. The speed was really fast. Lin Ning sighed and accelerated his pace. Finally, before dawn, Lin Ning also arrived at the coast in a thin layer of fog. The light blue sea water rolled up white waves, hitting the almost rocky beach. Lin Ning discovered that many human corpses were piled up on the coast, and more colorfully packaged garbage and waste were also very conspicuous. This place didn't look like a beautiful beach at all, but more like a coastal cemetery. There was a dead silence all around. Lin Ning couldn't see any seabirds. To be honest, Lin Ning had never seen or sensed a single seabird in such a long time. And even the mutant birds on land were not as many as on land. It seemed that in this era of spiritual revival, the living space of birds was extremely compressed, and they became the most endangered and weak existence. And it seemed to be true. The strongest bird mutant creatures that Lin Ming had seen seemed to be the 4 giant birds under his command. On this coast, Lin Ming was also sensing everything that could be sensed within the maximum range of perception. He now wanted to know whether those B-level and A-level marine mutant creatures were wandering in this great North Ocean. For humans, or other mutant creatures, those A-level or B-level mutant creatures were actually like despair and terror, the synonym of doomsday. But for Lin Ming, they are just some lovely evolution points and sources of spiritual energy. What A-level or not, isn't that a delicious meal? Lin Ming is very open-minded. His own strength allows him to think so openly. After all, S-level is not a joke. In particular, he has many advantages. And Lin Ming can also turn these advantages into great strength, so that the mutant creatures in the ocean know who is the father. Of course, he has considered whether there are any S-level demon kings in the ocean. After all, compared to the ocean, which is far superior to the land in all aspects, it is understandable that there is this. Lin Ming is not confused. On land, the disadvantages compared to the ocean are too obvious. In the ocean, there is a much wider space than on land. The only thing that hinders a fish from swimming around the entire blue planet is laziness. Deep trenches, vast seabeds, countless food, and the auras contained in the seawater everywhere. It can be said that as long as you don't want to die, it is actually very easy to become stronger. And this is true. The earliest B-level demon spirits were discovered in this ocean. Humans, who had no chance of winning against such powerful marine creatures, also put all their energy on land in the early days of the Aura Revival era. After all, their weapons are basically useless against mutant creatures in the sea that can dive to the deepest part of the seawater and swim away at a very fast speed. The reason why Tangwa was able to kill so many A-level and B-level last time was because those guys swam inexplicably in shallow waters, giving Tangwa the opportunity to take them away with nuclear bombs. Relatively speaking, it is simply too difficult on land. This can be seen from the fact that it took humans a long time to discover the existence of B-level mutant creatures in the sea before the first and second B-level demon spirits were discovered in America. Of course, both Lin Ming and his subordinates had grown to this level before humans discovered the first B-level on land. But think about it carefully. If there was no system and no decisiveness, then what realm would this mutant bamboo be in? I'm afraid that when Zheng Guodong first came to Wanzhouhai, he would have been completely killed. Not to mention the artillery troops he brought the second time, and Jia Yu army of extraordinary people the third time. And the last time, they even surrounded Wanzhouhai. The land is full of humans, and in terms of various resources, it is far inferior to the ocean. In addition to the group of subordinates he brought, there are many B-level, and there are only 4 B-level mutant creatures on land from the beginning to now. As a bamboo on land, Lin Ming feels that it is really too difficult. He has also imagined that if he were a fish and had the current system, he might have already reached the 5th or 6th level. Without humans, the biggest enemy, there is no need to hide and grow. Just go big in the ocean. Isn't it wonderful? This is why Lin Ming thinks there is an S-level demon king in the ocean. As long as you are not too stupid, there must be one. Right? Thinking of this, Lin Ming approached the beach. It was still dawn, and the white fog rising from the sea also made his figure hidden. Of course, Lin Ming couldn't believe that the fog of nature could completely cover his figure. Since he came to this area, Lin Ming has been using the ability to create thick fog. This is also one of the best ways to hide his true body. However, since before arriving at this beach, it seems that the mutant creatures in the ocean have also known his arrival, and many have already expressed their welcome. Countless crabs with hard shells that emerged from under the waves in the fog gradually gathered together. Their number gradually increased as time went by. They were about half a meter tall, and they were undoubtedly not ordinary crabs. Lin Ming did not understand. Are they coming to attack him? Just these rotten tomatoes and stinky bird eggs? Crickets blocking rockets? What are they doing? Originally, he wanted to use bamboo roots to wipe out these newly entered crabs. But after seeing the eager silver dragon Chi-Chun on the ochre feather that fell from the sky, he changed his mind. Silver dragon Chi-Chun has been following him since the little cute snake era. It can be said that he is his most loyal subordinate. But since this guy grew a pair of wings that are almost the same as having no wings, it seems that his recent activity is really not high. It can even be said that his presence has never been very strong. The reasons are also multifaceted. When Silver Dragon Qin-Chun was still a little snake, he could actually guarantee speed and agility. And his venom could also serve as some quite layered offensive means. Whether it is used as a main attack, harassment or auxiliary, it has its place. But as it evolved to the first stage, as its body grew and its limbs grew, the speed and agility of Silver Dragon Qin-Chun became useless. And it basically only had some effect in melee. As its limbs gradually became stronger, and its speed became slower, the pair of small wings on its back played the role of making Lin Ning look forward to, and decorative. Only, to be honest, Lin Ning really wanted to see a subordinate with the form of a dragon, and the only hope seemed to be Silver Dragon Qin-Chun. Although, this thing should be called Silver Lizard, to be more appropriate. At this moment, the coast was densely packed with green, red, and blue crabs. Lin Ning listened to the crackling sound of their 8 legs constantly colliding, looked at their countless claws, and sensed the weak spiritual energy they emitted. He knew that it was time to let the Silver Dragon Qin-Chun, who had been looking at him and seemed to be ready to jump out and attack the crab army at any time, start a big wave. Go! Lin Ning ordered this subordinate, who had entered the second level and level 9, and was about to complete the breakthrough and become an A-level demon king. Yes, Master. Silver Dragon Qin-Chun jumped high from Juyu and instantly spread the translucent wings on his back like a film. The huge silver body slowly glided in the air, and streams of strange dark green venom also spurted out of its mouth. To Lin Ming's surprise, these streams of venom did not go directly to the crabs on the coast, but began to infinitely in the air. The split of the system. Silver Dragon Qin-Chun suddenly flapped the air with his wings, forming countless tiny whirlwinds. And after the whirlwinds were sucked into the venom, they turned them into venom storms. Countless venom storms descended to the coast, rolling up the large and small mutant crabs on the ground one by one. Lin Ning saw that the green venom had turned countless small whirlwinds into dark green. And those crabs, under the attack of these small whirlwinds, evaporated like air. Fuck. Highly corrosive poison? This is okay. Lin Ning saw that the number of crabs on the coast was decreasing at a very fast speed, and the Silver Dragon Qin-Chun began to circle in the air. However, Lin Ning suddenly sensed that a stronger force was constantly attacking from the depths of the ocean within the waves. Not long after, a larger crab with a shell of about 1.5 meters appeared on the coast. But it seemed that this was not the end. Several black giant crabs that were 5 meters in size, much larger than normal elephants, like the commander, also opened their huge claws and kept rushing to the coast. See grade? And the black ones were about to break through to be grade. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh again. The mutant creatures in this ocean are really outrageous. But what should I do next? Do I have to do it myself and take them away directly? Or... Lin Ning looked at Qin-Chun, who was diving in the sky, knowing that this little guy seemed to have been waiting for such a moment for a long time. Chapter 309, Land, Sea and Air. Ah! With a long roar, above the mist, the silver-white dragon opened its pair of wings, which still looked a little thin, to the maximum, and kept its limbs parallel, and flew towards the crabs on the coast like a bomber. At the same time, it was covered with a thin layer of dark green, like armor. In an instant, the Silver Dragon Qin-Chun rushed into the crab tide. And then, the dark green wings, like cutting tofu, passed through the medium-sized crabs one by one. Lin Ning found that the incisions made by the wings of those crabs were corroding the surroundings at a very fast speed, and quickly shredded the entire giant crab. The crabs' bodies were all covered in a strange green foam. The crabs didn't want to sit and wait for death. They stared at the flying dragon gliding in the air with their slender eyes, urging their spiritual energy. Layers of water columns and ice columns shot up into the sky and headed straight for the green figure in the air. However, Qin-Chun, who was becoming more and more proficient in flying and gliding, also dodged the attacks with faster speed and more agile movements, and turned himself into a stream of green light. In the mist, new crabs kept turning into green foam, while Qin-Chun in the air continued to harvest their lives tirelessly. The battle didn't last too long. Lin Ning soon discovered that the coast was completely covered by green foam, and the crabs that once waved their huge claws were nowhere to be seen. The coast that was just so noisy was now dead silent. After completing the feat of fighting the crab tide alone, the Silver Dragon Qin-Chun glided and landed beside Lin Ming. Lowering his head, as if waiting for a reward, Lin Ming stretched out a bamboo branch and gave Qin Chun a reward. This was the yaqiong that had not been given to his subordinates for a long time. The yaqiong, which contained a lot of spiritual energy, was far more exciting to his subordinates than any reward. Looking at Qin Chun drinking the yaqiong in big gulps, Lin Ming was also waiting for its transformation. Having killed so many sea-level monsters, Qin Chun, who had already reached the 2nd level and 9th level, would undoubtedly reach the breakthrough point of the 3rd level and break the bottleneck instantly. Roar! Suddenly, a long roar sounded from the mouth of the silver-white dragon under him. And soon, Lin Ming also discovered the changes in the silver dragon Qin Chun. The total length, which was less than 5 meters, now soared in the wind, and the 2 wings that looked very weak before also became stronger and wider with the overall changes of its body. The muscles of the hind limbs grew like a balloon and became stronger. Qin Chun's standing posture also changed from standing on all fours to standing on the hind limbs now. As for the front limbs, they did not become much shorter. Instead, the muscles bulged a lot, and they looked extremely strong and powerful. The shiny silver-white scales were now as pure and flawless as snow. But the scales looked much more delicate than before, like a smooth mirror. And the light green color that stretched from the corner of the eye to the tail, for some reason, now turned into 2 long whiskers, hanging down in the direction of its tail. Lin Ming also found that this guy actually had a nearly half-meter-long horn on the top of his head, which looked much more beautiful than before. Evolved. Moreover, he is the first one among his subordinates to reach the 3rd level. It took him a long time to reach the 3rd level at that time. But for his subordinates, it seemed to be a little easier than himself. And there was no seem like the change of heaven and earth. It was just like a normal change of shape and improvement of overall strength. In Lin Ming words, it was not even a little bit of sound and light effects. However, after the subordinates evolved, they would also become more advanced as their levels improved, which was also a special pleasure for Lin Ming. For example, the current silver dragon Qin Chun. The race has also become poisonous void blood-eyed Jiao. It was said that the snake would transform into a Jiaolong in 500 years. How come it came directly after only 1 level? But before, the little cute snake grew limbs and wings, which was indeed a small miracle. Now, this small miracle has completely become a great cause with the transformation of Qin Chun. Lin Ming sighed. Not only did he become stronger, but he also felt excited and happy when his subordinates became stronger. And there was also a sense of accomplishment. Think about it. When Qin Chun was still a cute little snake, it was just a tiny thing a few centimeters long at the beginning. But after more than a year, it has grown into a silver dragon. This kind of transformation, no one can help but be shocked. At this moment, Qin Chun, the poisonous sky blood-eyed dragon, looked at him with his pupils like big rubies, and also called softly, seeming to be quite happy about his own changes. This is his first level 3 subordinate. Now, with Feng Xiao and the others as the leader, there are quite a few subordinates who have entered the level 9 of level 2. Panda Panda, 7 Wolves, 4 Giant Birds, Dushan Baichi, Jin Lin, and the others are estimated to be about to break through recently. Next, he will have a group of level 3 subordinates. For him, this precious and powerful fighting force will also become the biggest guarantee for him to control the entire Blue Star. However, he can't be too anxious at this time. Across the vast North Ocean, in the United States, there are still remnants of the Destiny Society. Before they are eliminated, the journey of making all creatures on the entire Blue Star kneel down under him cannot be said to have begun. Looking at the coast again, the green foam still exists, but it is much smaller. Qin Chun toxins did not only corrode the crab meat of these crabs, but also corroded the extremely hard armor like shells all over their bodies, leaving nothing behind. This toxin is even more cruel than Lin Ming toxin creation. Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really a man who can make a big splash if he doesn't move. It doesn't seem to have much presence at ordinary times. But now it seems that Qin Chun just doesn't have the opportunity to show his strength. Lin Ming thought of the Panda Panda. Isn't that guy the same? If he hadn't left it alone in Tang State, he might not have discovered its command and overall control capabilities. And the other subordinates also have their own strong potential. Lin Ming is still quite confident about this. A gust of wind blew, and Imokai brought his subordinates and landed not far from the coast. Master, where are we going? Imokai looked at the vast sea and asked his master Lin Ming. But it also seemed quite surprised when it saw Qin Chun, who had turned into a silver dragon. Imokai, Zhu Yu, each of you will bring your companions with me to cross this ocean and completely defeat the Destiny Society. Yes, Master. The two giant birds and their companions on their backs knew that what Master Lin Ming would take them to do next would definitely be a big battle. Lin Ming actually had some plans for the next action. The subordinates who stayed on this European continent would be led by Feng Lang Feng Ji to explore various spiritual realms and defeat the strongest mutant creatures, and obey his orders at any time to attack human cities, find the extraordinary people and people related to the Destiny Society, and completely kill them. But their most important task is to make their own level higher and stronger. Looking at the silver dragon Qin Chun, who had changed a lot beside him, and the golden python Jin Lin, who kept circling around him and was more excited, it seemed that the previous plan had to be changed. After the silver dragon Qin Chun evolved to the third stage, it did not show how strong its flying ability was, but there was no doubt that its current size was no longer something that Imokai and Zhu Yu could carry. After all, Qin Chun was now almost the same size as the two giant birds, and its weight was definitely much greater than theirs. If it wanted to follow him to America, it would have to think of other ways. Unlike Imokai and Zhu Yu, Qin Chun did not have special abilities that could prevent humans from discovering it, although Lin Ming could also use the aura field to shield it, eliminate the aura on its body, and make it impossible for any aura detection satellite to identify it. The human side still had reconnaissance aircraft, and perhaps they had been using ordinary satellites all the time. On this unobstructed ocean, the existence of the silver dragon Qin Chun could not be described as conspicuous. It was telling everyone clearly that this is a special dragon-shaped mutant creature. This was equivalent to telling the Destiny Society on the coast to run quickly, because a powerful person was coming over here. Of course, it is the same to leave Qin Chun in Europe. The huge size of this little guy will definitely attract the attention of the entire Europe, and will be attacked at any time. So, what should we do? Master, I want to go with you. Qin Chun, who is quite intelligent, saw Lin Ming's thoughts and asked, I can dive into the water, and I won't be known by the enemy in the seawater. Diving? It is worthy of being a dragon. Then, follow me to the sea, Lin Ming ordered, and then looked at Imokai and Zhu Yu. You move in the air and listen to my instructions at any time. Yes, Master. After completing the deployment of his subordinates, Lin Ming also issued orders to his subordinates, who were fighting in other parts of Europe. After that, the bamboo root gently stretched out and swept the green foam on the coast aside. Qin Chun poison is quite fierce. After Lin Ming bamboo root touched it, it was corroded as if evaporating. But his powerful ability of creating new life ensured that these toxins could not hurt him at all. The bamboo root dipped into the waves of the seawater and quickly went deeper. Lin Ming found that his visual system also kept moving downward. The Imokai and Zhu Yu in the air had already set off, flying to the west and into the clouds. Qin Chun followed his steps and also entered the seawater. It must be said that this thing is amphibious on land, water and air. The air must be its main battlefield. The wide wings allow it to fly and glide in the air. It will also use poison and wind elements as means of attack to fight enemies from the air and the ground. Needless to say, on the ground, although the body is much larger and looks a bit bulky, in fact, this thing has greatly enhanced its defense, and it can take off at any time, which will also make the enemies on the ground crazy. As for the water, Qin Chun's limbs were seen backwards, and his huge body kept swinging, and the two green things beside his tail were now like ribbons, constantly changing their shapes as they swam, as if they were something similar to adjusting the direction. The overall speed has always been uniform, as if it was intentionally following behind him. Lin Ming found that this thing is more suitable for water than air and land. The extremely strong bamboo root stepped into the soft sand under the ocean, and at the same time, it kept adjusting the overall length according to the depth. The blue sea water gradually changed its color as it gradually increased in depth, while Lin Ming kept moving forward. He also used the ability to create new life to completely restore his main trunk. In this seabed, it is not suitable to use the original way of moving, although it is also possible to use the strong bamboo roots to ignore everything and move forward in the water. The terrain in the sea is much more rugged than on land. Moreover, it is estimated that it will not be much faster to move in that posture. Lin Ming has now restored his original way of walking with an upright main trunk. And of course, he has made some relative preparations. Most of the bamboo branches were cut off to minimize the impact of the undercurrent in the seawater. Lin Ming also separated 2 bamboo roots at the same time, ready to attack or defend at any time. The number of mutant creatures in the ocean cannot be described only as many. In Lin Ming perception, within this radius of 2,000 kilometers, there are unimaginable number of mutant creatures in the sea. Whether it is fish, crustaceans, or mollusks, they are all scattered everywhere in this vast sea. For Lin Ming, his goal is actually very clear. He doesn't care about low-level creatures at all. Even if he kills 10,000 mutant creatures that have just entered the level, it is better to kill a second-level one directly. Judging from the second-level and third-level creatures that were bombarded by Tanghua with nuclear bombs last time, there should be more than that number of mutant creatures of that level in the ocean. The seawater gradually changed from light blue to dark blue, and from dark blue to a deeper color. The existence of sunlight also slowly disappeared with the increase of depth. However, if you look at it from the perspective of the visual system, the turbidity in the water is still beyond Lin Ming imagination. Therefore, his ability to rebuild the aura of all things is particularly important here. From time to time, there were bursts of cold currents gushing out from some cracks, and there were also boiling water currents. Lin Ming discovered that on the seabed, the seaweed and seaweed were all terrifyingly large, and small fish and other things that had not mutated would swim out from time to time. Lin Ming sensed that it should have descended to a depth of nearly 2,000 meters. At this time, he also sensed that in this huge sea basin, there was a group of mutant creatures approaching this side at a very fast speed. This is, for the mutant creatures that came to welcome him. Lin Ming immediately prepared for battle. Unexpectedly, the first meal came so slowly. Chapter 310 Great Ability. In a laboratory in America, Before was looking at the experiment with interest. Behind the huge transparent window, his researchers were extracting blood and flesh from a mutant fierce dog that had been injected with a lot of anesthetics. This mutant fierce dog has a special ability amplification, which can greatly increase the spiritual energy of the surrounding extraordinary people. The blood and flesh extracts from it were purified and sliced, and then mixed with the spiritual energy generating liquid by special methods. The final mixed spiritual energy generating liquid was implanted into the bodies of ordinary people, who volunteered to become extraordinary people through injection and other methods. And then the survivors who survived half of the mortality rate were selected and screened for those who were more adaptable to spiritual energy. After the second injection of spiritual energy generating liquid and stabilizer, the survivors will be screened again. Finally, among the nearly 50 ordinary people, only 1 or 2 qualified. And these 2 extraordinary people whose normal thinking ability was almost destroyed by the spiritual energy, and who could only blindly obey orders were artificial extraordinary people. Bei Fulai had many artificial extraordinary people with special abilities in his hands. They were all the most loyal warriors of the Destiny Society. At the same time, they were also his personal private property. All the warriors were private property under his command and had nothing to do with the Destiny Society or the President. President Adenauer had not contacted him for a long time. This was obviously abnormal. Bei Fulai knew very well that President Adenauer was probably in danger, and had probably been killed by the mutant demon Bamboo. After all, the old man who could split himself could not do much. If the opponent was an elemental extraordinary person, then the old man would definitely win. But if the opponent is the type that relies purely on strength or is fast, as long as the opponent catches the body, then this old guy will definitely be in a desperate situation. It's a matter of time. Bei Fulai picked up the red wine glass on the table and drank the scarlet wine in it. The mutant Bamboo was able to kill the old guy in Europe in such a short time, and its strength was indeed strong enough. Moreover, the fact that the research center for superhumans in almost all of Europe had lost contact before, as well as the superhumans and artificial superhumans there, showed that the Bamboos seemed to want to completely uproot the entire Destiny Society and grind it to ashes. But it seemed to have done this. In other words, it might be able to completely erase all traces of the Destiny Society in Yalu, Europe, and even the Philippines. But it was completely helpless against this place in the United States of America. The reason is that this mutant Bamboo that was chasing relentlessly was a mutant plant. No matter how powerful the mutant creatures are, some objective laws must be accepted. Just like a fish cannot fly, and a bamboo cannot pass through the vast North Ocean. Even if a plant has legs and can run around, it will still rot if it enters the ocean and has an aura shield. There are so many powerful mutant creatures in the ocean. Not to mention, the average depth of the North Ocean is more than 3,000 meters. If you come from the European continent, you really have to walk from the bottom of the sea, halfway through the sea basin with an average depth of 5,000 meters. You will be crushed by the strong water pressure and swallowed by the huge A-level and B-level mutant creatures near the abyss. Even if this bamboo really crosses from the North Ocean, Bayfuli is not worried at all. His new aura shielding device will also take effect at the moment any mutant creature sets foot on this America, and wrap it up heavily. Unlike the previous version of the aura shielding device, it must be used in conjunction with the 6 gold square array, and the shielding range is the same. The current improved version is arranged in an area within 10 kilometers along the coast to prevent the invasion of all mutant creatures. Moreover, whenever the mutant creatures in the sea want to go ashore, the spiritual energy shielding device on the shore will change from a black stone-like thing to a spider-like small robot, clinging to any intruder. The perfect product of the combination of modern technology and spiritual energy. This is also the pinnacle that can be achieved by using the extremely rare and powerful ability of spiritual energy manipulation. Since awakening this ability, Bayfuli has also mastered this ability more and more skillfully. From the beginning, the spiritual energy concentration detector that was like a big box, to the complete miniaturization of this thing, into a portable ultra-small equipment. It only took a short time. At the same time, the spiritual energy detection satellite that is still in operation today was born. Although the spiritual energy detection satellite cannot detect mutant creatures and extraordinary people who can hide their own spiritual energy. In this era of spiritual energy revival, there is no doubt that its existence has also helped humans to detect dangers and make preparations for mutant creatures. Afterwards, as Bayfuli quickly became sea level from D level, and then B level, the further improvement of this ability also brought more powerful power. Aura generating liquid. Artificial extraordinary. 6 gold square array. Aura shielding device. Bayfuli felt that his ability had been controlled more and more proficiently by himself, and the things he invented were constantly affecting the world. In Europe, his experiments were done quite perfectly, using the 6 gold square array and the aura shielding device. Many mutant creatures in the spiritual realm have been controlled, and the white mist formed by the highly concentrated soul pill has also been used to turn the mutant creatures in the spirit realm into strange beasts. This invention that can almost announce the end of the era of mutant creatures in advance was simply destroyed by the mutant bamboo that they had lost track of in Xincheng's city of Tang. Bayfuli also made improvements immediately, and turned the aura shielding device into what it is now. Of course, it is impossible to put this thing into use immediately after it is made. Bayfuli didn't want to continue his current position as a middle-level manager, but it was obvious that President Adenauer valued Drake more than him. Adenauer was not too interested in his various inventions. After all, the person who directly let Drake control the Tang Kingdom could obviously realize their ultimate ideal faster. As for Bayfuli's various inventions, Adenauer thought that these were just some small tricks that were not very useful. Therefore, Bayfuli did not send this latest aura shielding device to the headquarters of the Destiny Society. After a lot of debugging, this thing that basically surpassed the original aura shielding device could obviously block the attack of the mutant bamboo. After the mutant demon bamboo raided the headquarters of the Destiny Society, Adenauer's true body was discovered by the monster. Bayfuli's first feeling was that he hoped that the president would be killed. Those inventions that could be the pride of one's own were not in the eyes of this president at all. Even if there was a small mistake, he would be scolded immediately. For Bayfuli, whose personality has become more and more paranoid, but whose heart is more and more arrogant, this kind of thing is simply the biggest insult. Now, this old man has not been in contact for a long time, and the spiritual energy detection satellite and the various spiritual energy detection points on the European continent have not found Adenauer's location. Basically, this old man should have been killed by that mutant demon bamboo. Bayfuli touched the beard on his chin. His expression was quite relaxed. Report to the Lord. The experiment on the number 344321 experimental subject went very smoothly. May I ask if the next stage of the experiment will be carried out soon? Bayfuli nodded. Turning around, he picked up the information in his hand, which showed the photo of the number 344321 experimental subject. She was holding a broken doll in her hand, and her expression of evasion and fear was still the same. If you don't listen, then there is nothing you can do, my old friend. Chapter 311. A deeper crack. The rain, like silver-gray sticky spider silk, weaves one web after another on the window. Chung Yu stood in front of the window, looking at the heavy rain outside, looking at the big tree in the yard that was almost broken by the strong wind, and sighed softly. Turning around and sitting on the single sofa, he frowned and stared at the pale wall in a daze. A few days ago, he, Xingyu, Shen Guodong and Fei Jun, had defended the Shengjing city that must not be lost in the sudden invasion of the ocean of mutant creatures. But after the battle, the three people drew a line with him because they disagreed with his wishes. The three of them returned to the Ice City, and then they would meet up with their companions, and then go to a farther place to lie dormant. They would not come back to become the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower, and they would never be the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower again. According to that person, Xingyu and others did not care about the life and death of all mankind at all, and might establish a Destiny Society again. In this world where the S-level Demon King has emerged, and the mutant creatures around the world have become more crazy, they, as human beings, are still selfish and only care about their own interests. They do not cooperate with the Tang Kingdom and choose another path. They are wrong. Are they wrong? Chung Yu remembered everything he insisted on at that time. At this time, it is no longer a conflict between extraordinary people and ordinary humans, but a conflict between all mankind and mutant creatures. He chose that person at the beginning and decided to trust that person again. Or in other words, he wanted to trust ordinary people once. With his own strength, he protects the safety of all people. This creed has never changed. For the sake of mankind, he can burn his life to the ground and turn it into a lamp of hope to illuminate this gloomy era of spiritual revival. Chung Yu shook his head again. Ideals are very full. Appointed as the first tower of the rebuilt Nine-Layered Heaven Tower. In addition to rebuilding the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower, which was only an empty shell, the first task was to reveal everything they had in Ice City, where they were going in the future, and what plans they had. The moment the person who said, "We want to build a world where ordinary people and extraordinary people can understand each other," said this, Chung Yu also understood how ridiculous his choice to stay here was. Instead of dealing with mutants, we have to deal with our own people first. There really is no mutual understanding between humans. Otherwise, where would there be any destiny? Otherwise, at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival, humans would have been united and would not have allowed the mutants on land to be so rampant. Right? But now, things have evolved into this. Opening his left hand, Chung Yu looked at the scars on it. These are all proofs that he has awakened his extraordinary power and become an extraordinary person, and has been constantly training himself and killing mutants. However, now in this room covered by the spiritual energy shielding device, he doesn't even have the ability to make the air entangled into a cyclone. A person always chooses the wrong path at a critical moment. And Chung Yu now feels that the time when he chose the wrong path was when he confidently said that he believed in that person outside Shengjing City. Creak. The door opened, and two middle-aged men in black tights walked in. Chung Tianta. They bowed their heads slightly and stood straight. Chung Yu was stunned for a moment. And just as he stood up and wanted to greet them, he found that the man and several old men also walked in behind the door. Chung Yu. The man smiled at the young man in front of him. How is it here? It's pretty good. Much bigger than our previous dormitory. Chung Yu pretended to be stupid. Here? Do you mean how is the territory of ordinary people? As long as you like it. The man sat on the sofa opposite Chung Yu. You sit down too. How can we chat if you stand? Yes. Chung Yu sat upright, and all he could do now was to obey the orders of the man in front of him. At least on the surface. In Shengjing City, Xingyu, Shen Guodong, Fei Jun, and the families of the original Nine-Layered Heaven Tower who escaped were all gathered here at this moment. Their role is self-evident. Although Chung Yu, as an orphan, had no worries. He could not do anything in this building where the spiritual energy was eliminated. The reconstruction of the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower is a long and arduous task. You may have a hard time these days. However, you don't have to worry. We have a rich reserve of spiritual stones, which can quickly help you strengthen the overall strength of the team. The man stared at Chung Yu and said, Yes. Your subordinates will definitely complete the reconstruction of the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower as soon as possible. Chung Yu stood up and quickly made a promise. Reconstruction? What to rebuild? Build it. Use it up. And then dismantle it. Right? He couldn't stop himself from thinking so. Chung Yu couldn't believe the man in front of him now. At that time, he had said to Xingyu and the others so firmly that he would believe this man. But after just a few days, he completely changed his mind. Indeed, he was too naive. He thought everything was too simple, always thinking that everything would develop in a good way, especially at this moment when unity was most needed to deal with mutant creatures. But contrary to his wishes, since the fate would be destroyed, he found that the status of the extraordinary was even worse than before. After organizing all the extraordinary people into the 9-layered tower, they were controlled in these buildings with spiritual energy shielding devices like themselves. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like they want to cooperate on an equal footing. Ordinary people are afraid, terrified, and even hostile to their abilities. Even if they say cooperation, what they do now is more of guarding. The gap seems to have become deeper. This is much deeper than before. Chengyu didn't know why this happened, but he knew that what he had to do now was not to rebuild the 9-layered sky tower, nor to track down Xingyu and the others according to the idea of the man in front of him. But, Chengyu. Yes. The man suddenly said, the president of the Destiny Society is dead. Chengyu was stunned. The president of the Destiny Society is dead? What is this going on? Besides, wasn't the Destiny Society destroyed before? The man shook his head, reached out, and took a stack of documents from the person next to him, and handed it to Chengyu. Chengyu took it with doubts, and opened the first page. But soon he found out why the man wanted to talk about this. Is this a plant? He felt a shudder in his heart, and remembered what he had talked about with Xingyu and the others in Bingcheng. That's right. We didn't expect to find the true body of the S-level Demon King, the man said softly. The destruction of the Fate Society, including the killing of the Fate Society's president Adenauer, was all done by this S-level Demon King. You mean? Chengyu was a little unsure of his guess. But even so. What? You have a new mission, the man said. Chapter 312. A familiar opponent. Lin Ning had already stopped in the cold sea water. In front of him, there was an extremely steep slope, and below the slope was a dark sea water. The strong pressure pressed on every branch and every bamboo leaf. The undercurrents coming from all directions from time to time also pushed the bamboo branches in all directions. Lin Ning sensed dozens of mutant creatures swimming towards him from nearly 600 kilometers away, and he was ready for battle. Those were 36 first-level mutant dolphins. Lin Ning didn't understand why this mammal, which should have been active in the shallow sea water, could move in groups in the 2,000 meters deep sea water after mutation. Moreover, being more than 600 kilometers away, they could actually directly sense the existence of his mutant bamboo? Are all their abilities focused on perception? Or did they just approach this place by chance? Each of them is about 10 meters tall. From the perspective of body shape, they are more like whales. But from the perspective of perceived appearance, they are definitely dolphins. Dolphins, like whales, they are mammals in water, possessing a huge brain tissue. At the first level, they might also have a very high intelligence. Lin Ning originally wanted to directly extend the bamboo roots and catch them all in one fell swoop. But thinking carefully, it might not be a good idea to descend from this slope to the unknown depth of the sea basin for this. And Lin Ning did not intend to do so. These dolphins who had just entered the first level, and only one of them was at the level of the 5th level of the first level, posed no threat to him, or even not qualified to be an experience bag. It's not easy for the 3rd level to come out. At least a 2nd level one can come out. What are these first level ones doing? The evolution points they can provide are probably not as many as the previous spirit stones. Thinking of this, Lin Ning suddenly felt that it seemed that there was no point in fighting in person now. Looking at Qin Chun, who had just eaten a few unlucky passing fish behind him, Lin Ning felt that it would be better to let this guy do it, putting down the bamboo roots that were ready to extend to 1,000 kilometers at any time. Lin Ning suddenly felt that something like fog was rising from a few kilometers behind those mutant dolphins. And then, the 2nd group and the 3rd group also appeared one after another. Oh! Wow! What is going on? After Lin Ning quickly materialized the 3 mist-like things in his mind, 3 monsters with countless tentacles suddenly took shape. They are extremely large. Each of them is more than 10 times the size of those large dolphins. A giant sea monster. Is this a mutant octopus? Or a mutant squid? Lin Ning did not know how to distinguish between octopuses and squids, but he could still guess that the mist-like thing should be something like ink. Moreover, this head seemed to be quite large. Lin Ning sensed and found that almost every mutant octopus, just the huge head, was almost 7 or 8 meters in diameter, and the tentacles were nearly 100 meters long. However, Lin Ning also found that the growth method of these tentacles was extremely strange, in his impression, and the mutant octopus or squid that had just entered the sea before all had 8 or 10 tentacles. But the tentacles of these 3 giant guys are all one big one that splits into 2 relatively small ones. And the split one split again. And then split again. In his perception, these don't look like tentacles at all, but a huge forest gathered together. In addition, there are dense suction cups on each tentacle. It can make people with intensive phobia die repeatedly. But Lin Ning also found that he couldn't sense the concentration of spiritual energy of these 3 giant sea monsters. He could only materialize the 3 of them in his mind. This feeling seems familiar. Strange beast. It seems that he hasn't seen this thing since he last encountered it in the wetlands of Bear Country. He thought that when he was in America and fighting with Alexandra, these things would come out again and say hello to him. But at this moment, these 3 giant water monsters are more like this kind of thing. Could it be that? In fact, the ink blocked his perception, and these monsters have the ability to conceal their own spiritual energy, just like the blood evil in Xingyuan City. When it evolves to a certain level, it will also have the same spiritual energy shielding ability as himself? Lin Ning continued to observe. Are the dolphins their pathfinders? Or are they the food that they are chasing after? Another moment passed, and Lin Ning discovered that the leading dolphin seemed to be leading the group of dolphins, constantly changing direction, sometimes going up, sometimes swimming down. It was not heading directly to the direction where he was, and even more inclined to another direction. As they kept changing their directions, the 3 giant sea monsters wrapped in ink were also constantly adjusting their own movement directions. But Lin Ning could see that their thousands of tentacles seemed to be getting closer and closer to the dolphins. Master, shouldn't we move forward? At this time, the silver dragon Qin Shun, who had just swam to the sea surface to breathe and now came back, suddenly asked. After all, the master had not moved for a while at this cliff in the sea. Qin Shun's highly developed intelligence told it that the master Lin Ning had discovered something special. After all, the last time the same thing happened, there was an enemy on the opposite side. Master, your subordinate is willing to be the vanguard. Stay still and don't move. Lin Ning interrupted Qin Shun's request for battle. And what the hell is willing to be a pioneer? Did he learn from the panda? Lin Ning now thinks that many of Panda's actions are very similar to humans. And this guy is different from other subordinates. He will arrange tactics and change his actions and fighting methods according to the changes in the battle situation. The reason why I think Panda's intelligence is very strong at the beginning is also due to this. When Panda was first subdued, Lin Ning always felt that it might become a rolling meat. But soon, after realizing the huge gap between its own strength and Lin Ning, it immediately surrendered and remained loyal. At that time, Panda also killed many extraordinary people together with Qin Shun, who was the little cute snake at that time, in his first battle, although those extraordinary people now look like garbage. Of course, Zheng Guodong at that time also looked like garbage. Then, for more than a year, Lin Ning also sighed. He became an S-class demon king, while Qin Shun became an A-class demon king. Although Panda still didn't believe it. He didn't know if he had become an A-class demon king. But before he left, he was already at level 9 of the second stage. It would not take much time for him to reach level 3, which is the level of an A-class demon king. Maybe he is already 1 now? As for the human side, since the appearance of the last supernatural being who could teleport, Adenauer, the president of the Fate Society, Xingyu, Zheng Guodong and Fei Jun, the former members of the 9 Heavens Tower, and A-class supernatural beings have appeared one after another, not to mention the B-class and A-class that have already appeared in the ocean. The era of spiritual energy revival seems to have entered a stage of rapid development without knowing it. Lin Ning didn't know whether the current process was because the spiritual energy revival had really developed to this stage, or because he, the Fate Society, and those ordinary humans had entered too early. But he knew that he had to become stronger. No one knew whether there were any mutant creatures on this planet that were stronger than him. For example, the mysterious deep-sea monsters that followed these first-level mutant dolphins. Lin Ning did not think that their strength would be weak, although it was impossible to detect their spiritual energy concentration level. There was no doubt that they could chase these dozens of mutant dolphins and treat them as food. so their strength must be at least above the second level. And it was also at this time that Lin Ming sensed that a mutant dolphin that fell behind was caught by the tentacles like tree roots. And then it was quickly torn into pieces. Then, a stream of blood mist filled the seawater, and the pieces of meat were quickly swallowed by the tentacles, like roots, and disappeared. But this did not stop the three monsters. For them, eating and swallowing more is what they pursue. The speed seems not slow. Master, I feel a wonderful water flow. After waiting for a while, when those dolphins were only about 200 or 300 kilometers away from here, Chi Chun's spiritual language came again. Lin Ming knew that after this little guy had reached the third level of strength, he seemed to have a certain perception of danger. Although he was aware of a leaf falling from the ground within 100 kilometers, when he was at the second level, he seemed to be more terrifying. Stay still. Lin Ming estimated that he had been here for less than an hour, and the distance of more than 600 kilometers was reduced by half. Whether it was the mutant dolphin or the three groups of deep-sea monsters still wrapped in ink, their speed could be considered quite impressive. Then, let's get ready. The mutant dolphin didn't matter, but the three groups of monsters seemed to be a good experience pack. Lin Ming had been waiting for a long time. The reason why he hadn't taken action was that he wanted to take a closer look. In this vast ocean, were there only a few mutant creatures that he liked? Or were there more? The perception radius of 2,000 kilometers made it easy for Lin Ming to get a rough idea of the mutant creatures in the Great North Ocean within this range. He also found that there were not only these three deep-sea monsters. Their number was extremely large. However, these cunning creatures were all active in the deep sea of the sea area 1,000 kilometers away, and had no intention of stepping into this area. Or, did they actually have a sense of crisis? No way. At this moment, the bamboo roots had instantly extended from the steep seabed slope along the extremely deep sea basin, and stopped in the direction of the dolphin and the deep-sea monster. Then, these bamboo roots, at an extremely fast speed, instantly turned into a completely closed giant net in front of the three deep-sea monsters swimming at high speed. Simple. For Lin Ming, this was indeed too simple, especially facing these three mutant creatures whose speed can be predicted. Moreover, they are already very close to him, and Lin Ming does not need too much effort to catch all three big guys. Next, the mutant dolphins, who have discovered the changes behind them, and have left at the fastest speed, are getting farther and farther away from him. Lin Ming does not want to pay attention to them. Anyway, they are probably not as many evolution points as any of these three. Moreover, Lin Ming also discovered one thing. The distance is so close, and they have even been captured, but their attribute panels still do not appear. This is very telling. Strange beasts. It really is them. The bamboo roots further tightened, and more bamboo roots stretched out thin whiskers, which have already tightly tied up these monsters covered with tentacles. At the same time, the ink mist spit out by those monsters also became thicker. Then, next, the other bamboo roots penetrated deeply into the vicinity of those monsters. And in the next moment, Lin Ming used his previous sudden idea. Using the bamboo roots that had just emerged as a solid fulcrum, Lin Ming controlled them to quickly move their bodies in that direction. He made the entire bamboo body parallel to the direction of advance, and also used this speed achieved by using his infinite power to split a huge amount of sea water. The raging waves, from the sea at a depth of about 2,000 meters, quickly transmitted huge energy to everything around, and the vacuum brought by this also split the sea water completely. A strange scene appeared instantly above the Great North Ocean. Above the Great North Ocean, the sea water was violently split into two halves by this terrifying force. But this strange scene also returned to its original state after a very short time. However, the seabed thousands of meters below was not calm. One after another huge cracks were constantly opened, and in them, bright red flashes of fierce flames instantly turned into explosive flames. The seabed has bid farewell to the past silence in the constant roar, and has completely become a place of terrifying magma flow. Lin Ming doesn't care about these. It's a piece of cake. I have even flooded an entire city, so magma is not something to be mentioned. Cutting the entire water flow and using powerful force to face the terrifying water pressure is nothing to Lin Ming. And a moment later, looking at the three huge beasts tied tightly by his bamboo roots, Lin Ming sensed their huge heads and eyes densely covered on them through the layers of ink. And the suction cups on the tentacles, like capillaries, are constantly trying to suck up Lin Ming bamboo roots and destroy them. Strange beasts. This thing really exists in the ocean. The fact that it turned into a giant octopus was beyond Lin Ming's expectation. Facing a strange beast, especially one that seemed to give him many evolutionary points, Lin Ming was not confused at all. The hundreds of wind blades, with a diameter of nearly 5 meters condensed on the bamboo roots, were a powerful skill created by Lin Ming to overcome the water pressure in the ocean. Then, let's see how many times you can resist. Lin Ming looked at the strange beasts in front of him, and a wind blade went straight to one of them. Chapter 313, Being Invincible is Really Lonely. The half-moon-shaped green wind blade, according to common sense, will never appear in this deep sea. The most basic thing that a wind blade needs is air. And the air in this deep sea has been integrated with the seawater, and it is impossible to separate it according to normal methods. But this is not too difficult for Lin Ming. In other words, as long as the ability is related to elements, he can basically use his own powerful spiritual energy to maximize it. Of course, wind blades and the like are also completely possible in this deep sea. If there is no strong pressure in this deep sea and such a huge amount of water, Lin Ming now wants to create nearly 1,000 wind blades with a radius of 6 or 7 meters on land. And there is no problem at all. But compared to the dark element ability of the dark space that he is already familiar with and often uses, Lin Ming's control of other element abilities is relatively unfamiliar. However, even if it is unfamiliar, it is still easy to make hundreds of wind blades with a diameter of 5 meters in this deep sea using the wind element. Lin Ming had no good feelings towards the strange beasts. Although the strange beasts he had encountered before were basically some broken things made by the Destiny Club, and no evolution points were added at the beginning. They were basically things made by the Destiny Club. And these in the ocean look similar to octopuses, but they could basically be ruled out as things made by the Destiny Club. After all, the giant sea monster in the deep sea is absolutely impossible to be controlled by anyone. Moreover, this kind of monster that can easily chase dozens of first-level mutant dolphins around and run very fast must be very powerful. However, under the binding of Lin Ming bamboo roots, their countless tentacles don't even have the qualifications to move. And now, can they withstand Lin Ming wind blade? Boom! Although in this deep sea, when the wind blade hit one of the giant monsters, a loud noise still broke out. The water mist dissipated, bringing part of the ink mist to the upper layer of the seawater. But Lin Ming found that the monster that was hit did not suffer any damage at all. After all the wind blades were fired, there were bursts of roars and turbulence in the water. But Lin Ming found that it still had no effect. Oh! Elemental immunity? It seems to be the same as the previous monster. Lin Ming was not so surprised. In fact, wouldn't the special type of the original monster add this kind of buff to the ordinary type? And not only that, they can even resist ordinary attacks? Do these three have similar abilities? Part of the bamboo roots that bound them turned into extremely long spikes, and stabbed the three monsters at the same time with lightning speed. However, even though the bamboo roots themselves were extremely hard, the opponent showed no signs of injury, and continued to struggle as hard as before. All done. It really works. Immune to ordinary attacks. Elemental attacks are useless. Immune to ordinary attacks. Then, one thing is proved. The special type beasts should be in the mouths of these three giant octopus monsters. This should be the same routine as the previous big eyeball monsters. Then, things should be easy to deal with. Looking at the big mouths of the three giant monsters, Lin Ming's consciousness moved, and the bamboo roots rushed up crazily, and immediately opened their huge mouths to the maximum. Although immune to attacks, this kind of physical action is still completely useful. Soon, Lin Ming also saw what he wanted to see. A miniature octopus monster, looking quite like that special type monster. After the bamboo roots quickly crushed them, Lin Ming used the bamboo roots to push deeply at lightning speed, and the huge pressure instantly tore them into pieces. For a moment, the seawater became completely turbid. Ding! You have obtained 3,349 evolution points. Ding! You have obtained. The system voice came late. But Lin Ming didn't care about this. He suddenly found that the sea monsters that were like these monsters and far beyond the attack range also changed from wandering around before to coming in this direction together. What's the principle? More than 1,000 kilometers away. How do you know that your companions have been killed? Lin Ming didn't understand. However, this did not prevent him from quickly spreading the bamboo roots around, waiting for the experience packs that would be sent to him one by one. But before killing those monsters, Lin Ning suddenly found that the dolphins before, for some reason, suddenly changed direction again and swam towards him. What is this? For? Are you here to die? Master, you are too fast. At this time, the silver dragon Qin Chun came to his side again, and it seemed that he had consumed a lot of energy to swim here. Lin Ning move just now could almost be described as a teleportation-like movement method, which made Qin Chun stunned, not to mention anything else. It didn't even see how Lin Ning suddenly disappeared, but was directly hit far away by the sudden huge impact. After finally regaining its balance, Qin Chun took a breath on the sea surface, and finally found its master Lin Ning according to the flow and roar of the water. Lin Ning sensed the monsters approaching gradually, and looked at Qin Chun at the same time. Qin Chun, eliminate those mutant dolphins. That's your mission. Yes, Master. Qin Chun, who had a certain sense of the incoming enemy, obeyed the order, swung his huge tail, and quickly disappeared in the dark water. At the same time, Lin Ning also began to use bamboo roots to deal with several giant sea monsters that had entered the attack circle. For the prey that was delivered to his door, Lin Ning would not hesitate at all. And there were so many evolution points. Why not do it? Although these deep-sea monsters that look like giant octopuses do look a bit scary, their strength is not that good. This is exactly the same as the monsters in the past. It seems that they have nothing except strength. After killing more than 10 of them, Lin Ning even felt a little boring. The strength they rely on is not even worth mentioning compared to his own. It is easy to tie them up one by one with countless roots that instantly turn into countless roots, and then open their giant mouths like opening a can, after killing the special monsters inside. Lin Ning suddenly found that not all giant sea monsters have special types. Some of them began to collapse after he opened their mouths. Oh, this is good. For him, it has become easier. In his perception, Qin Chun is about to approach those mutant dolphins. Lin Ning has no doubt about Qin Chun's current strength. This guy can beat the first-level monsters, so there must be no problem at all. So, how long will it take to kill those mutant dolphins? But what happened next even stunned Lin Ning, who was dealing with those deep-sea monsters. Qin Chun was swimming back with the group of mutant dolphins. Chapter 314 Mystery Solved. At this moment, in this dark sea, Lin Ning felt that the current situation seemed to be a little unexpected. The silver dragon Qin Chun, who was sent out to eliminate the mutant dolphins, not only did not kill those guys, but brought them to his place together. This kind of thing seems to be familiar. When was the last time? Lin Ning remembered that it seemed to be when the Panda just came. Qin Chun and Panda reached an agreement in a very short time, persuaded this guy to join Lin Ning camp, and quickly became friends with Panda. Now, this guy did almost the same thing as before and persuaded this group of mutant dolphins to become Lin Ning's new subordinates. And this has been confirmed in the report just received from Qin Chun. Master, they are very grateful for your rescue, and they are afraid of your power. They decided to join us and become your loyal subordinates. Qin Chun seemed quite excited. For it seemed that this would make it feel more happy, rather than simply killing the other party. But Lin Ning actually had some ideas. Qin Chun's words were undoubtedly infected with the problem of Panda, speaking like ordinary humans. Maybe it was because when he packed all the knowledge for them to digest, he also put some of his own speaking habits into it. Lin Ning was not sure, but it didn't matter. Anyway, he could understand what they said. However, it was not bad to have so many subordinates all of a sudden. At least the new subordinates in the ocean that I had thought about before did not expect to appear in this way. 35 mutant dolphins. And they were all at the first level at the beginning. Plug and play is really good. Moreover, in this ocean, if there are these subordinates who can do various small things around at any time, it is not bad. Lin Ning does not want to do everything by himself. Wouldn't it be better to have these new subordinates to do some small things? And the silver dragon Qin Chun is the only one among the subordinates who can move freely in the water, so it can't be too tired. After all, this big Beiyang is quite wide. Don't get tired before you get there, or it will be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Lin Ning crushed a few more deep-sea monsters. In the water, he is currently invincible, with the ability of seawater adaptation. Even if he encounters such unimaginable strong water pressure, fierce undercurrents and high salinity seawater, Lin Ning is as relaxed as on the ground. It can be said that except for the lack of evolutionary points from sunlight and soil, there is almost no change. Moreover, in such a deep seabed, humans are powerless no matter what they want to do. Originally, even if they wanted to have an impact on the ocean, they had to determine in advance whether the enemies they wanted to attack were gathered on the sea level, and whether the number of enemies was worth their nuclear bombs. For example, if the large group of A-level and B-level monsters that completely submerged the Philippines and Labai countries last time had not gathered together in the end to attack the Tang Kingdom, and had gathered near the sea surface by some strange coincidence, it would still be unknown whether the Tang Kingdom could accomplish its feat of almost completely destroying them with nuclear bombs. In the deep sea of about 5,000 meters, the power of nuclear bombs has been reduced to the lowest level, and it can even be said that they have no effect. At most, they can create some shock waves, but this thing is completely ineffective against Lin Ming. Bang! Bang! 2 more sea monsters were crushed by Lin Ming bamboo roots like eggs, and turned into a pile of fragments. No challenge. What about B-level monsters? A-level monster kings? Why don't they come out one by one? Lin Ming is very clear about the habits of mutant creatures. Any strangers who arbitrarily break into their own sphere of influence will be attacked by them in a fierce, revengeful manner. And this anger will only stop after the opponent is expelled or killed. But now, Lin Ming found that he had come from the west coast of Europe to the deep sea, which was almost 1,000 kilometers away from the land, and still had not encountered any mutant creatures that could be called powerful. He felt quite helpless about this. Evolution Point Package. Come quickly. This trip was not just to go to America to eliminate all the remaining members of the Fate Society, but also to let the mutant creatures here know as much as possible in this ocean that a mutant bamboo on land has almost no opponents, not only on land, but also in the ocean. Lin Ming really wanted to encounter powerful opponents in the ocean. He really wanted to know whether there would be an S-level demon king like him here. If not, it would be a good thing to encounter a mutant creature like an A-level demon king and then turn it into your precious evolution points. But now, there is nothing. Bang! Bang! 2 more giant sea monsters were easily crushed by Lin Ming. Evolution points are coming again. 5,000 points. Wait! 5,000 points? Lin Ming was stunned. Isn't each one more than 5,000 points? What happened? He clearly crushed 2. Did he miss it? He checked and found that the 2 giant octopuses were dead and completely turned into powder. Lin Ming doubts gradually arose in his heart. And suddenly he thought of something. His bamboo root crushed the other 4 giant sea monsters that he had already controlled. Ding! You have obtained 5,221 evolution points. Ding! You have obtained 5,123 evolution points. 2 sounds. The system sounded only twice, not 4. It seems that he did not miss it just now, nor was it for any other reason. But the system sounded once, when he killed 2 just now, and after he killed 4 more, only 2 sounds came. Some have evolution points, and some do not. Let's not talk about those with evolution points for now. And those without evolution points. Aren't they one of the characteristics of those monsters when he first encountered them? At that time, Lin Ming was extremely annoyed with the monsters. These things were weak in strength and loved to fight. They kept attacking the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm where he was, and there was no benefit at all to kill them. At that time, Lin Ming was really annoyed. So he just sent his subordinates to kill them, and he was too lazy to even do it himself. But the situation of the alien beasts not having evolutionary points did not change until the last time humans released several fire bombs, and the sea of alien beasts formed in the spiritual rain. At that time, the evolutionary points obtained when killing the first alien beast had puzzled Lin Ming for a long time. After all, alien beasts did not give anything before. After leaving the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm and heading to Zhuke Valley, Lin Ming had indeed never seen alien beasts again before the Bear Country wetland. But after encountering them in the wetland, although Lin Ming did not carefully check whether every alien beast had evolutionary points, but there is no doubt that when he killed them himself, the system did have an evolutionary point prompt. Now, encountering the situation of no evolutionary points again, Lin Ming also has a new guess. The powerful bamboo root started to act again, and the alien beasts attracted by the blood and flesh of their kind were easily caught by him one after another after entering Lin Ming attack range. And then, Lin Ming did not directly crush these guys, but looked for other mutant creatures in the ocean. Soon, a tiger shark that had reached the first level entered Lin Ming perception. This stupid big guy was 50 meters long, and its huge body swam very slowly. And unlike other mutant creatures in this sea area, they all fled quickly after seeing those deep-sea giant monsters, but swaggered into Lin Ming attack range. Then, I won't be polite. In an instant, the bamboo roots burst out instantly. And a few seconds later, this extremely powerful stupid guy was tied up tightly by the stronger bamboo roots. Although this tiger shark wanted to struggle hard to break free from the imprisonment that bound itself, it fell into panic and despair after a short period of anger and madness. Lin Ming quickly pulled this guy to another direction, where there was a huge octopus-shaped monster, which was also tied up by him with bamboo roots. After seeing the huge tiger shark, this guy's attention was also focused on that side, and even the densely packed eyes were looking in that direction. Lin Ming released the bamboo root that bound the beast's mouth, and used the bamboo root to send the tiger shark directly into its huge mouth that had been opened to the maximum in an instant. Instantly, blood mist filled the air. Although the tiger shark was still struggling, the beast that had closed its huge mouth would never let it leave easily. Soon, there was no movement from the tiger shark in the belly of the giant octopus beast. But as the beast suddenly exerted force, a black mass of something came out of its mouth, and with the rapid expansion in a short period of time, Lin Ming found that a guy who looked exactly like this beast appeared. This is an ability of the beast. As long as something is completely swallowed, it will copy almost the same kind. Lin Ming only knew this matter when he sensed the intelligence about the beast from humans. But he had never encountered such a situation since he dealt with the beast. Lin Ming now forced the strange beast in front of him to swallow the mutant tiger shark, thus completing the process and allowing it to successfully replicate an avatar that was almost exactly the same as its original body. Then, the time to verify his guess has come. Lin Ming simply crushed the clone that was also trapped by his bamboo roots into mud. After waiting for a while, there was no response from the system. After waiting for about 5 minutes, there was still no response. Snap! After crushing the alien beast that made the clone. Ding! You got 5,011 evolution points. The case has been solved. So that's it. Lin Ming finally solved the mystery. The clone of the alien beast cannot give him any evolution points. The alien beast devours other mutant creatures or humans, digests them quickly, and then quickly creates a clone that is exactly the same as its original body. This is one of the abilities of the alien beast. And the clone, obviously, cannot provide evolution points. Lin Ming tried it again, this time catching a giant sea cucumber. And the result of this experiment was exactly the same as before. This once again proved his guess. It seems that the alien beasts that attacked him in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm at the beginning, as well as the alien beasts that attacked him several times later, were clones obtained by copying the clones. Therefore, when he killed them at that time, he did not earn any evolution points at all. And the last time in the Sea of Alien Beasts, it should be all the alien beasts that Alexandra could summon, all of which were not clones, but the original alien beasts. After destroying them, Lin Ming never encountered alien beasts again after going to Suzaku Valley. And it was also because of this. And it was not until he arrived at the wetlands of the Bear Country that Lin Ming encountered alien beasts again. But the alien beasts at that time should be the few remaining stocks of the Destiny Society. It is not that the Destiny Society does not want to use alien beasts, but it is probably because they have sent out all the alien beasts in their hands, and have no stock at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ming crushed several deep-sea giant alien beasts. The continuous influx of evolution points also made the evolution point numbers on Lin Ming attribute panel look better. But Lin Ming also found that the proportion of copies of the monsters that were crushed later was getting higher and higher. Master, we are back. At this time, Qin Shun had returned to Lin Ming with many mutant dolphins. And Lin Ming also found that even in the deep sea of 5,000 meters, these mutant dolphins still did not show any abnormalities. Sure enough, the adaptability of mutant creatures is much higher than the original. Even in such a high water pressure, they are still safe and sound, which is really outrageous. Lin Ming sighed, while observing the extra 35 new subordinates. Snap! 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 3 deep-sea giant monsters were crushed again. Lin Ming found that this time, there was not even a hint of sound. Are we here? Each of the 35 giant dolphins looks completely different from the impression of dolphins. Most of them are silver gray, with extremely tight mirror-like skin, and the huge head reveals their extremely developed brains. Among them, 5 are different in color from the others. Among the 5 heads, 3 were close to black, and the other 2 were golden and red. Lin Ning waved the bamboo branch and stretched the branch containing the demon pearl towards them. This was a prerequisite for establishing a master-slave relationship and communicating with spiritual language later. The dolphins didn't know what to do for a while, and Qin took the lead in demonstrating at this time. It took a big gulp of the demon pearl on the underwater branch, and in an instant, the fatigue all over the body disappeared, and the spiritual energy on the body became more. Seeing this, the dolphins immediately drank the demon pearl on Lin Ming bamboo branch. And while Lin Ming was crushing the giant sea monsters, he packed all the related knowledge and the like to the dolphins in one go. At the same time, Lin Ming also began to check the attribute panels of the dolphins. Of course, the giant sea monsters were always being crushed. However, at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt that the temperature of the entire sea water seemed to have dropped by several degrees and became much colder. At the northernmost end of the 2,000-kilometer radius of his perception, a huge monster suddenly broke in. Chapter 315: The Primary and Secondary Aspects of the Contradiction. At this moment, the eastern part of the Great Bayang Ocean is 1,300 kilometers away from the European continent. The temperature of the seawater keeps dropping, and strong currents are also blowing Lin Ming bamboo branches on this sea basin. Blowing it wildly. The seawater, which is much colder than before, keeps coming from that direction. And Lin Ming also finds that the mutant creatures and ordinary fish and shrimps fleeing from that direction are also rushing towards this direction, as if they can't avoid it. Strong currents are surging from north to south. Lin Ming knew clearly without any need to sense that the sea surface above 5,000 meters must be surging with waves. Lin Ming sensed that it was an extremely powerful spiritual energy, which came from the giant monster that had just entered the perception space range of the 2,000-kilometer radius. Moreover, this thing was not swimming on the seabed, but floating on the sea surface, moving towards this side. Lin Ming could sense that the spiritual energy on the other party seemed to be hidden, without any fluctuations, just like his mutant demon bamboo, without any spiritual energy. Well, do these big guys have the ability to hide their own spiritual energy? Or is this thing also a strange beast? As the other party's true body appeared, the embodiment in Lin Ming's mind became clearer and clearer, and became a whole. As Lin Ming continued to estimate, he was also amazed at the huge size of this thing. This is a giant turtle with a total length and width of nearly 2,000 meters, carrying a huge iceberg, like a small island, 2,000 meters long and wide. A big guy has come. This is the first time that Lin Ming has seen a mutant creature of this size. The biggest one he has encountered before seems to be himself? How can it grow so big? And it is also carrying a huge iceberg. What kind of combination is this? A mutant creature with ice element? Then, this thing is not a strange beast. Lin Ming has seen strange beasts so many times, and even fought with a strange beast not long ago. There is absolutely no such thing as elemental attributes for strange beasts. They only use sharp teeth, tentacles and various immune abilities to fight, and have never shown the ability to control elements. So, is this island turtle really a mutant creature? Sensing the huge gap between his own and the other party's size, Lin Ming knew that the other party seemed to be better in this regard. However, the opponent's strength cannot be sensed at present, and Lin Ming cannot immediately determine whether it is an A-level demon king, or the S-level demon king that he has always believed to exist. So, choose to fight head-on, or go to America first to kill Beifulai and Alexandra, who are still living happily there? This question is actually not difficult to choose. In other words, on one side are mutant creatures with unknown abilities, and on the other side are Beifulai and other members of the Destiny Society, who are eager to be killed and may invent more powerful inventions at any time. Lin Ming does not want to waste time here anymore. From the beginning of sensing those giant sea monsters until now, it really took a long time. After all, starting from just now, he has crushed a total of nearly 70 giant sea monsters, although only 25 of them have evolutionary point income, which brought him a total evolutionary point income of less than 80,000. It did take nearly 3 hours. 3 hours is enough to do a lot of things. Using the previous method of movement, he might be able to reach the land of the American continent within 3 hours and start to remove the strongholds of the Fate Society one by one. But if there were no giant monsters, so many evolution points would not be obtained in vain. As for this island turtle, it would be unwise to continue to waste time here. The speed of the island turtle is also very slow. He has been thinking about it for a while, but it has only moved forward a little. It is really slow. Lin Ning feels that he must cherish time. His main goal is to kill the remnants of the Fate Society. Establish countless spiritual bamboo clones in the American continent, where the American country is located, and destroy all the resistance there. Hunting mutant creatures in this great North Ocean is just a side job. It would be better if you can hit it. But if you can't, it doesn't really matter. Why wait here or fight an enemy whose strength is unknown? Besides, if this guy is also a clone of some alien beast, wouldn't it be a waste to kill him after spending so much time? Lin Ning thought of this, and looked at Qin Shun and the newly joined mutant dolphins. Master, should we continue to act? Or? Qin Shun saw that his master Lin Ning was stunned for a while, and did not move forward. He was also a little unsure of his master's intention. Qin Shun, you lead these dolphin teams, and follow me closely. Don't fall behind. After Lin Ning finished his instructions, he sensed the direction and confirmed that he was not going in the wrong direction. Then he suddenly launched dozens of bamboo roots to a place 1,000 kilometers away. In the ocean, he didn't have to worry about human reconnaissance, let alone being seen by anything. Before, he moved from the cliff to the side, using that powerful movement method that could split the ocean. Now Lin Ning naturally thought of this method. It would be difficult to use it on land, but in the ocean, it was too easy for him. And compared to walking slowly, the speed of this movement method was really too fast. However, Lin Ning felt that he was the only one who could use this method to move. After all, he was the only mutant plant that could enter the seawater. Moreover, the strong seawater pressure and the destructive power caused by high-intensity movement that he could withstand were what a mutant creature of the S-level Demon King could withstand. Moreover, ordinary mutant creatures are not able to launch roots 1,000 kilometers away and then use the powerful pulling of the roots to complete such a feat. In other words, only he can do this. Lin Ning sensed the position of the huge island turtle and corrected his own direction. That thing will be dealt with after killing the Destiny Society, including this island turtle, all the mutant creatures in the seawater, and on the land on the entire Blue Star. As long as there is a meaning to kill them, Lin Ning will never easily not do it. While pursuing the strongest, all opponents with the potential to become stronger must be killed one by one, so that they can stand at the absolute top in this era of spiritual energy revival. The bamboo roots penetrated deeply into the seabed at 1,000 kilometers. And Lin Ning also started this time. Super move. At the same time, in the northeast of Ice City, 247 kilometers away, on the east side of Chongqing Mountain, having arrived at the secret base, and letting Tian Lao use the spiritual energy disappearance skill to completely hide the powerful spiritual energy fluctuations on them, Xing Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. For them, this harsh environment, with hundreds of sea-level demon spirits in the spiritual realm, is actually an excellent paradise. Fate will be destroyed, and the Tang Kingdom has suffered heavy damage from the tide of mutant creatures. No matter which side it is, it has no time to care about other things now, after they escaped to the depths of this spiritual realm. Unless the Tang Kingdom launched an intensive missile bombardment of the entire spiritual realm. Even if they really did so, Xing Yu and others' barrier ability would definitely be able to withstand it. But the Tang Kingdom obviously would not do so. Xing Yu knew very well that the man was not stupid enough to kill them at this time. The threat of mutant creatures has not been eliminated, especially when the S-level Demon King is outside, and the external threat has not been eliminated. If the man is really stupid enough to attack them first, then the entire human race is estimated to have only one way to perish, and there is no possible chance to turn over. Among their group of people, there are now 3 extraordinary people who have upgraded their level to A level. Xing Yu now has a more sophisticated ability to control ink drops, almost reaching the level of perfection, whether it is to let the ink droplets attack, infiltrate, make any simulated clones, create explosions, make barriers, or even become a movable vehicle. After he was promoted to A level, he awakened the ability to control water elements, although it is not yet mature. After combining the ability to control water elements with the ability to control ink drops, Xing Yu also gained extremely terrifying power. The ink drops are turned into ink pools, ink lakes, and ink seas, and the power is multiplied. After Zheng Guodong was promoted to A level, his various abilities were also further strengthened. In addition to the original control of fire and wind elements, Zheng Guodong has now even awakened a third ability, doubling his ability. In short, he can multiply the power of his own or other people's abilities through his ability. In actual combat, Zheng Guodong can also use this ability to maximize his terrifying combat power. A few fire dragons are child's play. He can now even use the wind element to control the fire element, forming nearly 100 huge fire dragons to fight. Of course, using the fire element to create an absolute defensive barrier around the body is also quite no problem. Compared to the two of them, Fei Jun improvement is not too obvious. The original short-distance teleportation ability can basically switch freely at a very fast speed within a range of 10 meters. Now this ability has been strengthened to a considerable extent and has become a medium-distance teleportation. Within a range of 50 meters, it can switch freely at a faster speed. The original second ability, maximize weapon attack. The ability of weapon power surge has been strengthened a lot now, and has become the ability of weapon power surge, which can easily make any weapon emit chi when attacking. With the ability of mid-range teleportation, it can also effectively attack a large number of enemies with weapons. After being promoted to A level, Fei Jun also awakened his third ability, wind element control. Although the control of wind element is only a primary element control ability, with the blessing of Fei Jun other two abilities, it has a tiger adding wings effect. Fei Jun now wants to create a storm composed of sword energy, which is not a difficult task now. However, even if the 3 A-level extraordinary people are added together, they are definitely not the opponent of the S-level Demon King. If it is a normal mutant creature, it can be dragged to death by enchantment and protracted battle. But when the opponent is a plant, it is completely unknown to the opponent's fighting method and has no information about the opponent. So it is completely impossible to fight with it. Old Zheng, what do you think about that person? Xingyu controlled the ink droplets to kill a huge roe deer nearby, and then used the ink droplets to transport it to the vicinity of the camp, while he squatted on a wooden block. What else can I think? That person is not trustworthy at all. I guess Chengyu is now in a state of crazy regret. Zheng Guodong picked up a large pile of firewood and snapped his fingers. The fire immediately burned up, but the fire was also under Zheng Guodong control, and it was just the right size. Suddenly, the huge roe deer that was held by the ink droplets and did not fall to the ground rolled up silver light, and in a very short time, it turned into a skeleton without flesh and blood. One sword thrust. Forget it. Fei Jun retracted the long sword, and there was no blood on it. The cold light in his eyes disappeared in an instant. Countless pieces of meat that had been removed from bones and fascia were caught by the ink drops, and then inserted into the wooden sticks and roasted on the flames. Hey, I said, it will be much easier for us to cook after you come back. Old Tian laughed and sat beside Xingyu. You must be regretting it now. If that person is really reliable, why would we hide in this spiritual realm? Yes, that person can directly take a helicopter and run to us who have hidden the spiritual energy, which is very telling. But Xingyu still can't see clearly, so it's useless to say it, Zheng Guodong said, taking a deep breath of the aroma of barbecue. Almost everyone in the camp came over and sat around the fire, talking and laughing, as if they were at home. There are several layers of barriers that can be maintained on the outside, and they don't worry about any mutant creatures suddenly breaking in, or flies as big as fists buzzing around their heads while they are eating. And even if there are beings like B-level demons attacking, there are still these 3 powerful A-level extraordinary people. Everyone ate peacefully during this meal. Before Xingyu and the others came back, they hadn't eaten so peacefully for a long time. In the center of this spiritual realm, all kinds of unexpected dangers may occur at any time. But after the 3 of them came back, this danger also disappeared. Next, we have to move forward and head to the ruins of Yuko City near the river mouth. Although it has long become a ruin, it is also the first place to establish the Doomsday territory. There are a lot of material reserves, which is quite suitable as our new base. After finishing the barbecue, Mr. Tian stood up and pointed in a direction, and everyone nodded. Bingcheng is not suitable for staying any longer, but it does not mean that other places are not suitable. Then, what will that person do next? Fei Jun took out the spear on his back and wiped it carefully. If he wasn't so stupid, he would never attack us first. After all, now that the Destiny Society has been completely destroyed, the most important thing for that person to do is not to fight with us, but to take advantage of the moment to completely wipe out all the remaining parts of the Destiny Society, and then get all their technology and other things to redevelop. Old Tian drank a mouthful of hot water and suddenly looked up at the sky. 2 huge shadows suddenly passed by, but nothing was seen in the sky. Chapter 316 Ultra-Long Distance Movement. The master hasn't given any orders for a long time. In the pouring rain, Feng Xiao and Feng Ji said to the panda, who was chewing bamboo with a giant bear man next to them in a huge cave they built in Suzaku Valley. This cave is based on a slope. The not-so-hard limestone quickly turned into a huge pit under the precise attack of Panda's bullet fist. With its continuous development and excavation, the cave is getting deeper and deeper. In fact, this cave has become a hole that penetrates into the ground, is nearly 100 meters long, and is like a semicircular dome. In this huge cave, Lin Ming's subordinates are almost all resting inside, except for the troops in the water. Qiying and Xue Jin are not there. At this time, one is heading south and the other is heading north. Both of them are carrying out the reconnaissance mission ordered by Panda. In this spiritual realm, summer rainstorms basically pour down every day. And as the lake water rises, Panda has to consider the future. Now without the protection of the master, they have to find a way to avoid the rain. And this cave they dug is an excellent place to avoid the rain. The master must have his reasons. We just need to do the tasks assigned by the master. Panda threw a few bamboo shoots into his mouth in one breath and lay down again with satisfaction. This huge cave that has been excavated is far above the ground level. It is extremely dry and has become the best resting place for it and its companions who stayed behind. On rainy days like this, Panda does not like to let his fur get wet by the rain. And now is not a good time to attack. Panda looked at his companions. Almost all of them were resting. After the master Lin Ming took out more than a dozen companions, most of the companions were still on standby here. After the last wave of mutant creatures, Panda led his companions to attack the mutant creatures in the tide of mutant creatures who had no idea what it meant to turn back, nor what it meant to counterattack and defend. Although they are at a great disadvantage in numbers, they are killing all around in this tide of mutant creatures and madly improving their own levels. This is also the most important task given to them by their master Lin Ming. Panda knows very well that it must lead its companions to maintain the control before the master Lin Ming left in the territory of Tang State. Otherwise the human side will definitely attack the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm. All the human side needs is time. As long as they are given time to recover, they will fight with the mutant creatures for their own survival. Although the human side is now much more honest than before. In other words, they are now busy rebuilding the city damaged by the huge tide of mutant creatures last time. Although the target of the tide of mutant creatures is Shangjing City, their movement routes are like they were designed, all in a completely straight line, which also caused all the cities on the straight line from the alien world to Shangjing City to suffer. Through the constant reconnaissance of the flying troops, Panda also controls all the movements of Tang State. The Tang Kingdom is now repairing cities and rebuilding everything. Countless weapons are also deployed around key cities. But as long as they are ready, they will definitely attack the spiritual realm. The master must be busy with other things. And what we have to do is to work hard to improve our level, Panda said to many companions, walking towards the cave entrance. While the rainstorm outside continued, the original lake has now burst due to the continuous rainstorm, and the underwater troops inside are now quite free in the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm, which has become a swamp. They even swam to places where the water is more turbulent and kept playing. However, there are also some people who were sent by Panda to the Quanjiang River and other large rivers to carry out further level up tasks. After all, as aquatic creatures, their levels have almost reached the first level. But according to the master's order, they are still much worse than those unknown enemies in the ocean. A long howl suddenly came from the sky. Panda looked up at the rain curtain that was like a waterfall, and a black dot that was hovering in the sky gradually came to the vicinity of the cave entrance. Xue Jin landed at the edge of the cave entrance and folded up his huge wings. A trace of fatigue appeared in his sharp golden pupils. How are those extraordinary people? Panda asked immediately. He knew that Xue Jin was very tired after flying continuously for a very long time. But Panda was still very concerned about the whereabouts of those extraordinary people who had to be observed in another task assigned by the master. Those extraordinary people have entered a spiritual realm, and they seem to be going further and further away from where we are. Xue Jin shook off the rain on her feathers and reported immediately. Panda thought for a while. It stood at the outermost entrance of the cave, raised its head, and looked at the Lingzhu clone of its master Lin Ming, who was still motionless in the distance. There is no doubt that this information is very important. Now, The Tang Kingdom has no time to deal with the mutant creatures in the spiritual realm. And these A-level extraordinary people who are a threat are now moving to more marginal areas and are less threatening than before. Although the strength of these A-level extraordinary people is unknown, judging from the importance that their master Lin Ming attaches to them, they are definitely not easy to deal with. The main reason why the master Lin Ming is worried is that their levels are all B-level, while those extraordinary people are A-level. If a conflict occurs, there may be quite a lot of unfavorable situations. But in fact, Panda thinks that the master is a little worried. Fo Xiao and Feng Yan of the Wind Wolf, Baichi of the Soro and Jingji of the Lynx, have now entered the A-level barrier. They are completely different in size and appearance from the past. After evolving, they have awakened new abilities, and at the same time, their strength has become stronger. Even if those A-level extraordinary people really come to fight them, it is estimated that they will die in the end. They are more confident in their current strength. And next, they will do something big to verify their own strength. Their strength is now very different from the past. Although they have not been tested in actual combat, it is only a matter of wanting to destroy one or several cities. At this time, another long howl came, and Panda saw that another black spot was slowly landing in the rainstorm. Panda, the southern area has been scouted. When do we set off? The red shadow that fell at the entrance of the cave shook the rain on the feathers and asked Panda. The red shadow had finished its investigation. Following Panda's orders, it had conducted a day-long reconnaissance of the closest place in Tang State to the spiritual realm. Wait until the rain stops. Panda looked back at his companions who had stood up at this time. It is also our duty, as subordinates, to establish merits for the master. Lin Ming quickly used a new way of movement to quickly move long distances in the ocean. For him, the only disadvantage of this way of movement is that it makes too much noise. Moreover, it is easy to collide with a school of fish that was just passing by. It split the seawater and also shattered the seabed of the ocean, and even restarted their active geological activities. Lin Ming saw more than once that the hot red magma kept rolling out on the seabed and quickly turned black, which also raised the seawater by several degrees in an instant. After moving nearly 1,000 kilometers at once, Lin Ming arrived at a new and unfamiliar place. The terrain here was much higher than the previous sea basin, and the types of mutant creatures also increased a lot. Lin Ming could also see that all the large and small marine mutants gathered here to varying degrees, as if this wide mountain-like existence was also a paradise for their growth and survival. However, Lin Ming was somewhat disappointed to find that most of these mutants were those that had just entered the rank not long ago, and the number of the occasional first-rank ones was also extremely rare. At least within the 2,000 kilometers of his perception, there were not many mutants above the first rank. There were quite a few giant sea monsters that looked almost the same as before, but they were much smaller than what he had seen before. Lin Ming was also quite puzzled. Where did all the A and B level mutants that he had sensed in the Pacific Ocean when he was in Tang Kingdom go? How come the strongest mutants he had seen in the central area of the Great North Ocean were only the first rank, and only the C-rank dregs? This didn't make sense. Could it be that the powerful ones were killed by those strange beasts? Or were they eaten by the mutant creatures of the level of the giant turtle that looked like a small island? Lin Ming guessed for a while, and sensed the surrounding area for a long time. But there was no physical body of any mutant creatures with higher levels of realms. And the slow-moving island turtle could not sense anything at this time. Wait, could it be that the nuclear bombs fired by the Tang Kingdom last time directly wiped out all the A and B mutant creatures in this ocean? Even though he thought so, Lin Ming felt that he could not rule out the possibility that those powerful enemies would also have the ability to conceal their own spiritual energy. It's hard to say. Just like that huge island turtle. Can it do this? Maybe the stronger ones are still in the Pacific Ocean or the deep poison ocean. Not in this vast North Ocean. Lin Ming thought so, sensing the subordinates behind him, and found that their speed was not slow. Qin Chun, you lead the dolphin team to catch up. Lin Ming did not want to wait for them here all the time. Now they are not fast compared to himself. Originally, Qin Chun was waiting for him, but now the situation is reversed. Master, I will lead them to chase after him. Qin Chun was actually very surprised. Now the Master Lin Ming way of moving is nothing but crazy. Almost 1,000 kilometers of movement at a time. And each time it can split the seawater into two halves. And the seabed part will also be torn and spew out magma with a huge kinetic energy generated by this movement. Qin Chun couldn't help but be shocked by this level of movement. Lin Ming sensed everything 2,000 kilometers away, and used the bamboo route to move over a long distance again. The rushing sea water was constantly cut, and the rumble on the seabed continued. The underwater mountain that Lin Ming had just left, after his move, suddenly erupted with hundreds of deep bottomless holes, and the magma that spewed up immediately erupted violently. The underwater mountain was suddenly ablaze, forming a new underwater volcano. But for Lin Ming, these things didn't matter. The changes in the seabed were far less joyful than when he sensed the land. After this move, Lin Ming also got the materialization of a huge land in his perception. He didn't expect that he could reach the eastern part of the American continent across the ocean from the western part of the European continent so quickly. However, after Lin Ming further materialized these lands, he strangely found that they were not connected to a whole land, but were dotted with rugged islands. Islands. Lin Ming still knew something. The American continent was divided into two parts, north and south, and the part between them was a large area of islands like stars. On these islands, there were still a considerable degree of dense plants, and there were also some mutant creatures that had just entered the level realm. But these were not what Lin Ming wanted. His goal is the American country on the American continent, where there are the remnants of the Destiny Society that he wants to destroy. This archipelago does not have much meaning. After the bamboo roots stretched to the limit and set up a considerable number of spiritual bamboo clones near the islands that could be reached, Lin Ming also ordered Qin Chun and the dolphin team, who were trying to catch up with him, to continue to follow up. Lin Ming knew that this time he seemed to have come to the location of the archipelago in the south of the American country, which was not that far away from the American country. This time, Lin Ming modified some directions and corrected his movement direction to the northwest, which should be the correct direction of the American country. At this moment, it was already late at night. Lin Ming knew that the sky above the sea had fallen into absolute darkness. For Bephuli and Alexandra, who attacked the Destiny Society as humans, the night was obviously more advantageous to him. The human eye can only do a limited amount of things, and their bodies will definitely be tired and become slower than during the day at night. So, if we don't attack now, when will we attack? Lin Ming once again started to move over a long distance, and after this movement, he immediately sensed a great number of cities and human manifestations, and even discovered thousands of extraordinary research centers. Lin Ming bamboo roots stretched from the depths of the ocean to the coast. From this moment on, the two most important remaining members of the Destiny Society in America will be completely wiped out. Chapter 317, God's Gift. In the inky black night, the sky above the eastern and southern parts of America was covered by rolling dark clouds. In the underground secret base of the northernmost city of America, Gag City, Bephuli was sitting on a recliner, looking at several documents in his hand. Just a short while ago, the two experiments that he was most concerned about also got the results he wanted. Report to the master. The 5, 7 and 48 test subjects finally survived after 6 experiments, and they can already produce spiritual energy in their bodies. And the concentration of spiritual energy is constantly increasing. A researcher pushed open the door and walked in, reporting the final result of one of the experiments to Bephuli. I understand. Bephuli's eyes did not leave the document in front of him. The success of this experiment was actually not as important as the experiment recorded in the document in his hand. In other words, the experimental data recorded in the document in hand is the key point to the final victory that can change all disadvantages. S-level Demon King. This level of enemy is definitely not a simple existence to defeat. Especially, the opponent is a mutant plant. Bephuli is even less likely to underestimate or look down on it. The headquarters of the Fate Society was instantly destroyed, and the President Adenauer, who had the ability of countless clones, was hunted down in a very short time and killed quickly. After that, all the supernatural research centers of all sizes in Europe were destroyed. The mutant creature with such power is simply unheard of, no matter who can think of it. Moreover, the most bizarre thing is that this mutant creature seems to have locked on to the Fate Society and everything about the Fate Society as an enemy, and carried out an almost crazy hunting action. Bephuli is not unaware that the mutant demon bamboo will sooner or later cross the vast North Ocean and attack the American country from the European continent to take his life here. After all, he was the only surviving member of the original Fate Society. Alexandra? That woman didn't want to listen to him at all, and even went out endlessly, regardless of the danger of exposing her whereabouts. to confirm whether the old man Adenauer was dead or not. It was simply annoying. What made Befuly even more unbearable was that Alexandra didn't want to use her ability to let him use it, to control those strange beasts and turn them into valuable combat power. And she didn't want to use the precious ability of reverse summoning to help him avoid death and crisis at any time. So, Befuly had no choice. As a scientist who had been studying supernatural powers and spiritual energy, Alexandra was a good research subject for him. Not cooperating? Then wouldn't it be enough to copy the ability? The technology of artificial supernaturals became more and more sophisticated. And for ordinary people in the era of spiritual energy revival, who were always in danger, there were many who wanted to become supernaturals for various reasons. They pursue a strong body or various abilities that violate physics. And they also want to use this ability to protect themselves or their families. There are even some who want to use this extraordinary power to do things that they would never dare to do before, and want to use this ability to pursue wealth, money, and even all imaginable desires. But in Befuly's view, the technology of artificial extraordinary people is not to satisfy the expectations of ordinary people with various positive and negative thoughts. The flesh and blood tissues of mutant creatures or extraordinary people are continuously extracted, and the spiritual energy contained in them is placed on ordinary people who voluntarily want to undergo the experiment of extraordinary birth through spiritual energy generating liquid, so that they can become extraordinary people. That's what they said. And it's also written in the propaganda. But the actual situation is that among 100 people, generally only 2 or 3 people can survive several rounds of experiments, generate spiritual energy in their bodies through spiritual energy generating liquid, and survive after the adaptation period of the stabilizer. However, after being tortured over and over again, the brains of the lucky ones who survive can only obey simple commands, and cannot make any other reactions related to human beings. These artificial extraordinary people will be used as tools, and become the most loyal soldiers of the Destiny Society, responsible for attacking ordinary people and living as unconventional weapons. What the subordinates just reported was the latest research results obtained by stripping and copying Alexandra's abilities. After several rounds of screening, 3 ordinary people from the 500 volunteers withstood the layers of experiments and finally obtained Alexandra's 3 abilities. That is, the 3 abilities of monster control, monster summoning and reverse summoning. Befuly is not very interested in monster control and monster summoning. These 2 abilities only work when there are a large number of exotic beasts, or when powerful exotic beasts exist. Now, the Fate Society does have a group of exotic beasts. They are hidden in the western spirit realm of America, with a number of nearly 9,000. But the strength of each of them can actually be considered to be extremely weak, and basically have no great combat power. If you want to rely on them to fight, it is better to use white mist bombs to create a wave. If the combat power is low, it is useless even if there are a lot of them. After all, the opponent is the S-level Demon King. What Befuly values most is the ability called reverse summoning. As long as you use this ability, you can go directly to any location at any location, although there is a distance limit, as a backup for escaping. This ability is undoubtedly the most powerful. As for the other experiment, it is related to more things. In fact, if you have this ability and maximize its power, what S-level Demon King is not a problem at all. Ability enhancement. This ability can multiply the ability of oneself or any other party, and the increase will be doubled as the ability is strengthened. In other words, if he uses this ability on himself, can he instantly improve his IQ, or even design more powerful spiritual and scientific products? All this is still unknown. The first and second batches of experiments have ended, and there are currently 17 people left out of the 2,000 volunteers. According to probability, there may be about 7 people left in the third round of experiments. Generally speaking, only 1 or several stable experimental subjects can be left after 5 rounds. But now it seems that this ability is extremely repulsive to extraordinary people. Perhaps it can only stay in the third round in the end. Beep beep. Just then, a series of shrill alarms came, and on the huge display screen opposite Befuly, which showed the map of the entire America, the Feijo Peninsula in the lower right corner was shining with dazzling light. Send someone to see what it is. Befuly immediately issued an order. At this time, could it be that some mutant creatures in the ocean accidentally came ashore and triggered the improved version of the spiritual shielding device? Or that mutant demon bamboo? No, it's impossible. How could bamboo come to America from the European continent through the vast North Ocean? And in such a short time? Beifulai shook his head. This is unrealistic. Even if the bamboo can really cross the ocean, it is absolutely impossible to reach America on the other side of the ocean at such a fast speed. Beifulai concluded that this must be a mutant creature from the ocean that came ashore and accidentally triggered the improved version of the aura shielding device. This is the only possibility. Try it in. Continue the experiment. Beifulai opened the communication. The experiment of ability enhancement must continue. This is the most important thing. Report. Experiment number 1 has died. At this time, another researcher walked in quickly and reported to Beifulai. Find a place to throw her away. What's the point of reporting such a rubbish? Get lost. Beifulai was a little annoyed. It didn't matter whether Alexandra was dead or not. Her ability was already in hand, and she was no longer useful. Yes. But. No buts. Why not use this time to quickly conduct the next round of screening on that experiment? Go! Beifulai couldn't help but throw the documents in his hand onto the table, making a loud noise. Beifulai felt that even if the crazy mutant demon bamboo really couldn't cross the Great North Ocean, he needed to seize the time and quickly rebuild the Destiny Society in America. He would also become the leader of the new Destiny Society, using all the weapons in his hands and the increasing number of artificial supernatural beings he created to conquer the blue planet in this era of spiritual energy revival. The 6 gold square array and white fog bombs, as well as the tenets of the improved spiritual energy shielding device, are enough to prevent all the currently known mutant creatures in the world from breaking free and becoming ordinary creatures like harmless. At that time, whether to kill or let go is just a matter of wanting or not. But here, the only uncertainty is the mutant demon bamboo of the S-level demon king. This mutant demon bamboo is different from all other mutant creatures. It is a mutant plant. There is no data to prove whether its strength has reached S level or even higher. Moreover, it can destroy the headquarters of the Fate Society and kill the powerful A-level extraordinary Adenauer by itself. No one can tell how strong this mutant demon bamboo is. However, if the ability replication experiment of ability amplification can be done well, then with its strength, it will definitely not be a problem to kill the mutant demon bamboo. Bang! The door was pushed open heavily, and a researcher rushed in fear. His face was covered with cold sweat. His hair was messy, and he was extremely uneasy. Report? Report to Lord Beifulai. The thermal image of the mutant creatures that invaded Feijo Peninsula has been produced. Look! What is this? Beifulai squinted his eyes and took a deep breath after seeing the red monster on the big screen that looked like a giant octopus, but with eyes all over its head and countless tentacles. TSK? An alien beast, or one that was born naturally. Beifulai quickly recognized the indescribable monster and immediately understood the origin of this alien beast. Whether on land or in the sea, alien beasts can also be born naturally. Alexandra was also discovered and absorbed into the organization by the Destiny Club because she could control several alien beasts born in the spiritual realm near her hometown. Later, through Beifulai's research, he found out that Soul Pill was the key to transform mutants into strange beasts. And it was also the key to creating strange beasts transformed from extraordinary people. Through the research on Soul Pill, he later developed the aura shielding device, the 6 gold square array, and the white fog bomb, etc. It can be said that without Alexandra, there would not be so many researches by Beifulai. And Alexandra eventually became a real stepping stone for his career and achievements. Most of the strange beasts in the sea are transformed by absorbing the soul pills of other mutants. Their abilities are naturally much stronger than ordinary strange beasts. Then, they are just a good test subject for me. Prepare the helicopter for me. Let the number 5 experiment subject go over there and control the strange beast. Beifulai was overjoyed. Is this a blessing in disguise? Instead of waiting for the S-level mutant demon bamboo, a strange beast came. If the number 5 experiment subject can control it, then this will be another amazing fighting force. However, another researcher broke into the room again, Master Beifulai. There are also, on the Carmela Plain in the west of Feijo Peninsula. At the same time, the entire large screen began to flash wildly, and the alarm sounded one after another, which put everyone's eardrums in the room under unprecedented test. Beifulai frowned and looked at the entire southern coastal area of America, which had become a series of alarms. Go and confirm for me what exactly is there. Yes, Master Beifulai, Please wait a moment. The researcher ran out, his face full of panic. A large-scale invasion of strange beasts. If so, it couldn't be better. But if it's not, the hand gently stroked a button on the table. As long as he wants. This 6 gold square array will be activated instantly. As long as the mutant creatures enter this square array, no one can escape. The last time the mutant demon bamboo of the S-level Demon King was able to break through the 6 gold square array, although there is no data to support it. He believes that it must have used its roots to hold it up from the ground and throw it away, successfully destroying this almost completely defensive existence. So, if this thing is placed in a place that cannot be destroyed at all, then what? Report? Lord Bayfuli. According to the thermal sense, those are exactly the same as the previous beasts. Bayfuli smiled. The more the better. Wouldn't it be better if there were more beasts? Continue the experiment of copying the ability of experimenter number 1. And put the spare. Those people. Use the spiritual energy generating liquid. Bayfuli grinned. Such a huge fighting force was simply sent by God for free. So he had to be prepared accordingly. Boom. However, at this moment, a strong earthquake-like boom exploded in the ears like thunder, and the ground began to shake terribly. What happened? Bayfuli lay on the ground, trying to stay calm, but he found that the ceiling began to collapse. Earthquake? Or? He tried to crawl to the door and headed towards the laboratory. There was a strange sense of fear in his heart, and this sense of fear came from something that could not appear here. Mutated demon bamboo? No. It can't be. He roared. Chapter 318. It's easy to get. In the dark night, the waves were raging, and the violent sea water hit the white cliffs like fangs. The dark clouds rolled and kept surging towards the shore. In the far distance, there were some tornadoes connecting the sky and the earth, gradually coming to the shore. At this moment, Lin Ning was about 5 kilometers away from the shore. He would not be stupid enough to rashly set foot on the American country where Bayfuli, who invented many weapons, was without trying. As long as the other party is not stupid, they will definitely set up something on the shore near the ocean, like the 6 gold square array, the aura shielding device and the like. There is no doubt that they will definitely be set up. Although from his current strength, he is immune to these things. And even to him, those things are not even more noteworthy than the huge island turtle. But Lin Ning still feels that he needs to experiment. What if Bayfuli invented some new weapon? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Lin Ning was quite careful about this. He would not fight a battle without preparation. And of course, he would not rush in foolishly. Although his strength had reached this point, it would not hurt to be cautious. The bamboo root went deep into the deep sea area behind him. If he did not want to trigger the human defense himself, he would just find an unlucky guy to do it. And for this unlucky guy, Lin Ning felt that there was nothing more suitable than a deep-sea giant monster. It could not sense spiritual energy, was huge and threatening, and was attractive enough. And there were many of them. That was enough. Of course, if there was no effect, throwing some mutant creatures on it would not be a problem. Sensing everything nearby, Lin Ning chose the west coast of a huge peninsula as the breakthrough point for the first wave of exploratory attacks. A giant sea monster that was originally moving slowly in the deep sea more than 700 kilometers away was entangled by Lin Ning bamboo roots almost in an instant, and was tied up tightly in a very short time. The bamboo roots quickly stretched and retracted, quickly throwing the deep-sea monster to the coast, and pushed it with the bamboo roots. At this time, in Lin Ning perception, it was like pieces of rocks on the beach or gravel buried deep underground. After the monster rushed into the shore, it quickly flew from all places, just like a small magnet encountering an iron block. At the same time, the monster seemed to have been drained of all its strength. It was just baring its teeth and claws and wanted to roar. But now it seemed to have entered the time of the sage and completely lay on the beach and stopped moving. Lin Ning couldn't help but be a little surprised. There is no doubt that these stones flying out from various places are aura shielding devices. However, these aura shielding devices, unlike those that Lin Ning had seen before, can only be spread into a certain shape to circle mutants within a certain range. They cannot be stuck to mutants like taffy, or things like this that can hide their own aura and existence. An improved version? Or an enhanced version? This thing seems to be different from the original aura shielding device that deals with groups of enemies with aura, but is used to deal with single enemies. And the invention of this thing is probably related to his own suitability. Lin Ning is still very confident about this. After all, in the world, he is the only one who can break through the double encirclement of the aura shielding device and the 6 gold square array. The reason why this thing appeared must be to deal with single opponents, such as a mutant demon bamboo. However, at present, this new version of the aura shielding device seems to have been broken by himself again. Just use this deep-sea giant monster to easily destroy it. From the depths of the sea, Lin Ning constantly tied up the deep-sea giant monster with bamboo roots, and after controlling it, threw it to the nearby shore. And because of Lin Ning's continuous actions, more and more monsters were wrapped by those aura shielding devices on the beach. And Lin Ning was obviously not satisfied with this. The monsters gathered at a single point will soon be alerted by Bei Fulai's gang. How about launching a dispersed attack on the entire southern coast of America? If you want to do it, do it. Lin Ning has always felt that he can do it. With such a large and strong aura and the strength that has reached the 4th level, doing this kind of thing is just a matter of moving bamboo roots. And there is no need to use any brains at all. Soon, there were thousands of monsters of all sizes on the southern coast of America. Lin Ning also noticed that the spiritual energy shielding devices in some places were not buried and distributed as wide as he imagined. For example, in the peninsula where the attack was first launched, the spiritual energy shielding devices were only buried in a narrow range less than 30 meters from the coast. Lin Ning also understood that these things might have been invented not long ago, and there might be quite a lot of deficiencies in production capacity, even if they were disguised as stones. The coastline of America was relatively too long, and Bei Fulai and his team probably had not been able to fully bury them. After knowing what these improved versions of the spiritual energy shielding devices with black stone-like appearances looked like, Lin Ning also materialized all the land areas within dozens of kilometers around him in his mind. He soon discovered that on this huge peninsula, as long as you cross the spiritual energy shielding device that is tens of meters wide, it is equivalent to entering an unguarded place. Countless bamboo roots tied up hundreds of strange beasts, and it only took Lin Ning a short time to come out of the sea, step on the bumpy beach, and come to the land of America. Those strange beasts were tools he took out to detect whether there was any danger ahead just in case. Even though each of them could make humans drink a big pot, in his eyes, they didn't even have the meaning of destroying them. When hunting these deep-sea giant monsters that looked like giant octopuses with thousands of tentacles in the deep sea, Lin Ning later noticed that the closer these monsters were to the American continent, the more they replicated themselves. In the end, after Lin Ning crushed hundreds of them without any evolution points, he also understood that the meaning of the existence of these things was infinitely close to nothing. It can even be said that these strange beasts are just some pieces of meat swimming in the sea, and there is no value in existence at all. Now, these useless beasts have some new uses. They can detect the new spiritual energy shielding devices made by humans, which makes them a little more useful. However, Lin Ning found that he was still overthinking. The Fate Society did not make too many improved spiritual energy shielding devices denser. Lin Ning guessed that maybe it was because they were afraid that he could not get through there at all. After all, they are also life forms with spiritual energy, and these spiritual energy shielding devices are of course very effective for them. Lin Ning sensed the large and small cities where humans gathered within 2,000 kilometers. At the same time, he was constantly moving in these cities with huge populations, while also quickly screening. He was looking for the remaining personnel of the Fate Society, that Bei Fulai and Alexandra, their bases, and the large and small extraordinary research centers. Only after completely killing those two people and destroying those devices, Lin Ning could truly take the first step to rule the entire Blue Star. After eliminating the most dangerous people among humans, he actually had no interest in the rest. Even the few remaining A-level extraordinary people were far from his eyes. Their growth rate was far less than his current growth rate. Lin Ning thought that if he was not in a hurry to eliminate the remnants of the Destiny Society, he could go directly to the Great North Ocean to kill the island turtle first, then cruise the entire Great North Ocean, and then enter the Deep Poison Ocean and the Pacific Ocean to hunt in the underwater world. If all the high-level mutant creatures were killed, maybe the 5th level would be reached. This matter is not so urgent. It can be arranged after the Destiny Society is killed. What Lin Ning is thinking now is to eliminate the remnants of the Destiny Society first, then the mutant creatures in the ocean, and finally give a bloody lesson to those who still want to be the first bird and want to resist among humans, and then use his own strength to make the whole blue planet tremble. Lin Ning now no longer senses whether there are spiritual energy shielding devices distributed in the hinterland of the American country in front of him. And in his perception, there seemed to be no existence similar to the headquarters of the Fate Society, let alone the trace of B-level extraordinary people. This proves that his current location seems to be quite far away from the location of the target. Then, Lin Ning sensed the location of the silver dragon Qin Chun and ordered it, "Don't go ashore after reaching the coast. Wait on the shore." Qin Chun was really unable to catch up, and the master Lin Ning did not allow it to float on the water or fly in the air. Qin Chun really couldn't help but admire the master's rapid movement of nearly 1,000 kilometers. This also indirectly proves the power of the master Lin Ning. Qin Chun believes that there should be no one in this world who moves faster than the master. "Master, we will guard the coast. Please rest assured." After Qin Chun communicated with the dolphins behind him, he did not slow down, but continued to maintain the current speed and move forward. Lin Ning did not reply to Qin Chun again. He had to decide the next step now. And then, he looked up at the sky. The wind began to blow, and the raindrops fell at the same time. It was already late at night, and there was no better time than this. A bamboo root suddenly stretched out from the nearby spiritual realm in the rain curtain. After advancing nearly 900 kilometers from the spiritual realm that separated those giant cities, Lin Ning also played the long-distance bamboo root movement he used on the seabed again. But Lin Ning soon discovered that this trick seemed to be completely unsuitable for use on land. Because although the ground can withstand his huge weight, the air is not as full of resistance as the seawater. So he can't move too far beyond the target distance at once. With a loud roar, Lin Ning suddenly felt that because of this powerful speed and acceleration, his trunk gradually became extremely hot in the fierce friction of the air. The strong inertia made it impossible for him to control the distance, and even more impossible for him to control the flight distance that was seriously extended due to inertia. On a rainy night, Lin Ning was like a missile, and in the huge roar of air friction, he quickly plunged into the giant lake hundreds of kilometers away from the target location. Boom! The giant lake was hit by Lin Ning bamboo roots, and even the lake bed was exposed for a moment. And Lin Ning was like a meteorite, with shock waves in the center of the lake, pushing the lake water to the shore. The lake water with a huge amount of water also submerged everything on the shore, including the huge city. The lake water broke through the layers of walls and flooded everything. The rapid lake water instantly submerged the giant city by nearly 10 meters. Lin Ning almost stood upside down and plunged into the nearly 100-meter deep underground mud in the center of the lake. And as the lake water slowly flowed back, it would also be submerged in the huge semicircular pit, like a meteorite crater smashed by Lin Ning. In the deepest part of the pit, Lin Ning felt that his appearance was a bit too weird. Not only was he upside down, but he also plunged deep into the mud of nearly 100 meters. The big pit he made was filled with water again. To be honest, it was really embarrassing. However, Lin Ning, who plunged deep into the bottom of the pit and was buried in the mud, unexpectedly discovered that in his perception, in a huge city near the lake, in the basement of a seemingly inconspicuous building, there was actually a B-level extraordinary person. According to the conversations of all the humans around him, this guy turned out to be the Bei Fulai he had been looking for. This couldn't be too coincidental, right? Unexpectedly, it was so easy to get it. Although Lin Ning was now in the deep mud in a head-down position, his bamboo roots could easily and simply solve this embarrassing situation and let him quickly stand upright. And these taproots also went in the direction of the B-level superhuman Bei Fulai in a very short time. The destructive power of the bamboo roots easily pierced and destroyed the reinforced concrete and even the steel plate metal walls of the city. Lin Ning's purpose was very simple and very targeted. First kill Bei Fulai, and then look for Alexandra. However, Lin Ning also found that there seemed to be a considerable number of superhumans in the huge building, and there were also a lot of various machines, etc. Lin Ning had seen those machines in various superhuman research centers, but these are not important. As long as, however, when Lin Ning bamboo roots had reached the underground building and were less than 3 meters away from Bei Fulai, he suddenly sensed that a white halo suddenly appeared. Reverse summon? Lin Ning found that Bei Fulai actually disappeared at this time. Chapter 319: The Origin of Fear. Lin Ning originally thought that his bamboo root would easily kill the deeply hidden Bei Fulai in this unexpected surprise attack. But what he didn't expect was that Bei Fulai actually used the power of the white halo to suddenly disappear in reverse summoning. In Lin Ming knowledge of the Destiny Society, the only person who had the ability to reverse summon was Alexandra, who could control the strange beasts. But Alexandra was not anywhere on the ground or underground of this huge building. Why is this? Could it be that? Lin Ming thought of a possibility. That is, artificial extraordinary people. The existence of artificial extraordinary people is that the Destiny Society extracted the flesh and blood of mutant creatures, obtained the aura-generating liquid, etc., and then conducted experiments, and finally obtained a mindless walking corpse that only obeyed orders. That white halo, or the ability of reverse summoning, might be the ability of the artificial superhuman created by Bei Fu Lai. So, where did this guy go? Will he not be allowed to escape this time? Lin Ming had no idea where the reverse summoning could lead to. Maybe it was the European continent. Maybe it was the Tang Kingdom. Or maybe it was a small island in the Pacific Ocean? However, just as Lin Ming was guessing, he suddenly sensed that another white ring appeared only a few dozen kilometers away from him. And Bei Fu Lai also walked out of there in a panic. Oh no! I really didn't expect this. Isn't this a step into the trap? Perhaps. Bei Fu Lai's artificial superhuman is still very weak, so he can only summon people to a very close position? Lin Ming doesn't want to miss this opportunity. The bamboo roots quickly went in that direction in the shortest time. The roots, like a black dragon, turned into long thorns and instantly reached Bei Fu Lai's location. What? What? This is that mutant demon bamboo. Bei Fu Lai struggled to stand up, but he found that the speed of the bamboo roots could no longer be observed by the naked eye. Even before he screamed, the bamboo roots had completely torn him into pieces. The countless bamboo roots did not stop attacking, but rushed madly into the building of the Destiny Society. Almost in an instant, the entire building was filled with bamboo roots like dragons. And in an instant, in this rainy night, it suddenly disappeared as if it had fallen into endless darkness. The rain filled the huge deep pit that was already empty, and the huge building that originally stood here did not even leave a trace at this time. All the living things inside were turned into meat paste in a short time, mixed with those extremely complex machines and various experimental tools, as well as a large number of building fragments, and were completely swallowed up by the dark space of the dark element attack emitted by Lin Ming bamboo roots. But this is not the end. Lin Ming kept sensing all the perceptible spiritual energy within 1,000 kilometers around him, and kept marking them. Even a large group of strange beasts that were not too far away. Lin Ming used bamboo roots to completely surround them. At the same time, he was also constantly arranging the spiritual bamboo clone. The spiritual bamboo clone can also expand the root system to 1,000 kilometers. Although there are few things that can be done, it does not mean that doing so is meaningless. Although the spiritual bamboo clone can currently only shield the spiritual energy of all marked objects within 1,000 kilometers, and rebuild the aura of all things that materialize everything within a 2,000 kilometers range, and the ability to extend the bamboo roots by 1,000 kilometers. There are several abilities that are not offensive. But who knows whether these Lingzhu clones, which seem to be only useful for this purpose at present, will be of great use in the future? Lin Ming knew that although his ability came strangely, and seemed to be of limited use at present, it would not be a big deal to get more Lingzhu clones. It would not consume any spiritual energy that he could not use up at all, and it would not take much effort. It would not be a big deal to have a wave of Lingzhu clones everywhere. In America, there are quite a lot of research centers for superhumans centered on this city. Lin Ming thought for a moment that he had entered the nest of some superhuman research center, but after thinking about it carefully, it is understandable that Bei Fu Lai, which can invent so many weapons made of spiritual energy and science, including those artificial superhumans, is so dense in the inland hinterland of America, which can be said to have been almost untouched by any powerful mutant creatures, and its excessive density, as well as the extremely large number of artificial superhumans and ordinary superhumans, are also quite considerable. For Lin Ming, this is undoubtedly a super feast that is delivered to his mouth one by one. The bamboo roots frantically harvested everything with spiritual energy within the range of 1,000 kilometers. The extraordinary people, artificial extraordinary people, mutant creatures, and even those strange beasts were all sent away by Lin Ming bamboo roots in the dark space. And with this almost crazy attack, the system prompt sound kept coming and refreshing in Lin Ming's mind. And half an hour later, in the pouring rain, the system sound finally became sparse. And finally only once or twice occasionally, Lin Ning looked at the attribute panel. And the level realm there also reached the level of the 4th stage, and the 4th level. At this moment, on the land of America, within a radius of 1,000 kilometers centered on Lin Ning, only ordinary humans in giant cities remained. They didn't even know that those humans and mutant creatures with extraordinary powers had completely disappeared from their lives. Lin Ning had no interest in these ordinary humans. Kill them? There was no need to do so. If they were all killed, there would be no spiritual energy income at all. And there were too many of them. It would be too troublesome to eliminate them one by one. So, let them fend for themselves. In the era of spiritual energy revival, ordinary humans no longer have the protection of extraordinary people. Their ordinary science and technology are simply unable to deal with the mutant creatures that have grown up in the spiritual energy revival that has entered a certain stage. They will eventually be swallowed up by the increasingly powerful tide of mutant creatures after the spiritual rain erupts again and again. And then, they will completely reach the end of their fate. This has nothing to do with Lin Ning. In the previous life, he was a human. And in this life, he is a bamboo. Lin Ning felt that not killing ordinary humans was the ultimate gentleness he could do. It's not that he is a saint, but he really feels troublesome. Now that the Fate Society has been eliminated, the ordinary humans who pose a little bit a threat are those A-level extraordinary people. At most, if we count the person from Tang country, that's it. On the European continent, when he was hunting Adenauer, the president of the Fate Society, he had destroyed all the extraordinary people, artificial extraordinary people, and extraordinary people research centers there. And there was basically no threat. And his lovely subordinates were also working hard to train their own levels in the spiritual realm on the European continent. If there were any powerful mutant creatures or extraordinary people with spiritual energy there, they would quickly destroy them under his command. Speaking of subordinates, it seems that Imokai and Juyu have not arrived here yet? Lin Ning sensed it, and it seemed that there was really no trace of them. Originally, Lin Ning wanted to use their power to find the base of the Fate Society, and to destroy the 6 gold square formations. But now it seems that it is useless. However, it is estimated that when they arrive soon, they will be responsible for cleaning up all the remaining extraordinary people in the American and Maple Leaf countries. And he will also go to the southern part of the American continent, after continuously arranging the Lingzhu clones. There may be many extraordinary people research centers there. Thinking of this, Lin Ning used bamboo roots to gradually pull himself out of the lake from the center of the lake. The lake water had dropped due to the impact of his fall, causing the lake water to burst and flood around. But its depth still reached about 400 or 500 meters. Lin Ning now used bamboo roots, nearly 400 meters long, to support the lake bed at the bottom of the lake, and barely managed to get himself out of the lake. He also sensed that in the surrounding giant cities, a considerable number of humans had noticed the huge changes that had just occurred, and were constantly coming to the city where the Destiny Society was based. This didn't matter. Now that the Destiny Society was basically in a state of complete destruction, and no longer posed any threat, what he was going to do next was to go to the southern part of the American continent to deal a devastating blow to the extraordinary research center there. As for other places, there was no rush for places like the Philippines and the Great Plains. After spreading the spiritual bamboo clones all over the southern part of the American continent, he would go to the Philippines, the deep poison ocean and the Great Plains, step by step, until the entire blue star was completely conquered. Of course, if he encountered any mutant creatures like the huge island turtle along the way, he would have to kill them. Anyway, he no longer had to worry about the Fate Society, so he could just do it. Thinking of this, Lin Ning also stretched out his bamboo roots to the southwest, nearly 500 kilometers away. Last time, because he did not consider the problem of inertia, he fell headfirst and missed the target, flying nearly 1,000 kilometers before stopping. Although he found the base of the Fate Society by accident and killed Bei Fu Lai. If he wanted to use this ability on land again, he would have to consider inertia and other things. The bamboo roots quickly formed a fulcrum nearly 500 kilometers away, and Lin Ning immediately decided to start this long-distance movement again. In the heavy rain in the middle of the night, ordinary people probably couldn't imagine that a mutant bamboo could fly from the air to a place 500 kilometers away in a very short time. Right? After making preparations, Lin Ning also suddenly retracted the bamboo roots at the destination. At the same time, Shiyu, haven't we arrived yet? The white rat Shueya was a little anxious. Although the master Lin Ming did not let them rush to the destination immediately. It was true that although they were fast enough, they were still far behind the master, and even couldn't catch up with the silver dragon Qin Chun, who swam unexpectedly fast in the sea. If they were too late, I'm afraid the master would be very angry. Don't worry, little white mouse. The golden python lazily basked in the sun on the back of Zuyu. We will definitely catch up with the leader. Our strength is enough to make those hateful humans despair. But we seem to be heading in the wrong direction. At this time, Imogen, who had been motionless, looked at the sea in the deep night where no land was still visible, and shook his head. Wrong direction? Zuyu howled. Impossible. Yes. Our sense of direction cannot be wrong. The direction the master moved in was in this straight line. Imokai also believed that he was right. His sharp eyes stared at the front. But he didn't know how far it was to see the land. They had been flying all the way. Although their speed was not slow, the gradually increasing rain curtain still hindered their speed and sense of direction. Zuyu, let's rise to the sky and fly above the dark clouds, Imokai suggested. He spread his wings, climbed up from low altitude in an instant, and then shuttled through the extremely thick clouds and arrived at the empty sky above the clouds. Imokai also followed immediately and flew parallel to Hiyu. However, they also discovered one thing. That is, after arriving on the cloud, it seemed that their sense of direction was getting more and more wrong. The little turtle Imogen could see the confusion in the eyes of the two giant birds, and it knew that it had to do something. A piece of golden light rose up around the two giant birds. At the same time, Imokai and Hiyu also seemed to understand something and moved forward at the fastest speed. After a long time, as the cloud cover in front suddenly decreased, pieces of black shadows surrounded by the ocean suddenly appeared below. Land. The golden python's golden scales had a light in their eyes. The coldness in the sky was far beyond its expectations. And the land that appeared like timely rain also made it excited. Imokai and Zuyu went towards the land below, and gradually saw patches of shining light near the inland of the land. That's a human city. We seem to have to warm up. Imokai whistled and swooped down. Zuyu followed closely behind. And Shueya, Jin Lin and Imogen on their backs were all ready for battle. I don't know where the master is, but we seem to be not far from the master, since we saw the land and a huge gathering place of humans. We have reached the destination of the master. However, just when they were about to launch an air strike on the human city, suddenly a deafening long whistle came from far away, and they also found that a red light burning like a flame was also flying towards them from afar. Boom! A deafening long whistle, accompanied by a sound like a landslide, directly smashed a huge pit in a forest. This is, when Lin Ning's subordinates were still surprised, they suddenly heard the spiritual voice in their minds again. Imokai, Zuyu, Jin Lin, Imogen, Shueya, why are you here? After Lin Ning lifted his huge body out of the huge pit, he couldn't help but say to his subordinates, who appeared in the southern part of the beautiful continent for some reason. Chapter 320. The road ahead is long and arduous. The huge roar lasted for a long time. The ground continued to tremble and shake. In the huge city of Blazeville in the southern part of the American continent, a gray-haired old man was trembling and running in a building in the shaking city. His intuition told him that this time, the city of Blazeville, known as the safest city, may have finally encountered a disaster that could destroy it. Master! 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 The old man's face was covered with sweat. On his increasingly pale face, deep wrinkles twisted together. His dry and thin lips no longer had any blood color. In the huge corridor with only a few residual lights, the narrow shadow he left behind while running was shaking violently. Bang! Pushing open the huge and heavy metal door in front of him, the old man took a breath and looked at the host, who was still sitting behind the luxurious wooden table, calmly drinking a glass of champagne. Master, we have to go. It is very likely that the S-Class Demon King. The old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. He touched his heart, which was beating wildly. In the face of the crisis, with his current ability, he could not escape from this city at all. S-Class Demon King. The middle-aged man gently shook the goblet in his hand, as if he was not worried about it. After taking a sip, he smiled and looked at the old man. Old Jai, that mutant demon Bamboo only likes to attack extraordinary people. What does the words of extraordinary people have to do with me? Master, Master, you said. Woo. Old Jai gritted his teeth. He had just learned not long ago that the S-Class Demon King who almost destroyed the headquarters of the Destiny Society by himself and easily killed the arrogant President Adenauer, who made him have a blood feud, turned out to be a mutant creature in the Wanjusi spirit realm. Mutated Demon Bamboo. Wanjusi spirit realm. That is a place that Old Jai can never forget. At the beginning, Zheng Guodong, his former subordinate, was defeated repeatedly there. Defeated by mutant creatures that he had never seen before. There was an extremely high spiritual energy of B level, and then an even higher spiritual energy of a level Demon King. Moreover, next to it, there was Lingxiao Peak Spirit Realm, which had once exploded with B-level spiritual energy. At that time, Jai Lao thought that it was no big deal, and the birth of a level Demon King would make the extraordinary association even stronger. After all, only the extraordinary can deal with mutant creatures, and the science and technology of ordinary people are nothing in front of these huge and violent mutant creatures. But when he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something big, he was tricked by that person. That person not only took the opportunity to completely destroy the Superhuman Association, which he owned, and turned it into the 9-layered Heaven Tower, a new superhuman organization, but also instigated his son Jai Yu to attack the Wanjusi spirit realm, and finally bombarded it to death with a nuclear bomb. But later, from the intelligence of this middle-aged man, Jai Lao learned that the man was originally controlled by Drake, a superhuman belonging to the Destiny Society, and the one who made this decision was Adenauer, the president of the Destiny Society. President 1 was even a member of the Destiny Society. Whether it was the Superhuman Association, the 9-layered Heaven Tower, or even everything, they were all changed by the Destiny Society, in order to build a world with only superhumans. After Jai Lao finally knew all this, he realized that he was not even a chess piece. Whether it was him or the Superhuman Association, they were actually just playthings under the ambition of the Destiny Society. That A-level Demon King eventually became an S-level Demon King. And then he completely wiped out the Fate Society and killed Adenauer. Jai Lao once felt that his great revenge had been achieved. But he immediately realized that the purpose of this S-level Demon King was actually simpler and more direct than he thought. After killing the most powerful superhuman organization on the entire Blue Star, there would be no more threats to it on the entire Blue Star. And this mutant demon Bamboo had just attacked America not long ago, and even killed Bephilia of the Fate Society, and completely destroyed almost all superhuman research centers in America. The purpose of the mutant demon Bamboo is simple every time. Kill the extraordinary, and destroy everything related to fate. It can even be said that any creature with spiritual energy cannot escape its clutches. Such a monster actually came to the city of Blaze Hill, which is 2,000 kilometers away from America, in just a short time. It doesn't matter how it did it. What matters now is how to get out of its hands. At this moment, Jai Lao is like an ant on a hot pot. He can't tell the directions at all. The words of the master in front of him only tell him, "It has nothing to do with me." As a transcendent, even if it is only a D-level transcendent, Jai Lao also knows deeply that he will definitely be killed by the bastard plant of the S-level Demon King because of the spiritual energy overflowing from his body. Even if it is very meager. Master, Master, please help me think of a way. I don't want to die yet. Get out. The middle-aged man's voice was not loud, but it was extremely harsh in this empty room. Master, Jai Yin, you have lived long enough. If it weren't for me, you should have been caught and killed by those original subordinates before the establishment of the 9-layered Heaven Tower. Right? You have lived to this point where your fate will be destroyed. And you have already made up for it. The middle-aged man sneered. Jump out of the window and run away quickly. What if you can escape? It's much better than dying here. Right? The middle-aged man said this without any emotion at all, and opened the window. The huge vibration sound coming from outside has not stopped yet. And a building not far from here in the city is instantly covered by a black light and completely disappears. That is the Extraordinary Research Center. Boom! Bursts of explosions sounded, and huge smoke and dust rose in several directions instantly. On the street, bursts of noisy sounds came, and countless rats of all sizes were also wreaking havoc on the street. A whirlwind connecting the sky and the earth blew in the sky. And from time to time, there were more sounds of buildings collapsing. Before dawn, the entire city of Blazeville had fallen into the brink of destruction. Jai Lao gritted his teeth. He looked back at the middle-aged man who was still unhurried, as if he could not see or hear anything. The voice squeezed out of his throat was distorted and unpleasant. Jump down quickly. Do you want me to help you? The middle-aged man picked up the violin. Or do you want Wang Su to kill you after listening to this song? Master. Bastard. You devil. You are a bastard without flesh and blood and emotion. Zhai Lao cursed. Alan's Meister. I put down all my dignity to serve you. And you let me jump out of the window? You die? The humiliated Zhai Lao was furious. He did not forget that he was still a superhuman. He instantly lifted the heavy wooden table beside him and threw it at the middle-aged man who had started playing the violin. Puff! But almost at the same time, he found that his sight tilted and rolled involuntarily. He saw his body standing in place, and saw that the table was chopped into pieces by a thin man in a hood. In the end, his entire sight stayed at a position very close to the carpet, and his consciousness gradually faded away. Pathetic. The middle-aged man, Alan's Meister, shook his head and looked at the thin man with a hood. You acted too quickly. Aren't you afraid of dirtying your knife? Humph. Wang Su put away his two knives, feeling the powerful spiritual energy. It's time to go. Oh! Where to? Meister played the violin gently, and the melodious music echoed in this bloody room. And he didn't seem to be in a hurry, as if everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. I thought Mr. Zhai was a smart man, but he was too stupid. Otherwise, I might be able to enjoy the wonderful scenery of the destruction of Braysville from this window. Philippines, or the Great Plains, or even anywhere. You can choose freely. Wang Su nodded. But the reward? 10 A-level spirit stones. Enough? Master didn't care at all. There's no need to talk about this kind of thing. I don't want to waste time on simple things. Okay. Wang Su looked at the scenery outside that was already like doomsday. It's time to go. Then I'm going here. Master walked to the world map, pointed his finger at a point, and Wang Su frowned. The two figures disappeared in an instant, and at the same time, the place where they were originally standing was suddenly swallowed up by an unimaginable number of black bamboo roots. These bamboo roots released a black light that could swallow everything in an instant. The black light swallowed up the exquisite carpet, the violin that fell on the ground, and even the body of Zhai Lao who was lying on the ground, twisting violently. Actually, they still ran away. Lin Ning did not receive the system prompt sound, proving that he did not kill the extraordinary Wang Su who could teleport, and the Alan's master who seemed to be the mastermind was not killed. They were all gone at this time, and were not within his 2,000 kilometers of perception. Originally, Lin Ning did not expect that there were these two big fish in this giant city in the southern part of the United States, a research center for superhumans and hundreds of ordinary superhumans. That's all. There's not even an aura shielding device. No difficulty at all. But in this seemingly unremarkable place, where you can leave after killing the superhuman research center and a few superhumans in a few minutes, there's actually old Zhai. And then, there's the A-level superhuman who once killed Zhui Yuan and tied with Panda in Xincheng. Originally, Lin Ming was a little confused when he was sensing old Zhai's conversation with the mysterious man. After all, old Zhai was originally the president of the Superhuman Association, and he was also a figure. But he was so humble in front of this human who had no ability at all, which really confused Lin Ming. But after the appearance of this A-level extraordinary person Wang Su, he realized that this middle-aged man, Alan's master, was actually another force hidden in the depths. Before, Lin Ning had thought that the A-level extraordinary person Wang Su might be related to fate, or even the type of person who was alone. But he did not expect that he could appear in this place, easily kill Zhai Lao, and leave with this master. Where they went, Lin Ning here had no idea at all. But it did not mean that his Lingzhu clone could not know. The task of attacking the entire Blaisville city was handed over to his subordinates, who were already eager to try and couldn't wait to have a big battle. He instantly extended the bamboo roots to the Lingzhu clone hundreds of kilometers away, and quickly moved from this Lingzhu clone to the one farther away. In a short period of time, Lin Ming awakened all the Lingzhu clones, and with the blood-red trunks of the Lingzhu clones rising from the ground one after another, everything in the entire America was sensed by Lin Ming. And this is not the end. Lin Ming continued to expand this perception range, from America into the vast North Ocean, and then from the North Ocean to the European continent, Fa country, Bulu country, Xiong country, through the hills, through the wetlands, through the desert. Lin Ning bamboo roots arrived in the spiritual realm of the Suzaku Valley of the Tang Kingdom in such a short time. The hundreds of spiritual bamboo clones along the way have an unimaginable range of perception. And Lin Ning also put all his attention on materializing all the things that can be perceived with spiritual energy. However, he found that in such a wide range of perception, there was no trace of the A-level extraordinary Wangsa, let alone master. Even Xingyu and the other 3 A-level extraordinary people did not perceive it. It seems that there are still too few spiritual bamboo clones. If we can cover all the land and oceans of the entire blue planet within a distance of 800 to 900 kilometers, then we can truly sense everything on the entire blue planet and hold it in our hands. But Lin Ning was still quite relieved. Although he did not find those extraordinary people this time, he was delighted to see that Panda the Panda, Feng Xiao and Feng Yin of the Wind Wolf, Bai Qi the Siro and Jing Ji the Lynx have now entered the 3rd level and become A-level demon kings. With more powerful strength, they will become a more reliable force for him in the future and remove any threats on this blue planet. And the remaining subordinates have also been enhanced to varying degrees, and some have entered the 2nd level, with great potential. Perceiving this, Lin Ning also shifted his attention to the city of Blazeville. He also found that in the bombardment of his subordinates, all the threatening extraordinary people, artificial extraordinary people, and various weapons in the city have now been completely eliminated. Another one solved. After placing the Lingju clone again, Lin Ning also shifted his attention to several other cities less than a few hundred kilometers away. There is also a research center for extraordinary people and extraordinary people there. It seems that he will have to stay in the southern part of the American continent for a while. Chapter 321 Strange Things. In the middle of the night, in the vast spiritual realm, the Panda Panda, the Wind Wolves Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, the Siro Dushan and Bai Qi, as well as Jing Ji, Ban Hu, Dian Wei, and 200 wolves, are constantly shuttling through the dense forest. Panda's current impact and destructive power are extremely amazing. Adding speed to this body also makes it like a chariot, leading its companions to move forward in the south. Xue Jin is responsible for commanding the direction in the air, and it is also responsible for vigilance. This invasion of the southern region is also an action that Panda has planned for a long time. The purpose is very simple. That is, to expand the sphere of influence of the Master Lin Ning as much as possible, and to take their own level to a higher level and become more powerful. Having seen the strength of the Master who has always been in the front, as if he can never catch up, all the subordinates yearn for it, and want to become stronger. This time, Panda Panda asked Yin Si, the Rock Wolf, and Manwe, the Giant Bear, to defend the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley, while Chiang and the flying troops went to various parts of Tang State to be responsible for vigilance. As for the underwater troops, some entered the river system of Tang State, and the other part went to the river estuary to find stronger enemies. Panda Panda's idea is not simple. It is not so important to defend the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley. It is just a bridgehead that the Master Lin Ning found in the territory of Tang State, which is closest to the city center where they live. But to this day, Tang State still does not know the importance of this spiritual realm, or they simply do not have time to explore this spiritual realm. After the tragic defeat in Qingcheng, the counterattack against Tang led by their Master Lin Ning, and the subsequent attack on Shengjing by the mutant army, Tang was already in a state of having no time to care about other things. They were busy restoring the original order, rebuilding the city, and migrating the population. They also had to accumulate military strength again, consolidate and maintain everything they had already broken apart. It didn't matter what happened to humans. For them, humans who no longer had any threat capabilities were no longer important. The unknown vast land, and the mutants whose strength was also unknown were what they wanted to pursue. Moreover, the southern part of Tang, which was the mountainous area in the south of Yalu, had always been a place that the Master Lin Ning had not explored. And it was also a place that had always been ignored. Whether there would be any unknown things in that direction, and what powerful enemies they had imagined, were all unknown. Panda Panda led his companions and rushed in this spiritual realm. From the deep night, gradually ushered in the dawn, and from the dawn again ushered in the night. After being nourished by the spiritual energy, they have extremely abundant physical strength and energy, which is much stronger than when they were ordinary animals. Although fatigue and sleepiness made them uncomfortable, the encounters that occurred from time to time along the way forced them to stop fighting. but it also allowed them to rest for a while. The enemy was too weak, and they were too strong. Even Panda and other A-levels didn't need to take action at all. The more than 200 wolves that followed them tore the ignorant opponents, who blocked the road, into pieces. The wolves killed dozens of violent giant pigs with a height and width of nearly 5 meters that blocked the road like a rotten wood, and quickly ate them up. Panda finally stopped in front of a big river. Compared with the wide river before, this river is much narrower. But because there is no help from the troops in the water, they can only rely on Shui Jin in the air to get through here. When crossing the Quan River before, the underwater troops used their large bodies to build a path for their companions, who could not cross the water in the turbulent water. But here, the underwater troops are really out of reach. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot swim across the vast land between the two rivers that are not connected at all. At this time, Panda and the others can only rely on Shui Jin's power. However, Feng Xiao and Feng Ji did not think that this river, which is only 700 to 800 meters wide, could stop them. The two wind wolves, who have already reached the A-level strength, have now controlled the wind element in their bodies to perfection, and can easily release it to become a powerful aid to themselves. After Feng Xiao and Feng Ji gradually retreated nearly 1,000 meters, the auxiliary ability of the light green wind element also wrapped a layer of mist-like things around their limbs. As the long howls of the two wind wolves sounded, two pale blue streams of light passed through the wilderness like meteors. And when they were about to reach the river bank, they jumped at the same time. The blue meteor drew two perfect arcs on this river, and the two blue wolves also reached the other side of the river a moment later. But before Panda, who was on Shui Jin's back and almost unable to fly, could appreciate their beautiful movements, they suddenly saw a dazzling white light passing through the sky in the sky. This is... Panda saw this kind of scene for the first time. He felt that the white light that made him unable to open his eyes was really amazing. Master Lin Ming had not instilled similar knowledge into his mind, and the same was true for other companions. At this moment, behind the white light that was flying diagonally in the sky, the huge tail flame kept burning. Under the gaze of many mutant creatures, it suddenly fell to the southwest. Boom! A huge sound rang out, and after a few tens of seconds of silence, a very strong wind suddenly blew up, even blowing down hundreds of giant trees that were high into the sky. The huge energy came, and Panda, who had been carried to the other side of the river by Shui Jin, saw that his companions were trying to hold onto the ground to prevent being blown away by the shock wave. But it was quite hard. The deafening red sound still did not stop. The violent wind kept coming from that direction, and the vibration on the ground also seemed to stop. But not too long after, the strong wind stopped and the ground gradually calmed down. Should we go and take a look? At this time, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan looked at the Panda. They were quite interested in the object falling from the sky. Panda looked at the other companions who were still on the other side of the river, and thought for a while, and said, Shui Jin, you go there to scout first, and the three of us will be there soon. The rest will follow the orders of Jing Ji and Bai Qi and wait here for the time being. Shui Jin instantly raised his wings and flew in that direction. Panda also stood up and ran forward first, and Feng Ji and Feng Xiao followed closely behind. Across the river bank, Ban Hu and Dian Wei looked at each other and looked at the silent boss Jing Ji. Boss, the two of us also want to take a look. Ban Hu looked at Panda and the others who had gone far away, and couldn't help asking for instructions. Yes, let's go and have a look. Just watch from a distance. Dian Wei also kept looking in that direction. Jing Ji didn't say anything. He also wanted to take a look at this moment, but he had to take care of so many companions behind him. You go, take a look and come back. Remember, if Panda and the others are in danger, you can also assist them. Bai Qi came over and used the light element barrier for both companions. Yes, we will be back soon. The two Jackal Kings, who had trained their level to the 2nd level and 6th level, were very excited at this time. Their curiosity about unknown things also overwhelmed their already low intelligence. Although they had the protection of the powerful light element barrier of Bai Qi, who was at the 3rd level, they also felt that this was actually a bit unnecessary. It was just a stone-like thing that fell down. The two Jackal Kings turned into two black lights and disappeared from sight in an instant. Bad feeling. Jing Ji looked at the turbulent river. The twisted horns on his head were shaking constantly, and the golden pupils on his deep blue face were also flashing. Worried about them? You should go and have a look too. Bai Qi immediately used his ability, and the holy light instantly surrounded the Snow-White Lynx King. Jingji bowed his head to thank Bai Qi. "I'll be back soon." A flash of white light passed by, and it quickly disappeared into the air. Xuejin was very fast. It quickly spread its wings and flew to a place only a few dozen kilometers away from here. The location here is very easy to find, not far from the river, and there is a raging fire here at this time. An extremely thick white smoke keeps coming out of it. Xuejin flapped his wings fiercely, forming several small tornadoes that blew quickly towards the white fog. The tornado rolled up the white fog layer by layer and moved to a farther place. And Xuejin took this opportunity to see what was deep in the smoke. It was a huge black boulder, which smashed a large round pit on the ground. Countless giant trees fell down in a radioactive manner, and many were engulfed by flames. On the charred surface, Xuejin suddenly found a pile of things that were crawling like worms. But before he could see clearly, the thick fog rose again and covered everything. When Xuejin flapped his wings again and wanted to create more tornadoes, he suddenly found that the Panda and the Wind Wolf Fengxiao and Fengyan had arrived nearby, folding his wings and landing beside them. Xuejin issued a warning. "It's a bit strange. Let's not get close." It told these companions what it saw, especially the things that crawled out from under the black boulder, which looked like crawling worms, and described them in detail. "Insects, Xuejin. Did you see it clearly?" Panda took this very seriously. The boulder that fell from the sky not only created a huge pit, but also ignited the trees with high temperatures. And there were still insects that could wriggle. This was not normal at all. "I go and take a look right away." Fengxiao, Fengyan, get your wind blades ready. Xuejin knew that this seemed to be something they couldn't understand at all. If it wasn't just her eyes that were blurry, then it seemed that the boulder that fell from the sky had already brought disaster. They have reached a certain level of intelligence and have highly developed thinking abilities, which is fundamentally different from before. Originally, they were all beasts and birds that only knew how to survive by killing, escaping and surviving. But under the revival of spiritual energy, after continuously improving their levels, they grew into third level or close to third level demon kings. And their thinking abilities, and the complexity of their thinking also increased day by day. After connecting these strange points together, they immediately concluded that this matter had exceeded the scope of normal. Xuejin flew high into the sky again, and quickly used his huge wings to stir up the wind, heading for the white smoke coming out of the black boulder. The whirlwind swept away the white smoke again, and Xuejin lowered his altitude, carefully staring at the black boulder and the soil at its bottom. But this time, he did not find the strange insect-like things before. After circling around for a few times, his huge body cast a shadow on the ground. However, just as Xuejin was about to fold his wings and return to Panda and the others, a red light suddenly came at him from the ground at a very fast speed. Xuejin reacted very quickly, and immediately pressed his wings against his body, fell rapidly, and then immediately spread them out, gliding for several kilometers at the fastest speed. Despite this, the edge of his wings was still scratched a little by the red light. Xuejin, who landed on the ground quickly, found in disbelief that a very strange black caterpillar had grown out of his scratched wings. Xuejin, who quickly created a wind blade and cut it off along with the feather, suddenly found that his wind blade seemed unable to deal with this thing. After the black caterpillar was hit by the wind blade, it only lost some black hairs. Feeling a little timid, Xuejin took a few steps back and looked at her feathers. After finding that there was no such insect, she spread her wings and flew away. In a very short time, she returned to the waiting side of Panda and the others. "What did you say? Is it really a black caterpillar? And it is not afraid of your wind element attack at all?" Panda was very surprised. You know, although the wind element is not Xuejin's main ability, it is also a little worse than Fengxiao and the others. But what it has is the strength that is about to reach the third level. It is no problem for ordinary mutant creatures to be cut in half by Xuejin's wind blade. But it only cut off the black hair on the strange black caterpillar. What was going on? Retreat? It seems a little bad. Although we are very strong, we don't know the depth of the opponent's strength. If we take a radical attack, we may be injured. Panda still remembered the order of his master Lin Ming, and he must not let his companions fall into danger. No matter how strong they are, there is a limit. For example, Those B-level monsters in the ocean can be made extremely passive by a simple tsunami. Now this strange and weird opponent is full of danger. Okay, let's retreat immediately. Go to the original destination first. And then, as Feng Xiao was speaking, nearly 100 wind blades on his body suddenly whistled in one direction. Boom! A huge bang was heard. Smoke and dust rose. And Panda, the two wind wolves, and Shui Jin also retreated nearly a few hundred meters. They found that dozens of disgusting black bugs, each 1 meter long, had already crawled towards them from the direction where the boulder fell. And at this moment, 2 more streams of light flashed. Hey! Strange. Panda brother. Why are you retreating? Those are just some bugs. Banhu bared his teeth and growled, and rushed towards the black bugs with Dian Wei. Danger! A white light suddenly appeared, and it knocked away Banhu, who was about to bite the black bug with his mouth. But Dian Wei also bit off a black bug at the same time. Don't move. The white light flashed again, and he wanted to knock Dian Wei away. But he found that he was like hitting a huge wall, and was immediately bounced back. The twisted horn on his head was shaking violently, and in Jingji's golden eyes, Dian Wei's body had expanded several times. Chapter 322 The Death of Dian Wei. Go! Dian Wei let out an extremely unpleasant roar. Its body swelled several times more than before. Its muscles bulged, and its eyes turned pitch black. The tip of the curved giant horn on Jingji's head was shaking violently towards the crazy roaring Dian Wei. Dian Wei, Jingji roared, turned into a snowy light, and instantly rushed to Dian Wei. Dian Wei, however, Dian Wei did not hear the call of Jingji, the boss who had always been with him. Even the once shiny black and brown long hair on his body was now withering like fallen leaves. Boss Jingji, come back. Banhu wanted to rush over to bring Jingji back, but he was stopped by Feng Xiao. While Panda the panda rushed to the mutated Dian Wei at a very fast speed and protected Jingji with his extremely wide body. Go to the back. Panda. You. Jingji looked at the black caterpillars that were still crawling towards them and were so aggressive, and suddenly found that the black long hair on their bodies was not the so-called long hair, but a soft existence similar to tentacles. And those wriggling insects were not the stupid and incompetent existences they had seen in the spiritual realm, but more like some soft-bodied aquatic creatures. Back off. Take them away. This is an order. I'm here to save Dian Wei. Panda let out a long roar and stood up. And at the same time, his extremely developed upper arm muscles bulged like a dragon. Yes. Dian Wei. I leave it to you. Jingji turned into a white light and retreated to the side of Feng Xiao, Feng Yin and Banhu. Next, even though Panda said that just now, it knew that its partner Dian Wei would not be able to come back. The exaggeratedly swollen body was undoubtedly the final result of Dian Wei biting the black insect. Panda, who was far behind, actually saw the whole incident very clearly. Originally, there was a layer of white light on Dian Wei's body. It should be the A-level Demon King level light element barrier, which was undoubtedly created by Bai Qi and released on his body. This level of barrier is quite powerful. If the strength is not up to A level, it is impossible to easily break this layer of light element barrier. But, just now, when Dian Wei tried to bite the black worm with his mouth, Panda also saw that the barrier disappeared as if it was broken. And the black worm also drilled into Dian Wei's mouth. The black worm that entered Dian Wei's mouth must have multiplied wildly in Dian Wei's body. Otherwise, Dian Wei's abdomen would definitely not be as big as it is now. With his fists tightly clenched and his muscles bulging with terror, Panda the panda let out another long roar. At the same time, the black bugs had already approached Panda and rushed towards him frantically. The huge fists suddenly swung forward fiercely, and became faster and faster in a very short time. Panda's fists formed tens of thousands of afterimages in the air, and with the explosion of these afterimages, tens of thousands of violent cyclones were generated. These cyclones were gradually ignited by the flames produced by the friction of the air and turned into a firestorm. The firestorm contained the extremely destructive fist wind released by Panda quickly split the air like a raging storm, raising a huge gale. At the same time, this firestorm will completely submerge and devour the black bugs rushing towards Panda. Bang! A loud explosion suddenly exploded. Dian Wei, whose body was like a blown-up balloon, suddenly took off into the air and slammed heavily towards Panda's position. Panda had already discovered the abnormality of Dian Wei's side. It was impossible for it to be attacked at such a speed with its extremely fast speed. Boom! The smoke and dust rose up, and the sound of vibration accompanied by the firestorm made this jungle suddenly become a hellish scene. Countless giant trees were knocked down by Panda's fist wind, and turned into black charcoal by the flames that burst out. Panda retreated nearly 100 meters, and did not dare to be careless. It found that the attack just now by Dianwei was not an attack from itself, but more like an attack made by the black bugs that could be seen in its abdomen, using Dianwei-developed muscles. Dianwei, there is a high probability that he will not come back. Panda concluded so. It can now see that the skin of Dianwei, which has gradually become translucent due to continuous expansion, is already densely packed with those black bugs. Their continuous surging and continuous proliferation seem to have eaten everything inside Dianwei. Now Dianwei is more like a nest than a Dianwei. Panda looked at the black bugs that were devoured by the flames of his fist wind, and they have been reduced to ashes. Weird. Didn't Shui Jin say before that its wind blades were almost completely ineffective? Panda fell into deep thought. These black bugs have strengths that he still cannot guess at present. Moreover, if they come into contact with them easily, they will become a breeding ground and controlled puppets, like Dianwei. The wind blades cannot destroy them either, but using the fist wind seems to be able to cause damage to them. Could it be that they are immune to elemental attacks? This kind of thing seems to have happened before. Those strange beasts. However, these black bugs seem to be completely different from strange beasts. Panda continued to retreat, and he also found that there was no white mist at all over the side where the smoke came out before. What he heard more was the rustling sound that was almost exactly the same as the black bugs just now. Dianwei was unable to move at this moment. His body continued to swell, and the black bugs that kept wriggling inside his skin could almost be seen clearly. More black bugs were also crawling in the deeper part. The two black eyeballs that Panda had discovered before were actually the color of the black bugs that had eaten up Dianwei's eyes. Dianwei. Panda. Retreat. The wind whistled into a stream of light and rushed to Panda's side. He also discovered Dianwei's current abnormality and understood that Dianwei seemed to have completely become a nest of bugs. If they didn't leave here quickly, they would become food for these bugs. Retreat. Panda turned around and looked back at Dianwei, who was only a layer of skin left, knowing that he had lost another companion. The last time Shui Yuan was killed, it and Feng Xiao were there. Now Dianwei was killed, and they witnessed it with their own eyes. An indescribable feeling rose in its heart, but more of it was powerlessness and anger towards the current situation. Panda and Feng Xiao turned and left. They used almost the fastest speed to reach the river bank where they stayed before. Ban Hu, who was waiting there, suddenly became excited when he saw that only the two of them came back. Panda, where's Dianwei? Where's Dianwei? Although Ban Hu knew it clearly, he could not accept such a result. The brother who had been with him day and night died just like that? Its angry roar also attracted the resonance of more than 200 wolves. For a moment, the deafening roar even scared all the mutant creatures within dozens of kilometers nearby and made them flee to a farther place. Shut up. Jingji stood in front of Banhu, who was surrounded by Feng Xiao and Fengji, and looked down at him. Do you think you are the only one who can't stand the death of your companions? Boss, how can you say that too? It can still be saved. It's not dead. Banhu roared and looked at the road they had just returned from. He couldn't believe that his brother died just like that. Not dead? What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see it yourself? Panda looked at Bai Qi, who seemed to feel guilty and had not spoken. You don't have to think about what responsibility you have for your decision. Bai Qi intelligence is second only to his. Panda also respects this companion. He also knows that the reason why Banhu and Dianwei followed him just now was because of his promise. Moreover, it was originally just his, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan actions. But later even Jing Ji and Banhu and Dianwei came over. Everyone is responsible. It wasn't long before they were taught a lesson by that A-level extraordinary person in Xincheng last time. But they still lost their companions again because of this. If their master Lin Ming knew about it, they would be angry again. Panda, I will listen to your advice. The responsibility for this matter is mine. Bai Qi looked into the distance. He didn't expect that his light element barrier would be destroyed so easily. What responsibility or not? I don't understand. Dianwei is not dead yet. Banhu was still roaring. He still couldn't accept such a result. But it also understood why this happened. If it wasn't for the boss Jingji, it would have been bitten by the black bugs and broken through the barrier, becoming the nest of the black bugs, and being eaten until only its skin was left. Jingji walked over and put his front paws on Banhu's head. Ginwei revenge will never be forgotten. Calm down. Banhu opened his mouth and didn't continue to roar. He just lowered his head deeply, knowing that the other party might not be someone they could deal with. The fire of anger in his heart was vented. We shouldn't stay here any longer. What should we do next? Baichi, I need your advice. Panda looked at the white Suro, who had been lowering his head, and asked the light point formed by the shining golden light element beside it. Baichi shook his head. The enemy is very powerful, but I think we should keep moving forward. We should also consider that our companions in Suzaku Valley do not know the information about these new enemies. So we should also divide the entire team into two groups. Feng Xiao and Feng Yan nodded and looked at the panda, waiting for its decision. At this time, Xue Jin, who had been hovering in the sky, landed and folded his wings. Some of those insects have already come here. We must make a decision immediately. Panda immediately gave an order. Feng Yan, you and Du Shan lead 100 wolves to return to Suzaku Valley to tell your companions about this matter. If you can contact the master, you should also tell them all about the enemy. Do you understand? Yes. Feng Yan also carefully looked at the power of those long-haired black insects at that time, and could clearly tell his companions in Suzaku Valley about this matter, and could also tell his master Lin Ming, who still had no contact with him. Behind it, nearly 100 wolves soon followed, and Du Shan also ran over closely. Seeing them leave, Panda directed the other companions, relying on the transportation of Xue Jin, and transported them all to the other side of the river. Afterwards, for the sake of speed, they all immediately moved forward to the destination. As the rear guard, Panda immediately saw the dense insects, and he also found that the color and shape of some insects were different from those he saw at the beginning. He immediately thought of the Dianwei, who had been completely eaten. Perhaps these insects that had mutated a little were actually related to the Dianwei. These special insects were obviously much faster than the previous ones, and two fangs-like things grew on both sides of their bodies. Panda did not dare to neglect, and roared at the wolf pack behind him, "Run forward! Don't stop!" Among the wolves, only Feng Xiao finally ran back. "Don't think of being the rear guard here. Your life belongs to the master." His golden eyes were full of determination and worry for his companions. "Don't I know yet? Stand back!" Panda stood up and roared. His fists began to release unimaginable winds to the front, and almost at the same time, they completely smashed the nearby giant trees. As the frequency became higher, the flames appeared again, but this time the color of the flames gradually changed from red to dark blue. "Panda, take it easy." The wind whistled with spiritual energy. Although it learned from Panda that these insects could absorb the power of elements, it was not. Only wind elements can use it. Moreover, there is no rule that the vacuum blades created by the claws on the limbs tearing the air still belong to the category of elemental attacks. Soon, the blue flame storm and the transparent giant claw vacuum blades bombarded the strange insects that swarmed in. However, after Panda released his ultimate move, he immediately hugged Feng Xiao by the waist and rushed forward to accelerate. "Why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to be eaten by those insects?" Panda couldn't help but said to Feng Xiao, who was quite surprised by all this. Feng Xiao didn't understand. "No. Didn't you just say I cover your retreat and don't worry about me? How come you run faster than me after releasing your ability? Who is stupid? Knowing that they are so strong and still fighting hard?" Panda ran faster and soon caught up with the tail of the large group. Feng Xiao was completely confused this time. He didn't expect that Panda was much more tactful than he thought. "It's just like those humans. But don't you want to see how dead or wounded they are?" "Maybe." Panda threw Feng Xiao to the ground. "Maybe what? Even if they are all dead, we can't stay there any longer. Who knows what will happen in the future? They are really too strange. These bugs are undoubtedly more difficult to deal with than any enemies they have encountered before. Moreover, they crawled out from the boulders that fell from the sky. They can even shield elemental attacks. Wait, will they continue to chase Feng Yan and the others? The number of those chasing just now doesn't seem to be many." The panda stopped and turned back. "Feng Xiao, you said Feng Ji and the others. Panda, get on my back. It seems something is wrong." A strong wind blew, and Xue Jin, who had been hovering in the air for reconnaissance, landed on the ground. Chapter 323, the most luxurious reward they can get. The morning dew had just fallen, and a ball of existence, like a meteor, streaked across the sky, emitting a fiery red light. This time, the fireball fell accurately in a large lake. But not long after, the giant object floated up again in the lake water that was thousands of meters deep. I didn't expect that this lake was so deep. Lin Ning floated on the large lake on the plateau, his roots pulling the lakeshore in the distance, dragging his huge body to the shore, and hiding his figure in the giant trees that were hundreds of meters high. After arranging a bamboo shoot of the spiritual bamboo clone, Lin Ning sensed the cities and population gathering places within hundreds of kilometers. However, he did not find any extraordinary research center. It seems that this sparsely populated and remote place is indeed not favored by the fate. Beside the lake deep in the plateau, Lin Ning looked at the ancient human buildings and felt that he should not continue to delay. After a whole night of hard work, the land in the southern part of the American continent was all covered by his densely distributed spiritual bamboo clones. Basically, there is one for every 500 to 600 kilometers to ensure the density. Then, the next step is to cross the Great North Ocean again, and then go to the Philippines to do what was done in the southern part of the American continent again. Although this is actually a bit boring. Use the ability of reconstructing the aura of all things to perceive everything within 2,000 kilometers. Calculate the distance, and then move a long distance, and then destroy the perceived extraordinary research center and other facilities and personnel of the Destiny Society, and then repeat the cycle. Although in this process, there are also the participation of subordinates and constant fighting. Even powerful subordinates like Shueya can use rats to destroy the defenses of huge cities with aura shielding devices one by one, just like the attack on Xiaohu City. But it is still extremely boring. However, this boring process is actually quite meaningful. If he could place the Lingzhu clones throughout the entire range of this blue planet, then he could sense the embodiment of everything on this entire planet at any place and at any time. Of course, on this planet, no matter what kind of human beings, the fate of the extraordinary, or the various mutant creatures, and everything else, they could not escape his control. And the goal of dominating the blue planet would be completely accomplished at that time. But if you want to complete this feat, it will take a long time and patience. After all, this blue planet is too big. It takes almost a day and a night of effort to complete the southern part of the American continent. And the entire blue planet has a much wider space than this land. Whether it is land or ocean, in Lin Ning perception, they are too vast. In order to completely seize this vast world, Lin Ning feels that he seems to have to make considerable efforts. Without accumulating small steps, there is no way to reach 1,000 miles. He is still very clear about this sentence. In this world of spiritual energy revival, if he wants to become the strongest one on Blue Star, then he must work harder. On Blue Star, whether it is humans or mutant creatures, there may even be a considerable number of strange beasts, all of which are potential enemies. Just like in the vast rainforest area in the southern part of the United States, Lin Ning also encountered a very powerful second-level mutant demon python, which was 100 meters long and seemed to have infinite power. But even such an opponent could not do anything to him. And even in the end, he was caught by Imokai and Zhu Yu respectively, and finally fell to death on the edge of the cliff. As a result, his two Air Force leaders successfully upgraded their realm to the 3rd level and became the real Sky Overlord. After upgrading their realm, Imokai and Zhu Yu, who were originally subordinates of the red-crowned crane, no longer looked like they did before. With a wingspan of nearly 20 meters, they looked more like 2 cutting-edge fighter planes. They have the ability to fly and the wind element. After upgrading their realm, they have also awakened the ability to control the thunder element and ice element, allowing them to have more colorful offensive means in battle. Lin Ning even felt that no matter which of these two guys, it was enough to make all the creatures on this land tremble. Of course, Lin Ning did not let Imokai and Zhu Yu stay here, which was basically under his control. Instead, he sent one of them to take the golden python Jin Lin to the location of the silver dragon Qin Chun, urging it to attack other extraordinary people and extraordinary research centers in America, while the other one took the white rat Shueya back to the European continent, gathered the companions who stayed there, and then attacked the remaining forces in Europe together. Lin Ning has decided on the direction for his next move. From here, he will reach the Great North Ocean, and then go to the Philippines. However, at this moment, he was standing on the lakeshore when he suddenly saw a dazzling white light flash across the sky. After the white light, the length of the fiercely burning tail flame was also quite astonishing. and the rumbling sound it emitted showed its power and destructiveness. I'm afraid it's definitely not a simple meteorite. Lin Ning was also very surprised, since the meteorite had reached the level that he could find. The human side didn't even take any further action? If such a large meteorite fell, it would definitely be a disaster. Right? They didn't use nuclear bombs to bomb it? However, Lin Ning waited for a while, and saw that the meteorite was getting bigger and closer. But he never saw any missiles or nuclear bombs greeting it. Boom! A muffled sound much smaller than expected came from the tropical rainforest, nearly 700 to 800 kilometers away from him. But to his surprise, in the embodiment in his mind, there was no huge meteorite crater, no geological changes, no volcanic eruptions, no earthquakes, and no great destructive power. Is this a meteorite? Are you kidding me? Lin Ning simply couldn't believe it. The meteorites in his impression were not so gentle. At least there was a huge shock wave. And there was a terrifying explosion. Wait. No. What if this is not an ordinary meteorite? You know, this is the era of spiritual energy revival. If there is any abnormality, then it is always right to rely on spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Lin Ning immediately took further action. He didn't want anything that he couldn't control to exist. If there was such a thing, he also wanted to destroy it as quickly as possible, just like the strange beasts at that time, and would never give them any possibility to threaten himself. After calculating the distance, the bamboo root quickly shot out in the direction of the meteorite, and in an instant, Lin Ning turned into a beam of fire and rushed into the tropical rainforest. However, before he arrived there, he sensed an extremely strange breath coming from the meteorite. Is this a bug? No. It seems to be something more terrifying. Lin Ning was even more surprised to find that the meteorite was almost completely intact. And the things that kept drilling out from the bottom like crawling bugs made Lin Ning feel that this matter was even more weird. There are bugs in the meteorite? What a joke. After hitting the ground heavily, Lin Ning also found that he was less than 5 kilometers away from the meteorite, and several of the bugs that had drilled out of the meteorite before came nearby, and he could see them clearly. It is called a bug, but it is actually more like a mollusk, black all over, and with countless tiny tentacles similar to hair on its body. Lin Ning unexpectedly discovered that it had a strong spiritual energy. An alien. And spiritual energy? What's going on? He really couldn't understand it. This thing flew from the sky, but it still had spiritual energy, just like the one on Blue Star. Could it be a mutant creature on Blue Star? How could a mutant creature send meteorites everywhere? Could it be fate? No. Beifuli was killed by me. It's impossible for that guy to have such a thing and not use it. Could it be that a mutant creature really made it? Just like that island turtle? A mere island turtle can play with this. Although thinking so, Lin Ning didn't dare to be careless at all. For him, any abnormal situation must be taken seriously. Otherwise, something unimaginable and uncontrollable will definitely happen. In particular, these black bugs. After noticing his dark red bamboo hidden in the rainforest, which had just fallen from the sky, a considerable number of them were constantly invading in this direction. Lin Ning had a deep disgust for bug-like things, especially since each of these bugs was half a meter long, and the tentacles on their bodies were even more disgusting than those of the alien beasts. And the way they crawled forward made him extremely uncomfortable. Then, let's give these things a quick death. Lin Ning discovered that although not all the bugs were black in color, and some even had strange shapes, some had some scales, and some had things that looked like fangs, they were definitely the same kind. These bugs were too weird, and Lin Ning didn't want to touch them, but stretched out thousands of bamboo roots and released dark element attacks on them. In an instant, thousands of dark spaces of all sizes completely covered the bugs. But Lin Ning immediately noticed something strange. The physical bodies of these bugs did not disappear at all. Is this the element shielding ability? Lin Ning, who had experienced countless battles, would not be stunned at this moment. Nor would he be shocked because the opponent even withstood the attack of the dark space that was almost invincible. He also reacted in an instant. Blood blade slash. Thousands of blood-red bamboo leaves flew out from the densely packed dark red bamboo branches, the light golden light shining on their leaf edges. In this early morning, in this airtight tropical rainforest, turned into pieces of extremely sharp blades, and suddenly went in all directions. They frantically cut the air into pieces, and also turned it into an indestructible vacuum blade. Almost at the same time, These vacuum blades and blood-colored bamboo leaves hit all the bugs crawling towards Lin Ming. These bugs were also chopped into meat paste at this moment. Lin Ming sensed everything around him, except for the meteorite and the vicinity of the meteorite. There were no more bugs. Can it resist elements, but not physical attacks? Although these bugs contained spiritual energy, Lin Ming also found that they could not provide him with any evolutionary points. The system did not react at all, and it seemed to completely ignore these bugs. However, Lin Ming did not want these weird bugs to continue to exist. The meteorite was already quite strange, and from the observation just now, Lin Ming also found the existence of quite a lot of bugs with completely different appearances. Whether they had scales, horns, or sharp teeth, no matter how he looked at them, he felt that these bugs did not seem to be just bugs, but a kind of mutant that could devour organisms and grow them into mutants with the characteristics of the other. Although he did not actually see it, Lin Ming felt that this speculation was still very likely. Standing in place, Lin Ming wanted to find the insect corpses, but found that they had completely lost their original appearance and turned into flying foam and meat paste. Lin Ming couldn't help but be surprised by his blood blade slash ability. After all, he had hardly upgraded this ability since the beginning, and completely let it improve with the improvement of his own realm. From the flying leaf knife at the beginning to the blood blade slash now, the power has been constantly increasing, because there are many long-range attack weapons now, such as bamboo roots and various elemental attacks. Basically no enemy can get close. So this ability is basically used when you want to increase your movement speed and then use it to cut off most of the trunk. The sense of existence at other times can be said to be extremely low. This is not to say that its strength is poor, but that Lin Ming is too powerful at present. So powerful that there is no creature that can have any chance of survival within 1,000 kilometers with him as the center. Various elemental attacks released by bamboo roots, bean sprouts supporting the skull attack, toxins and poisonous fog attacks. Not to mention the subordinates, who have gradually become more powerful. Even with their strength, it is no problem for them to crush humans. It can be said that Lin Ming has now truly become an invincible existence within the known range. But now Lin Ming also found that if he wants to kill the opponent with physical means without contacting the enemy, it seems that only Blood Blade can be relied on. In addition to this, there is really no more powerful means of attack. Lin Ming dozens of bamboo roots supported him up and gradually went towards the meteorite that no longer emitted white smoke. No matter what method is used, destroying the unknown enemy is what he should do now. Meteorites, strange insects, or something else. It doesn't matter. Lin Ming now only likes to destroy everything that hinders him. Mutated creatures, extraordinary people, destiny, or this kind of insects. If they dare to block him in front of him, then the only most luxurious reward they can get, that is death. Chapter 324 Black Meteorite. In the tropical rainforest that blocks out the sun, countless creatures live. Countless birds, wild beasts, various insects, and plants all live in this vast area. Once upon a time, in order to obtain the extremely abundant forest resources and animal resources here, humans frantically cut down this vast tropical rainforest known as the lungs of the blue planet, turned the creatures in it into ornamental objects, and destroyed it to pieces. As the rainforest area shrinks day by day, animal and plant resources are also lost in large quantities. But with the advent of the era of spiritual energy recovery, all this has changed. The originally sparse edge of the rainforest has gradually returned to its original green, and the trees in the rainforest have also become towering giant trees. Countless animals and plants have restored their original distribution here, and at the same time, unimaginable mutant creatures have also appeared. But at this moment, this group of creatures that originally thrived in the rainforest and almost flooded the place are now desperately chased and devoured by those strange insects, and even use them as new breeding nests. And along with the slaughter and reproduction, the number of these insects has also increased exponentially. They are not satisfied with eating those large and small creatures. Even weeds, plants and giant trees have become the nutrients they want to eat and replenish energy. With the meteorite as the center, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers has gradually been turned into a dead place without life by them. But there is only one exception. A bamboo with a trunk as red as blood walks quietly in this rainforest. The black bugs that approached the bamboo were easily turned into a pool of meat paste in almost no time. Even more bugs that were still hunting other mutant creatures in the dense forest were also shredded by the red bamboo leaves shining with golden light. The ocean formed by the black bugs gradually shrank, and their number also rapidly decreased under the attack of the bamboo leaves. Lin Ming leisurely eliminated the black bugs one by one, and in a short time, he drove them back to the vicinity of the meteorite. Just now, Lin Ming had carefully observed these bugs in the process of constantly eliminating them. He found that this group of bugs did not seem to be very quiet. They were like small harvesters, harvesting all the creatures in front of them, including plants, as if they wanted to devour them cleanly. When they encounter small animals or bugs, they will devour them, and then quickly reproduce more. When they encounter medium to large mutated creatures, especially those at the entry level, they choose to enter their bodies, hollow out their bones, and then turn them into their new nests. Moreover, the black insects bred from these mutated creatures will have new colors and shapes, becoming somewhat different from the original ones. Although it is unclear what these soft-bodied creatures with countless tentacles that look like ordinary insects are, Lin Ming knows very well that if these things are allowed to develop, then this blue planet will probably be eaten up in a short period of time and become a completely unsuitable place for survival. This is related to many things, let alone his subordinates. From his own point of view, this kind of thing must not be allowed to happen. If the environment of the entire blue planet is destroyed, then the fate of his plant will probably not be much better. What's more, if the entire blue planet is really bare, he has no desire to conquer it at all. Thinking of this, Lin Ming continued to move forward. The bamboo leaves were constantly consumed as they flew out, but the endless surging spiritual energy in Lin Ming's body made the bamboo leaves sprout from the bamboo branches continuously. It can be said that Lin Ming's current ammunition is unlimited. As long as he wants, it is no problem to fire the blood blade / 24 hours a day. The number of black insects is further reduced. At the same time, they are also forced by Lin Ming blood blade / to the extent that only a little bit of existence remains around the black meteorite, and they have completely lost their previous prestige. Lin Ming feels that although this new enemy does feel very strange at first, it is still easy for him to deal with it. After all, it only took him a short while from the beginning to now to make these insects go from being aggressive to the extent that they can only hide in the meteorite. Lin Ming bamboo roots completely pulled out the giant tree near the meteorite and threw it aside, revealing the full view of this extremely black meteorite. In the center of the not-too-deep crater, the huge black meteorite stood there quietly. Lin Ming estimated that it was about 10 meters in diameter. Logically speaking, a meteorite of this size would never have such a nearly perfect spherical shape after reaching the ground from high altitude. Moreover, this meteorite crater was a little too small, according to Lin Ming's superficial understanding of this thing. How could there be only this level of crater when it fell from a high altitude at that speed? He couldn't help but look at the sky. Suddenly, it felt that even if the panda fell from such a high place, there would be more than this level of crater. Even if there were no bugs, Lin Ming would never think that this meteorite was fine. Because of his caution towards the meteorite, Lin Ming still did not directly touch it with bamboo roots or bamboo branches, but urged his ability to grow a few bamboo leaves to a length of nearly 3 meters using the ability to create new life. This was also something that had to be done in order to destroy this huge meteorite to the maximum extent. In addition, after Lin Ming looked at the evolution points on the attribute panel, he thought about it and directly upgraded the blood blade / to level 9. Ding! The blood blade / has reached the limit of its ability and has been upgraded to explosive storm. Oh! Okay. More powerful. Stronger attack power. And, looking at the name, it seems that the attack method has also been strengthened? Using the spiritual energy, Lin Ming instantly used the enhanced version of the blood blade / obtained after the upgrade. 6 huge bamboo leaves suddenly rushed out like an explosion, and a series of explosions suddenly sounded in the air. Countless transparent wind blades formed by the extreme compression of air spun and moved wildly on these 6 bamboo leaves, and bombarded the direction of the huge black meteorite in an instant. At the same time, Lin Ming bamboo roots were also prepared, and a huge bamboo root net was arranged 500 meters away from the black meteorite to prevent its fragments from spreading too much and becoming uncollectible. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and in front of Lin Ming, a scene he had never seen before also erupted. After the 6 blood-red bamboo leaves were embedded in the huge black meteorite, it was as if time had stopped. Within 3 seconds, even the air was still. After 3 seconds, countless whirlwinds rolled the black meteorite like it was swallowed up. This series of rolling also led to a bigger rolling, and even made a deafening sound like the long roar of a beast. Those black meteorites also changed from spheres to countless fragments in this rolling, and then from fragments to countless debris. Finally, these tornadoes continued to compress and combine, and even turned everything into nothing. Lin Ning saw the constantly rotating spherical wind blade group, and also felt the horror of this thing. If it hits a superhuman, it is estimated that it will be a powerful level of hundreds of seconds. And with both speed and destructive power, it is estimated that it is difficult for mutants or superhumans to withstand this attack. Seeing that the black bugs and the black meteorites were all blown away by this explosive storm, Lin Ning did not forget to finish them off. The dark space swallowed up the meteorites and insect corpses that were rolled into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Lin Ning carefully sensed them and confirmed that there was no trace of them. So he was relieved. Can they still resist elemental attacks after turning into corpses and pieces? Lin Ning moved to the vicinity of the meteorite crater and looked around. Trees, weeds, and various creatures have completely disappeared in this area. There is really no grass left. These bugs are simply eating machines, leaving nothing behind. Speaking of which, what exactly is this thing? Lin Ning thought carefully, and didn't think that this thing looked like something from outer space at all. Although it looked more like a meteorite, and it did look like it fell from a high altitude. But it was really unreasonable for such a large meteorite to only leave a small crater in this tropical rainforest. Not to mention the strange black bugs that appeared here. They also have spiritual energy, if they are really visitors from outer space. Then there is also spiritual energy revival in outer space? Should spiritual energy revival be so worthless? Looking back on the whole incident, Lin Ning actually had quite a lot of doubts about this big black meteorite and these bugs that appeared from the beginning. The black bugs have spiritual energy, not to mention that they have no evolution points, but they can shield elemental attacks. The last time they could do this was with the alien beasts. And the similarities with the alien beasts are not only this, but also the tentacles on these bugs. Lin Ning can still visualize the complete appearance of these bugs in his mind. In fact, if you look closely at the bodies of these bugs, they look like slug-like things with countless tentacles like black hair, which will swing constantly with their movements. But these insects do not have as many eyes as the strange beasts. It may even be said that they do not have any eyes at all. Apart from their tentacles, their entire bodies consist of a mouth that is located somewhere unknown, but can swallow other creatures. In other aspects, these bugs seem to move on land for the purpose of reproduction and destruction. They swallow small mutants or ordinary creatures, and then immediately reproduce new individuals as if they split, or directly drill into the mouths of large and medium-sized creatures, turning the opponent's body into a breeding ground for them. To be honest, this is a bit unacceptable to Lin Ning. Although he is not afraid of claustrophobia, the reproduction speed of these things is really outrageous. In particular, they seem to be able to drill into the bodies of mutants and reproduce new individuals. And they can also carry some characteristics of the mutants that were eaten, which is outrageous. Who knows if they use some mutants that are originally very powerful as nests for reproduction? Will they create super strong new individuals? Speaking of this, Lin Ning suddenly worried about his subordinates. After all, the mutants on this planet that can be regarded as powerful are his lovely subordinates. Whether it was Panda Panda, Feng Wolf Feng Xiao and the others, or the Air Force like Jiying Shui Jin, no matter which one was picked out, they were all extremely powerful mutant creatures. If they encountered this strange new enemy, they would probably suffer. After all, many of the subordinates had elemental attributes, and were also very dependent on these elemental attributes. If they were counterattacked because of overconfidence, they might even be killed by such an attack. Thinking of this, Lin Ning felt a chill, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. What if his subordinates have already encountered such an opponent? Isn't it impossible? Although he had just encountered such an enemy, and saw such a meteorite fall to the ground, it doesn't mean that there would be no such thing in other places on this blue planet. Right? The bamboo roots penetrated deeply into the ground, and soon awakened the spiritual bamboo clones one by one. As Lin Ning continued to connect, countless spiritual bamboo clones rose from the ground. At the same time, the ability to rebuild the aura of all things was also used. Lin Ning continued to sense his rapidly expanding consciousness field, looking for the traces of his subordinates. Not long after, Lin Ning bamboo roots connected to the United States, crossed the Great North Ocean to the European continent, and drove straight from the European continent to the Suzaku Valley spiritual realm of the Tang dynasty. Panda, Feng Xiao, Xin Chun, Qiang, Xuejin, Lin Ming called his subordinates, and he soon got their responses. Master, we have something important to report to you. Their spiritual language sounded quite urgent to Lin Ming, and he also had a bad premonition. Master, we encountered new enemies while moving. They fell from the sky. Panda immediately reported to Lin Ming everything that happened in the meantime. It just crossed the river again with Feng Xiao. And at the critical moment, it wiped out all the bugs chasing Feng Yin and them. At this time, it went to the meteorite again with Feng Xiao, Feng Yin and Xuejin, ready to kill the black bugs together with the meteorite. What? Dianwei actually. Lin Ming didn't expect that something really happened in Tanghua. Dianwei was curious, and was given a light element barrier by Bai Qi. He rashly went to the meteorite to check. As a result, he wanted to bite a black bug to death. But the black bug drilled into his mouth, and eventually became the nest of the bugs. Another subordinate died. Master, we also encountered. We saw the big rocks falling from the sky. But we thought those black bugs were too weird. So we stayed away from them. Now we are moving towards the direction of Bear Country. Master, we also. Now that the subordinates in Europe have reported one after another, Lin Ming also knew that these black meteorites have appeared in America, Europe and Tang Country. How could it be such a coincidence that they appeared at the same time? What is it? Is it really an alien? Or, just when Lin Ming was thinking, suddenly, he found a white light flashing across the sky again. And this white light was exactly the same as the previous one. This white light was also as if it had been calculated, flying straight towards him. Chapter 325 Changing Mood. This is not right. Seeing the white light getting closer and closer to him, Lin Ming couldn't help but suspect that there was a force behind the launch of the meteorite. This force could be a mutant creature, an alien, or the Dying Destiny Society. But Lin Ming didn't think that this meteorite-like thing was something outside of the blue planet. If it really existed, it would have come from the beginning. And it had to appear only now. Do you like to rush so much? You know, at this moment, the spiritual energy has recovered to a certain stage, and the mutant creatures on the blue planet have also evolved to a certain extent. The human side was forced to struggle by the mutant creatures, and the Destiny Society, their only hope, was basically destroyed by him. Now, the only two lands that Lin Ming has not set foot on are the Philippine continent and the Great Plains. And the forces of the Destiny Society there are also lingering. The spiritual rain has erupted 3 times. Whether it is the American continent, the European continent, or all other places, humans have reached the end of their rope. The strongest mutant creatures on land are the 3rd level blood evil. But they are already extremely rare. The highest of the others are also 2nd level. Even so, these slightly stronger mutant creatures are completely no match for his subordinates. Not to mention his mutant bamboo that has unknowingly entered the 4th and 5th levels. In this way, whether it is the human side or the mutant creatures on land, it is absolutely impossible to create this kind of black bug that almost wants to devour everything. Of course, it is not absolutely impossible. Maybe fate will have a backup in the Philippines and the Great Plains. Or stronger mutant creatures on land exist in those 2 lands? The other 2, whether it is aliens or mutant creatures in the ocean, are actually not low. Although he does not think this is an alien, there is still such a possibility. As for the ocean, this is very likely. Lin Ming has only reached the level of full perception in the southern part of the American continent and the European continent. Yalu is just Tang country. The northern part of the American continent is the American country. And only a small part of the Great North Ocean can be perceived. The vast ocean beyond this is completely unknown in his perception. Moreover, from the island turtle that can almost be said to be unbelievable, it can be seen that the mutant creatures in the ocean may be more powerful than he imagined. Those strange beasts that look like octopuses with polypod syndrome are also completely beyond Lin Ming cognition. After all, there is no such disgusting thing on land. Comprehensively considered, this black ball and the worms in the black ball are most likely launched by a mutant creature or something in the ocean. Maybe this guy's ability can already throw these black balls to a near-space orbit, and then hit the land like a meteorite? Lin Ming feels that his imagination is still lacking. Maybe other people's operations are more exciting. Lin Ming looked at the black meteorite that was approaching him again. The bamboo roots stretched out tens of kilometers into the sky and released the shadow space to it. The black meteorite also disappeared in an instant. But then, an unimaginable number of black bugs suddenly appeared in the sky, falling like raindrops. This was not difficult for Lin Ming. With the ability of explosive storm, as he activated his spiritual energy, thousands of bamboo leaves also flew into the air, launching a bamboo leaf storm, directly engulfing all the falling black bugs, making a deafening roar. Despite such a high profile, Lin Ming was still very confident that he would not be photographed by human reconnaissance aircraft or satellites. He was still hiding in the giant tree jungle in the rainforest, on the edge of the jungle that was eaten by black bugs before, and the roots that had just been launched also retracted in a very short time. As for this explosive storm, it is estimated that most people would not imagine where this constantly rolling tornado-like thing came from. Moreover, Lin Ming and his subordinates had destroyed all military facilities in the southern part of the continent, including the northern part of the American Empire. Those that could not be destroyed in a short time were temporarily protected by his Lingzhu clone. But reconnaissance aircraft and fighter jets were left without a trace. The only thing that humans could detect here was satellites. But will they still pay attention to these? Lin Ming said that maybe they won't. It is already very difficult for the human side to survive. Not long ago, after contacting Panda Panda, he learned about the reaction of the Tang Kingdom, which made Lin Ming think so even more. Such a large meteorite fell on the ground. But they didn't even send out a reconnaissance plane to take a look. And there was no movement for a long time. Busy with the reconstruction after the war? So they don't care about anything else? At least send a missile to try to destroy it. After all, Lin Ming remembered that when he left, he didn't destroy all the military forces like he did to the United States or the countries in the southern part of the United States. In fact, he basically didn't do anything to the Tang Kingdom. Just those ordinary mutant creatures are enough for them to bear. But think about it carefully. If this is true, it also proves that the current status of human beings is already in a very humble situation. Or is it that these are actually invented by humans, not those unknown marine mutants? So humans are so calm? Lin Ming thought about it, and looked up at the sky. The whirlwind continued to cut the insects like a knife. And the number of these insects that Lin Ming could sense was also decreasing sharply. It has to be solved again. Although these things are extremely difficult opponents for mutants, humans and even plants. In Lin Ming's eyes, they are not qualified at all. In fact, they are not even opponents for him. After all, opponents have to give evolution points. Right? Just like the human side. The difference between ordinary people and extraordinary people is whether they can give themselves evolution points. Those without evolution points cannot be considered opponents at all. And there is no value in killing them. For worthless things, let them be slowly washed away and destroyed by the torrent of spiritual energy in this era of spiritual energy revival. Soon, in the whirlwind in the air, all the black bugs were turned into powder. Worthless. Lin Ming connected his Lingzhu clone and sensed the location of his subordinates. Master, we have eliminated those black bugs with ordinary attacks without elements. Silver Dragon Qin Chun reported to Lin Ming in America. To Qin Chun, these black bugs were nothing at all. It only needed to simply wrap them with venom that could almost corrode metal, and then watch them being digested by the venom without even struggling, and completely turned into pus. Lin Ming understood it clearly. Oh, venom would work. So why did he go to such great lengths to use the explosion storm random attack? Wouldn't it be nice to just use the dense fog burst plus the toxin to create a wave and take them away directly? Although the explosion storm random attack does look more handsome. Lin Ming, who had made up his mind to use the explosion storm random attack to kill these black bugs in the future, continued to sense his subordinates in other places. Master, we also found the bugs on the European side. But we can't do much. Master, please send your companions to support us as soon as possible. We are moving towards the bear country. Yanlu was very anxious. Yanlu, Lei Ji, 2 donkey-headed wolves, the little Soro Shadow and Sheng Bai, the giant monkeys Bingpa and Huaikui, the 4 blood phoenixes, and the 3-tailed fox Xuanhua, who came from the European continent, were basically masters of the elemental system. The black bugs that only eat ordinary attacks are like natural enemies to them, and they can only chase them from behind. It would be better if they brought Du Yin with them. But unfortunately they didn't. Even Zhu Yu, who took Shuya there, was still not a physical system, whether it was Zhu Yu's sharp beak or claws. If they encountered those bugs, they would probably be eaten up. And the sea of rats that Shuya could control gave the black bugs experience. So there is really nothing we can do about the black bugs in Europe. Master, we have arrived near the black boulder. And we have almost eliminated all the bugs along the way, Panda reported. Panda's approach is quite smart. It caught up with the troops returning to the spiritual realm of Suzaku Valley and found Dushan. Dushan's crisis perception ability, combined with Shui Jin's aerial reconnaissance. Soon Panda knew the location of all the black bugs. And together with Feng Xiao and Feng Yin, used the non-contact attack of Fist Wind and Claw Blade Vacuum Blade to minimize the number of black bugs and force them back to the location of the black meteorite. Lin Ning couldn't help but admire Panda's performance. This guy can really use his own intelligence to optimize the use of his subordinates according to their respective abilities, and excellently complete this encounter and counterattack. However, Lin Ning does not want Panda to be complacent because of this. After all, compared to humans, these mutant creatures are much simpler and simpler. But it is also this innocence and simplicity that makes them less flexible in dealing with some things. They will repeat some mistakes that even humans would not repeat. For example, there was the previous example of Zhuo Yuan who disobeyed orders and caused his own death in Qincheng City. And this time Dian Wei made the same mistake again. Originally, it was only the four pandas Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin and Shui Jin who could investigate it. But Jing Ji insisted on going. And Bai Qi thought that his light element barrier was strong enough. So he also gave a barrier to Ban Hu and Dian Wei who were clamoring to go. And then let them go without worry. As a result, Dian Wei was regarded as a breeding nest by the black bugs and was directly killed. Lin Ning was naturally upset about the death of his subordinates. But his state of mind was completely different from when he just mutated into a bamboo. At the beginning, Lin Ning only had Qin Shun, who was still a cute little snake, and Fo Xiao, who was still a little wolf cub. They were furious because of the injuries of Lei Ji and Du Yin, and they felt that it was unacceptable. Later, Panda and many of his subordinates joined him one after another. In the Battle of Qincheng not long ago, he lost the giant monkey Zhuo Yuan, who had followed him since the Wanzhou Sea spirit realm. At that time, Lin Ning was very angry, and because of this opportunity, he launched a revenge attack on humans. Although he did achieve a considerable victory later, and thus learned about the existence of the aura shielding device, and thus found out the fate of the mastermind behind the scenes. But now think about it carefully. He didn't have to do this. If he honestly raised his own strength to the 4th and 5th levels first, and then began to conquer with the strength to crush all creatures on Blue Star, the Fate or the island turtles in the Great North Ocean would be easily destroyed. Originally, there is life and there is death. The death of any of the subordinates is actually quite normal. After all, in this world of spiritual energy revival, no one can be absolutely sure that he can always be invincible and will not be easily killed. Just like the 2 A-level and dozens of B-level marine mutants that destroyed the Lebite Kingdom and the Philippines. Weren't they also sent away by several nuclear bombs? The one who killed them was even just an ordinary human, who can be said to be the most rubbish force on this blue planet. Weak will be killed, and careless will be killed. This is the truth. Whether it is other mutants, Fate, ordinary humans, or his subordinates, it is the same. This time, the point guard was killed by this black bug. Lin Ning just felt that in the next few days, he must let all his subordinates know how tragic the consequences will be if they rely solely on their spiritual judgment to do some unknown and dangerous things. This point must be made clear to the subordinates no matter what. They are indeed very strong, but an accident can kill them, and everything will be wiped out. Panda, Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, Shui Jin, you must understand that blindly believing in your own strength will lead to great losses. Master, we understand. Panda the Panda and Feng Xiao the Wind Wolf have witnessed the death of their companions twice, and now they have deeply understood this in their hearts. But at this time, another emotion rose in their hearts, and they could no longer suppress it. Master, we request to destroy these disgusting black bugs together with a huge black boulder. This is to avenge Dian Wei, and to show the Master the powerful power they possess. Remember, no matter what, you can't blindly think that your own power is omnipotent. Lin Ning has made good instructions to Panda and the others, and hopes that they can really realize this. After all, they are far from the strength he has now, and there is no way to be able to face any opponent easily. Lin Ning propped up the bamboo roots and sensed everything within 2,000 kilometers. after finding that there were no more black meteorites falling from the sky. He also used the bamboo roots to extend towards the Great Bayong Ocean, 1,000 kilometers away. Next, he should go to the direction of Feilu, and then fill that place with his spiritual bamboo clones. The road ahead is long and arduous. Lin Ning couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 326 Common Interests. In the early morning, thick fog completely enveloped the entire Chongqing mountain spirit realm. In the intersection of mountains and grasslands, a group of extraordinary people carrying luggage easily eliminated dozens of mutant creatures that attacked them. And then the group stopped by a big river. The fog by the river was even thicker, although the airflow continued to flow upward from the canyon under their feet. It could not dispel the white fog. Old Xing, how far is it over there? Fei Jun looked at the vague, turbulent river under the abyss under his feet, and turned to look at Xing Yu, who was thoughtful beside him. Xing Yu really didn't say anything along the way, which was not like his usual self at all. It can even be said that Xing Yu was really a little strange. Fei Jun looked at the direction they came from in the thick fog. They were now getting farther and farther away from the Tang Kingdom, and that person. At this time, everyone else also looked at their leader and Zheng Guodong beside Xing Yu. Whether it is Xing Yu or Zheng Guodong, without these two people, it is impossible for them to walk from Bingcheng to here, let alone those powerful mutants. Even the Tang Kingdom will never let them leave easily. As extraordinary people, they have a great responsibility. Although they all believe that up to now, humans have basically been in a state of complete defeat in the era of spiritual energy revival, and it is impossible to restore the original glory. Humans have been driven out from the mountains, the seaside, the plateaus and the hills by mutants, and have to migrate the population. Countless people have been separated from their wives and children, and have been separated from their lives by those mutants that have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and possess destructive power. Humans, who were originally the rulers of the entire blue planet, can only shrink in giant cities and survive. The role played by these extraordinary people is not the savior. The power possessed by the extraordinary can easily kill some mutant creatures in the spiritual realm, and can also protect the entire city with one's own strength when the spiritual rain breaks out. It can be said that if you believe in the extraordinary from the beginning, there is no destiny, and ordinary people and extraordinary people are united. Maybe mutant creatures are really nothing. But now, it's too late to say anything. Even if they want to turn the tide, Xing Yu and others, who once saved Chongqing from the water and fire in the sea of strange beasts, can finally come to the conclusion that they should stay away from ordinary people. As extraordinary people, it shouldn't be like this. The extraordinary people have been manipulated by the Destiny Club from the beginning, and have become chess pieces of the Destiny Club, or even abandoned pieces. Humans have produced extremely serious internal conflicts with each other. How serious is this in this era of spiritual revival? It can be said that it has even directly led to the point where humans can only survive in corners now. The Destiny Club wants to build a world with only extraordinary people, so they are laying out all over the world. For example, in Tang Country, they used Drake to control that person, and then established the Transcendent Association and the 9-layered Heaven Tower in Tang Country. After they could create strange beasts, they used the 9-layered Heaven Tower as an experimental product. Later, there were artificial transcendents and white fog bombs. The ambition of the Fate Society destroyed everything. But because of their ambition, the Fate Society was also backlashed by the terrifying S-level Demon King. As a result, the Fate Society was completely destroyed by the S-level Demon King, and even the President Adenauer died because of it. Not far away, Xing Yu looked up and looked into the clouds. The Fate Society pushed humans into the abyss, but also destroyed them. Now, humans are almost on the edge of destruction. Is it really good for them to go to the Doomsday Fortress in Yuko City at this time and live there? Xing Yu shook his head. In the 9-layered Heaven Tower, he always felt that he was a dog, because of the Fate Society behind them. These transcendents with powerful powers have no so-called dignity at all. Obviously, the power can easily subdue ordinary people, but they did not do so. The reason is that they still have humanity in their hearts. With their own strength, they can protect the safety of all people. This fiery and rock-hard belief makes them unable to be like the Fate Society. They will never become people like the extraordinary people in the Fate Society. In the 9 Heavens Tower, they can only listen to orders and obey orders, and can only complete tasks that are not important at all in constant doubt. Obviously, the mutants are getting stronger and stronger. In the case of Rongqing City's extremely weak defense, they can't even go to support as they wish. They can only watch a large number of cities and densely populated areas being swallowed up by mutants after the spiritual rain erupts again and again. After completing the mission, the honor belongs to ordinary people. Which doesn't matter. They can tolerate it. If the mission fails, the responsibility is theirs. Which doesn't matter. They can tolerate it. Ordinary people have extremely complicated feelings towards the extraordinary people. And because of this, they are more afraid, disgusted, and excluded as their strength grows stronger. The alienation, indifference, and even determination of friends, lovers, and relatives make them gradually doubt what the meaning of their existence is. It shouldn't be like this. Teammates go crazy. Top secret. Only the team members know. Teammates die. Top secret. Only the team members know what to do. What is the strategy? What is the tactics? And what is the purpose of the meaningless battles again and again? All are secrets. Even as the highest tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, and the highest person in charge, Xingyu has no idea. He can only lead his partners. And in the meaningless battles again and again, he lost his former partners, and died of friends, who had been with him day and night. This is very important. And it is unbearable. But resistance? This road cannot be taken. The belief deep in their hearts prevented them from doing so. Therefore, they could only obey those seemingly absurd orders again and again, and were used to do whatever they were told to do by their beliefs. The dog had to do whatever the master wanted it to do. If it didn't obey, it would be thrown away without mercy. This is what Xingyu thought when he was in the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower. And almost everyone in the Nine-Layered Heaven Tower thought so. He couldn't help but think so. And they couldn't help but think so. And after he was injured by the giant beast and pretended to be unconscious, he was sent to a place 100 meters underground, and was completely locked up. When he saw Zheng Guodong, who was not crazy at all, he realized how worthless all this was. They escaped from Shangjing, abandoned everything, and came to Bingcheng. They originally wanted to accumulate strength in Bingcheng and wait, and see what that person would do next before making plans. But they got the news that the Demon King S and others were wreaking havoc. Even some mutant creatures whose true identity was unknown came to Bingcheng and launched further attacks. Their plan was to preserve their own strength as much as possible and transfer the main force to the Doomsday Fortress near Yuko City, which was safer and more remote. But just after leaving Bingcheng, they were blocked by that person. Then, the four of them went to Shangjing City, and for the safety of the last fortress of mankind, they stood in front of millions of mutant creatures that surged like a tide. But the more they fought, the deeper their doubts became, especially after Drake came and told them. They were shaken. Is the person who was not controlled by Drake worthy of their trust? The aura shielding device behind him made the answer rush towards the negative direction. But Chengyu, who was younger, had less social experience, and still had expectations for that person, stayed. At that time, they all thought that Chengyu was really too simple. After all, the person he believed in was not worthy of trust at all. This strange device that could set up aura shielding devices in various cities and turn them into ordinary people as long as they entered was set up outside the entire Shangjing. Once they enter, they will become ordinary people who have no power at all and can be slaughtered without resistance. After the battle, the aura shielding device that was still not turned off clearly told them that the man did not want to cooperate. So, they left Chengyu behind and went into the Daiqingshan spirit realm without looking back. But, is this correct? Xingyu shook his head. Old Xing. Do you regret it? Zheng Guodong was holding a grass root in his mouth. He knew very well why Xingyu was like this. And he also understood what Xingyu was thinking at the moment. Confused. Everyone is confused. Although they have been moving towards the doomsday territory of Yuko City, everyone will think about why we are going there every step of the way. Shouldn't we sacrifice ourselves for the Tang Kingdom, and for the entire human race? Show the pride of being a superhuman and stand in front of mutant creatures and all threats. And use this flesh and blood to forge the pride of being human? But now, they are more like cowards who run away with their tails between their legs, without any appearance. In his heart, Zheng Guodong wanted to stay with Chengyu. He believed that Fei Jun and Xingyu also wanted to stay, even if they were guarded by that person. They wanted to use their own abilities to contribute their strength to the Tang Kingdom and mankind. But, they left in the end. They were so determined at that time. But now they began to hesitate. Even if they ran to the ends of the earth, they would still fight with the S-level demon king who was chasing them. The result was the same. Die for the whole human race. Or die here for yourself. These more than 100 people were confused at the moment. Continue to move forward. Or go back to fight. Should we stick to the belief in our hearts, and use our own strength to ensure the safety of the people? Zhang Guodong spit out the grass roots in his mouth, and looked at Xingyu again. He shouted to everyone, okay. Don't waste time. Everyone knows what everyone is thinking. If you are willing to go back with me, follow me. Mr. Tian nodded and stood beside Zhang Guodong. And Fei Jun followed closely behind. Lu Feishu had already seen the hearts of the people. And he was also very clear about everyone's determination at the moment. In everyone's eyes. After one companion after another turned around, the fire in their eyes was rekindled. Except Xingyu. Everyone else stood beside Zhang Guodong. Xingyu sighed and smiled bitterly. I am the only bad guy this time? Stop talking nonsense. Come or not. If not, you can just be a wild man here. Zhang Guodong urged. I want to smoke real cigarettes. Not chewing this rotten grass roots. Xingyu also came over. Can you do it without me? Although you, Fei Jun and I are all A-level. But the strongest think tank is not here. You are just a bunch of rotten tomatoes and stinky birds. And you will be fooled by that person when you get there. Go to hell. Fei Jun also laughed. Everyone laughed. However, at this moment, two people appeared in front of the crowd, who were already facing the opposite direction and marching towards the hope of mankind again. It was a young man wearing a hood, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a strong aura. With a cigar in his mouth, everyone entered the battle state in an instant. After all, it was impossible for anyone to find them in such a remote place. Moreover, the strength of the person who could appear in front of them silently must have reached an unpredictable level. Oh, it seems that we are feared. The tall blonde man, with a burly figure smiled, and looked at the expressionless young man next to him with his hood still on. Master. Mr. Tian on the side raised his eyebrows. How could this man be here? Master Skit? That death merchant Alan's masters? Xingyu took a breath. This man whereabouts have been a mystery. It is said that he is dead. Moreover, according to their intelligence network, Masters is also one of the masterminds behind the funding of the Fate Society. And he is also called the end of all intelligence. Oh! Dr. Tian Jinzhong. I didn't expect that a mere person like me could be recognized by you. It's really... How did you say that Tang language? Master looked at the hooded young man next to him. I'm flattered. The hooded youth replied softly, his hand already touching the black double blades at his waist. He didn't understand why Master brought him here. The group of extraordinary people in front of him were very strong. There was no doubt about that. Xingyu looked at the hooded youth, thinking, and immediately thought of who this person was. You can come here without anyone noticing. You are Wang Su. Wang Su took off his hood and said coldly, It's me. Fei Jun looked at the young man and was stunned. Wang Su, a transcendent who is much more powerful than his mid-range teleportation. An A-level transcendent who can move freely to any place. He is also the strongest bounty hunter among the extraordinary people. Fei Jun's right hand touched the hilt of the long sword, and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. Everyone relax. We didn't come here to fight to the death. Master smiled and said to Fei Jun, shaking his finger. So, you are here to make us your mercenaries and bounty hunters? Old Tian snorted and glanced at Xingyu. To be frank, become your dog? Dream on. Master was still smiling. His eyes narrowed into a straight line. No. 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 I am here to discuss cooperation. What's the dog or not? I am not that person. Cooperation? Ink drops of Xingyu had already gathered around him. We have nothing to cooperate with the death merchant. Wang Su also instantly drew out the black double blades, but was stopped by Master. There are 3A level on the opposite side. Calm down. Wang Su's pupil shook violently, and cold sweat instantly flowed down. How can there be 3A level extraordinary people? Don't be so impulsive. Master spread his hands. Do you want to go back and find that person? Are you sure they won't directly tie a controller to you like they did to Chengyu? Just press a button, and you will instantly change from a powerful A-level extraordinary person to an ordinary person. You? What are you talking about? Zhang Guodong said in surprise. You know, I can easily get intelligence. Master stretched out a hand. I will give you a platform to implement your beliefs. How about that? Why should we trust you? And why will you cooperate with us? Xingyu asked sharply. Simple. Common interests. Alan's master still did not put down his outstretched hand. No matter if it is an ordinary person or a superhuman. If humans are almost dead, what is the point of me? A death merchant? We are pursuing the same thing. To kill that S-level demon king and restore the original status of humans. Then, when everything is settled, it will not be too late to go our separate ways. Chapter 327 Unspeakable Enemy. As the temperature gradually rises, the thick fog also thins. At the foot of the Chongqing Mountain Spirit Realm, whether it is Xingyu and his group of former nine-layered Heavens Tower, or Alan's master and Wang Su on the other side, they are all silent at this moment. Just now, Master expressed his willingness to cooperate. He wants to use the abilities of Xingyu and others to eliminate the S-level Demon King and bring the status of mankind back to its original state before the era of spiritual energy revival. The fundamental reason is that the S-level Demon King blocked his way to wealth. Xingyu did not speak for a long time. As the leader of the former nine-layered Heavens Tower, he has to consider more things than he imagined. Originally, they had been in a state of confusion by the river, and finally defeated their inner demons. They wanted to return to Tang from the Chongqing Mountain Spirit Realm, cooperate with that person, and then re-establish order. I want to implement the ideals and beliefs in my heart, and I want to once again use one person's power to protect the safety of all people. But Master's words once again made them understand clearly how naive and stupid their determination to fight side by side with ordinary people was. That person installed a special device on Chengyu. With just one button, Chengyu could change from a B-level superhuman to an ordinary person without any superhuman power. It can be said that Chengyu, who stayed in Shangjing City, had no choice but to pay for his youth. He said that he believed in that person and thought that the differences between superhumans and ordinary people could be eliminated and that the primary and secondary contradictions should be distinguished. It was ridiculous. Now Chengyu couldn't even disobey that person's words. Superhumans and ordinary people could not cooperate together as that person vowed. And now that their fate would be completely destroyed, it became even worse. For ordinary people, superhumans were a flood and a beast. And they were even more frightening than those mutant creatures. This kind of thing was really hard for them to accept. Master, who was called the end point of all intelligence, had no reason to deceive them with such a thing at this moment. After all, Xingyu knew that the man was capable of such a thing, not being controlled by Drake of the Fate Society. The man represented the will of ordinary people. Even if the demon kings such as us were outside, the man would never let his kind with spiritual energy threaten him. Although he had thought that the man would control Chengyu and then order him to do something, he did not expect that the man was much more extreme than he imagined. Why should we believe you? At this time, Lu Feishu stood up and said, "You are the famous death merchant. There is no credibility at all. I don't need to read your mind to know you are lying." Master spread his hands and looked at everyone with a smile. Credibility? What's the use of that kind of thing when humans are about to perish? We only need a common interest, credibility and the like. If I say I have it, I have it. If you say I don't, then I don't have it. If we cooperate with you, aren't we the same as those bounty hunters who fall into the money? Lu Feishu stared at Wang Su, who had been looking at him coldly. You want us to be dogs? No way. Wang Su coldly, looking at him coldly. Some people are worse than dogs. Dog? Do you want to fight with someone worse than dogs? Lu Feishu looked at Fei Jun. Fei Jun. Kill this stupid dog. Fei Jun frowned and glared at Lu Feishu. Do you still want your mouth? Lu Feishu shouted at Zheng Guodong again. Old Zheng. Burn this guy to death. Why is an ordinary person so arrogant? What do you call Wang Su's speed fast? See whether his speed is faster or your flame is faster. They are all A-level extraordinary people. What are you afraid of? Xiao Liuzi. Shut up. Zheng Guodong sighed. Lu Feishu looked at Xingyu angrily. Old Xing. You should say something. We can't let them look down on us. Who wants to be a dog? Right? However, Xingyu also shook his head. And after he and Zheng Guodong looked at each other, he looked at Master. I accept this proposal. Fuck. Can you do it? Lu Feishu's eyes widened. Zheng Guodong also nodded. We have the same interests. So there is nothing we can't cooperate with. Especially since the other party has what we want. And there is also an A-level extraordinary person as a helper. Instead of being enemies, we might as well work together. I have no objection either. Old Tian nodded with his hands behind his back. He is the person with the most weight of words here beside Xingyu and Zheng Guodong. But after thinking about it, he feels that cooperating with Musk has no disadvantages. Compared with the man in Tangwa, Allensmeister in front of him is more trustworthy. What Allensmeister wants is to restore the whole world to normal. To the normal era before the revival of spiritual energy. For this shameless bastard known as the Death Merchant, only human standing at the top of this blue planet can give him, an ordinary person, the greatest benefits and maintain his original status. Smart man. Allensmeister got the answer he wanted. We pursue the same interests. I want to get back my original status. And you want to eliminate the threat of this world. The ultimate goal is to kill the S-like Demon King. There is no reason to refuse cooperation. Lu Feishu retreated to the back and muttered helplessly. So I am the only idiot. Xingyu glared at Lu Feishu. Then looked back at Master. There is nothing wrong with cooperation. But how can we cooperate? I'm afraid it won't work just by talking. Right? And what should we do next? What are you going to use to constrain both parties? Master laughed. Bound? You can decide whatever you want. If you think I am not sincere, then how about 50 B-level spirit stones as my sincerity? 5. 50 B-level spirit stones. The extraordinary people couldn't help but whisper. Spirit stones? Or B-level spirit stones? As a powerful thing that can improve the spiritual energy of the extraordinary people. It can also replenish the spiritual energy in an instant when the spiritual energy is exhausted. And there is no side effect. This kind of thing is originally difficult to get at ordinary times. If you want to buy it, you can only rely on luck. The highest level everyone has seen is only C level. And this master said to give 50 B level. Which is unbelievable. Xingyu chuckled. You carry it with you? Words are not enough. Master spread his hands. Sorry. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Su. Go to the address I said. The things are inside. Wang Su stopped Master and disappeared instantly. Then, he reappeared a few dozen seconds later, carrying a large bag on his back. After opening it, there were shining spiritual stones filled with spiritual energy. Xingyu looked at the spiritual stones and raised his eyebrows. 50? Yes. 50 is just a small gift from me. If you think it's not enough, there will be more later. As a supernatural being, there must be an S waiting for him. Right? Besides, one is not enough. Master looked at Xingyu and Zheng Guodong, and also looked at Wang Su beside him. Oh, that's really good. Xingyu nodded. Then this matter seems to be settled. Others had no objections. After all, forming an alliance would not be a loss for them. But how do we start next? Xingyu walked over and held Master's hand, which was stretched out again. We can't start the journey to save mankind in this Chongqing Mountain spiritual realm. Right? Boom! A loud bang suddenly came in the air, and Fei Jun quickly used the wind element ability to push away the thick white fog. However, they found that in the high sky, a meteorite with a shining white light and a long tail flame was rushing towards this direction at a very fast speed. Master looked up, pointed at the approaching white light, and smiled. Your suggestion is very good. Why don't you start your journey to save mankind from this Chongqing Mountain? This is... Zheng Guodong narrowed his eyes. Meteorite? How can it be so big? And it seems to be flying towards us accurately. Even if the meteorite is estimated, it is dozens of meters in diameter. Small. And how could it be so coincidental that it came straight to the Chongqing Mountain spirit realm? A meteorite of this magnitude can definitely cause great damage to the ground. Although there are several levels of barriers, no one thinks that those barriers can block such a powerful natural thing. I didn't expect that this meteorite would fly to our side by chance. But it is certain that this thing is not a meteorite at all. Master looked at everyone. It's easy for you A-level to destroy this thing. Right? Panda was in a very complicated mood at the moment. In front of him, whether it was a giant tree or a bush, they had been eaten clean by those black bugs, leaving nothing behind. Just a short while ago, it had completely destroyed the tide of black bugs here. Feng Xiao, Feng Yin, Shui Jin and Du Shan were patrolling other places in the spirit realm together, looking for the black bugs that were missed. These weird and disgusting bugs will eat everything in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. They even turned the spiritual realm that was originally covered with plants into pieces of dry soil and gravel. Small mutants are their Yang. When they encounter large and medium-sized mutants, they will turn them into nests to reproduce. No life will remain wherever they pass. The body of the guard lay quietly on the gravel in front. The sound of the rushing river rumbled in his ears, and Panda walked towards it step by step at a very slow pace. This was not the scene he wanted to see. The companion who had lived with him day and night now turned into a thin skin like a broken leaf. And the riverside that had become a wasteland reminded Panda of the scene in Qingcheng the night when Shui Yuan, who wanted to rescue him, had his head cut off. He witnessed the killing of his companions one after another on the spot. Dian Wei. Panda was even only a few steps away from Dian Wei's corpse. Dian Wei's skin, which was stretched to a transparent state, was too thin at this time. It was stretched several times its size as a whole, and there was no hair on its body. The hideous head also showed its fear, despair and helplessness when it was about to die. Panda stood next to Dian Wei's body. A breeze blew, and Dian Wei's body was blown and moved a little distance. Panda looked at the direction of the black boulder that had been completely shattered and turned into a pile of debris not far away. Not long ago, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan completely destroyed the black boulder. They followed the orders of their master Lin Ming and used their own abilities to cut it into pieces without getting too close or touching it, and then used the flame bullet fist and the fist wind to blast it into debris. After confirming that there were no black stones nearby and no insects like before, Panda was responsible for cleaning the nearby battlefield, while Feng Xiao and the others went to patrol nearby to see if there were any fish that slipped through the net. After all, this kind of black insect, even if one escaped, would reproduce more in a very short time. Panda looked down at Dian Wei's body, recalling the time he and Dian Wei spent together in the Wantuhai spirit realm, under the master Lin Ming. Once, they were all partners who fought side by side, and they were also comrades who went hunting together and fought together on various battlefields. But now, all this is completely in the past. Dian Wei will never come back again. Now, it only has a thin skin left. A thin skin that is blown by the wind. Wait. Panda suddenly felt something strange. Dian Wei. Only a thin skin left? Panda thought of something. Master Lin Ming once said that as long as it is a mutant creature that has reached the first level of the level realm, there must be something in its body. That is the soul pill that exudes infinite spiritual energy and has great attraction to mutant creatures. However, Panda lowered his body and carefully examined Dian Wei's body. But he found that there was no such thing in the body. Where did the soul pill go? Could it be that? Panda suddenly had an ominous premonition. Boom! A series of low sounds came from the pits made by the boulders not far away. Panda knew very well that perhaps something huge was about to come out from underground. Master, did you sense anything? Panda quickly reported the abnormality here to the master in his consciousness field. Lin Ming, who was far away in the Great Beiyang, also sensed the unknown threat that Panda was talking about. Panda, stay away from that place. Lin Ming sensed that a very powerful spiritual force was brewing under the meteorite and was still expanding. Moreover, something like a hill was about to break out of the ground. Master, what is that? Panda kept retreating, jumping non-stop, even jumping onto the trunks of those giant trees, to reduce his contact with the shaking ground. However, after retreating nearly 100 meters, Panda suddenly discovered that near the deep pit, a large group of black things like tides surged out. Panda, get away from there. Gather all companions and flee far away. Don't stay for long. Understand? The human side will deal with him. Lin Ming knew that this thing was not something that Panda could kill. The black indescribable thing. There is no doubt that its overflowing spiritual energy has even reached the level of the 4th level. This is also a powerful enemy that Lin Ming cannot ignore at all. Sure enough, the true form of the black bug turned out to be Chapter 328, Powerlessness. In the crater, black tentacles that kept crawling out were constantly entwined and floating like in the water. Countless deformed huge eyeballs filled every corner of the huge black body. The huge mouth full of crooked but extremely sharp fangs opened to the limit. And the throat was dark, like an abyss. At this time, it had already drilled this extremely ugly head out of the ground. From the terrifying giant mouth, countless tentacles stretched out, and these tentacles were even covered with eyes and more tentacles. The panda stood on the top of a giant tree in the distance. Now, Feng Xiao and Feng Yan, as well as Du Shan and Xue Jin, have all evacuated to a distance with other companions according to the order. Although the master said to leave here immediately, Panda didn't think so. The companions have not completely gone far away. What it has to do here is to observe and try to delay this unknown and powerful opponent. Master Lin Ming said that humans will deal with such enemies. Humans? What can humans do? Like before. Use those things that can make the spiritual energy disappear? Or his? Hey! Hey! A very unpleasant roar sounded, and Panda looked at the huge black bug that made the sound. Although the distance was far, it was very clear that the countless eyes of the huge black bug that came out of the cave had already discovered it. I'm afraid that next, this guy should also attack immediately after the body completely crawled out of the ground. Instead of waiting for the opponent's attack here, it's better to attack first. Panda stood on the top of the 100-meter-high giant tree, and simply cut the top of the tree into a flat ground with his giant palm. Then, it began to gradually condense all the spiritual energy on its own arms. As a third-level mutant creature, Panda also has a super strong self-esteem like spiritual energy. It constantly stimulates the spiritual energy in its body and transforms it into its own power. Groups of spiritual energy accompanied its deafening roar, surging like a lake or sea. The muscles of the upper arms, which were originally extremely developed, expanded to the extreme at this moment. And even the fur on the panda's body was torn by these muscles, and blood flowed like a stream between the black and white hair. And this blood, as if it had real life, was led by Panda's spiritual energy and flowed through all the muscles on his body, outlining his extremely terrifying developed muscle lines like red ink. I have to get serious. As the strongest one under the master, let me test your strength. Panda's eyes burned like flames, and he suddenly roared, rushing to the black abyss giant worm with the force of a raging storm. At this moment, the countless tentacles of the black giant worm seemed to have life, rushing towards Panda like a tide. Its huge body with a diameter of nearly 50 meters and a height of 100 meters made Panda, who was nearly 8 meters tall, look extremely small. Even any tentacle was several times longer than Panda's, not to mention the bloody mouth, which made the mutant Panda look like a little mouse. But Panda did not retreat. This pure black giant worm was indeed huge for it, and it also knew that the absolute difference in size did make it feel a certain degree of pressure, especially the majestic spiritual energy overflowing from it. There is no doubt that the level of this black giant insect is even higher than the third level. Before the master arrives, let me meet you. Panda burst out with great power. Countless fist winds, as Panda waved his arms, burst out continuously, and the surrounding air, because of the extremely compressed and overlapping powerful force in a short period of time, fused and disintegrated towards the wider and more marginal outside. Boom, boom, boom. Panda's fists burning with fierce white flames also ignited these countless fierce fist winds, and the entire vast black giant insect in the air, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters, was also ignited by this. It was enveloped by a flaming fist like a white peacock spreading its tail. Hiss. Hee. Even the most powerful defense would be shattered by this ultra-high-speed violent attack. Even something as powerful as this black giant insect could not help but be blasted into countless pieces. However, Panda suddenly discovered that after the giant insect split into countless pieces, those pieces were not destroyed by the scorching fist wind, but fell to the ground and turned into the black insects he had seen before. These insects immediately swarmed towards it again. Panda did not dare to be careless, and quickly sent out a storm-like fist wind again, and eliminated these inexplicably appearing insects at a faster speed. The black bug expanded like a bubble, and burst like a bubble, under the extreme compression of the air caused by the fist wind. Panda once again smashed half of the main body of the black giant bug. Suddenly, the fragments that fell to the ground turned into bugs again, rushed towards Panda, and suddenly fired a series of red lasers. What? Panda did not expect such a change, although he used superb reaction speed and faster speed to dodge in time. The hair on the edge of his ribs was still swept by a red light. Panda stabilized his body, and found a small black bug lying on it. It didn't dare to be careless, and quickly used its claw blade to pick it up. But the claw blade was also corroded and burned in half. It's very tricky. Panda quickly retreated nearly 100 meters. This area, which had been devoured by the black bug before, leaving only soil and gravel, was just right as a battlefield. It had already consumed some spiritual energy at this time. Although it was not to the extent of breaking bones, it didn't seem to be very useful at the moment. Panda found that the black bugs gradually ran back to the place where the original huge black bug was, and reconnected together to form a giant bug. The giant bug continued to stretch its body outward from the ground, making a deafening howl. Hiss! Hey! Hey! At this moment, it had stretched out nearly 40 to 50 meters from the ground, and its head kept swinging upward, and the surrounding ground. It also cracked into gullies one after another with this violent shaking. Panda knew that he couldn't go on, although it still had the strength to continue fighting with this guy. It could even let the giant bug be broken up by its fist wind again and again, and even let the battle continue until dark. But it was meaningless. Just now, not far in the sky, it had seen Shui Jin's hovering figure. That meant that the companions had evacuated to a long distance, and there should be no problem. So, although there was still some unsatisfactory feeling, Panda knew that he had to retreat. Using all his strength, Panda once again used a fist wind covered by white flames. After the fight, it turned around without hesitation and ran madly to the outside. There was no point in staying here any longer. So the next thing to look at was the humans. Can they deal with this huge black bug? It looked up. 2 silver-gray metal giant birds were gliding overhead. Report. The target location has been determined. Located 143 kilometers north of Yuanchengdu, and has not moved yet. Everyone was extremely busy in the busy combat command room. After the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite suddenly discovered that the spiritual energy concentration here had become extremely high, everyone couldn't even believe their eyes when they saw the terrifying value. S-level mutant creature. It exudes strong spiritual energy. But at this moment, there is still no sign of movement. Is the thermal image out? What kind of mutant creature is it? The man stood in front of the huge screen with an extremely serious expression. S-level Demon King. There should be only one in the entire Blue Star. Specifically, it was the mutant bamboo that was once in the Wantuhai spirit realm, then moved to the Kaifenshan spirit realm, and then disappeared again. Moreover, this mutant bamboo can even hide its own spiritual energy, completely undetected by any spiritual energy detection device, and became powerful to the level of S in a very short time. If it weren't for the decrypted information of the Destiny Society, no one would have thought that the terrifying opponent they have been facing is actually a mutant plant. However, the information of the Destiny Society is only from the time when it was in the Kaifenshan spirit realm. Now, where did the mutant bamboo go, and where did it go? They have no idea. They just know that the destruction of the Destiny Society, the inexplicable attack on the United States, and even the destruction of countless extraordinary research centers may be caused by this mutant bamboo. Now, this mutant bamboo should probably still be near the American continent, and this mutant creature exuding the breath of the S-level Demon King should definitely not be that mutant bamboo. What exactly is this thing that appeared through the falling of meteorites? Before, they had not discovered those meteorites falling from the sky. The sudden appearance of similar phenomena, like falling meteorites around the world, is actually not a meteorite at all. No meteorite can escape today's observation. Even in this era of spiritual revival, prevention of any possible invasion from the outside of the blue planet has never stopped. However, almost at the same time, these meteorites that penetrated the clouds and fell from high altitude to all parts of the world, in previous observations, did not even have any warning, and did not come from outside the blue planet at all. According to common sense, there shouldn't be any meteorites that can span the eastern and western hemispheres and hit the land of this blue planet almost at the same time when they are so far apart. There is even no report of any meteorites appearing in the ocean. Moreover, these so-called meteorites did not even emit great energy and cause great damage and impact as normal after falling to the ground. They just smashed a small meteor crater on the ground. Tang State has been paying close attention to the meteorites flying to the north of Yuanshan City and responded quickly in a short time. But as the spiritual energy concentration detection satellite suddenly discovered the strong spiritual energy fluctuations under the black meteorite that fell here, it immediately sensed that the spiritual energy value here was constantly rising, from D grade to A grade. Finally, this spiritual energy also directly reached the level of S grade. S grade Demon King. This is the value that only the mutant demon bamboo can have. But it appeared here. For a while, everyone thought that it was the mutant demon bamboo that had been hiding deep and wanted to confront humans head-on. But soon, they ruled out this answer. And the images sent by the reconnaissance aircraft also made them understand that the mutant creature that humans have to face is not a mutant plant, but a terrifying mollusk that looks like it only appears in nightmares. This appearance is not a mutant creature at all. It's more like a strange beast. The man looked at the spiritual energy value that had reached the S grade, and sweat was also dense on his forehead. full of tentacles and disgusting eyes. What else could this be but a strange beast? But this thing that looks like a strange beast has extremely strong spiritual energy. This is simply incomprehensible. It's like forcibly combining a strange beast with a mutant creature. However, since there is spiritual energy, then some things can be used. As fast as possible. Let the flying troops transport the spiritual energy shielding device there. The man immediately gave the order. Soon, the order was immediately passed down, and the helicopter brigade from the nearest city of Yodong quickly took off with a sufficient amount of spiritual energy shielding devices. And the missiles carried by the 6 gold square array were also launched immediately. Now this monster, whose power is unknown, is imprisoned with the 6 gold square array. And then the spiritual energy shielding device makes it powerless. This way of fighting is also one of the common ways of fighting of Destiny in Europe. Basically, except for the only exception. That is, the mutant demon bamboo of the S-level Demon King once destroyed this almost indestructible and invincible fighting method in Xincheng City. There is basically no record of any mistakes. Since the battle to defend Shengjing City, Tanghua has also tried this method of combat countless times in the spiritual realm near Shengjing. It can be said that it is basically the mutant plant of the S-level Demon King that can use unreasonable methods to destroy these two basically indestructible supernatural inventions. But if the combination of these two tricks still cannot trap this unknown enemy, then he has other tricks to destroy it. Looking at the red button next to him, the man knew that this thing might have a chance to be used again this time. Last time, it took less than 10 nuclear bombs to kill the 2 A-level and dozens of B-level mutant creatures from the ocean that wanted to invade Tanghua. Now, facing this S-level mutant creature with unknown strength, will more and larger nuclear bombs have an effect? How can you know if you don't try this kind of thing? And if it really doesn't work, they really have no way. Relying on those supernatural beings whose strength is too different from this monster? Don't be kidding. Chapter 329, The Most Likely Truth. The strong wind swept the dark clouds, gradually turning into pure black. From time to time, the dark clouds pressed down, and the violent tornado rose up, gradually turning into a crazy hurricane, connecting the seawater and the dark clouds into one piece. The heavy rain poured down, and it was like a water curtain connecting the sky and the sea. The sea surface was raging, and the waves of dozens of meters were surging, and thousands of meters below this hell-like sea surface. Lin Ming arranged the Lingzhu clones in several places, and activated them one by one, and immediately continued to sense the current situation in Tang State. The subordinates seemed to have safely evacuated to a location farther away from the huge black worm. And the Panda, who led many subordinates, also did everything he could for the evacuation of other companions, successfully delayed the pace of the giant worm, and even prevented it from crawling out of the meteorite crater, causing more serious consequences. Lin Ning sensed the rapid response from the Tang State without surprise. They almost seemed to have been prepared long ago, launching missiles of the 6 gold square array with metal warheads. And the helicopter troops, carrying a large number of spiritual shielding devices, were constantly heading in that direction. Lin Ning sensed the position of his subordinates, and found that they had all tried to stay away from that area. However, they seemed to still want to continue their previous strategy. Some of them returned to the Suzaku Valley area and joined their companions, who were originally stationed there. The other part, led by Panda, continued to move southwest. Panda and his purpose seemed to be to go to the peninsula area in the southeast of Yalu, and then go to the direction of Shindu country. Lin Ning knew what Panda was thinking. This guy seemed to have been trying to explore these places for him first, and included these places in his territory. To be honest, Lin Ning actually wanted Panda and his subordinates, who had reached the 3rd level, to experience more fierce battles and find more opponents like this weird black giant insect. But thinking about it carefully, this is not realistic. The strength of the black giant worm can be said to be extremely strong, and the concentration of spiritual energy has reached the level of the 4th level. Moreover, from what Lin Ning saw when he was sensing the battle between Panda and it, this thing has more than just a terrifying body and a nearly crazy appearance. This thing seems to be composed of countless black worms. As long as its body is broken, the fragments of its body will turn into ordinary black worms. Even if these black worms are eliminated, its overly large body can continue to produce this kind of black worms. Not to mention, this kind of black worm can also emit red beams like lasers. And if it is hit, even if it is just a touch, new black worms will appear near the wound. as long as the black worms invade Panda's wound. Then basically Panda's fate will be exactly the same as that of the point guard, who has become as thin as paper. Lin Ning also knows where this huge black worm came from. He even knows what this huge black worm is. After all, Lin Ning has encountered something very similar before. That was in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. At that time, the Tang Kingdom had once dispatched all the masters of the Nine Heavens Tower to destroy a B-level demon spirit in the Goganda Spirit Realm. However, just when the B-level demon spirit was killed, and the soul pill inside was taken out, the soul pill was snatched by the alien beasts that had been prepared long ago. And one of the alien beasts ate it and turned it into a super enhanced version of the alien beast. This was originally a conspiracy planned by the Destiny Club, and its purpose was to create an extremely powerful alien beast, and then use it as a chess piece to attack him in the Chiefing Mountain Spirit Realm. However, the super alien beast transformed from an ordinary alien beast. Although it has a larger body, has an attack power enough to blow away a large group of extraordinary people with B or C levels, and has a very strong speed. But even so, it was easily destroyed by itself and swallowed by the dark space. And not even a slag was left. Now, this insect nest that has landed on the ground in the disguise of a huge black meteorite also has quite similar points. If you want to eliminate these black insects that come out of the black meteorite, you only need to use non-elemental attacks to easily eliminate them, just like the ones he encountered in the southern part of the United States. It is actually quite easy to completely eliminate them. But the one that Panda encountered is fundamentally different. Ordinary black insects have been completely eliminated by Panda. But a 4th level monster appeared where the meteorite was originally located. This is not because there was such a thing here. The fundamental reason for its appearance is the point guard. After the point guard was attacked by those black insects and turned into their nest, the soul pill contained in it, it was also absorbed by the black bugs. After absorbing and devouring it, the black bug turned into the current giant black bug with 4th level spiritual energy. This is almost the same as the giant alien beast before. Or in other words, it is basically the same kind of change. However, Lin Ning also discovered another thing. That is, the spiritual energy concentration of this giant black bug is also constantly decreasing at this moment. Just like absorbing the spiritual energy of the soul pill and turning from a transcendent into a giant monster called Strange Beast. After the spiritual energy concentration reached the high value of the 4th level, it has a trend of continuous decline. But this speed seems a bit slow. If it weren't for his strong perception, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Let's not talk about whether he can kill this guy. Just talking about those humans. Maybe they can eventually kill this guy by attrition war. Even if Panda didn't leave according to his order and could fight this giant black bug for a day, Panda would definitely be the winner in the end. But the human side would definitely not allow such a monster to exist on Blue Star for a long time. Whether it is a mutant creature of the 4th level or a strange beast, what the human side wants is to eliminate such a huge threat, rather than waiting for them to create greater dangers. Humans may eventually find that the concentration of spiritual energy of this thing will drop to the 3rd level, the 2nd level or even lower. But they will never wait that long. This is only because humans have seen the existence of this giant insect. Compared with this giant insect, he is much safer. The reason why the human side did not attack him, Lin Ning thinks that it is because of his various survival abilities that gradually grew him from a small mutant bamboo to the current 4th level S-level demon king. In fact, Lin Ning looked at himself carefully. No matter which ability he had, he could always be in a leading position in this era of spiritual energy revival. And he could not even let the human side discover or attack him. Lin Ning was very confident that humans knew that he was a mutant demon bamboo at best. But how powerful this mutant demon bamboo was, or what kind of abilities it had, or even where it was now, where it would go in the future, and what it would be like in the future, the human side could not even guess. In the cognition of human beings, his mutant demon bamboo only exists in photos or imagination, and is not something that humans like them can touch. Now that Destiny will be completely destroyed, the research centers of superhumans in various places have basically been destroyed. It can be said that the only major force among humans that threatens him has been completely destroyed by him from the root. The remaining humans are nothing at all. Even if they still have the 4 A-level superhumans he knows. Even if they unite together, they can't even threaten him. For A-level superhumans? I have a bunch of A-level subordinates here. There will be more A-level subordinates emerging later. Moreover, Lin Ning himself is constantly arranging the spiritual bamboo clones. After arranging these spiritual bamboo clones throughout the blue planet, everything will be under his control, and there will be no unknown place that can escape his monitoring. And this process will not be too slow. At that time, what A-level superhumans, what various weapons of humans, what various mutant creatures and strange beasts in the ocean, etc. Everything on Blue Star cannot threaten him, let alone have any influence on him. However, before that, he still has a lot to do. For example, find the main body that released the black meteorite. Lin Ning also guessed what the main body is. This thing with the dual characteristics of a strange beast and a strange beast, as well as dual weaknesses, is 100% related to one person. And this person has never been found since he went from Europe along the Great North Ocean to attack the United States, and turn the entire America upside down, and even completely killed Befulai. Lin Ning is very sure that this human has 1,001 connections with the monster that appears now, and throws these black boulders from the sky. It can even be said that this monster may be this human himself. Alexandra, that person who was holding a tattered puppet, had the ability to control the beasts, could create a white halo of summoning and reverse summoning, was always trembling and talking nonsense, and was a cadre of the Destiny Society, although Lin Ning did not fully grasp all the information. In fact, according to some clues, Alexandra was probably turned into a test subject by Befulai, and thus entered a state of near death. Afterwards, Alexandra most likely used her last strength to summon the beasts, let the beasts eat her, and then swallowed a large amount of soul pills or other extraordinary people, and then disappeared with reverse summoning. As for how she turned into this combination of a strange beast and a superhuman, and whether it was what he thought, it was unknown. But what was certain was that this black bug was most likely this kind of thing. After all, at that time, when he destroyed the building of the experimental base, he did feel something abnormal. But that abnormality disappeared afterwards, and Lin Ning didn't pay too much attention to it at the time. Now think about it. It is not impossible. As for the so-called combination of a strange beast and a superhuman, it is not that there has not been such a similar thing before. That was in the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm era, when Lin Ning was annoyed by those strange beasts. As the third tower of the Nine Heavens Tower, Shui Yiqing, who showed his power near the Seven Peaks Mountain Spirit Realm and went to investigate and eliminate the strange beasts, he was directly killed by his own trick at that time. At that time, Lin Ning first killed Shui Yiqing with a bamboo root, and then released the last remaining strange beast, pretending that it was the strange beast that killed Shui Yiqing. But then, the strange beast swallowed Shui Yiqing in one gulp, and at that moment, a strange change occurred. The strange beast grew dozens of times in size in an instant, and at the same time possessed the spiritual energy of the B level. You know, that was something that had never happened before, but it really happened. At that time, Lin Ning also wondered what the situation was. But now thinking about it, it seemed too similar to this time. It had the face of a strange beast, but after swallowing the soul pill, it turned into the same strange beast that the extraordinary person absorbed the soul pill's spiritual energy and turned into. It was exactly the same. Apart from this, there was no more explanation. As for whether it was the case, Lin Ning did not dare to be absolutely sure, but this hypothesis might be the only possibility. But now, Lin Ning really wants to know where this combination of strange beast and strange beast in his imagination is hiding. If possible, Lin Ning really wants to meet this guy. An unknown existence that can accurately throw those black meteorites onto the land in the eastern and western hemispheres at the same time may be considered a real opponent. After all, there is really no challenge now. In the deep sea, Lin Ning felt the strong undercurrent, and he continued to arrange his spiritual bamboo clone. He felt that this kind of work of arranging clones was really boring. Although this was the necessary work for him to dominate the entire Blue Star, it was really boring to repeatedly move and place the spiritual bamboo clones. It would be better to go to Tang Country and kill the giant black bug in person, and then find the guy who released the black boulder and had a big fight. However, speaking of strong enemies, there seems to be one in the Great North Ocean. It was the huge island turtle that he didn't pay attention to on the way to America because he was in a hurry. The speed of that big guy was extremely slow, and it could even be said that it was like floating. Just looking at the size of this guy, he is an extremely powerful opponent, although it is impossible to sense the concentration of its spiritual energy. If he kills it, he should earn a lot of evolution points. Right? Lin Ning turned around on the mountain range in the deep sea. He remembered that the guy seemed to come from the north when he met him before. Although he didn't know whether his purpose was those strange beasts or himself. There was no doubt that it would be relatively difficult for this guy to go back to the north in a few days. Right? Lin Ning immediately connected all his spiritual bamboo clones to sense the location of this guy. Each spiritual bamboo clone has a perception range of up to 2,000 kilometers in radius, which is exactly the same as his. But at this time, Lin Ning suddenly found that he could no longer connect to the Tang Kingdom. One of his spiritual bamboo clones that he put down when he went to America seemed to be destroyed. Wait. When? And by whom? Chapter 330 The Ice Demon Emperor. Lin Ning couldn't believe it. What could possibly eat his spiritual bamboo clone without anyone noticing? Could it be that when he was focusing on the giant black bug, he didn't pay attention to his spiritual bamboo clones? So something ate one of them? This was the first time. Although the spiritual bamboo clones had no attacking ability. Those bamboo branches and leaves were not for show. And the bamboo roots that spread in the seawater formed a barrier that even ordinary mutants would not easily approach. And ordinary mutants would not eat plants. There were so many fish and shrimps in the sea that could be eaten. Why would they eat a bamboo that didn't look delicious? Except for pandas and bamboo rats. Who would chew this stuff? Not to mention the mutants in the water. Or small fish and shrimps. But the fact is that his spiritual bamboo clones were destroyed just like that. Lin Ning would never allow this to happen again. He knew that the other party must have some reason to do this on purpose. Declare war? Lin Ning bamboo roots connected to the bamboo roots of the spiritual bamboo clones one by one, and quickly sensed everything near the remaining spiritual bamboo clones nearby. All the creatures in the vast area of the Great Beyond Ocean were materialized in his mind. In just a few seconds, he immediately discovered the huge monster not far from the disappeared spiritual bamboo clone. This monster, like basking in the sun, has not left the vicinity for a long time, and it even put its huge mouth deep into the seawater, relying on extremely powerful suction to suck countless mutant creatures and ordinary fish and crustaceans into its mouth. The spiritual bamboo clone that Lin Ning killed before was placed near a submerged reef nearby. He didn't think much about it at the time. But now it seems that it was this overly shallow placement that led to the final consequence. Sure enough, it was that huge island turtle. Lin Ning discovered that this island turtle seemed to consciously absorb plants in the seawater, such as seaweed or seaweed. Perhaps it was because it had eaten his bamboo clone and got a sweet taste. So it had been wandering around looking for more plants? Although it was confirmed that this guy might have eaten his bamboo clone by accident. Not intentionally, but as an enemy. This island turtle was already qualified. The reason why he didn't kill it before was because he wanted to eliminate all the remnants of the American Destiny Society at that time. So he just left it there, now that he had free hands. And this guy was still staying not too far away from him, and even ate a bamboo clone. Then it would be a bit unreasonable not to kill it. If he couldn't directly find the mother of the black giant worm to fight a big battle, he could only find this huge island turtle to practice first. The opponent was able to conceal his spiritual energy concentration. In Lin Ning's opinion, he must be a third-level mutant creature. If he killed him, he would get a huge amount of evolution points and further improve his level, which would be quite good. In fact, Lin Ning did not want to keep fighting. He also wanted to win people over with virtue, when his strength was far superior to all enemies and opponents. His existence was an extremely terrifying deterrent. But in fact, it seemed that it was not so easy for this situation to happen. Think about it. On the entire Blue Star, the only places he could completely suppress and control were the United States and the southern part of the United States. You know, the area of the Blue Star is not just this small. Whether it was Europe, Yalu, Philippines, or the Great Plains, he had not set foot on these vast lands. Not to mention the deep-sea oceans that were much larger than these lands. Lin Ning also knew that although he had reached the 4th level and had basically subdued humans, he had no idea whether there would be any mutant creatures as powerful as him or even more powerful than him in such a big world. Not to mention those strange beasts that seemed to be lingering around. And the mother of the black giant worm, whose true identity was still unknown. Now, he couldn't say that he was the most powerful one on this blue planet, let alone that he could suppress all creatures. Therefore, Lin Ning had to continue his current behavior. Killing was not the goal. But for now, It was a means for him to become stronger. If he only wanted to rely on absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, sunlight, soil and water sources in an attempt to increase his strength to the strongest. Then when he really became the 5th or 6th level, the mutant creatures around him might be much more powerful than himself. In this era of spiritual energy revival, the weak are doomed to perish. The reason why Lin Ming still maintains absolute advantage and predator status is that he can basically be said to be ahead of most mutant creatures, surpassing the limit of mutant creatures within cognition, breaking through the 3rd level and reaching the 4th level. But if he wants to continue to become stronger, there are indeed not many means he can use. Lin Ming has thought about cultivation. He even tried countless times to condense the spiritual energy and inject it into the red lotus heart in the center of the trunk. But the result was that the spiritual energy gradually gathered in the red lotus heart from the bamboo roots, branches and leaves, and then flowed back to the original place from there. It was completely useless. As for other methods, Lin Ming had used them. But after trying again and again, there was no sense of spiritual energy growth. The system was silent at this time, and it could even be said that it was playing deaf and dumb. Lin Ming did not get any prompt information about the growth of spiritual energy from it. As for the time wasted on this, Lin Ming felt that it would be better to kill more mutant creatures. It can be said that the current approach is also a helpless approach. And it can even be said that it is a must-do approach. Kill the strongest, and you will be the strongest. The level realm will be far behind all other mutant creatures and humans in the entire blue star. After that, for them, it is natural to want to kill or keep them, just whether he wants to or not. This is just like when he was in the Wanjusi spirit realm. He once controlled the life and death of all mutant creatures within the scope of the spirit realm. As long as he sensed that a mutant creature was growing too fast, he would kill it immediately, and would not allow any threat that could threaten his own growth to exist. And those humans were all killed or driven away, absolutely without mercy. Now, this blue star is a Wanjusi spirit realm that has been expanded countless times. And the humans, mutant creatures and strange beasts on the blue star are the opponents he will face, and the existence that threatens him. If Lin Ming wants to rule this super 10,000 bamboo sea as before, then his strength must also keep up and reach a ruling level. He is far from reaching this point now. Or in other words, his current strength may not be as strong as he imagined. In the continuous self-awareness, Lin Ming has gradually changed his mindset from the initial arrogance. After all, the blue star is too big, and he cannot guarantee that he is the strongest one. At least, before all the spiritual bamboo clones are arranged in the entire blue star. But now, if he can kill this huge island turtle with unknown strength in the Great North Ocean, then it will undoubtedly raise his strength to a higher level, and even eliminate this huge threat in the Great North Ocean. After that, he can rest assured to continue to attack the Great North Ocean and look for the next opponent. Thinking of this, Lin Ming immediately started moving on the seabed. Compared to the land, where he had to consider so many inertia issues, the strong resistance of the seawater in the ocean allowed him to accurately calculate the distance he moved, rather than being able to move only a little bit like on land, and then being knocked headfirst by the inertia on the ground. In the lake, or even in the ravine, the bamboo roots stretched to the bottom of the seabed 1,000 kilometers away, and then violently pulled him in that direction. After a few moves, Lin Ming had already reached the vicinity. At the same time, the shadow of the giant island turtle also grew larger in the embodiment in his mind. Lin Ming had once imagined how big the difference between his size and that of this huge monster could be. But it was not until he came to a few dozen kilometers away from this thing that he fully understood that he and this thing were not in the same weight class at all, with a length and width of several kilometers, dragging the hard rock on its back. If this island turtle stopped moving, it would actually be like a lonely reef in the sea. Island turtle. Since it is a mutated turtle, its defense must be very strong. Right? Lin Ming thought. However, even at this place hundreds of kilometers away, Lin Ming could feel that there was an extremely fierce undercurrent in the deep sea water, and this undercurrent was obviously heading towards the island turtle. Lin Ming bamboo roots were deeply embedded in the seabed. It was absolutely impossible to suck him away. After making a spiritual bamboo clone, Lin Ming was about to restore its connection with the European continent. But he found that the island turtle seemed to have noticed something and stopped sucking in various creatures, but slowly turned around. Lin Ming found out without surprise that the thing was facing him. Oh! Does it have the ability to sense spiritual energy? Lin Ming was quite interested in this. Besides, there was no way that the island turtle could find out that his mutant bamboo had come from thousands of kilometers away. Although the seabed was indeed broken into pieces and magma was overflowing during the movement, it was basically impossible for the island turtle to detect it from hundreds of kilometers away. What's more, he was just a bamboo about 100 meters long, which was nothing in this ocean thousands of meters deep. So, did the island turtle have the same perception ability as him? Maybe there was this possibility. And it was not small. If he was discovered by this thing even though he had completely concealed his spiritual energy concentration, it would prove that he also had the ability to sense breath. If so, it would be interesting. If this huge island turtle has the same abilities as him, such as reconstructing the aura of all things and shielding the aura field. Isn't it too coincidental? However, this is just his guess. Although, this guess should be basically right. But it doesn't affect anything. The bamboo roots that penetrated into the ground spread on the seabed. In the deep and dark sea, Lin Ming is much more advantageous than the island turtle floating on the sea. After all, the island turtle in the deep sea has almost no way to attack him. This is the deep sea. However, Lin Ming unexpectedly found that the temperature of the sea water around him seemed to suddenly become turbid. Layers of sea water seemed to be solidified and slowly formed into flocks. The closer to the seabed, the more serious this situation was. Ice element? And it can attack hundreds of kilometers away? Lin Ming was also quite surprised. The speed of the seawater condensation continued to increase. Lin Ming even found that his bamboo roots on the seabed were also frozen immediately. He was also surprised. This kind of thing should never happen. After all, his ability to replicate multiple elemental abilities was still working. And he also fully mastered the ice element ability of the giant monkey Bingpa. How come he couldn't defeat this island turtle? Lin Ming urged his own spiritual energy. And in an instant, he also fully released his own ice element ability to counter the ice element attack of the island turtle. Boom boom boom. A dull sound came from the seabed thousands of meters below. The ice that was supposed to condense the bamboo roots was suddenly broken by a more powerful force. The condensation became a shocking, like a sea-stabilizing magic needle, breaking through the heavy barriers of the seawater and rushing directly to the giant hundreds of kilometers away. However, Lin Ming suddenly sensed that the island turtle seemed to have anticipated this move and used almost the same move to block the huge ice pillar he released. Boom! The sea's surface stirred up a huge wave. Under the heavy rain, the huge wave was even as high as nearly 100 meters. And then, in the storm, on the crazy sea surface, large pieces of huge ice floated, and even dyed the nearby sea surface completely white. It turns out that if I don't use my consciousness to use it, the ability of this element will exist in a state similar to sleeping? Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh. He thought that his elemental power was useless before. But now, it seems that it not only works, but also becomes more powerful based on his own powerful level realm. However, the tentative attack just now seems to have made Lin Ming understand something. This huge island turtle seems to have reached the 4th level in terms of control and skill in using ice elements. Is it really a 4th level mutant creature? Lin Ming's roots grew wildly underground and headed straight for it. He didn't want to have a protracted battle, even if the opponent was as strong as himself. He definitely didn't want to fight with the opponent for hundreds of rounds. Days and nights. Equal strength? Not possible. Aquatic creatures. Are they afraid of the thunder element?